by 6:45 every morning, I have a cat screaming "be fed," and that's basically my life.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
Morgan, does your bunny wake you up in the morning?
He stays in the kitchen overnight. I'm sure if he could, he would, though.
How are we doing over there, Christian?
We're doing well. There's just 2 competing streams now. Just got to be careful for which one. Software.
Which stream is the real stream?
Yeah. Edit. More actions. Delete forever. Not this one though. Okay. Hey, Alden.
Yep.
We're just gonna have a new link up and ready to go for sharing. If you can put that one in the Instagram, and then we can get started.
Sounds good.
Pretty much already live. But yeah, that's the Cheap Brews and Student podcast for you. I'll let Alden do the introductions, but yeah, good morning everyone, and good morning to all our viewers who are up and early for this 12-hour live stream. I'm Christian. I'm joined by my co-host David, Kyle, and Alden, and I'll let Alden just continue the introductions from here.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. It is 9 a.m. We're going to be talking about different things politically and otherwise, and enjoying some beers until 9 p.m. tonight. So we are here for a good cause as well. As good of a cause drinking beer is, I guess it's not the best that one could choose. So we are raising money for the University of Alberta Campus Food Bank, and we're hoping to talk a little bit about food insecurity, both at the University of Alberta as well as in the broader community. So we are joined in this first segment here with 3 amazing guests. So why don't we start with some introductions before we get more into the topic of food insecurity and what it means for young people and everyone else affected by it. So guess let's start with some introductions here. Maybe we can just go down the list alphabetically, starting with Corey.
For sure. So my name's Corey Reinson. I'm the executive director of the Campus Food Bank at the University of Alberta. So the Campus Food Bank is a organization on campus that focuses on student food insecurity or students' food security, but also more broadly the U of A community. So our service is open to current U of A students, staff, and alumni within 5 years of graduating. Predominantly, we run our hamper program, which is typically what people would think of when they think of a food bank, but we do run other programming as well, including cooking classes in the past, grocery bus that takes students who live on or near campus to more affordable or more diverse grocery stores in the city. And as well, we operate as a depot of the Weekend Food Basket Society, which is another not-for-profit, but essentially it's like low-cost groceries. So students are able to buy low-cost groceries out of our location. But yeah, that's kind of us in a nutshell.
Awesome. My name is Kira Kazvaller. I'm the engagement coordinator at Leftovers Foundation. Leftovers is a food rescue organization. We have a dual mission of reducing food waste and increasing food access. So what we do is we have an app which anyone can sign up on to volunteer. And as a volunteer, you are going to go to a location where there is food sold. list. So that can be a grocery store, it can be a restaurant, it can be a cafe, a bakery, a farmer's market, even anywhere that food is sold where there might be extra food that would otherwise go to waste. So what you do as a volunteer is you pick up Shift on the app, you go to the location where there is extra food, when you pick up the food that would otherwise go to waste, the surplus food that would otherwise go into the garbage can, you can grab it and then you take it to a service agency. So a service agency is an organization like the Terra Center. We work with Bear Clan Patrol. We work with iHuman, a whole bunch of organizations here in Edmonton that work to reduce hunger in our community by increasing access to food. So then those organizations are able to use the food that is donated from the food vendors in their meal programs, and the volunteers are the ones who make it all happen. So last year, Leftovers as an organization rescued over 500,000 pounds of food. So we do have operations in Edmonton, Calgary, and a few other communities in Alberta, like Airdrie and Jasper Hinton. We also have our first outside of Alberta location in Winnipeg, which is really exciting. We just launched that in September. So we love working with the Campus Food Bank. They're one of the organizations that we do bring food to in order to be redistributed. But other than that, we are just working to try and combat food waste as much as we can in Edmonton. Oh, and my pronouns are she, her. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Morgan Allen. I'm the city manager with Fresh Roots Mobile Grocery Store here in Edmonton. So Fresh Roots is a nonprofit social enterprise, and we operate basically pop-up affordable grocery stores across the city. Right now, we have a few less locations just with everything going on with the pandemic, but kind of pre-COVID, we had about 15 locations in the city, one of which is actually at the University of Alberta, which was brought onto campus through a partnership with the Campus Food Bank. So in general, we're focused on providing affordable, nutritious, fresh food in communities which face barriers to accessing food, whether that be a higher proportion of folks living on limited income, people living in areas of the city where there's just not a lot of other affordable grocery options available, locations where people live with limited mobility, whether those folks be seniors or people with physical limitations. So kind of a number of different communities that we work with. And yeah, we've really enjoyed being on the U of A campus so far, and we're actually really excited to be bringing the mobile grocery store back on campus after a little bit of a hiatus.
All right. Hey, great. Yourselves and what your work. Some of those.
Oh, then you're cutting out a little bit there.
Yeah.
I think I can get at what he was saying. Thank you all for those introductions. Those all sound like absolutely fantastic organizations, and it's really cool to hear that you all work together and collaborate to kind of all get at the same issues and all kind of work together, but also take really different lenses towards it, from the food waste side to the food insecurity side to the healthy alternative side. It's really cool to see it kind of break down in those different ways. So thank you so much for those introductions. I think, Alden, are you back?
Am I back?
I think, yeah, okay, we can hear you, Alden.
Perfect. I'm back. Hello. Great. So the first question that we had, just what's your organization, already answered. So I guess another question that we have is more so who utilizes your organization in terms of addressing their own food insecurity, and what are the main causes for a person using your organization?
If Corey, you want to start it off? I see you just unmuted.
Yeah, sure. So in terms of who uses our organization, it is, so I mentioned our mandate is U of A community, so students, staff, alumni. It's 99% students. Although we have seen a few more university staff with a combination of both COVID and the funding cuts at the university, we have seen an increase in that. But in terms of students, we do skew pretty heavily to essentially international graduate students. And so there's a few reasons for that. Like we definitely have domestic undergrad, international undergrad, domestic grad, international grad. We tend to kind of think about it in those four categories. Is that's kind of all of those categories of folks have kind of, I would say, the largest determinants, at least within the university environment, on their life situation. And so, yeah, we skew pretty heavily international for a few reasons. One being folks are coming from other countries in a totally new food context, might struggle with accessing foods here because they're unfamiliar with either like processes or foods available. As well, their picture of what like food costs in their home country versus what it costs here can be pretty radically different. The second piece with international is they do obviously face higher fees. There's kind of a stereotype that, especially say for international undergraduate students, that they're wealthy, they can afford the $40,000 a year tuition. There are some who are. There's lots who aren't. There's a wider range of folks who are international students attending the U of A. As well, I think the current situation is a great example. COVID-19 is a global pandemic, so they may have had a plan. Their parents may be paying for their education. Like we've had a number of students who've said, their parents in their home country, their business has gone under, or they've had to sell their business, or like things are happening back home and they no longer have the level of support here that they had anticipated, and they have no other support network because they're here alone. So that's one of the things we see in international, in graduate students. I'll say more broadly, actually, graduate students don't make a lot of money. Graduate student in graduate school is a full-time job. Same as really, an undergraduate education, but graduate students are squeezed even a little bit more. And in fact, they're often discouraged by their supervisors from pursuing, and by the university for pursuing employment. And one of the things we actually see really common is, say, a graduate student comes from another country, they do their first year, they bring their family over the second year because it's a path for immigration. So they bring their partner and maybe children. And now you have, say, a family of four trying to live off a graduate student salary of $25,000 a year. And they pay tuition on top of that. Sometimes tuition, they might have $25K outside of tuition, but that is quite well below the poverty line for a family of four. And so we see a lot of that. And so I think one of the things that's really interesting is people don't think about at a campus food bank that actually anywhere from like 20 to 25% of the people that we assist are actually children. And so they're the children of students. Anybody can go to university. People who are parents or single parents, seniors on AISH can attend post-secondary. There's no limits on it. So I think a lot of times one of the big things for us is just pushing back against the narrative of the stereotype that students are 18 to 24 years old, have a certain amount of privilege. Their parents may be paid for their education. They live at home. Those people 100% exist, but really, like there's a wide variety of folks who attend post-secondary.
What I can say about the demographics that Leftovers serves is that because our primary program is the food rescue program that I described, it is a business-to-business program. We're taking from food vendors and giving to service agencies. We don't really have demographic data for the customers at those service agencies. Their information is, of course, kept securely with the service agencies. However, we do have a new program that we have launched just this month called Fresh Deliveries. And what Fresh Deliveries provides, Morgan knows a lot about this program already. But what Fresh Deliveries provides is it's a way of delivering food hampers to food insecure households that aren't able to access traditional grocery stores or other food delivery methods. Because if you are sick or you're in a high-risk group or you are isolating because you were a close contact or whatever reason it is, you're not able to go to a grocery store to get your food. And food delivery, while I know that we've all been accessing it a little bit more during the pandemic, it is really expensive. It's not a viable option for someone who is in a low income situation or is, on some sort of income support and doesn't want to spend money on things like delivery fees or small order fees or whatever it might be. And so I think that what Fresh Deliveries does a really good job of providing is we do that last mile service. We take food that is rescued and donated to us, and we actually pack hampers and bring them to the individuals who are receiving this food. So because this is a brand new program, we don't have demographic data yet. However, what I will say that's been so surprising to me as I've been able to do a few of these deliveries myself is that food insecurity is so pervasive in our society, and you can't tell by looking at someone whether or not they are food insecure. It affects Edmontonians in such a way that you can still go through your life, but no one looking at you knows that you're making the choice between paying your rent and paying for groceries. And so you will be delivering these groceries to households that you would expect based on what the house looks like or what the neighborhood is. You have these assumptions and these biases of, oh, this is a rich neighborhood. This is a new neighborhood, so the people living here must all be wealthy. And that really isn't the case. People who are food insecure, a lot of people in Edmonton and in Canada are living just within a few missed bill payments of homelessness. And so food insecurity is something that really permeates every aspect of what you're doing. And it doesn't show itself in the same way that we expect poverty to look like. It really can affect anyone who looks like anything because we're all living in the same sort of uncertain situation. And so that's what I've learned about food insecurity and the demographics is that it affects a much broader demographic than we necessarily think. Like Corey was mentioning, there are so many different people who are using Campus Food Bank beyond just the typical starving student stereotype that we would have. And so I think that it's really eye-opening and been eye-opening during the pandemic to see just what a wide group of individuals can become food insecure.
Yeah, I would echo a lot of what Kira just said. So actually, Fresh Deliveries started out of Fresh Roots. So Fresh Roots and Leftovers are sister organizations. And Fresh Roots actually technically started out of Leftovers. So funny little interplay there. But yeah, for us over the last, several months, kind of since the pandemic got going, we were really focused on kind of starting up with Fresh Deliveries, and then that got transferred over to Leftovers. So for us, similar kind of narrative there. But in terms of the mobile grocery store, we see, a huge mix of folks accessing the service. So the mobile grocery store is open to absolutely everybody. So as a nonprofit social enterprise, part of our, overall mission is to provide dignified access to food. And so in terms of what that dignified access looks like, it's really about making sure that people have the ability to choose the foods that feel good to them, that fit with their preferences, whether that be their cultural preferences, their personal food preferences, their dietary restrictions or preferences. And so part of the way that we try to do that is by opening avenues for folks to come and shop. So we don't have any sort of criteria in terms of who can come and shop at the mobile grocery store. We don't have any real demographic data for the stops, but we do see a really strong mix of folks. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought a little bit here. We see a pretty big mix of folks coming out to shop. And depending on which community we're set up in, so we work with, like I said, several communities across the city. There will be kind of different folks accessing. So we see a mix of folks from seniors, we see some newcomers, we see families, and a lot of what Corey and Kira were talking about in terms of not necessarily always the folks that you expect to see coming out to shop. What I was trying to get to a little bit earlier is just the fact that because we're open to absolutely anybody, that means that we aren't necessarily targeted at just folks who can't afford food. So we'll see, kind of a broad range of people coming out to shop.
One thing that I would add to that, Morgan, that I think Fresh Fruits does particularly well is because you're a mobile grocery store, you're going to so many different areas in the city as well. And so that encourages walkability in communities. It encourages neighbors to see their neighbors. I get my groceries at a Fresh Fruits stop, and there are people that you see every week, and you get to form those connections as well, which is really critical for overall health. And while that in particular is not going to solve the thorny problem that is food insecurity and food waste, it is going to build those social connections and create a stronger community, which we all want to see.
Yeah, thanks so much to all of you for sharing. I think it's really unfortunate that a lot of students, especially younger students, have a misconception of the services and the demographics that these organizations serve. I know that's certainly the case for me joining university, thinking, oh, this must just be for students. Like, it must be a very limited scope, limited services. But it's been really interesting to learn more, just to realize how important issues around food insecurity are, and the really, really important services that your guys' organizations all provide. So thanks so much.
Yes, one thing that I think all three of you touched on a little bit is that food insecurity it's everywhere, and you might not be able to see who it is. You might not be able to make assumptions about who it could be impacting. I know one thing that's always really pervasive is the starving student trope, where you have to put yourself through university, you survive on your macaroni and cheese or your occasional just cup of oatmeal, cup of soups type thing. But I know from some recent survey data from the Students' Union that there's a lot of students who skip meals at least once a month. I think it's somewhere along the lines of 25% of students skip at least one meal a month, and about 15% skip at least one meal a week. And one of the things that I've been thinking about is the fact that the idea of being food insecure, the idea of having to skip food, having to not eat right or eat well, is something that's kind of stereotyped within students. So do you think there might be a bit of an issue in students where people who are food insecure might not actually see themselves as food insecure and might not be reaching out to these types of services, because even though they might fit the criteria, even though they actually are, they might not see themselves in that way. They might be kind of worried to admit that kind of stuff. I think to shake it up, Kira, if you want to go first.
Yeah, while I don't have specific experience in working with students, I think that Corey is the expert on that. I absolutely agree with you that asking for help is extremely stigmatized in our society. One thing that the pandemic has really brought to light is it's blown the cover off of how everyone is struggling in their own way, and everyone experiences their own intersectional set of challenges in going through day-to-day life and accessing help. Certainly, because of the trope of the starving student and the idea that it's like almost normalized to be skipping meals. Not that it's something that people aspire to, but you see that narrative repeated in movies, in cultural conversations that we're having. So students might not realize that, oh, it doesn't have to be this way. I don't have to have this really tough time. I don't need to be struggling as much as I am. And that comes to something that we talk about a lot, is just that food insecurity is a structural problem. It's a problem beyond just one student can't afford to buy themselves lunch one day. And it's so much bigger than that. There are so many different factors that are at play, whether that is the social stigmatization, or it's a mental health issue, or it is any number of other things. Students who are in university are so stressed out just with their classes. We can't expect them to also be tackling the emotional issues that come from asking help maybe for the first time in their life because they're living on their own and not with their parents. And so I absolutely think that psychology and a holistic based support for students is absolutely necessary in order for them to access the help and the support that they need. Because it's really hard to ask for help. It's really hard to reach out and admit that you're struggling with something, especially when it's reinforced in the cultural narrative that you should be struggling and that you don't need to be asking for help. So I'd be really interested to hear Corey's take on this. But from my perspective and my experience as a student who did not struggle with food insecurity during her degree, I'd love to hear what you're seeing from your clients, Corey.
Yeah, so this is one of the major cruxes of the issue itself. we like to talk a lot about the stereotype of the starving student, and like it is kind of nuts because when you look at, there is academic research on student food insecurity. There's the SU did a survey at U of A while back. They found, like, using this exact same questions and metrics that we use to test for food insecurity in broader Canadian society, I think they were finding like 32% of undergraduates, and that's only undergraduates. There is also research saying that graduate students, and that's what we see too, are at higher risk. So like the research kind of consistently shows rates of food insecurity among students at post-secondary institutions in North America of around 40%. So that's 2 in 5 students like skip meals, sacrifice the quality of their nutrition, all these kind of things on a semi-regular basis. And it is, Kyra is really right in that it's very ingrained in our society. Like I think it's something kind of interesting because, like, in say conversations I have with folks, sometimes there's we try to get people, especially say the community members, professors, or like even sometimes our donors and stuff, that realization that the struggle that they went through also wasn't okay. Like, this isn't a new issue. This has been happening for essentially decades. I think it's just getting more attention and coming to light now and being talked about and starting to be recognized that maybe like this is not okay. But you talk to, I've had conversations with donors of ours, and the reason that they donate to us is they tell stories in the 80s that, they had their friends feed them, or they had a professor. Like I remember a great story from one of our donors talking about that every Sunday night his friends would invite him over for dinner, and they'd always like send him home with leftovers. And it was like only kind of later on he realized, like, they recognized he was struggling and trying to support him. And that's the reason he supports us. Like, it's his way of kind of trying to give that Sunday dinner to help folks who are struggling. But like, it's not a new issue. I think one of the things that sometimes when people will say go through struggle or hard periods and it's normalized, you have the tendency to kind of renormalize it. Like, talking to people, like, we all joke about the living off Kraft Dinner, instant noodles, and like, I did that too. We probably all done that at some point during, I still like eating instant noodles, but like it is something that I think society more broad, like, there needs to be more attention to it, that this isn't okay. I think one of the really interesting angles to that is to talk about, like I mentioned, at least 20% usually minimum. It kind of fluctuates depending on how many families we're seeing, but of the people we support are children. And I think, the idea of, students, they're 18 to 24, they can live off Kraft Dinner, it's fine. That has a much different emotional reaction to people when you talk about, like, well, they have a 5-year-old. And do you want that 5-year-old living off of like Mr. Noodle for a month? Because no one in their right mind is going to say yes. And I think that really helps to kind of start to shift it, that, like, students aren't monolithic. There's a wide variety of students, and there needs to be kind of better and more diverse, wider supports out there for people. The other thing I would say in this, and it's one of the reasons that we worked really hard to bring Fresh Fruits on the campus, is like, everybody, like, food security affects everybody. Like, everybody can use more affordable groceries. Like, food costs go up and up and up. They're going up pretty significantly again this year, again due to like climate change and COVID-19. And like, we're probably only going to see those things continue. Like, rates of food insecurity, I highly doubt are going to go down anytime in the near future. So programs that are accessible to everyone, I think, is really important. That's the same thing with our weekend program. We just tell people, like, it's just cheap groceries. You're being smart by shopping, by accessing it. You don't need to be in need to access it. Like, we have the capacity to help, or like to provide orders to anyone who buys it, because like, it's an at-cost program similar to Fresh Roots. Like, the capacity of these kinds of programs where you're providing at cost, or kind of like as close to cost as possible, food is quite high. And I think it's one of the really great things is more people accessing it normalizes it. It helps we found with our weekend program, people start accessing it, and then they maybe start accessing our hamper program as well, because they realize, well, I could actually use some extra support and I am struggling a bit. And we built that connection a little bit with them and kind of been able to work through a little bit of that stigma. So I think these kind of programs are like, one, really important because like everybody could probably use some assistance. Most students, or if not all students, could use cheaper groceries. But two, it really helps to normalize and bring that like that community aspect of food that that Kyra is also talking about for the like going to the market and seeing people and kind of building, like food is an inherently community building thing, and I think some of these programs can really dial in on that component of it.
I think the other part that I would add is that, yeah, typically when we think about food insecurity, we think about like not being able to have food on the table as kind of the definition. And it's actually so much more broad than that. Food insecurity spans anywhere from worrying about your ability to put food on the table, you know, a week from now, all the way over to not being able to put food on the table. And so I think sometimes, you know, if we're talking about students' perception of whether or not they should be accessing this, you know, if they're able to put food on the table one week, but not the other, they don't always necessarily, or folks in general might not always necessarily categorize themselves as food insecure. But, you know, as both Kira and Corey have talked about, that can be a really challenging, you know, scenario in and of itself for folks. And that definitely, the more that we can normalize being able to access those programs to supplement what folks do have, I think is really important.
I think one thing with that, Miss Allen, that I'm constantly thinking about is even the cost of transportation, and if people have access to a means of transportation. For example, the other day I was downtown running an errand, and I noticed a guy walking across the street with grocery bags, and I thought that was it just started to get me thinking about like, how exactly do people downtown eat? Like, it is a very population dense area. And off the top of my head, I can only think of one grocery store. I'm sure there's more like little smaller grocery stores, but and to me, it's similar to the campus in that like kind of a dense population. But I can only think of one grocery store in that area. And I think that's one thing, especially with the campus food bank, just being able to provide transit for people to get to grocery stores, especially outside of areas where a particular chain might have a monopoly, is also very, very important. Yeah, that's all I had.
Just to jump in on that point, so that's why we started offering like our grocery buses, so they specifically to kind of tackle that issue of that. The Safeway on campus doesn't have a lot of offerings. It's not very big. It's also, I mean, I don't know if this is true. I've heard it multiple times, but it's one of the most expensive Safeways or grocery stores in this city. I mean, there is now the H Mart that used to, where the Sobeys used to be, and that's great for international offering, but it is small. Also, not, you know, the cheapest grocery store. So, yeah, like transportation with groceries sucks. I don't know if anybody's ever rid the bus with 4-6 bags of groceries. Like, it's awful. It's really hard to do. And that's another reason why with our grocery bus, like we go to the Calgary Trail Superstore. And like ETS transit to that is very bad from the university, but we reserve, like, every student gets a full seat on the bus. It's like a school bus, so you have like your own grocery spot. You can buy 8 bags of groceries and just stick them all beside you. You have space for it. And I think, yeah, it's just really, it can be really tough to do that kind of thing, because also when you're limited in transportation, you buy small amounts. Like, you're having a higher cost. Like, if you can buy in bulk, buy large quantities of things, you save money. And it's tough to do that as a student or as anybody who has limited access to transportation. It's one of those things, I think, where people in poverty face higher costs as a result of being in poverty.
Yeah, I would say we see that in so many different parts of the city. And for some folks, like, even the option of taking transit is not possible. You know, whether that's because of time constraints, whether that's because you have a family and it's just not feasible for you to haul your 3 kids onto the bus for 45 minutes one way, to go get groceries, carry all that back on, and take the bus back. And we've also there's been changes in transit schedules, and several of the communities that we've started working with more recently have actually said that with the changes in the transit schedules, they actually don't have access at all anymore to buses that will take them to grocery stores. So it's a major issue. I mean, even if you can afford food, if you can't physically get to it, you're not going to be able to put food on the table.
I think even just building on that as well. I know when I was living on my own, I didn't really have access to a car, so I would walk, I would bike to the grocery store to grab stuff. And I'm thinking back on it, and not only did that have issues with the amount of food I was buying, as you're talking about like, buying things in smaller quantities, but also even what I was able to buy. Certain things wouldn't fit in my backpack, or I wouldn't be able to carry back a long time because it would melt or it would go break if it was fragile, eggs or something like that. Where everybody wants eggs, but when you're biking down a busy road back and forth, they get jostled around. They could break. So I think transportation could definitely play a really solid role in that. That's an interesting topic for him.
I think the other thing to say there too is that if you have to choose between investing that time in going to find healthier grocery options, like especially for people who are busy and maybe having to work 2 or 3 jobs in order to have money to buy food, people are going to oftentimes end up then going to the side of convenience. And so like I've heard a lot of stories talking to customers at the shops or the stores that we offer that have talked about, like, for example, buying all of their meals at like A&W because it was what was available and it was fast and it was the better trade-off for them versus having to take transit all the way to go get, some other grocery options and then having to then prepare it as well. So it also feeds into, I think, people's ability to eat healthy, nutritious food.
And just jumping off of that, Morgan, like that's the student lifestyle. Like lots of students are in 5 classes, full-time student, and they work maybe 15, 20 hours a week because they need to support themselves, to have money to pay rent, to pay groceries. And so when you're working now, that's like a 60-hour week minimum probably. It's pretty easy to kind of make the decision, I don't have time to go grocery shopping, I'll just eat on campus. And I think people maybe think like, oh, well, they're going to Subway every day, they're not food insecure, they obviously can afford that. They might be racking up credit card debt or whatever to do that. They just don't have another option. And I think that's one of the really important things of why there needs to be solutions on campus versus, there might be things out in the broader community, but it's really important to ensure those things also exist on campus itself.
Yeah, and if I might also just jump in here, and I'll direct this question to Corey. Yeah, I was out for a bit just trying to fix that technical issue. So if you've already talked about this, all good. But in terms of international foods too, and like international options, like for example, for me and like my family, like we also love to cook like our traditional like West African food because like that's like what we connect with and that's like what we're used to. But sadly, the only options for like accessing like the ingredients to those are only far in like in the north side of Edmonton. So I was also wondering like in terms of like your options that you have, like are you also like working to expand in those options and like culturally relevant food for international students? And
yeah, for sure. I mean, to be blunt, I wish we did a better job of it. It is tough. So one of the things I think that we've struggled with a bit, we're looking at ways we can address this, but the international student community at the U of A is extremely diverse. So being able to offer things for everyone is almost impossible just because we it's essentially have people from every country in the world. I think with that, though, we are looking at, there are some high volume ones that we would like to do better with, specifically Muslim students and offering halal meats. We have that, it's our highest dietary restriction, to be honest. We probably like 20 to 30% of the folks who access the food bank follow a halal diet. So We do carry halal products once in a while. They're not really in the food system in terms of like having them donated and such. We've been looking at for a bit trying to offer a halal version of our weekend, so that at least it could be there for purchase on campus. But that's a big one we'd like to go into. Yeah, it is a real interest for us to kind of try to do better there. It is just tough because the people are the best at deciding what's right for them. And the way our hamper program is structured, we try to add in as much of that choice as possible. Really hard in COVID. We would normally be operating a little bit different and add much more kind of back and forth into what folks could access, and that's just not as possible in COVID. But we're hoping to. One of the things that is a lot of food banks are moving towards is a grocery model. So rather than you build a hamper, you pick what foods the clients access and give it to them. They come in and you run. It's a big grocery store essentially, so they can pick. They have like allotments, so they can pick whatever items, and that way folks can pick the food that best meets their dietary needs. So we're hoping to transition to that at some point. Definitely after COVID, and I'm not really sure when, but that's one of the things we're looking at, as well as adding halal. That's one of the things, though. Like, I do think we could still, even beyond that, do a better job, and it is just tough to see what our, I guess, path towards that.
Yeah, no, thank you for that response. And it's also interesting you mentioned trying to transition after COVID. So my question to all three of you before we depart is like, how has COVID just impacted your organization and like your work, and like, you know, maybe has it also just made it better, like made you see things that you didn't really realize before? And yeah, so I can give that to Morgan.
Sure. Yeah. So when I was awkwardly trying to stumble through my answer to one of the earlier questions, I was trying to explain that basically when the pandemic really got going in Edmonton, it actually forced us to put a lot of our mobile grocery store stops on hold. And so we actually had to completely pivot what we were doing, which is kind of where it was called COVID Emergency Delivery Service when we first got going with it. And that was really trying to figure out a way to still respond to the need for people to have food available in their community. Because as a mobile grocery store, I mean, one of our primary goals is making sure that food is available in community, and we're bridging that barrier of transportation like we talked about earlier. So that was one of the major ways for us that really changed what we were doing. It meant completely pivoting actually all of our operations and our programs. Moving forward, we're going back into really investing our time and our energy into the mobile grocery store stops now that that program has transferred over to Leftovers. And so for us, the changes have been, I mean, operationally making sure that folks are safe to come and shop. Not everybody feels safe going to a big grocery store right now. There's a lot of people who might go through, you know, any standard grocery store in a day. Not everybody feels safe taking public transit right now. You know, it's not a great option for everybody. So for us, a really big focus is making sure that all of our operations are run in a way that is very COVID safe, so that people know that it's an option for them to shop in their own communities and to access that food that's integral to their health and their well-being. I would say that the other thing that COVID's like really brought forward is just realizing, I think, as the longer term reality of COVID sets in and people are realizing what their financial realities look like in light of everything, and realizing that this isn't just a temporary situation. We've actually seen a lot more demand for the mobile grocery store stops. So like in the last 3 months, we've got a wait list of stops actually that have been requested from communities all across the city, just expressing need for this. And so for us, it's kind of focusing on now, how do we expand and make sure that we're serving the communities that require it and that request it. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there.
Yeah, Kyra.
Corey and I are looking at each other like, are you going? Are you going? So for leftovers, we saw an explosion in demand during the pandemic. Our organization rescued about 3 times as much food in 2020 as we did in previous years. So it was really a huge increase because a big contributing factor was restaurant closures. As a restaurant, you purchase all your ingredients expecting that you are going to have a normal week, and then you're told that you have to close entirely or be at 15% capacity or something like that. And you suddenly have all of this food that you would probably throw in the garbage. And so we had a lot of one-time pickups from just restaurants that reached out to us and said, we have thousands of pounds of food that are going to go to waste. Can you help us redirect it? We got a ton of a huge shipment of pretzels from WestJet when they reduced a bunch of their flights that they said, can you take all of our in-flight pretzels? And we said, sure. And we're still distributing those months later after that arrived because there were just pallets worth of them. So we've seen an increase in just the volume of food that we're working with. We've seen an increase in the variability of what we're picking up as well. If a pickup was a bit inconsistent prior to the pandemic in terms of the volume of food, it's now even more inconsistent. Sometimes there are lots of things to pick up and sometimes there is very little. So it's been a bit more volatile. Additionally, with the program that Morgan mentioned, the COVID emergency delivery program, which is now called Fresh Deliveries, we liked it so much that we made it a formal part of our programming instead of it being tied to COVID. And hopefully once the pandemic is over, we would stop doing it. We've decided that there's enough need for fresh deliveries that we're always going to provide fresh deliveries. In the 9 months that Fresh Deliveries has been around, they have redistributed over 6,000 hampers in Edmonton and Calgary, which for a program to do that in its first year with basically no resources behind it is really remarkable. So it's shown that there is a huge demand for offerings like this. Like Morgan was saying, a lot of people do feel uncomfortable going to the grocery store or for whatever reason don't feel like they can access grocery stores. And I think that the biggest thing for me that the pandemic has highlighted is just how unstable our food systems really are. When we talk about people needing dignified access to food, we're thinking about how do we get them to the grocery store or get them to low-cost groceries. However, we're not thinking about, is the grocery store the right model for us to be basing our food on? Where are our local farmers? Why are farmers markets not more of an option for people? Why are they seen as being this kind of elitist thing? Theoretically, the food that is grown locally should be more accessible to people in that community. And so the fact that we are still reliant upon food that is being trucked in from other countries and from other areas is something that's really concerning, because as the pandemic showed, our systems can be disrupted at just a moment's notice. And that then has much greater ramifications for the entire society, not just those food insecure individuals. Very quickly, we all can become food insecure at something like the pandemic. So it's really highlighted for me that this problem is a lot bigger and more pervasive than we initially thought. It's not just one typical person who is food insecure. All of us can become food insecure in just a matter of moments. And it's also highlighted for me that our community is really great. We saw a huge number of volunteers step up and say, yes, I will help to deliver boxes. I will help to do whatever I can. Right now, I frequently have my friends who volunteer for the organization saying, how do I get more shifts? Why is it so hard to get a shift on leftovers? And I love that people are really helping each other at this time by stepping up and volunteering. Our grant writer has a really good line that she says that leftovers is, yes, we're about food. Yes, we're about bringing dignity and accessibility to the food system. But really what we do is we provide a platform for neighbors to help each other. And that's what people are doing by picking up rescued food and bringing it to service agencies. They're assisting their neighbors and helping in their community, which is one really good thing that has come out of the last 10 months.
Yeah, it's definitely been an interesting year. And will continue to be, I guess. For us, like the need and response on campus, I think, was really interesting. So one of the things lots of food banks saw as CERB came about and stuff in the summer, a huge actual drop off because it was essentially a basic income pilot program, and people who experienced like structural poverty were all of a sudden no longer in poverty and could afford to provide for themselves. So food banks generally saw a really large drop off, and then they're kind of expecting the apocalypse to come sometime this year, especially as tax time comes, and maybe folks who were accessing those programs who aren't technically qualified. And I think the real like tsunami of need is like starting to come among food banks generally. On campus, like we saw a huge spike in March, and then honestly it was kind of steady and similar to last year. Now that being said, last year was our busiest year ever, so we kind of just kept pace. But I think one of the really important things to remember is the student population shrunk, and I don't know by how much, but I think somewhat significantly, because the majority of new international students didn't arrive. Lots are studying from their home countries, as well as domestic students if they're out of province or from another town. I'm sure there's a very large number of students who are in Calgary attending classes at U of A, and so they can't access our services because it's like they have to be there in person to access it. We do have some online programming, so folks can be accessing that, but in terms of providing food, we can only really help students who are in Edmonton. So the fact that we remain steady through all this, I think, is important. Just we're helping a higher portion of the campus. We saw need increase, but at the same time, the population decreased. So we kind of ended up staying even. For us as an organization, I think for a lot of organizations, COVID's been a very interesting in stress testing every system you have, and you had to immediately pivot, do things totally different. And I think as well as what a lot of people are realizing is like the way we did things was just the way we did things. There wasn't maybe a good rationale behind it, and that even things like this, like, I mean, everybody talks about, we'll see a lot more. Like, how many meetings did you have that now it's like, what? I would never do that again. I'm always going to be doing this because it's just so much simpler and so it saves so much more time. And so we saw, I think, a few things along that lines operationally. Just, we did things one way. We had to pivot pretty significantly at a moment's notice. And it turns out maybe the way we do it now this is actually better. So I think a lot of organizations are seeing that. So I do think it's been nice not nice, but a very interesting catalyst for like radical change that, can be really good for organizations. It can really refresh systems, make things more efficient, and just, improve services all around. So.
All right. Thank you so much to all of you. We really enjoyed talking about these various issues with food insecurity. I have learned a lot more. I thought I had a decent understanding of food insecurity before, but I now know even more. So really grateful that all of you could join. It's been really great, and we're hopeful that we'll keep raising more money as the day goes on. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Definitely +1.
Thanks a lot.
We learned a lot more, and I definitely learned that there's still more to learn as well.
Yes.
For sure. See you.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Mike.
Perfect. Yeah.
All
So
right.
to all of, I'm on mute.
Okay, I'm taking a pee break over it.
Yeah. Okay.
Really quick, I think you said there's a couple people in the waiting room, yeah? Yeah, I will be back for the 10 o'clock start.
I'm sticking around, Chris. It's just you and I. How is the live stream itself? What's going on?
I'll let you know.
Yeah, I had to get my brew.
Are we drinking now?
10 a.m. is 5 p.m. in London, so
Okay, I'll be back. Oh man. Do I have time to use the washroom or should I just suck it up?
you can go probably. The quality of the stream will only improve as the day goes on. Oh, is there a waiting lobby? Is that how it's set up?
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, what are we gonna introduce these or are we just gonna drink them?
I can introduce them when I do this.
Sure. Oh, which one are you drinking?
The red ale.
Okay, cool. Cool beans.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Hello, folks.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning.
Welcome. You were all on the waiting list, but I don't think Google Meets had a breakout room option, and while we were still talking with the campus food bank panel, so I didn't want to not deny you entry. So yeah, I just had to keep you waiting. Complicated stuff. Sorry. But
All good.
I'll let Alden take
some
on this
technical
one.
difficulties.
So I guess just a quick round of introduction for all of us. My name is David Draper. I'm a fourth-year undergraduate student at the U of A, majoring in political science, minor in sociology. I use he, him pronouns most of the time. Occasionally I try something else just for fun, because it never hurts to experiment. Gender's never been real, so just vibe with it. So that's a bit about me. We also have Kyle, Christian, Alden, if you want to introduce yourselves as well.
Hi, my name is Kyle Daniel. I'm a third-year political science major. That's all I got.
Yeah. Christian, third-year bio-sci students, majoring in biology, minoring in psychology, and yeah, love to talk about politics.
I'm Alden, fourth-year poli-sci and history. I sometimes like to dabble in municipal politics and stuff like that.
Yes, you do. Alden was a big help on my campaign for mayor. His whole family was.
Team.
Alden also you did that whole fundraiser for MS, right?
Just give me half a second.
Oh, what's going on, Alden? Okay. Anyways,
Go for
I
it, Kyle.
suppose we'll begin by letting our guests introduce themselves. So if you folks want to go ahead and introduce yourselves, if we want, we'll begin with Miss Heron. So if you want to go ahead.
I sure can. Name's Kathy Heron. I think I've been invited because I'm the mayor of the wonderful city of St. Albert. But since you guys were all introducing yourselves with your degrees. I went to the U of A. I minored in chemistry and majored in microbiology. And at the time, I did not go into the arts because I did not like social. So I actually dropped social studies when I was in grade 12. Did not like politics. That was my beginning of this. But look at how things can change.
Ms. Hanson, if you want to go ahead.
Sure. Thanks. Well, my name is Jackie Hanson, and I'm a counselor with the City of St. Albert. And I get to work with Mayor Heron, which is a great part of what I do. I was born and raised in Vancouver and actually got my degree at UBC. And back in the day, way back in the day, it was a phys ed degree I got, but really it was a focus on health and wellness with an English minor. So nutrition, sport, stuff like that. So I wasn't a phys ed teacher, but so then we moved here and I've been here for 25 years. So really, really happy to be part of this today and really impressed, you guys, that you're doing these podcasts. I did actually watch your poli-sci prof, and I think you started that session with a beer.
We definitely.
I don't know if you're going to be doing that, but I'm not.
I think we're just waiting for introductions before we crack open these nice brews that Brewster's generously donated for us. So,
anyway, great to be here, and thanks for the invite.
Mr. Knack, if you want to go ahead.
Sure. Good morning. Thanks for having me. So my name is Andrew Knack. I've been fortunate to be serving on Edmonton City Council since 2013. Currently serve as the councillor for what is currently known as Ward 1, and then in the new election, once the ward names change, the ward is they're changing up a bunch, but this one's pretty similar, so it'll be called Nakota Iska. And since everyone else is going on their education, I also went to U of A. I graduated in 2006 with my Bachelor of Commerce. Marketing was my focus, but I had a minor in strategic management and organization. And very excited. Thanks for being willing to invite me on this. I'm very excited to be here with this wonderful group of people.
Awesome. And last but not least, Mr. Iveson, if you want to go ahead.
Sorry, I was just a little bit late getting on, but what a wonderful group of people. I have many friends on this podcast here. And so hello to you all, and to our hosts, thank you for reaching out. And I'm really looking forward to today's discussion. I guess for credentials, I have a political science degree from the University of Alberta, and I'm one of the few folks I know from that program who ended up with a job at the elusive political science factory afterwards. So I also spent on and off many years around campus. My mom was a professor there for a long time, so I kind of grew up on campus. I was in the Butterdome when the tornado was striking at a science camp, so it goes that far back. And then more recently, I was very active at the Gateway when I was a student there. I was the managing editor and then later the business manager after I graduated, and then worked for the Students' Union. I went to the dark side from the newspaper's perspective and became the advocacy director, where we worked on a number of initiatives, including, and I have the poster, which I keep at City Hall here, the UPass, this is the yes side poster from the original referendum, which is I'm still proud of that. And it has made a difference for, I don't know if we could say millions of students yet, but certainly hundreds of thousands of students since it was put in place, and well on its way probably to a million folks, because it's 100,000 a year now. So it wouldn't take that many years, even with 2, 3, and 4 year programs for it to make a huge difference for our city and for our region. So anyway, lots to talk about here, but I'll leave it there for now.
All right. Thank you very much, all four of you, for joining us. It also appears that we have a broad education background in our guests, which is very interesting to me. Anyways, Alden, should we do
I'm gonna crack this beer and we'll head into the first question here.
Certainly hope my mother isn't watching, but here it is.
I'll be waiting until a little bit past lunchtime for the beer, but I do have a nice cup of coffee to share with y'all as well.
This is a club soda, but it'll work for now.
Alden, I'm with you. I brought in some beer from Endeavor. I think Alden might know Endeavor. I know Jack does. This is called the Daily Jolt, so I thought it might be a good way to start the morning. It's a porter, and it's quite dark, so I will join you, Alden.
Nice. We're hoping Endeavor will sponsor us one day. So fingers crossed. Maybe they'll see this. Who knows?
Oh, I'll get them to do that.
Speaking of sponsors, so this podcast today, we did manage to get one sponsor, the sponsor being Brewster's here in town. And we're just going to do a quick beer introduction. I'm drinking the River City Raspberry Ale. Alden, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking a red ale right now. It's pretty good.
So there we go. That's the beer for, I guess, the morning. Shamed as I am to say that. And without further ado, let's ask our first question.
I found something better than club soda. A little cat, one of Vista Brown Ale.
Nice.
Brewed on the south side, just off Argyle Road.
Never go wrong with Alley Cat too.
Yeah, no, Neil's like the granddaddy of brewing here in Edmonton. So many of the folks who've opened up great microbrews here came through Alley Cat. And so he's really like the anchor tenant of the industry here in this city. And he's a good friend, and he's supported me over many years and many campaigns. So
awesome.
Thank you to Brewster's for sponsoring. Also, Alley.
All right. So the less exciting topic from beer to municipal politics.
What?
Comparable at times, I guess. I find it best when the two are combined, which I guess is fair right now. So we are the Edmonton Capital Region. That's just not one municipality. That's a few, and there are a lot of partnerships take place. So I think a lot of students aren't quite as familiar with a lot of these partnerships, and a lot of adults for that case too. So just in general, why is it important to understand the partnerships that take place in the capital region? So maybe let's just start by going down alphabetically, starting at Andrew Knack, then down to Kathy, and Don Iveson, then Jackie.
Oh, it's alphabetical by first name. I'm excited for once. I usually never get to go. So I think it's important for these partnerships because, you know, when you think about what's happening across the world, we are a global economy. For students in particular, you have the opportunity once you graduate to work anywhere now. And like, especially in a post-COVID world, just imagine how little is tying you to any one area other than maybe family and friends, right? So if there's opportunities somewhere else in the world, you might take advantage of that opportunity. And we've even seen a lot of other cities who are bigger than Edmonton and the Edmonton region who are partnering with other municipalities to go and compete on the global scale. So if we think we can go it alone as the city of Edmonton, the rest of the world is going to pass us by, which means we're going to miss out on all of these great opportunities. And that's going to really create a city and a region where it's going to be hard to retain talent once you graduate and attract talent into this region if we don't have those opportunities available. So I really love the fact that the region is working so closely together because I think they understand the value and the ability to go and then accomplish things on a more global scale. And Mayor Heron and Mayor Iveson have done a phenomenal amount of work on the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, and I'm sure they'll share a bunch on that. But I think, you know, if we're taking this from a student perspective in particular, you want these partnerships to happen so that you have a place that you will have great opportunity, so that you will have a place where you have the good quality of life. If we're not working together on providing services and making sure that you've got, again, a region that you can live anywhere and do anything and enjoy that, you're going to leave. And we can't afford that. We will fail quickly.
Mine, yes. Is it my turn? I think, first of all, Andrew, that would be a really good piece for your launch for mayor campaign. I'm teasing Andrew about that nonstop. So
there's no scoop, by the way. There's no announcements.
I think it's pretty almost obvious in that the fact that the boundaries between the municipalities in this region are invisible. I grew up in St. Albert. I spent probably 18 years living and breathing in St. Albert. And then I showed up at the U of A and people heard I was from St. Albert. And the first thing I heard back was, oh, rich kid from St. Albert. And I was very confused by that because I didn't understand that I wasn't really I was part of the region. U of A was my hometown university. So the boundaries are very much invisible. And you have 9 urban centers in this area, and then there's some counties that surround us. But the fact that we work so well together honestly allows us to keep our individuality and our autonomy, but work together for things like Andrew was just talking about, to compete on that global scale, to share services, to share ideas, etc. But it allows us to remain our individual cities with our own identity and heritage. So I think it's fantastic. And you need 9 councils, or 13 essentially, working well together to accomplish that.
I'll maybe come at the question 2 different ways. First, I think, and Kathy's story about the cheap shot about being from St. Albert, I can understand because I was born in St. Albert. But 3 days later, I didn't like the vibe, so my parents took me home. And now that's my version of the cheap shot, right? But those shots are either a sign of friendly sibling rivalry or insecurity. And Edmonton historically, because of its booms and its busts and this stupid rivalry with Calgary, has been become a fairly insecure place. Now, I think that's changing. I think we're finding our confidence again. And that confidence is allowing us to not see St. Albert or Sherwood Park as threats, or even see Calgary as a threat, but certainly in our own backyard in the Edmonton metro region, to lean into partnerships to try to leverage scale. And Calgary's always been at a historic advantage over Edmonton because they were amalgamated 60 years ago. There was something called the McNally Report, which was, that's the short name. The long name was, I think it was the Royal Commission on Metropolitan Growth of Edmonton and Calgary, or something like that. And it recommended both cities get made into unicities, and they did it for Calgary. And in Edmonton, we got Beverly, Jasper Place, North Edmonton, I think, or maybe that was already part of the city, but there was a much lesser consolidation around Edmonton. So we've been a more fractured region for a long time. And some people argue that historically that was to allow us to be divided and conquered by Calgary. But, you know, I don't really care why, or I'm not sure anybody really knows at this point. The decision makers are probably dead. The point is, what are we going to do with the situation we have? And we've got 13 municipalities, part of the core metropolitan region, who can either work together or not. And we did some work a few years ago called Be Ready or Be Left Behind, with a blue ribbon panel that looked at best practices for your Denvers, your Minneapolises, your Phoenixes, comparables in the US where metros have really gotten it together and gotten over themselves and had the confidence to sell their whole region from its strengths rather than fight over a diminishing pie, right? And so we've started to do that. We're not all the way there yet. We can talk about transit, I'm sure. We're doing very cool stuff with regionalization of municipal waste over time to try to deal with environmental imperatives and create some economic opportunities. But what I really want to focus on in light of the economic anxiety I think we all felt before COVID in Alberta, but now the world feels, plus we have Alberta's challenges, that I think what we're doing around jobs in the economy is pretty exciting. Some specific regional collaborations include the hydrogen node that we're trying to build to be relevant to the changing energy economy, leveraging a bunch of strengths we have around here that I won't go into, but if you want to learn more, just Google Industrial Heartland hydrogen node or Alberta hydrogen node, and you'll be blown away by some of what's possible here. But that could be an opportunity for us to be continue to be energy problem solvers in the world, which has been the source of our prosperity for a long time. And there is a pivot to be done there, and I don't want to miss that opportunity. And the mayor of Sturgeon County has been a phenomenal lead on this. She's also the chair of the Industrial Heartland. And so that's a really strong example of an urban and rural partnership that others want to jump into. The mayor of Beaumont's like, tell me more about hydrogen. Kathy wants to get in on that project. And so this false narrative out there of division about urban versus rural, I mean, we can allow that to happen and we can let ourselves be busted apart, divided and conquered and politically exploited, or we can get over ourselves and we can bring more jobs, bring more investment, and bring prosperity to this region while solving the world's environmental challenges. I know which pathway I'd like to choose. There's also really cool stuff happening around the airport with aviation, logistics, and cargo. I could go on at length about that, but they're both examples on sort of either end of the city where we've got world strength stuff happening here that we can leverage. And then just the last thing I'd say is that we also have some disruptive things happening here with artificial intelligence and machine learning that the University of Alberta is the anchor tenant in. That are relevant to those other industries as well as enabling transformational technology and then through the U of A as well in a way that I hope will also be relevant to the whole region's prosperity. What we can do around bio, Dr. Michael Houghton's Nobel Prize, very topical in virology these days. We actually produce, I'll give the last hard, quick example here, some of the world's most important AIDS and hepatitis drugs. And people have no idea of that. It's the company's called Gilead, grew up out of research at the U of A, was eventually acquired by a multinational pharmaceutical company, but they maintain not only their plant here, which produces some of those most important drugs in the world that save lives, but they also have about, at least 400 people. They just expanded their lab. And their lab is in the city, right on the eastern edge of the city, and their production facility is in Strathcona County. And as far as they're concerned, it's just their cluster. Now, we would see this in the old way of thinking with a line on the map in between them and fight about, well, I want the expansion. No, I want the expansion. And we still haven't sorted out a way to share the benefits when either the lab expands in the city or the plant expands in the county. But fundamentally, if I'm not championing the expansion of the plant and the mayor of Strathcona County is not championing the expansion of the lab, we're going to get our breakfast eaten by Minneapolis, by Denver, by Calgary, God forbid. And that's happened for far too long. And so, sibling rivalry aside, our competition is not Calgary. Our competition is way bigger than that. And I want to see Calgary succeed for the same reasons I want to see St. Albert succeed, because Alberta will be better off, will attract and retain more talent, and be able to reinvest it in staying relevant in the world, which is at stake right now.
Thanks. Well, now what am I supposed to say? No, I think everything has been said, except that I would say that, as a region, what Don was saying about having a willingness and a lens to see everybody succeed, at the end of the day, we are better together. And even when we go back to what is now the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board was the Capital Region Board, a growth plan was built, and that growth plan was not built in isolation of one city needing something and another city needing something. It was there to plan for growth and protect agriculture, protect waterways, protect industry, money. From a student's point of view, we want you to be moving through our region easily, effectively, wherever you want to go. And we want everybody to succeed. I mean, Edmonton does have the monopoly on most of our best things, the arena, lots of hospitals. However, each one of us has a lot of great assets within our municipalities. And one of the things that we can be when we're together is supportive of all of our regional assets. And one very boring, unsexy example would be our Ray Gibbon Drive. That's a regional asset, even though it's just a road, because it actually brings together Edmonton, St. Albert, Morinville, everybody going north. So it's a bit of a gateway. And so when we're lobbying for something like that, and we have the region behind us saying this makes good economic sense, it's a lot easier to attract a positive attitude from our government when we have this regional lens upon us. At this point in time, in a global world, it would be disastrous if we decided to take our ball and run. It just wouldn't work anymore. And so, but there's still a lot of attitudes that we have to change out there, turf protection and all of it. And there needs to be a willingness amongst leaders to grow together and, champion the success of other municipalities. And we don't have an airport like Leduc does, but we're really glad they have that airport, and they're doing a lot of cargo transport and bringing people into the city. So that's good for us, and we just have to remember to take a step back and remember what's good for our neighbors is usually good for us. And it's really looking at life through a different lens, and it's not an individual lens. So I'll leave all the hard examples to Don, because he's got them all.
I think you nailed it, Jackie.
I'm going to jump in for 2 secs, because you've heard 4 of us talk about the importance of the relationship in the region. And we are, 8 months away from a municipal election. Those are the kind of questions people should be asking candidates when they knock on their door, is how are you going to work within the region? I was very sad to hear Don wasn't running, because I've only had 3 years as mayor, and we had just started to actually really establish, Don and I are friends, but the relationship is so important, and there's a good foundation for that, and a quick change of characters in those 2 chairs, or any of the mayor's chairs, or even the councillor's chairs, can wreck it. It can just crumble all the work that's happened in the last 3 years, in the last 10 years. So these are the questions that candidates at the door need to be asked, is how you're going to work with the region, because if you're going to be an outlier in the region, you're going to fail. So I just wanted to interrupt on that one.
It's true. It is people and relationships and willingness that gets things done. It's not boundaries.
Yeah.
And one person on a municipal board can wreck, and it can be a poison.
Yeah.
As we all know.
Amen.
So there was a bit of touching towards Edmonton as a global city, and a bit of talk around the need to make sure that we continue to grow and we fight for resources and fight for people at that global scale. In the news of it recently, there's been a lot of discussions about brain drain in Alberta as a whole. I know there was a recent survey that came out, said somewhere along the lines of 47% of students at the U of A said most of their friends are unsure about staying in Alberta. When people came to the U of A, about 24% imagined themselves probably or definitely moving outside Alberta, and that number has been steadily increasing right now, sitting at almost a third of U of A students. And interesting in that as well is that a lot of the students that are thinking of leaving fall along a lot of equity-seeking groups, be they people who are food insecure, or be it gender minority or sexual minority students. So I guess my question would be, in that context where people might be looking outside of Edmonton, maybe looking outside of the Edmonton metropolitan area, looking other places in the city or other places in the world, is there kind of a plan or a strategy to try and keep people here to reinvigorate that pride for place in Edmonton, and keep students and keep people to stay and to settle down and keep their family in Edmonton instead of possibly moving? Kathy, I see your hand.
Yeah, I just learned how to use the raise hand function. Interesting topic, because Jackie and I just participated yesterday morning on our Rotary Club. We had Students' Union Association from Grant MacEwan come and talk to us about the UCP's report and how they're really focusing the post-secondary learning on more of a trades type model, more about jobs, which is a good thing. But what is being lost in the conversation is higher thinking, higher philosophical type learning, which is so important, because that's where creativity is born. Although the brain drain question is interesting because, I'm sitting on podcasts with a bunch of students from U of A. I see the future of Alberta and this region in front of me today. I saw it yesterday at the Rotary meeting with the Grant MacEwan students. There's a lot of really smart kids that are engaged and thoughtful in our region. And I think it's beholden on the four of us as municipal councillors to make sure that there's entrepreneur opportunities. There's venture capital for them if they have these ideas. So there might be some brain drain, but I'm not as worried about it as I am about other things. There's lots to worry about. I do see the future quite frequently. Alden is a perfect example because he's the one I know so well. He's fantastic. He's gone. I'm talking nice about him. But so he's a good friend of my son's, although he's long surpassed my son. I'd rather have him as my son sometimes than Will. By the way, Will says hi, Alden. But Will's not going anywhere. My daughter Holly's going to stay here. So I do see opportunities for your generation in this region. Absolutely. And where Dawn was talking earlier about all the new economies that are there, grab hold of them and run with them.
But I would say to jump on what Kathy's saying is that education is the foundation of all of that creativity and entrepreneurship. And so if we're going to actually push this at a regional level or a provincial level, we need to be fostering it at the educational level. And actually even before post-secondary. And I was in education for many, many years and with the Alberta School Boards Association. And we have been talking about K-12 education for a long time, that what is the point of the core courses that we take? Shouldn't we be talking about finances? Shouldn't we be talking about entrepreneurship? I mean, like, the courses need to change. The time of the day for high school needs to change. It needs to be more flexible, all of this. And that fosters into what you guys are doing at school. And school is a lot better than it was, but it's an institution, face it. It takes a million years to change. But Dawn talked about all of the fantastic, like the AIs and the agri-food and the food insecurity, which he'll talk about. All of these things take brilliant minds. And so we do need to push towards the kind of education that fosters all of that outside of the box thinking, because that's where we are in the world. I mean, we're just, it takes a long time though. There's a bunch of old fuddy-duddies out there.
Well, I'm fast becoming one of them, but a couple thoughts on this. And I agree with everything that's been said. I just add that I think if the economic climate fundamentally isn't conducive, if there aren't opportunities, you can't stay, right? And that would be tragic, right? And in this sense, we actually have some alignment with what the government of Alberta is trying to do with their priorities around jobs, including some of what they're trying to do around post-secondary. Now, I have the same caution that Kathy has about culture, about the arts and humanities, about critical thinking, and about fundamental research in a variety of areas, not just narrowly targeted in the areas of strength, where obviously we should double down in virology and in machine learning. But I don't want to lose the theater scene here in Edmonton either, or the music scene, right? I mean, those are the reasons people will come for the economic opportunity, but they will stay for the quality of life. And that's why Edmonton historically, and you talk to the recruiters, and we do recruiting for the city. We just went through a big one for the city manager. Edmonton is a very difficult place to recruit people to if they don't get this place, if they haven't been here, if they haven't lived it. But paradoxically, unless you've been here and you get it, it's also one of the hardest places in Canada to recruit people out of historically. Once they're stuck here in a good way, enmeshed in cultural life, the business communities, which are many splendorous, on a board for something that they care about, whether it's the Stollery Children's Hospital or the Symphony, or the Fringe Festival. Once they've enmeshed themselves in community, and once their kids have gone through some of the best K-12 schools and have the opportunity to go to some of the best universities and polytechnics and colleges, people, especially at the age where they have kids, would not leave Edmonton for $1 million, right? To go to a place where a house is 3 times as expensive, you got to be paid twice as much and your taxes are higher. So we had all those advantages, and we still have some of them. So you got to play to your strengths. But on this issue of making sure that there is fundamental economic opportunity, in addition to what I was saying at the regional level about the heavy industry and the logistics and the sort of moonshot plays through fundamental research that we talked about that the U of A is so essential to, we've completely rebooted our approach to supporting entrepreneurs here in our community in the restructuring of Edmonton economic development. So we split off tourism, which is now focused and doing its thing for the hospitality scene, which is phenomenal here. And we want to bring that back hard after COVID. We then also split off the foreign direct investment attraction into Edmonton Global, which is actually sells the region on behalf of many municipalities in the region and is landing some big wins actually these days. And you can go check it out and see what kind of things they're landing to bring investment here, which supports jobs. But the last piece of the puzzle for us, and we've spent quite a bit of time on this, is Innovate Edmonton, which is now off on its own and up and running, and it absorbs Startup Edmonton and some of the other things we were doing. But supporting entrepreneurs to take the ideas that they're creating on a work site with a bright idea or in a lab out of a project, and scaling that up into a Jobber or a Showbie or a Bitwell coin, and those are just 3 that have had huge news in the last few weeks here in our city. Supporting more of those, so that there's more of an ecosystem of those kinds of jobs as well, is something we've really focused on. So if you want to learn more about entrepreneur supports here and how we've reset that in the city, and we've done that as the city, but quite frankly, if an entrepreneur who either lives in St. Albert or frankly has an idea at Grand Prairie Regional College, needs a place to bring it to life, the long bet for us is that if they start coming and working here, they're going to set up an office somewhere in our region and probably downtown in the cluster that's being built around the tech economy here in the city right now. So the other thing I'd say about this, though, is that this tricky question of social license, which we fought about for a couple elections here in Alberta, which now that Mark Carney, who is like my spirit guide for the green investment economy future, is now talking about ESG, environment, social governance. ESG. Oh yeah, ESG. The same thing as social license. I'm sorry, same thing. But the point is, if this region isn't up to snuff, and if our province and frankly our country isn't up to snuff on ESG, we're not going to get investment in a variety of categories, including that heavy industry that's critical. So I think a lot of what we have to do here, and that's from an investment standpoint, but much more to your question, to keep talent here, we need to be relevant on that, because this is a table stakes question, and decision makers, what Jackie called the fuddy-duddies, who are still, sitting around at Thanksgiving dinner saying, climate change is not really a thing, right? Or it's solar flares or what, like, you know what?
It's not real.
Yeah, that stuff too, right? And that is a massive turnoff to the next generation of talent for the most part, right? And if we become tagged with that, and sadly Alberta is tagged with some of that right now, I don't think the ship has sailed. That's where this region has a really interesting opportunity. So Edmonton Global's tagline is YEG for the airport code, young, educated, and growing, which made sense 2 years ago when we were growing. If that G doesn't turn to green, at least in spirit, so that we can be relevant, call it social license, call it ESG, for talent and for investment, that's the ballgame. In this world, at this time, with the climate challenges that we're facing, if we're not relevant in that and springboarding into the economic opportunities that come from it with green buildings, hydrogen, electrification, all the cool stuff that we have the technical know-how and manufacturing capacity to be relevant in, we are going to miss the boat. And that would be my big fear. So if we can be the place where all those things come together, or one of the places in the world where those things come together, consistent with our pedigree as longtime energy problem solvers in the world. That's a sense of hope and opportunity, which is the other ingredient besides basic economic security and decent quality of life that people need to double down on a place. And I think that one of the things that pulls all of that together is just the culture of a place. And this place has that culture. It's in our DNA, so we don't have to invent it. We don't have to trick ourselves into being that. And that's why we often get the comparison that Edmonton is like the Austin of Alberta, as Austin is to Texas. You know, we don't have South by Southwest. We just have 100 festivals instead of one big one. But the creativity, the entrepreneurship, the hospitality, the collaborations that seem easy for us here, but are impossible. Other places can't pull off what we pull off here a lot of times in that space and in many others. That's what's going to drive reasons for people to stay, reasons for people to come, and for us to be relevant into the future if we get it right. No pressure. And I'm retiring.
Did you like pre-write like 10 pages of responses for each question, Don? Is that, I'm just curious. Because
no, I've just been studying for this midterm for 14 years.
Yeah. Feel free to mute him at any time.
Yeah, that's funny. I don't know how much more I can add, but I'll share this, which is that I am generally the guy who is excessively positive and optimistic. When it comes to this topic, I'm cautiously optimistic, and the reason is not that I have any doubt amongst municipalities across this province. I've been fortunate now a little over a year being on the Alberta Urban Municipality Association as one of the City of Edmonton's reps, and so I see that understanding across municipalities across the entire province that there is this new world, and we're all trying to work towards that. My cautious optimism is because I don't think it's coordinated in the same way it needs to be provincially right now. I am very concerned that we are still so focused on one industry. And I don't want our natural resource economy to fail. Nobody wants it to fail. But I want us to spend even 10% of the amount of time and effort we spend on that industry on any other industry in this province right now, on anything else in this province. Because if we did, just imagine how much we could actually do. But it feels like we're still just hanging on, hoping to see, just one more time, please, just like give it to us one more time with this boom. We won't screw it up this time, right? That we always talk about that. And you look at what's happening in the global world here, even just all of the shift that's happening with vehicle manufacturers to electric vehicles. You look at what's happening almost every day, there's news about something else that is moving the world in a different direction. And we are getting dangerously close to missing the opportunity to be a part of that. So that's where my cautious optimism exists, because I think the municipalities across this province get it. The local leaders across the province, I have no doubt in my mind. And I think that message is starting to be driven home when people are listening to the local municipal elected officials more so and realizing, oh, wow, we better get on this. So that's where some of that exists. And I want to just offer one other piece, because we talked a lot about the economic opportunities and we talked a little bit about that retention piece. And what is that plan you asked about in your question? Well, in the case of the City of Edmonton, it's the city plan that we approved on December 7th or December 9th. And that plan recognizes that, yes, in order to be a successful city into the future, you need to have economic opportunity. And you also need a pretty incredible quality of life. You need to have choices in how you want to move in your city. You need to have choice about how you want to live your life, the experience that you want to have. And the city plan that we have now, I think, is leading across this country. And you read that plan, And it's actually it's not just a boring municipal policy document. It is 182 pages, but it is you read through that, and I would challenge anyone to read through that and say that is not. I mean, for somebody to say that's not the city I want to live in after reading the city plan, I don't know what plan they're reading. And I read that and I get inspired about the type of city that we will be. Not just at 2 million people, because it's a lot of talk about what are we going to be at 2 million people. It's the city we need to start doing and building and creating right now so that we are well ready and prepared for that next million people. And so I would challenge people to, read through that and get inspired about what this region can be, because I think while the city plan is just Edmonton's plan, quote unquote, it is a plan that I think benefits every single person in the region, and I think it's a plan that municipalities across this region, across this province, are looking to implement going forward.
I'll just say, if you don't want to read 182 pages, the city did a really nice interactive microsite with a lot of animations that make it tangible for people who are less inclined to the acronyms. But yeah, I agree with Andrew's take on that.
Yeah. Thank you for all your responses. And I have to say, Mr. Mayor, I'm in Texas right now, so I don't know, unless Edmonton's rocking plus 14 degrees in the heart of February, then a little dicey analogy there. But all good. We'll be away from capital region discussions and the brain drain question. We'll move into transit. And as you may already know, the reason we're doing this live stream, this 12-hour live stream, is to raise awareness for food insecurity on campus. And with our food insecurity panel, one topic that came up was the fact that a lot of the time accessible affordable grocery places aren't really next to accessible transit. So, my question to you, and we'll go again in alphabetical order, is what role could students have in transit partnerships, and what input could they have? And I will ask that we have, just for the sake of time, we have more questions. I just keep it brief.
And I have one second part for this question too, to add on in terms of these transit partnerships. I opened the Gazette a while back, as one does, and I saw a picture of Kathy, a picture of Jackie on this full-page advertisement that said, you guys have no idea what you're doing, this funding's inefficient, and it's the road to annexation. So in terms of this partnerships that Christian was mentioning, how it could benefit students, what would you say to those other people that worry about these inefficiencies or talks of annexation?
I know you said alphabetical, but I just finished talking, so I'll let I've started and Kathy started. Maybe Don or Jackie want to.
Well, I'll try to give a very quick answer. How's that? Which is that I think the city plan, which Andrew talked about, one way to make it tangible is we're doing something called bus network redesign in the city here this spring to realign our routes to run along what we call nodes and corridors in the city plan, and to try to connect those nodes of activity where we see more housing being developed over time, particularly the kind of housing that hopefully students will choose to be in, because it's well connected through transit and the UPass to the post-secondary institution of their choice. And those nodes are designed to have a critical mass of demand around them to support commercial business, including ultimately grocery, at the scale that you see in lots of other cities, where it's not the giant grocery store in the middle of the even more giant parking lot, but the more of the 24/7 Hasty Mart type concept, more of those in your neighborhood, because there's enough people living in the towers on top of the LRT stations and in the mid-rises a block out and in the duplexes and townhouses in the next ring out to sustain that from a walk-up traffic basis. So that's not a satisfactory answer for how are we going to deal with this next year. There's all kinds of other land use issues. One of the most significant things we did, though, is we did a massive cut red tape initiative around parking, which is going to help all formats of business, including grocery, but also all kinds of cool mom and pop retail and our hospitality scene, find space, especially in those transit-oriented locations where there are more students, and not have a barrier because they have to provide an unrealistic amount of parking that either never gets used or is a bad use of the land compared to more people to sustain demand for those businesses. So again, strategically, the shape of the city is meant to address that over time through densification. I think there's lots of other points, but I'll leave it there for others to expand on. The Regional Transit Commission's meant to help tie that together with those same options around our region. But Kathy and Jackie could probably expand on that with greater detail. And Andrew sat on the committee doing a lot of the detail work. So I'll leave it to others to expand.
Well, I won't take up Kathy's. I'll let Kathy talk mostly about this, except that she did mention in the chat what we were our new MDP. Which is called Flourish. And it's called Flourish because we didn't want it to be a statutory document that nobody reads. It's really about flourishing as a city and growing. And we had to decide how we were going to grow. And that's all embedded in that document. But to your point, as we grow, we have to be able to bring along transportation. We have to bring along density. And we have to think about our urban planning growing in that fashion. And I guess wanted to say kudos to Don for his advocacy on the new funding for transit in cities, and hopefully that's going to bring about green transit and electrical buses and things like that for the future. And hopefully we'll get an LRT to St. Albert a little bit faster. But these are things that we're really only starting to move away from being a driving region. Where the narrative is now, use transit, but we have to build to transit as well. And so it's going to be a long time, but I think we are all moving in that direction and trying to connect through that. Because what is the point of having a grocery store if your bus stop is a mile away? It's not going to work for a lot of vulnerable people. So, Kathy, I'll leave it to you.
Let me just address the ad in the Gazette that was taken up by our busing union. Andrew and Don are familiar with the unions and their uncertainty around this transit commission. I think as we move forward, the uncertainty will be put to rest and everyone will be taken care of and there'll be jobs and it'll be fine. I'm actually going to move away from transit. I know because this is a little bit about food security. So a couple things about how you plan a city, and you can plan a city like they do in Houston, where you just let it go like a wild west and do whatever, or you can be very strict and be very deliberate in how you plan. And what Don was talking about with density nodes is how this region has decided to plan. We need to start building cities that they call them 15-minute walking distance kind of cities, so you can walk to everything. So it might not be transit, but you might not be able to walk to everything. You might not be able to walk to a hospital or the university, but your basic needs of groceries and a dry cleaner and the liquor store, those should be within 15 minutes. So what I want to switch to is actually
the St. Albert Essentials list.
Well, and maybe a cannabis store too,
We have lots.
So what I want to talk about is, again, another huge regional initiative is agriculture. And agriculture is probably one of our second biggest employers and industries in Alberta, behind the oil and gas industry. And when I was very fortunate in my second term as councillor, right before I ran for mayor, to serve on the Edmonton Metro Region Growth Plan Task Force with Don. And I think I texted Don, Don and I text when we're in meetings. I said that growth plan is probably the most significant thing this region has done. And no one really understands it or gets it, but it's super significant. It forces us as urbans to be dense because, Don, jump in. How many hectares of ag land did we save? Or, Andrew, do you remember?
250 quarter sections of land and $5 billion worth of infrastructure that we won't need to build for the same number of people. And so It'll be cheaper to operate as well, but upfront costs less, more land saved for food production and economic opportunity.
Right. Unless you want to build a high rise out in the county, but then that's all. But that.
We almost have enough transit money to get the LRT out there now. So. with the Fed's announcement last week.
By the way, I was trying to find that T-shirt, Don, that you put on Twitter the other day from your campaign, because I bought one of those T-shirts about there it is. There's the roots. Yeah. And St. Albert wants that LRT out to the north like you wouldn't believe. But the important conversation about agriculture is that Canada will be one of the few countries in a few years that actually has the capacity to produce enough food to export. As we get to 8, 9, 10 billion people on this planet, we'll be able to produce food for export, which is going to be huge money. But not if we pave over good ag lands in the north as we grow and I hate the word urban sprawl, because I would say the urbans are doing a really good job of doing their best to prevent that sprawl. So, but the ag master plan needs to include some urban agriculture too. People can't be scared of backyard chickens. They can't be scared of beehives in people's backyards. And countries like France have, they have rules that if you're building, you either have to put a solar panel on your roof or a green roof, so you can grow on your roof. So there's lots of opportunities for food security. That's not just canola out in Sturgeon County. We all have responsibility to try to grow and do what we can and use less.
I think just the last thing to add, I don't want to repeat everything else. That question you had about what would you say to those who are worried about some of this stuff, and I would say that thankfully, due to a lot of these changes, we don't have to be worried about inefficient use of money, inefficient use of resources, because up until fairly recently, we absolutely did. We're one of the most, Edmonton's one of the most spread out cities in North America. And as much as we've done a much better job in the last decade or so about trying to be more compact with what's developed, we grew so far so fast, it did create challenges. And from a regional perspective, I think the other thing is we need to do this as well, because again, the alternative, sticking with what we were doing 10 years ago or 15 years ago, is the worst case scenario for anyone in the region, because it isn't going to provide us with the best opportunity for success. As somebody that grew up in Spruce Grove, I think about, and I moved in during my first year at university in 2001. And by the time we were moving into Edmonton, I spent every day in Edmonton going to university. I worked in Edmonton. My parents both worked in Edmonton. Like, our entire lives were in Edmonton. We really went home to Spruce Grove to sleep. And we weren't really contributing to this dynamic of a one region approach, not amalgamation. I don't want to be talking about that or annexation, but just recognizing that we weren't really contributing to Edmonton's success, even though we were benefiting from everything they were trying to do. So I think the worry I have is that if we don't continue down this path of working together and working more collaboratively and having these partnerships, is that we'll just go back into that time where we're being very inefficient with all of our individual resources as municipalities and not being coordinated in that plan. So
maybe I just want to riff off that failing to look for these opportunities to work together, where we've got a St. Albert bus and an Edmonton bus both half full next to each other on the same road, is failing the taxpayer. So the argument that there aren't efficiencies to be found has been roundly debunked, and is the basis upon which all of our councils have signed up to do this. So that's just misleading. And the suggestion that this is a prelude to annexation is also playing on people's fears. And we're seeing more and more of that in politics. So I was very disappointed to see that ad, quite frankly, because what has it wrong is that the more we entangle ourselves this way on the things that make sense, the more likely it is for our communities to continue to politically exist independently. The more collaboration we're doing, the more that supports the sustainability of an independent St. Albert. Quite frankly, continuing to fight and fail to meet opportunities is the scenario that leads to either a more hostile period in the region or a forced amalgamation from a province that says you people are wasting money and wasting time and not getting good resources, or a region that withers because it can't get it together. So that ad was quite misleading, tragically. But I think I trust that the leadership in St. Albert is doing this for the right reasons, just like the leadership in Edmonton is doing this for the right reasons. And I am empathetic that there's fear around change for the union and for the employees, who we want to work very hard to make sure have an opportunity to continue to provide great and safe service for people now in a borderless fashion.
Perfect. So with that, we are running out of time here, cutting her pretty close. So we would just like to thank the four of you for coming on this morning and, really contributing some insightful information to the podcast itself. And with that, we'd like to thank you and I suppose have a good Saturday, rest of your Saturday.
Cheers.
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 Okay. Thanks, guys. That was really great. I mean, we'll share this where we can. So make sure that you let us know how to do that.
With that, we are again doing this for charity for the campus food bank, and we'd just like to remind everybody to maybe think about giving a donation in today and help contribute to the campus food bank.
The donation
coming their way.
Appreciate it.
We'll do that right after I get off this call.
There's in our link tree, there's other links too. Just in our bio for Instagram, I think all your accounts were tagged in our post, but we link info to the campus food bank and other municipal organizations, nonprofits in Edmonton, to just talk about their missions, why it's important, and then we just provide the link. So
that's awesome, guys.
You guys are fantastic.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks for doing that.
We appreciate
Take care.
Enjoy the beautiful weather.
Happy Saturday.
Yeah. Okay. So how much time do we have, fellas? 11 o'clock. Thank you, Mayor Iveson.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
Okay.
Buddy was just hanging out there. We have like 2 minutes for a break,
Okay.
and then
I have to pee so bad. I'll be back.
Sounds good.
6 people watching right now. Excited.
Oh, cool. It's been going really good. Like I feel like the conversations have been really fun so far.
should I let Adam in?
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I do wish they'd hit more on how students could have provided input in transit partnerships, but it's a big topic and yeah. So we'll get Adam in now. There you go.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. Enjoying the bright sunny day and having a good talk about anything and everything, food insecurity, politics, and beer.
Right on, man. That's awesome. Good Saturday.
Yeah, it's kind of what you want to get out of the weekend.
Yeah, that works. That's awesome. How's things going today? Is it going all right for you?
I'd say so, yeah. We just had our first 2 sessions. Just finished up with municipal politics with Kathy Heron, Jackie Hansen, Andrew Knack, and Don Iveson. So it was a pretty fantastic conversation about municipal constraint and keeps us excited for the rest of the day.
Right on. Awesome. Well, I'm stoked to get to be part of it.
You just have one other member. He's just ran off to the washroom just real quick. One of the things with being live for 12 hours is every so often one of us has to run grab a drink of water or something like that. But
oh yeah.
My apologies, Captain. Okay. Are we good to go, fellas?
Yes, sir.
You betcha.
Go ahead, Albert.
All right. Yeah. So thanks so much for joining us here, Adam. Really excited. We like talking about politics, but we also really like talking about beer and drinking beer. So one of the things we wanted to do during this live stream is just chat with a brewery and just ask some questions relating to COVID and just other stuff. So I just first off, we're just wondering, can you introduce yourself and your brewery?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to. So I'm Adam. My name's Adam Nackbauer. One of the co-owners of Snake Lake Brewing Company in Sylvan Lake. So my background, a little bit of it is I was a heavy-duty mechanic. I did that for about 14 years. Worked in the oil field on natural gas engines and compressors, pulled wrenches. Is like a lot of times minus 30, it's 2 a.m, you're laying under an engine. It's not that super fun. And then after like over a decade of it, I was like, hey, I got to find a way out of this. So I actually got into aviation. I started my pilot's license, called my commercial pilot's license. I started flying out of Red Deer. So I flew to Fort Mac, I flew to Grand Prairie, Fort Nelson, those kind of places, just executive charter flights, just for oil companies, guys trying to bomb around, which is super fun. But you're never home also. And I have 2 kids. I got a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. And so I got into homebrewing and started doing homebrewing in my garages, like right from scratch, not like with like extract kits, but with like I had a grain mill my own grain, start right from scratch, make craft beer, right? And it's fun. Like you get into that and the whole, all the different combinations of hops and grains and what you can do in your times and temperatures, like it's amazing. So I kind of got into this, and my business partner, Bill, started brewing at the same time, and we kind of took off, he was more into the IPAs, I like the stouts and porters, and we decided, hey, we should build a homebrew shop. That's what we should do. We need to build a shop so people can buy these mash tuns, buy these heat exchangers, get into this cool hobby. And we just got into like getting our distribution set up, got the suppliers, started looking into brick and mortar building. And then one night we're brewing at his house, and a couple beers in, of course, we're like, hey, craft beer industry is kind of like growing like crazy. This is about 4 years ago now. Sylvan Lake's a cool town. We both live like right here. I live a little bit south of town on an acreage. He lived a little bit north of town. We should build a brewery in Sylvan Lake and then just have like an offshoot for the homebrew shop. And then that just kind of exploded. Like I called him the next morning. I was like, man, like I know we had a couple beers last night, but like I was pretty serious about that. Like, you still want to build a brewery? And he's like, yep, I'm serious too. So we put together this business plan. It took us 3 months to build our business plan. And we knew down to like the PSI of CO2 we were going to need to run that place for a year. So we had it all done. We took it to the bank, and they said we were in the 95th percentile of business plans they'd ever seen. And basically said, so what's your guys' plan? Like, how do you want to work this? So what we did is I ended up selling pretty much everything I owned. I sold both my airplanes. I sold my motorcycles, my half ton, my shop, my acreage. I sold everything. I have a 1994 GMC that I still drive. That's it. And ended up selling the acreage, moved to town. I got a house in town now, which I love because I'm really close to the water. You can go paddleboarding, and like I get to hang out with my kids now and do stuff. But Bill did the same thing, and we got 2 other partners that also jumped in, did the same thing, and we ended up building that place. So we built that whole place ourselves. We bought our building on June of 2017, and we had the brewery open, the tap room open in February of 2018. We did all the work in there ourselves. We put all the tanks in ourselves. We built the coolers. Because we're all trades background, so like to do that kind of stuff, like we cut our own concrete, poured our own floor drains, did our glycol system, like everything in there we built. And it's so like fulfilling to walk into that building now and be like, we did this, like, and it makes beer. Like how much of a bonus is that? So that's how it all started. And we built this cool place, got it open, and we had our 3-year anniversary last weekend, and it's fantastic. We've been having a lot of fun. Like the industry is such a cool change from where I was before. Like it's fun. You get to talk to people. It's warm. Warm's a big part too. I like that, but it's just like cool being out and like connecting with actual people and seeing the different, like what everybody's into, and different restaurant groups and different liquor stores and different breweries too, and just other guys doing stuff in the industry. So that's a little bit about us. I know I kind of got off a little bit into the industry there, but like, yeah, that's where we came from and who we are and what we're doing in Sylvan Lake.
Yeah, that's really cool. Coming from that start, then I guess when COVID-19 happened, it changed a lot of things for a lot of people. So I guess our next question is just, what are the issues that you have faced during COVID in terms of brewing?
Yeah, so COVID, like with any business, right, it changed the whole game. Like we had to adapt immediately. Reduced occupancy in restaurants was a big part because we have a lot of draft beer accounts. Like we're in all the Earls in all of Alberta. The corporate Earls pour our red ale. Like we are part of their corporate company. They picked us up as like a main line. The keg, every keg in Edmonton and North pours our IPA. All the original Joes in Alberta, State and Mains are included in a lot of that. They pour our beer. So like with all these restaurant accounts now dropping to half, it's huge, the volumes that come along with that. And then when we have our shutdowns, when there's nobody allowed in restaurants, you lose that whole portion of your marketing or of your market, of your volumes going out. So we became really retail focused. Lots of liquor stores, obviously growler bars, stuff like that, like stuff where people can go get it. Lots of home deliveries. We started up home deliveries immediately, started doing that. And I mean, that's actually a really fun, bittersweet part of it, I guess. It's like, you're going out to deliver beer to all over the province, right? So we're running to Calgary, running to Edmonton, running all over Central Alberta. We've got set days for it. But the look on people's faces when you show up with a flat of beer, even though they've paid for this and ordered it, they're so happy. And it's like you get this like moment where you're like, thank you for buying our beer. Like, you are helping us get through this. And that's like, we've kept that going even though everything's opened back up. We're still doing home deliveries. Like, people love it. We love it. It's direct conversation. It's direct connection with your customers. And we totally appreciate anyone that like logs onto our website and buys beer. Like, that's so cool. We put a ton of time, a ton of effort into this beer, and to see that. So like, home deliveries was a big thing we changed to adapt to COVID. We started making hand sanitizer. We did that in the first round through last March. Did a bunch of that with Health Canada recipe. So like, it was all legit. Like, we weren't just like mixing chemicals together. It was all like to the proper alcohol level. And that was pretty good. Everybody started doing that though. So if you were like the first round of it was okay. We as far as like trying to keep the brewery afloat with it, that wasn't a thing. We were more producing it. It was because it was something that everybody needed, right? Like, all of a sudden, hand sanitizer was like a key thing you need everywhere you go. So if you have the ability to produce it, why wouldn't you, right? You're just helping out everybody at that point. And it wasn't something to gain profit. It wasn't something for us to like supplement the lost volume we were having. It was because we were allowed to produce this. We figured like we kind of should. Like, that's the way it fits. So yeah, with that, and then the shutdowns themselves, like when restaurants and stuff do shut down, it's crazy because we were doing probably like, I would say 40 to 50% of our volume through restaurants, and then they shut them down. I mean, for safety, I'm not like criticizing that, like whatever, we got to do what we got to do. Nobody really knows how to make this work, right? Like, it's the first time we've ever been through this. But then you drop that volume, right? Now you're on to strictly liquor stores, and there's like 130 plus breweries that are doing distribution in Alberta. Now liquor store shelves get really small, right? Because you're like, how am I going to separate our brewery from the other breweries that are trying to get shelf space in these places? Because there's only limited shelf space, and now everyone is selling in a liquor store because there's no options to restaurants. So like, there's curveballs and tricks and stuff like that we had to kind of overcome and work. But we have the coolest team. We have put together such a cool group of people that I get to work with every day. And to go in and to see the brainstorming and like what people come up with and how we all have different angles on how we can see stuff working, and it always plays out to work. Like, the teamwork inside the walls of our brewery and the morale and everybody that we got going on is awesome. Like, our brewers and the sales team, and we've got our office staff, like, and it's small, like we're 16 people in our business for employees, but it's really cool how everybody's like on that same page. The craft beer world's wicked, and it like works with other breweries too. So like, we are tight with all the breweries, like in Central Alberta for sure, but like through Calgary and Edmonton too. We know a lot of those guys, and like, there's days when like, have you guys heard of Blind Man Brewing? Yeah, so those guys, like, we're really tight with them. But there's been days when like Blind Man calls us. They're like, hey, we're running a batch for 5 kilograms short of Saz hops. Do you guys have any? We're like, yeah, of course, come grab them. Bring us some beers. And they'll come grab the hops and take them. Like, we trade stuff all the time. We've had like Trouble Monk call us in the middle of a canning run and be like, we don't have any tops for our cans. We're out of them. Do you guys have? We loaded our whole van full and took it so they could keep canning our beer. Like, the industry is not competitive. It's everybody's working together to make a cool product with Alberta grains. Like, we live in the middle of world-class grain. Like, we are so lucky to live in this prairie land where you get this stuff people buy all over the world, and it's in our back door. Like, you drive by these fields. Why wouldn't we make beer out of it? So we buy all of our base malts from Raw Malting out in Alex, and then everybody's doing that. So even though we're now hitting the struggle of COVID, where you are trying to compete for shelf space and stuff like that, you're still helping out everybody along the way. Like, everybody's still going through the same thing, right? So you're not like, nobody's trying to push each other or like jump on top of it. Everybody's just trying to progress through it and adapt and make the industry itself go, rather than just one person. Like, we want to see the whole industry succeed. Even though we're in a tight spot right now, it's still, you want to progress forward as a whole, all the breweries. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, for sure. It's just, that was really interesting to hear just about that collaboration that takes place. It's really, I wouldn't have thought of that. So that's really interesting.
Oh, and that's like, it's like no other industry I've ever been in. It's unbelievable. And everybody's buddies. You can sit down and have a beer with any of these guys at any time. Any questions? Like, when we were building our brewery, they would let us come in. Like, we went into Siding 14, we went into Blind Man. They would let us come in, take pictures of their steam lines, take pictures of their electrical. And they'd be like, hey, don't do this because like they would help us build. And now since then, this has come full circle. And now the guys from Rival Trade, they're building a brewery in Rocky Mountain House. They were actually in and did the same thing to us. They're like, hey, can you help us with some sales stuff and like some questions? I'm like, of course. Like, let's sit down, have beer, let's talk about it. And that just keeps everybody doing it right? Like we don't want to see a brewery start up and make bad beer. That just mars the whole industry, right? Like if you're going to start a brewery, if you're going to get into it, let's do it right. And let's like, we can help you do that. So the whole craft beer industry itself gets that recognition for making a good product, for using local grains, for not cutting corners. Like we're making a product that's like a homemade loaf of bread compared to a store-bought loaf, right? Like you've got this beautiful product that your time goes into. So to see those guys like build on it. Am I going too long here? Sorry.
No, not at all. Okay. Not at all. You're actually raising questions with us. I have a particular question. You're talking about like the Alberta industry and how collaborative it is. I've spent a lot of time in New Brunswick, and I know out there, just from my perception, people I've ran with, they are also very big into craft beer out there. They have huge industry, not a huge industries, but it's very diverse across the province, and it actually employs a lot of people out there. And my question to you is, in Alberta, it's very collaborative, but do you expand outside the province in any way? I understand New Brunswick is a far ways away, but do you talk to people out in BC or Saskatchewan or even further than that? I guess is my question.
We don't extend anything past the borders of Alberta. Like we can't make enough volume. Like we're a fairly decent sized brewery. We do sell a lot of volume, but we keep it all within Alberta right now because of like the licensing and stuff to go outside the borders. There's a little bit more to do, and we like I say, we don't make enough to need to push that far. We can sell it all in Alberta. We can keep ourselves going where we are, and our logo is the Alberta symbol, right? Like it's at home here. But to kind of spin off of that, it doesn't really matter what province you're in. You get that same collaborative feel with these guys. Like this is something this has started like down in the States and worked its way up through BC and come from the East Coast as well. And like we're really late to the game in craft beer as far as the craft beer world goes. But so you can I've stopped in at breweries in BC, like you in Vancouver, I've been down there and you pop into like Strange Fellows or something like that. And you're like, hey, we're from Snake Lake and Sylvan. Instantly friends. They're like, come in the back, check out what we're doing, have a beer. Like your beers are on us. Like the collaboration of the industry extends farther than just Alberta. And yeah, but we don't see it very often because we don't leave the province that often. But there is like, whenever you do, if you're on holidays or whatever, yeah, it's just like, it's a camaraderie. They're like, oh, you make beer too? Like, what do you guys do? What have you messed up? What do you like?
That's really cool. Really exciting.
That's really, really cool. Honestly, listening to you talk about this, I love beer already. Like I didn't realize that I could get even more excited about something like beer, which is already exciting, but like there's such a fun aspect to just hearing somebody who really just truly loves the process of making it. But you kind of mentioned how like with the flood to liquor stores with the crunch to get the shelf space, there's been a bit of trying to need to like make a specific thing stand out, make a unique thing, make it eye-catching. And one of the things, because I've had your beer a couple times before, and I've always been interested because there's a lot of interesting ideas. There's a lot of like things I wouldn't necessarily expect from places. So like, where do you get the ideas? Where do you decide what you're gonna make? Like I know there's like the Munich Dunkel. I'd never heard of that type of beer until I tried yours, and I absolutely love it. I'm not usually a huge dark beer person. Or the the rosé sour was such an interesting bottle of beer to crack open. So like, where do you come up with the ideas? How do you brainstorm these types of things?
Well, the beer styles come from our brewers. They come up with the ideas that they want to do, and we have a seasonal list, like a schedule basically for the year. So we know beer styles that we want to make. If they fit in, sweet. If they don't, because our core lineup we always have to produce. We've kind of committed to anybody that carries our beers, our core lineup, we will never run out of inventory. So we'll always make sure you're stocked. So they take precedence over our seasonals. But with the seasonals, the brewers have these crazy ideas, right? All the time. They always want to try stuff. They run stuff on the pilot system. And then the branding on those beers. So what we do is we have different series of beers. So if you ever look at our core lineup, all the labels look the same. They've all got really nice full artwork. There's big skies. There's like the Alberta backgrounds. Those are our core beers. They're all named after parts of Sylvan Lake. Like the Sidewinder IPA is named after the water slide, the Sidewinder water slide that was here. Varsity Hall was just a pinnacle of Sylvan Lake through the mid 40s to 70s, and it was like had a sunken dance floor, and they had all of the live music, jazz, live rock, and they actually renamed it because it was originally called the Trianon, and they renamed it, I think it was 1936, to the Varsity Hall to try to increase the younger crowd from the universities to come out. Like they were trying to like make this like a hip place, and it totally worked. Next thing you know, this is like the hot spot of Sylvan Lake. So that's where the Varsity Hall Red Ale. So like all of our cores are the brands are locked together, and then with our seasonals, we'll do like one off like the Doodle Spiel that fits in a separate brand where they all have that same graphic recognition, and that's really important. Like because what you want to do is called brand blocking. Like, you try to get your beers on the shelf because there is a ton in a liquor store, right? Like you go into the liquor store, you don't know how to pick. I always just pick what I've never tried because I'm kind of like I'm like the least loyal beer drinker ever. I just want to try everything. So you want people to be grabbed right by that. So, but when you put your beers on a shelf, if you've got say 3 different SKUs like the Sidewinder, the Red, and I don't know, the Ice Cutter, they all look the same. So now this grabs your attention to these 3 beers, and now you're going to pick out of those 3. That's like the psychology of it, but it doesn't always work. I mean, I've bought stuff from the bottom corner of a shelf before too, but yeah, so that's where like our artwork is all done by local artists. Our original cans were done by an artist named Lydia Bogard, who's just from north of town here. Hand drew all those. They're beautiful. We have prints of them actually in the brewery because they're beautiful pictures. But then the other stuff, like we've got a new artist working with us named Jessica, and she's kind of taken over the line and does an amazing job of it as well. So we've got like a brand team that they're remote, but they put all together the branding of that, and that's where those come from. But just to talk about that bottle, that No Way Rosé, so that's a whole nother personality of the brewery. That's why we have those in those 750 ml wine bottles. That beer took like, I think that one was just over 2 years to make. So that beer got made, it got brewed. It was red wine, 800 pounds of red wine grapes. Like we hand crushed these grapes, Terrible idea. Don't ever do that. 800 pounds is a lot of grapes. We had people from the tap room were like, hey, come in the back. If you crush grapes for 20 minutes, we'll give you a free pint. And so there's like all this, like getting these grapes done. And so we got these all crushed. And then what happens is they sit and they spontaneously ferment because there's yeast on the skins of these grapes. So we let that spontaneously ferment, and then we blended it with a beer that had Brettanomyces in it. So Brettanomyces is another strain of yeast. Brewer's yeast is Saccharomyces. It's ales, lagers, like it's those different strains of that. Brettanomyces eats all those complex sugars and starches that the brewer's yeast can't, and it dries it right out, and you get this super dry finish. And then once that's blended, we put it in oak barrels, Merlot and Cab Sav oak barrels, and it sits for like 2 years. And then that takes on the complexity of the wine, the oak, the Brettanomyces in there, dry it right out, and then we put those in those 750 ml wine bottles because they're not like a bomber that you just are going to crush, right? Like this is a dinner wine or a dinner beer. This is like a beer you're going to share, a connoisseur. Like it pairs with food, and that's why they're dipped. We hand dip each one of those bottles in wax. Like that's real beeswax. If you smell it, smells like honey. But that's like a whole nother personality. We make these like crushable lagers and IPAs and stuff, and then there's like, but we also have this. So it kind of gives you like both markets, right?
All this talk about breweries kind of makes me want to start my own. It sounds like so much fun. What do you think, guys? Should we open one?
Come down. Come for a tour.
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah,
I've been throwing around the idea of opening up a gin distillery for a while now because I would love to do some like craft beer, craft spirits. Like that would be so much fun.
It's a cool place to be. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. There's a whole business end of it too, like the backside of it that you don't see. You see all the fun, you see all the beers, everything like cool out in the market, like everybody's smiling. There's a whole other side to it too that is fairly stressful. And like with ours, like when we built our brewery, we were into it for just touching on $2 million. So like it was a big ticket to put that together, and we're all very invested in it, obviously. But that also leads to the love of it, right? Like you've poured your life into this. You've gone all in on a project that you believe in, and now you're going to make it work. Like bet on yourself, right? Like if you're going to do something, don't bet on somebody else. Bet on yourself. You're going to do it the best out of anybody that you can get. So you may as well be part of it. And like that's where my drive comes from. I've got this cool thing that I built with a couple friends, and I love talking about it. I love telling people about it. I love being part of it, and I love the products we produce. And that's really important if you're going to be starting business. Obviously, like it helps a lot. It makes it a lot more fun to get up every day and not be worried about the minus sign in front of your bank account.
Yeah, so I'll go next with a question because I'm loving this. Like I've learned so much, and what I love about between the four of us, Alden, David, Kyle, and I, is that we have each all have different experiences with our knowledge of brewing and beer, and mine is very, very beginner level. So I always like asking just the very basic introductory questions, like what's your best advice to someone just like just going out there. They don't really call themselves a massive a beer person, but you just want to give it a try. Like what should we look for in
for the beer style? Is that what you're talking about? Like what should go? Okay, so try them all. I'm gonna just say that. Go into your local brewery, whatever's close to you, ask for a flight, and just go try them all. Try an IPA, see what that is. IPAs have all these flavors and aromas and a bitterness that falls at the end you don't get in other beers. A stout is robust, it's dark, it's rich, it's got these like coffee and espresso flavors that come out of it. Then you get your lagers, perfectly clear, nice, crisp. It's like closest thing to like a Molson Canadian or something like that. But like our German style Pilsner, actually this year, we won a gold medal out of all of Canada for it. So small town Sylvan Lake, the entire country. So like we're like super proud on that. That's a lager. And the way we do that, I'm just going to jump into a little bit of technical stuff here, just because like we were one of two breweries in Central Alberta when we actually opened that could actually create that beer. And the reason why is water profiles. So we have an RO plant, like a reverse osmosis plant in our brewery, and we reverse osmosis 7,000 liters of water at a time. And what that does is it gives us the ability to recreate the water profile from any region on the planet. So we start with the base water. We reintroduce the calcium chloride, calcium sulfide, the pH level, the minerals back into it from whatever region we want to make a beer from. So we take like the German water profile, build it, and then we start the beer with it. Water is your biggest ingredient. So if you're not tailoring your water, you're going to have a lot of underlying states in all your beers that are similar. So we start with that, and that actually creates the water. So it's like you turned on the tap in Germany and made the beer there. So it's worked. Like we've got this gold medal out of the entire country. We threw our beers and they were like, hey, let's like see what happens. And we ended up scoring a gold medal. And you can't mess that up because it's perfectly clear. Like it's such a singular flavor profile that you can smell all flavors. You can that's a hard category. And like, I'm super proud of our brewers for it. But anyways, a lager is like a pretty easy way to start if you want to jump into just a beer. Like beers for conversation. You should be able to sit down, have a beer, have a conversation, not have to analyze every sip. Be like, oh, those are mosaic hops and that's citra hop. No, a lager is not for that. It's just for drinking. So that's like your campfire beer, your beach beer. Like the lagers are easy. Blonde ales also fall into that category. But honestly, like I said before, go try them all because you never know. Like there's fruit beers, there's sour beers, there's like beer is endless. The styles are endless, and then you will sit at a brewery and have those beer styles. Go to the next one and order the same thing. It'll be completely different. Like there's endless options with the amount of hops available on the market, endless options with grains. It's and then brewer's touch. Everybody brews it different. Like you can take our recipes, which are not a secret at all. We'll share them. You could brew our exact same Sidewinder IPA at say like Alley Cat up in Edmonton, and it's gonna taste different because it's all the times, the temperatures. It's the art. That's where the art part of it comes in, and how the guys tailor the beer to always have a personality that they created.
Well,
so you go have some beers, go have a flight from
yeah. I'm definitely very inspired to go grab another beer right now. But with that is all the time we have, Adam. Again, this is Adam from Snake Lake Brewery. He took some time out of his day today to come and chat with us about local breweries in Alberta. And before you leave, Adam, you did bring up Pilsners. And I have one more question. Other than the Pilsner that you were talking about, your guys' own Pilsner, if you had to go out and pick one Pilsner to drink right now from any local brewery, who would it be? Where would it be from?
Five of Diamonds from Blind Man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going to write that down. I love Pilsners, so...
It's a good one, and it's got like the Five of Diamonds fishing lure on the can. It's wicked. Like that's where Len Thompson actually started, was in Lacombe. So like that's where those fishing lures were made, and they did a spin on that. It's local to their town. Made a really cool can for it, and it is a great Pilsner.
Awesome. Well, I've written it down, and whenever I have a chance to go out and grab some more beer, I will definitely be picking that up. anyways, with that, we also would like to plug our charity drive today for the campus food bank. Make sure to tell your friends. There is a link somewhere, Alden, if you can.
Yeah, we have a link tree on our Instagram that links some info to the campus food bank and other organizations in Edmonton that are fighting food insecurity. So anyone can just go to the Cbsd Instagram, check out that link in our bio, read up on some things, get some info about food insecurity, and maybe make a donation. So that's all in that link tree in our bio there.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Alden. And thank you very much, Adam, for coming in today. We'd like to wish you the best of the rest of your Saturday afternoon.
You betcha. Thanks for having me, guys.
And hey, Adam, if you're ever looking for anyone to crush red wine grapes for a pint, just holler at the Cheap Brews and Student News Instagram direct message.
Yeah.
So.
Well, anytime you guys come down, come for a tour, just wander in and feel free to reach out, email, whatever, and I'll make sure you guys are taken care of.
Awesome. Thank you very much,
Thank
Adam.
you so much.
Yeah, see ya.
Have a fantastic day.
Thank you.
All right, who has to pee?
I have to, but I'm also inspired to grab my beer for the day. So I'm going to just run over, grab one of those, and I will be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to take a break too. Maybe grab like a banana or something for some energy here.
Are we still going to have the Canadian... Are we still going to have the Canadian trivia thing?
Do we want to? What do we want to
find something?
Yeah, I found a CBC radio quiz. I can just share my screen, and we can just do it. I like it when, like, even if I don't know something about a conversation, but like the passion that someone has about it, and then like they radiate that, it just makes it, so much more wholesome. But the Matzel is plain. Goodness.
Yeah.
I never let go of a plane, but the effort paid off.
100%. 100%.
I have Lunchables. It's my cousin's.
So how I was talking about doing food prep yesterday?
Yeah.
Did not do it at all. So you might just see me eating just a whole tomato. That's what's easiest.
Yeah, this is my food prep. Just everyone can watch me.
How you said it was your cousin's Lunchables?
Yeah, it's mine now.
Are you stealing food from your 5-year-old cousin or what?
Yes, sir.
Anyways, I will also actually be right back.
Okay.
If you want to entertain the folks.
No, maybe so.
All right. Looks like the rest of the guys dipped out for some beer runs or some washroom runs. I guess viewers at home, you're stuck with me for a little bit. I just went off, grabbed myself a River City Raspberry Ale, and I am very excited. Looks like we got a little bit of time till the next guest pop on at about 12 o'clock here. We're going to be starting off with the diversity and politics segments. But for the next little bit, I think we're going to be doing some Canadian trivia. Is that right, Christian?
Yes, sir.
I love it. I love it.
I have a fan request to do ASMR Lunchables.
Ooh.
Eating. So, why not pleasure the crowds? Where are my headphones?
Sometimes you need the fan service. Get that ASMR Lunchable.
Exactly. We're doing ASMR Lunchables, Alden.
Oh, no.
While he sets that up, I can crank up the gain and have some now somewhat weirdly dry oatmeal ASMR. If y'all need me just have my entire mouth devoid of moisture right up to the microphone.
You ever wake up and then just get called, the better or more favorite son of a mayor? At Alden Lodge.
We should have that.
Okay. Yeah, pretty much. This podcast is not sponsored by Lunchables, but it should. Okay. I'll share my screen.
There's people watching right now, but I doubt I'm working for Lunchables.
It's probably the Lunchables lobby.
Hey, if there's anyone from Lunchables out there, we are looking for sponsors, so hit us up.
I didn't realize this until I saw TikTok about it like a week or so ago. But like, charcuterie boards are just adult Lunchables.
I've been told by the audience to give tasting notes. I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know what that means, but I guess I'll just try to describe the succulent Chinese meal.
Do we want to also talk about the beers, maybe?
I can crack mine open now.
Yeah.
Oh, City, the blonde ale?
The raspberry ale.
Raspberry ale. Yeah, it's a blonde ale, isn't it?
Raspberry blonde, yeah.
Blonde ale. Okay, so why don't we start with Alden, and then me and David can just talk about this beer for half an hour. So
I thought we were doing trivia.
Oh, geez. What should we do? Should we review these? We do beer reviews, right?
We can do both.
Do you want to? Is it loaded up, Christian? Do you want to load it up?
Pretty much.
We do it.
It's just chaos right now. We've had one beer and the wheels have fallen off.
Because we have an hour to review beers at like 6 to 7, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do we? Okay. Well, you're not going to be
review.
Oh, I'll review mine right now. I'm drinking a Hammerhead Red Ale by Brewster's. I'm not a huge red ale guy, but I really, really like this one. It is really good as far as the red ales I've had go. Probably one of the better.
I must say, the only time I'm a red ale fan is when I walk into Dewey's during happy hour.
Dewey's Red is always
Okay.
Is the echo still? I think we fixed it. Yeah. The Dewey's Red sleeves on happy hour, that was just... I've been craving specifically the 6-person free Dewey's nachos, where you show up all together.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine sharing a plate of nachos with a group of people anymore? Like, that's just such a wild concept now.
Even watching like old television shows pre-COVID, like how close people are and they're not wearing masks, it for some reason drives me crazy. Just seeing it, like a whole different world. Anyways.
Like, the whole idea of like going out for a drink and one of your friends orders something else, and you're like, oh, what is that?
Yeah.
And they give you a sip.
Yeah.
Yeah. 6 feet away from my beer.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get started on Canadian trivia. I'm getting feedback.
Yeah.
I think you have to mute one of your accounts, Christian.
Yeah.
Which one?
The screen one. Mute the... Oh, it looks like it's muted.
Is it muted?
That's better.
Okay, there you go. There's your ASMR for you.
Let's get this going.
Can you hear the sound?
Oh, we can hear you. That's it?
Okay.
I
can't hear that. We'll just move on to the next question.
Okay.
2, possibly in February, senators voted to suspend one of their fellow members of the upper chamber. This was the second suspension for this particular senator. What is A, the name of the senator, B, the reason for the suspension, and C, the reason for the second suspension?
Isn't it that lady? I have no idea, man. February is like so late. That's pre-COVID.
Yeah.
February's pre-COVID. Doesn't count anymore. It doesn't. Yeah.
Oh god.
Are we only doing like current events? Yeah. I couldn't find any current events one.
Name two of the four conservative MPs who wrote and signed the declaration. That's the Buffalo Declaration or whatever. Who were they?
Was it Rempel as one of them?
One was Rempel.
Was it? Michael Cooper, I think, was one of them, maybe. Or
Was
no?
Garrett Genius one of them?
Yeah, it sounds like something Janice would do.
Is it Genius or Genis?
It's Janice, I think.
Interesting.
Can't imagine someone's last name being Genius. Okay, we'll know the answer at the end. Near the end of February. Tech Resources took the energy sector and environmentalists by surprise when it withdrew its application to develop a massive oil sands project. The move came just days before the federal government was expected to make its decision on whether to approve the $20.6 billion frontier mine. What reason did Tech Resources give for its withdrawal? All my energy people.
Wasn't it an uncertain like economic? Like they didn't think it'd be. They thought it was just going to get shut down due to the environmental circumstances or social circumstances. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe? Is that right?
Keep track.
I think that's what that's did. And like we don't have confidence in this due to the political atmosphere and concerns brought up by people.
Okay. Number eight. Who was the original date for the no way anyone's remembering that. What was the original date for the Conservative Leadership Convention before it was canceled and the race was paused because of the pandemic?
Wasn't it supposed to be in like June? No, like
maybe like
May?
March, I think, right? Then they pushed it to August.
February 19th is my guess.
That's early.
You just pick that out of like your.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually in no way a political scientist. I know it's a major, but I'm only here because I'm eye candy, and that's about it. So
what's political science? I'm tired of pretending I know what it is.
I was reading the news, I guess.
The Conservative Party changed the time. Oh, we've already read that one. Oh no, it's a different question. The Conservative Party changed the timing of its leadership race to conclude in August, and Andrew Scheer's successor was chosen.
Yes, question 8. It was August.
Hey, let's just do the average IQ test instead.
Only 20 questions to find out.
This seems real.
How many ballots were cast in the Conservative leadership race?
I think it was like 150, right? 150,000.
I think so too.
I'm gonna be conservative estimate and say at least 7.
More than
at least 100.
Okay. I think it was the largest leadership election ever. Just, I mean, it makes sense due to size, but I thought it was pretty big, all things considered, and like mail-in out, I think.
Mm-hmm. 10. Aaron O'Toole won on the third and final ballot in the wee hours of the morning on August 24th after counting was delayed. What delayed the count?
Russian.
Wasn't there like a power outage or something?
Yeah.
Like, there's a computer that
They were electronic counting machines. They were short like 2,000, I think.
They ripped like a bunch of the ballots, so they had to do manual counting.
Yeah, that's right.
Candidate Leslyn Lewis was knocked out. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Candidate Leslyn Lewis was knocked out of the race after the second ballot, but drummed up significant support in the first round of voting. In which province did Lewis finish first?
Saskatchewan.
100% Saskatchewan.
There you go. I think that's correct too. The Conservatives weren't the only federal party picking a new leader in 2020. The Greens held their vote online in October. In what province had they originally planned to hold an in-person leadership convention? I know it has to be the Maritimes. It's always the Maritimes.
Yeah.
Probably New Brunswick, since they have a seat there.
Yeah.
New Brunswick for sure.
I'm really surprised the leader of the Green Party is like adamant on running in Toronto Centre. But, to each their own.
Fair enough.
In her victory speech, name 4 of the 8 candidates who ran for the leadership of the Green Party.
I'm gonna say one is
Candidates even before candidates.
Anime Paul, there you go. We have a 25% on that question. In her victory speech, newly elected Green Party leader Anime Paul called out the other federal parties, suggesting they are simply out of ideas and intellectually what? Bankrupt is my question, is my answer. Intellectual.
Yeah, good answer.
Okay. Oh, these are the answers. Okay, in what month did Canada's first laboratory confirmed documented case of the novel coronavirus surface?
I'm gonna say February.
Okay.
February sounds responsible.
The federal government moved quickly to repatriate Canadians in China after the city of Wuhan was placed under lockdown to try and stop the spread of the virus. Where in Canada did the first repatriation flight land?
I think Kingston. Wasn't it Kingston?
Would it not be BC? Like Vancouver?
It would not be, wouldn't it be BC?
Because I think the military had to clear them in, or they set up tents, and Kingston was like the major airbase. That's my argument, but I don't know.
That could make sense. I guess once it's a couple more hours on the plane.
Yeah.
And last but not least, the day before the WHO declared a global pandemic, Health Minister Patty Hadju acknowledged modeling numbers suggested a percentage of Canadian population could end up infected with COVID-19. What range did she give?
30
to 35%?
I'm going to say 45 to 50.
Okay.
50 to 60.
50 to 60. So let's go down to that one.
Question, though, is who gave like the band, the Who, the ability to play global pandemic?
Why did Donald Trump so much?
Okay, we'll work from the bottom. 17. Oh no, it's a multi-part. Oh, it's a multi-part question. Multiple choice. My bad. I thought it was like the answers.
I picked D.
D. I'm still going with B because it's in my original range.
B is the smartest choice, I think. But
in terms of most ground, I'm staying C.
I also hope these aren't targeted ads, because I've not done anything to suggest that I want to be more intelligent. I know I keep getting IQ questions. The very next week, Canada and the US government agreed to restrict non-essential travel between the two countries. Who was the first person to announce the closure of the Canada-US border, and how was it announced?
Trudeau.
I'm going to say Trump Twitter.
No, it was Trudeau.
I think it's a Trudeau press conference.
Yeah. It probably Haley's leaving.
As March wore on, health officials in several provinces put out a call to retired doctors and nurses to come back to work in the early days of the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Which MP signed up to return to service as a registered nurse in Ontario?
Oof, I
don't know, but I know the Prime Minister of Ireland did that.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah, I don't know which MP is a doctor, man.
That's kind of like a king donning his armor for battle, in a way. The way I see it.
They don't make him...
Good for the president of Ireland. Anyway, sorry, I had to plug the president of Ireland.
They don't make them like they used to.
If the president of Ireland is watching right now.
Podcast. We love beer. We love Ireland. Anyways.
In early April, applicants opened up for the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, or CERB, which paid out $2,000 a month to eligible Canadians. Nearly 1 million people applied for the benefits one day of the program. How many Canadians received the CERB throughout the entirety of the program's run?
How many people here got CERB? One? Okay, so I'm going to say a quarter of Canadians.
I like how you're ignoring like other key representative demographics in that sample data, but okay.
We are 100% a completely representative sample.
Yeah.
Yeehaw.
At the end of April, MPs took part in their first oh my gosh, that was, I'm gonna finish reading, but that was brutal. If you haven't and you're watching this, take some time out to just go watch that sitting. The voting was brutal. But MPs took part in the first special virtual sitting. It was not an official sitting of the House. A hybrid parliament would come later. But what was the first time all members were invited to gather via Zoom for the inaugural meeting of the COVID-19 Special Committee? Which minister was called on to speak first in the first ever Zoom parliament? A. Patty Hajdu, B. Employment Minister, or C. Prime Minister Trudeau?
Just quickly before we put our guesses in, Christian, I heard that apparently there's a bit of a reverb problem with you. Do you maybe keep track putting mics on? It might work, but apparently you're echoing a little bit.
Oh, like people can't hear me?
No, like they hear you multiple times.
Oh, interesting.
I just got messed about that, so I can't really hear it, but it might be something with the broadcast.
Let me try this. Yeah. Google Meet.
I'm gonna bet my answer is a health minister.
That's a good idea. Good guess.
Yeah, very good guess. I would argue it's an educated guess.
I feel like it's probably either health or job or health or the prime minister.
Yeah,
if it's the first ever sitting. I mean, I guess isn't this like the speaker's an MP? So like wouldn't them calling on somebody to speak make the first MP to speak?
Okay, Mr. Robert, rules of order, get out of here. This is Canadian trivia, not. Okay.
Not yeah.
On May 1st, less than 2 weeks after the mass shooting in Nova Scotia, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced an immediate ban on some 1,500 types of military-grade assault-style firearms. While gun owners cannot use their firearms, the government indicated there would be an amnesty period to allow for their disposal. By what date must these banned firearms be disposed of or returned? I mean,
This just came on the news the other day, didn't it?
what? It was the other day?
No, not the date, but not the handgun ban, but the municipal firearm bans. I think that was, and a part of that was the banned firearms or the buyback. Is this talking about the buyback? Yeah. I don't know the date. I got no idea. 2023 is my guess of the year.
Okay. 2023.
We got like 10 minutes left before our next guests come, by the way.
One more question, and we'll just go straight to the answer. So we got all the way to 23. Later in May.
Apparently the echo's still going on. I just checked the live stream. It looks like all of us are reverbing actually. Like just a quick like doubled up on it. So I'm not too sure what's going on there.
Okay.
It'll just echo all of us really quickly. So I'm not sure if there's any specific thing to do.
Maybe it has to do with like this, how you have two of you, Christian. Maybe once we stop screen sharing with this, it'll be.
Okay. This is going to be trippy for a lot of people. Well, has it been going on consistently since the start of the stream, David, or?
I only heard about it just now. I think it might have been something when we put on the new phone for the screen sharing.
Okay.
I'll open up the screen and dig back earlier on so I can probably check.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, we'll just check the answers. We'll leave it there. Was it like a spicy question? What major political party did not apply? Oh, later in May, I think this is a good one. It came out that several political parties had applied for and received the federal wage subsidy. One of the emergency economic support programs set up at the beginning of the pandemic, which still continues to today. Which major political party did not apply for the wage subsidy? I think it was the Greens. But take any takers on that. We'll just go check the answers. Where are the answers? Damn, this thing was going on for a while. So I think we started at 7. So the Buffalo Declaration was that one. June 27th. I think someone said June.
Oh, I said June.
Yeah.
Nice.
170,000. I think David was up a bit up more. I think David was in that ballpark.
Yeah, I said about 7. So I was pretty right.
Yeah.
More than
Amount of
7.
function in the ballot machines. We all got that. Saskatchewan. We all got that.
Nice.
PEI.
I'm going to say PEI, but I think I said it New Brunswick, so never.
No one was going to know the all 8 candidates.
No.
Intellectually exhausted. January 27th was when the first COVID case was declared.
I'm wrong about Kingston,
Yeah,
but I
that's
do
right.
remember the CFB the base.
30 to 70% was what the Minister of Health gave. So
You're on a roll with this now.
I was right. It was President Trump on Twitter. Y'all always underestimate Donnie. I don't know why you do that.
I'm an idiot. Anyway. Well,
Liberal MP Kamal Kara and 8.9 million Canadians. I don't know what percentage that is. Oh, no, that's the Serb. That's the Serb.
Is that a quarter? Was I right? That's a
like
quarter.
39
million, not a quarter.
It's 30 million, so that's about a quarter.
That's a quarter. Basic math, guys.
Health Minister Patty Aju. Oh, I was wrong. April 2022 was when the firearms deadline is.
Way off.
And Bloc Québécois, so it was not the NDP, but I'm glad it was the Bloc. Thank you.
Good job.
Okay,
You did.
stop broadcasting, and we'll get ready for our next round of guests. Okay.
I think that hopefully fixed it because I looking through the stream, it sounded like it was only happening when it was when we were sharing. I'll just quickly check again.
I'm a little worried. Like it's whenever we all have our microphones on, and like someone's microphone is catching what someone else is saying and repeating it. But you know, I'm a liberal arts student. I don't understand technology.
Computers frighten and scare me.
Yeah, I still use a pencil and paper to
We're at
take notes.
16% of our goal, and it's only I was gonna say 12:53, but it's 11:53 your time. So yeah, it's almost noon. So this is good progress. So yeah, everyone who's watching, yeah, thank you for your donations if you have, and please consider if you have the means to. We know this is a it's been tough times right now in terms of finance for everyone and COVID situation, the economy, but give what you can. We're grateful for everyone's participation in this, but ultimately the goal is also to just learn more about food insecurity and be more knowledgeable as we engage with these discussions. So who do we have next up again? It's the diversity and inclusion, I believe.
Yeah, next we have diversity in politics around political marginalization. It can be split into 2 different discussions. First half, 12 to 12:30, I think, will be Ray Watkins and Tunde Obasan. And then the 12:30 to 1 is going to be Janice Irwin. So it should be a good one.
Should be.
I'm
Anyone know any sea shanties that we can sing? My favorite is Barrett's Privateers.
Sea shanties.
Wasn't Sherbrooke now.
What am I down on a Halifax pier?
Broke man on a Halifax pier. I instinctively think of you, Christian.
Yeah.
I think. So apparently the echo's still going on. I think it might be your mic, Christian. It's actually you're the one who doesn't echo.
Okay. My only guess would be this thing.
Thought is, do you have your audio coming out of your computer and then your mic being an external mic? So it might be your mic picking up what's being said on the computer.
I don't have a mic. That's the worst part. I'm not attached to anything. I'm using the OBS system, so maybe my speaker is the Realtek.
It's not a live stream without technical difficulties.
Yeah. Damn.
Here's to that. Alden, which beer are you on?
I'm still on number 1.
Oh.
Today is a marathon, not a sprint.
one?
I have no idea what that means.
Hey, can you give me some auto tune too? I might start singing. The more beers I have, and I want to sound good.
Huh.
Oh God, where did Alden go?
I think we can all set up the cat filter on our faces for the next one.
Yeah. I have a theory that that person was actually a cat, and it's
Fair.
just a big lie.
It's a double conspiracy.
It's
They're
like
actually a cat. Yeah.
it's like Ratatouille, but it's a lawyer. I think I'm onto something.
Robert's Rules of Ratatouille.
Okay.
So my mom's coming out tomorrow to visit me. If you guys had to take your mom out somewhere to visit, where would you go?
Snake Lake Brewing Company.
I've been, just because like COVID, social distancing, and everything, the only time I've seen anybody has been going on like a walk around the ledge grounds. It's like social distance maxed up. It's pretty pretty out there. Good ground. Like it's a fun place to walk around. Lots of gardens.
Okay, fair enough. Gardens, that'd be good. My mom likes to garden, so. Anyways, are we waiting on?
Yes, sir. They're here. We're good to go.
They're here?
Yes, Tunde and Ray.
Okay. Oh, I see. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Sorry. Just trying to fix.
I guess just a quick round of introductions for us when we get set up.
Mm-hmm.
My name is David Draper. I'm a poli-sci student here at the University of Alberta in Edmonton. In my fourth and possibly final year, depending on where life takes me over the next little while. With us, we also have Kyle, Alden, and Christian. I think Christian's taken the lead on sharing this session, so I'll pass it off to you.
Yes, thank you, David. And for a point of, we'd like to welcome Tunde and Ray. And for a point of correction for anyone who was watching, reading the Instagram account, we said, I think, candidate for Edmonton Strathcona. We should have said CPC candidate for Edmonton Strathcona. Just a point of clarification there. But yeah, welcome, Ray and Tunde. I'll let you both introduce yourselves, and then we'll get started. We'll go with Tunde first.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and it's my pleasure to be on this panel today. So, like you already mentioned, so I'm currently the national chair of the Conservative Black Congress of Canada, and currently I'm running for nomination of the CPC in Edmonton Strathcona. So that's a brief about me.
Okay, my name is Ray Watkins. I'm a sixth-generation Black Canadian and first-term councillor in City of St. Albert. I've been 30 to 40 years in the land development and urban planning business.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you to you both. And yes, again, we're very excited to have this discussion. We're going to be having a lot of topics throughout the day and just important issues in politics. But one of the biggest ones, obviously, is diversity. And we recognize the both of you as people who are striving to, increase just more diverse thoughts in the realms of politics for your cultural groups. And so we thank you for that. And the first question to you, we'll start off with Ray, since Tunde did the introductions, is why are discussions around diversity in politics important?
Well, I think there's really two answers, or it's a two-part answer. And one is really to raise awareness of the issue of representation of minorities and people of color in politics, so that people are aware that it is an issue. And I think the reason why it is an issue is because of the changing face of Canada over the last 40 years. Like, we've gone from a pretty white society, pretty homogenized society, to a society that's really a melting pot in the last, particularly in the last 30 years. And representation in government has not kept pace with the change in the face of Canada. So I think that's why it's important that we raise awareness through issues, through things like this, and explain why it is important. And like I said, as the face of Canada changes, immigrants and newcomers to Canada and like I said, I'm a sixth generation Canadian, but they like to see people of color. They like to see people who look like them and people who look a little bit, like I say, who are more similar to them than what they seem. They seem a little less threatened about representation, about coming to the politicians if they see somebody of color or somebody who looks like them. So those are my comments on that.
Mr. Obasan, if you want to go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I see that diversity in politics is very, very important because you want to make sure that we have different, diverse of thoughts, so that people feel comfortable about
holding their own positions, and that we will remain, inclusive of everybody. You'll be shocked that when two people, are at the table with different, the people come with different opinions, right? But the way a younger generation will look at an issue is different from the way an older person will look at it. The way, a female and a male will look at the same issue is very different. And the way with people, the way people from different cultural background will look at the same issue is also different. So that is why it's very, very important for us to embrace diversity when it comes to politics, so that everyone will be represented at the table, and we have the opportunity to hear from different people their views about the same issues, and we have the opportunity to put all these thoughts together, because it's coming from different people, right, and from different opinions. So we put these thoughts together, and it becomes a representation of the entire people of a particular region or country or state or city. So that is how I look at it.
Yeah. No, thank you for that, Tunde. And my next follow-up to that is then, the first time you ran for in politics was for the MLA position in the Edmonton, one of the Edmonton ridings. And I believe in my own political experience in Alberta, you're one of the first people in the Nigerian community that I knew of, kind of entering this space that not a lot of Africans I've seen go in there. So it was very interesting to see. So how is that position in becoming a leader or a role model in your community influenced your perspectives now and other political areas?
Yeah, I would say I see myself as a role model, because when I came to Canada, I did the research about each political party. Most of my friends were liberals, and I decided that I wanted to find out about the political system myself, not relying on what someone else is telling me. So after researching, I was very confident that I am a natural conservative. I was raised on conservative values, and we raised our children also on those same platform of what we say hard work, believe in family, and a society where everyone can achieve greatness if they work, if they put the work, into it. And that when I ran, it exposed me to a lot of things about opportunity to hear about people's different opinion, and people were asking me, okay, why are you doing this? You sure you're gonna get the support that you need to win? I said, to me, it's not about myself. It's about what people feel about me, right? And I believe that people are going to see me as a Canadian first before they think about, okay, where does it come from? That kind of a thing. And that was my experience. People were open-minded, and they were willing to listen to what I've got to say.
And that went a long way in people supporting the candidacy or my candidacy at that point. And it was a very successful outing. And that has actually changed the mindset of a lot of immigrants, that they can actually do really well in this nation that embraces diversity if they are willing to put the hard work into it. So it's an eye-opener to a lot of people.
And I guess the same question to you as well, Ray. I know with the election in St. Albert, you became a lot more well-known in the community and became a leader in many respects. So how was that for you?
Well, it was kind of interesting because I really didn't get into politics, municipal politics, to be a leader or a role model. I got into municipal politics because I wanted to make the city a better place, and I thought I could do a better job than those who were currently in office, right? So I think that when I got elected, I was quite surprised because I didn't really think I was going to get elected. And when I got elected, then I realized that you are a role model and you do have to be a leader in certain instances. But you are, and you can't. In a municipal council, it's a little bit different because you have the mayor, who's really the leader of the council, and then you have the six councilors. So I found it's been a bit interesting. Your life has been thrown out on a bit of a pedestal with people, and people have tend to judge you a lot more when you're in the public realm than if you're just a normal citizen. And and especially at municipal politics, the old you heard the old adage, you can't fight City Hall. Well, that's there for a reason, because people always want to fight City Hall. So there's a lot of people who want to fight and argue and talk about those type of things. But it's kind of difficult. Yeah, it's difficult having your life thrown out there and kind of analyzed by everybody. And a lot of people, especially at I guess at all levels of politics, are pretty quick to judge. Right, you're kind of a bit of a lightning rod for their issues and their problems a lot of times, and their concerns. And like I said, I'm not complaining about it. I'm just saying it's just how it is. So it's you're kind of held to a higher standard. And as you've seen lately, when there's a lot of people who've gone on vacations and gone places, but when a politician went on a trip here lately, they were all paying for it because people want them to be at a higher standard. They want them to have hold themselves to a higher standard and be leaders in the community. So yeah, it's been interesting to be a leader and to be a role model, and I do enjoy it. It just was kind of an unexpected thing. Like I said, when I got elected, I was really looking at just ways to try to make St. Albert a better place to live from a civic point of view. And municipal politics, municipal issues really aren't all that glamorous. It's sewer and water and roads and parks and walkways. Those are really most of the stick to the knitting issues, and a lot of the social issues and things like that are things that cities do, but they're over and above kind of stick to the knitting issues.
Thanks so much for that. So I guess one question that I have is, I know a lot of time discussions about diversity, discussions about inclusion really center around bringing lots of people to the table, bringing lots of people and increasing this representation of a lot of different lived experiences, cultural groups, identities. But a lot of the time, that might not fully be enough if there isn't a way to actually have Folsom behavior to be respected. So my question to the both of you is, in discussions of diversity, going just above and beyond increasing representation, increasing who's at the table, how do we as people make sure that when people are at the table, they feel comfortable, they're able to espouse their views and to talk about their own lived experience in a way that doesn't single them out or that kind of stuff? I think
I'll take a shot at that. Yeah. I think there's a couple of things. Is one of the issues of minorities and new immigrants is getting them to the table. And a lot of people have come from countries where they've been persecuted and they don't trust the government. And you're telling them, come on down to a government meeting. And so, there's this overwhelming, not an overwhelming, but there's kind of a bit of a fear and untrust of government and officials as is. And so that one issue is really getting them to the table in the first place, right? So how do you do that? And I find that's very hard to do in the past. How do you get those people who are marginalized, who aren't being represented? How do you really get them to the table? And once you get them to the table, I think what you have to have is a really good moderator, somebody who can really make sure that they get a chance to talk, and that if somebody's there who doesn't agree with them, they don't get shouted down by somebody else who doesn't agree with them, and they get a chance to talk. And then in addition to that, the language used has to be understandable. It can't be all this legal jargon and all this planning jargon. If you're trying to get somebody to come down to talk about a land use bylaw, and the guy's up there saying the CSC district has a minimum setback and an FAR of 2.35 and da-da-da-da, like a lot of people, there's a lot of people who don't understand that, let alone new immigrants to the country aren't going to understand what's going on at all. And they're going to leave that meeting and they're going to go, I don't know what's going on next door. And it could be this 30-story high-rise, right? So to get those people to talk, you have to have clear and concise, clear language that's not a lot of jargon and that's understandable. And to me, that boils down to lots of graphics because, it's kind of the old thing, a picture is 1,000 words. So if you show a lot of pictures and you show a lot of visuals with the numbers and things like that, and say 500 units or whatever, it's a little easier, but you have to be very conscious of the language you're using, and you have to make those people feel very comfortable. Not those people, that's a very bad statement, but people coming to those meetings to be very, very comfortable. We got the black guy saying those people. Coming there being very, very, very comfortable and being able to think that they're going to be listened to too. And then you have to also tell people what's going to happen as a result of their input. Because if you come down, you say, come on down to this meeting, come on down, we want to hear it, we want to hear what you're saying. And then there's no repeat or summation of what you heard, or there's no follow-up to what's going to be done after that, then people don't come back. So I think those are my comments. I've been doing this for a while, and I've fought over the issue of getting people who feel unrepresented to come to public meetings and to come out and to speak. And it's very difficult. It's very difficult to do. If you guys have answers, I'd be more than glad to work with you or help you on ideas of how we get more marginalized or just people of color or misrepresented or underrepresented people to come out and speak. That's the issue. That's the issue, and that's the key thing. How do you get them out in the first place?
Right. So for me, I look at it from this angle. When you want people at the table and you actually want to make them comfortable to be able to add value to the system or the topic of discussion, so we have to make sure the environment is right, in the sense that people like to be respected. So when we respect each other, right, there won't be reason for anyone to even shut the other person down, because out of respect, you want to give that person the opportunity to express him or herself, right? And once we have that one in our minds, that okay, we need to respect each other at this table. Every opinion matters at that table, right? And people feel very comfortable, very relaxed to speak their mind and to be themselves, right? And that way we're able to get the best out of them at that table. And when people say that, okay, yeah, I was on similar at similar meeting in the past, and after the meeting nothing happened. It was just like a show that, oh yeah, we are including everybody. So when such or similar meeting is called in the future, people might just be, let me just attend and listen to what they've got to say, because the last time we had a discussion, it was just the end of the story. Nothing happened after that. We want to make sure that we actually follow through with whatever is discussed at the table and what the decisions that are being made. We want to make sure we actually take actions after such meetings. That way, people feel that their input were relevant, and and they agreed to it, and there was a follow-up action after that event. So if we call them in the future to partake in such meetings, you will be sure they will be very there, and they will be comfortable to make their inputs known, at the table. And you'll be shocked at the kind of great advices, great input you will get from people like that. You get the best out of people when they feel that they are valued at the table, not just having them at the table to show that, yes, we included this set of people, right? So let it be meaningful engagement where their opinion, is counted and is relevant even for decision making. That would be the best way to get more people into the conversation and for them to be able to make meaningful contributions going forward.
I had one more comment on that too. Is the other thing? It sounds like a simple thing, but I worked with the city of Edmonton for a number of years and Strathcona County in the planning department, and translator to meetings to translate things, because language is often an issue. And once again, if you get the person to the meeting and they don't understand the language, and you've got somebody up there from the city or somewhere level of government blathering away, and there's no translation available, it makes it very difficult. And I know that's kind of the thin edge of the wedge, because there's a million different languages and there's a million different dialects and everything else. But we have to make an effort to have translation at some of these meetings for people who need translation in other languages. I know when we had the Federation of Canadian Municipalities having a meeting every year, and everything's in French and English, and you walk into every seminar and they hand everybody headphones. So if you want headphones, right? So you put on a headset and you can listen to either French or English translation, and so then the speaker can speak in whatever language he wants, right? And like I say, because that creates a problem too. If somebody wants to give input, and they're not that proficient in English, they're probably just going to sit back and not going to say anything. And if they're not proficient in speaking, they're certainly not proficient in writing. So if you ask them to give a written comment, they're probably not going to give you a written comment either. Sorry, I've this a lot, and I've had this a lot over the past where people have talked about how do you get people involved, and it's a really, really tough issue.
No, I absolutely agree. And last question in terms of the final set questions, and we can get into more conversation styles here is, as I've been saying throughout the day, the main topic we're going to have throughout these live streams is on food insecurity. And with our food insecurity panel, they brought up a lot of data in regards to the disparities in indigenous people and black people and other ethnic minorities and food insecurity. And so as leaders in government, specifically municipal politics, and Tunde in aspiring to be in federal politics, what role do you see yourselves in helping deal with issues of food insecurity and its marginalization around marginalization? And I can give that to
Yeah, I'll
Tunde.
say, yeah, food and housing are very, very essential, right? And by the time when we say people cannot be their best if they are hungry, that is my own opinion. There's no way you can get the best out of anyone who is hungry. So food is very essential. Making sure that people have the basic, like food, housing is very compassionate. That is when you say someone is compassionate. You want to make sure that people need basic food items and housing. That shows that you're compassionate, right? And it's the best interest. It's in the best interest of Canadians, because a person that has those basic needs will be more likely to contribute to the society, will be more likely to pay taxes, will be more likely to take care of themselves, and they will be more likely to look after the other person, right? Because they have the basic need of life, which food is a priority. And even if we look at all levels, there's no matter how good a person is. Let's say, for instance, put the counselor here, for instance, and myself. Let's say we don't have access to basic food. We cannot even be aspiring to add value in our municipality or to the nation or in our province, because we are hungry at that point, and we cannot even have what it takes. Our mind, our brain can't function, our system can't function. The students the same way. There's no way they can concentrate in school. That is why when you go to the elementary schools, the teachers do a lot of work to make sure that even when parents forget at some point, or the kid forget their food pack at home, for some reason the kid doesn't bring food to school. You see that teachers, they make sure that the kid doesn't go hungry, because they know that once you're hungry, there's nothing the teacher can teach you in class. It's just a waste of your time and a waste of the teacher's time. That is why we need to know that whosoever we want to become, at any level, food security is very, very essential, and for everybody. And that is something that the government, and all organizations, every institutions needs to pay attention to. That how can I address food insecurities? A lot of charitable organizations and not for profit are paying attention to that. They are doing a lot of good jobs. A lot of churches, a lot of other organizations are doing good job in that, to provide food security to people who are in need of those services. And that is a very welcome ideas that I've seen people do, organizations do in the past few years. And that is something we need to focus on. And there is always room for improvement. We can always do better. We can never do enough in providing food security for people. We need to intensify our efforts at all levels of government, with involvement of government, of private sector, not for profit. Everybody needs to get involved. And as individuals, we need to look out for each other, because at some point, some people are not, they're very shy to speak up. So we need to look out for these individuals, and be able to figure it out that looks like something is not right. Look like this person needs such support, and we are able to engage them, and I direct them to the right channel where they can get such food security, such food support. Because there are so many organizations who are focused on that, and we need to do more as a government, as individuals, as organizations, and by the time we all put efforts together, we will make sure we are making sure that it's okay. My next neighbor is doing really fine. The kids in school, they are doing really fine. Everybody, the students are doing really fine, because without food security, we can't achieve anything. So it's very, very important, and we need to get more involved.
Okay, from my point of view, it's like it's a basic need is food, followed by shelter, and then kind of transportation in those orders. You can live without shelter, but you can't live without food. So food insecurity is a very, very important issue. It's a critical issue. It's a number one issue in a country as rich as Canada, and in a province even as rich as Alberta. Even in these tough times, the fact that there are people without food is unimaginable. I can't believe how we can't feed people who need to be fed and need help. But at a municipal political level, really, it's kind of an issue that, it's like I said, it's not really sticking to the knitting of school sites and roads and sewers and everything and park sites. It's something else that the city supports, and the city of St. Albert supports it through funding the food bank and giving money to the food bank. But food insecurity is really, it's not just we can't just keep looking to government to say, what's government going to do to solve this food insecurity problem? We have to look to all those people who have more than those people who have less. And community support is a big thing on it. And I think big thing is pushing support of the community food bank for us in St. Albert. That's kind of the plan, is support the food bank, because people who are in need of food know to go to the food bank. That's where they go. So it's kind of support the food bank at all costs. And then I think what we also should do is we have to work with restaurants and grocery stores and things to get them to stop throwing away food, and find that food that is being thrown away and give that and distribute that to people who need that food. And then the other tier of that is work with all the social agencies that exist within the community, excuse me, like churches and any kind of social agency we have, SAFE, which is Stop Abuse in Families, and another bunch of other agencies that the city supports through grant programs. And we should also support them through giving them space to have meetings and things like that, right? So, food insecurity is very important. And like I said, it's a shame that in a society this rich that we throw away as much food as we do, and that so many people don't have enough food to eat. Those are my comments on that.
Thank you so much. I definitely understand the comments about the food bank. This live stream here today is in support of the University of Alberta Campus Food Bank. So we're encouraging everybody watching, everybody tuning into this. There's a link in the description. I think there's also a link in our Instagram bio towards the donation page. We're here today to help raise money, to help fight for access to food, to help deal with a lot of those same issues that you all are talking about here. So thank you so much for those comments, and to anybody watching, to anybody at home, please do click that link. It's a fantastic organization that can always use a bit more help, especially during times like that.
Okay.
Yeah, wherever you are, support your local food bank, like in spades. Give them money, give them food, give them help. I know our food bank too, they accept bottles. So you can bring bottles over there. You can bring the bottles over there instead of bringing them to the bottle people, bring them to the food bank. They cash them in and turn it into food and give it to people.
I want to encourage everyone watching. So if you can throw in any dollar amount, just go through that link that is posted, and make sure you try as much as you can. Whatever you can afford, just make it donations. Now that you know that every donation collected today is going to support the food bank, that is a way to feed someone today.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Obasan and Mr. Watkins. I believe that is all the time we have for you. We're very sorry to see you go.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you for having me too. Take care. Yeah.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Enjoy the fantastic weather.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Good luck, Tunde.
Take care.
Okay, I gotta figure out how to get out of here. Hang on. Okay.
Yeah, that was very insightful. I like what Ray had to say in terms of the language, like the language barrier thing. Like that's a huge thing in politics and in engagement, right? Like if people don't feel confident and maybe they have English as a second language, it's a huge barrier to participation. So
And the English have 3-letter acronyms also does not help anybody. I absolutely hate people that just throw around acronyms. But another thing he brought up was, sorry, I'm going to spout off here, was some people come here and they come from places where they don't have trust in their government. So getting them politically involved here is actually very tough due to that specific reason. Something I never thought about. So learning experience.
That was a really interesting point about it. Honestly, it's interesting to hear not just the broader steps and the more major changes with the cultural aspects, but also stuff like how using less jargon makes it easier for somebody to listen in and to take part and to actually engage. And that's something that we all every single day can make a quick change to do is take an active look at what we're talking about and how we're talking about it and figure out, are we using words, are we talking about things in a way that every single person that we're talking to understands? Or are we using random jargon we learned from a textbook that we're hoping to make us sound smart with?
Yeah, 100%. So is our next guest queued up?
Not yet. It will soon.
Okay.
I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I also have to run.
What is
Sorry, I have an old.
What is all you bladders, man?
I'm staying hydrated.
I haven't sat at this massage chair for almost 9, 10, 11, 4 hours.
I mean, I relate, because drinking water, people always say, drink water, drink more water, you need to hydrate. Being hydrated is healthy. Always drink that water. But I've found when I drink enough water, I'm always thirsty because then my body goes accustomed to it. So I wake up in the middle of the night and I need more water. And then I have to pee every 30 seconds. It's easier in my life to not be hydrated because it's so I don't want to always be thirsty.
Exactly. Well, we have MLA Irwin queued up, so we'll just wait for the two fellas to come back. Picked a bad time to skedaddle. Okay, perfect. We'll wait for Kyle.
Then I believe we have Janice Irwin next, and then after that we have our environments section with.
I'm back.
Did she disappear? Uh-oh. She can apply again. There you go. Perfect. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sorry about that. I clicked earlier and it just was spinning, so I reopened it. So sorry about the delay. How are you all?
Doing fantastic.
Good, yeah. I have my toucan because I'm about to go outside after this and enjoy some sunshine. So it's about time, right?
Yeah, it's gorgeous out, and especially after the cold snap we had, it's nice to be able to go outside and enjoy the weather.
100%. I can't wait. How's the day going?
It's been pretty productive, I'd say.
Yeah, it's going great. We've had Mayor Iverson, Mayor Heron, Councillor Knack, Councillor Hansen, and a bunch of other. I guess it's been we've learned a lot. I think in the space of 4 hours, I've gained so much knowledge in different issues, and I'm excited to learn more. So I'll introduce myself again. I'm a Christian. I use he/him pronouns, and I'm a Bachelor of Science student majoring in biology and minoring in psychology. And we have David, Kyle, and Alden, and David will be handling this part of the talk.
Yeah. So as Christian mentioned, I'm David. I'm a fourth-year poli-sci student at the U of A. I also predominantly use he, him pronouns, but sometimes I try out random things, try out different ones, because why not? Gender's never really been a formal construct, so why not expand with it and try and figure out where your own identity defines within it. But this session we've been talking about has been a bit about like political marginalization, diversity in politics, inclusion, and bringing people to the table and also making sure that they're heard at that table. So I guess kind of the first question that I have for you is, how's it really felt becoming a role model in your own communities? I know being thrust into political positions like this, a lot of people who you might not ever meet might look up to you just because they relate to you, or you act as representation for them. So how has that felt personally, and has there been any struggles with becoming a role model?
Thanks. No, I love it. And just again, thanks for having me. It's a great question. And, I must admit, I struggle with the being called a role model, but I get it. And, I can tell you when I realized, as you all know, I was elected in 2019, and when I realized suddenly, oh, I'm the only openly gay MLA. Wow, what the heck? Because you might not have known that we had 3 openly queer MLAs prior in the 2015 to 2019 session. So it was a surprise to me realizing, wait a minute. And again, I say openly because listen, there's 87 of us, and statistically, well, who knows? But the point being that I realized that right away. But some of the questions I got quite soon after as well were like, oh, so do you get a lot of like pressure, feeling like you're the one who has to speak for the LGBTQ2S plus community? And I say absolutely not. I'm surrounded by 23 other NDP MLAs who are fantastic allies, right? And so I don't have to be that only voice. But I think you're right, David, in that the number of times I've had young people in particular reach out and just say like, it's really neat to see somebody who is like, looks like me or acts like me, or expresses their sexual identity in a perhaps different quote unquote way, right? So no, I do think there's certainly some privilege there for sure.
Awesome, thank you. I guess kind of segueing off of that, why do you think these discussions about diversity, and why do you think being able to have those discussions are important? Because you mentioned being seen as kind of different or outside the norm, and how that necessarily shouldn't fully be outside the norm. It should just be how people live. So I guess, why are discussions of diversity important? Does it help normalize it? Does it showcase it? And how can discussions of diversity be used to kind of push the envelope about how somebody can express themselves in places like the legislature or city hall or in the classroom?
I love it. Again, great question. I mean, the reality is there's still so much work to be done. We look around the legislature, and yes, I mean, while things have shifted in the last 100 or so years, the legislature is still predominantly white and predominantly male. And you see the same at the federal level. And we certainly see the same at the municipal level, which I know you've been having conversations with municipal leaders as well, right? Particularly on Edmonton City Council, where there's a heck of a lot of work that needs to be done. But I'll tell you, my view has certainly shifted over the last while on diversity in politics. And I make no I make no qualms about hiding my perspective these days, because in the past, I can truly tell you, I was all about more women in politics. I would just, I went to all the women in politics events, and that was my view. Like, we need more women in politics. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we don't, but hear me out on this. It's not enough to just elect women if those women aren't going to be uplifting and supporting women's issues, gender diverse folks' issues, the issues of the LGBTQ2S plus community, right? And so I've really shifted that perspective to say, yes, we absolutely need to elect more underrepresented folks, but I want those folks to be progressive, and to their values need to show that they're actually going to be advancing those rights for the folks that they may or may not claim to represent. And so, yeah, in answering your question, David, there's absolutely so much more work to be done to increase diversity, but to also, elect people who will be truly addressing those issues, right? And we can point to the UCP as an example where they will claim diversity in various ways, yet passed Bill 8 in 2019, which made them the first government in Canada to roll back LGBTQ2S+ rights, right? So that's kind of my perspective on diversity in politics, is like, absolutely, there's more work to be done, but it needs to be focused, and we need to keep reminding ourselves of that.
Yeah, thanks for that. To build more off of that diversity in politics, we've talked about municipal, provincial, federal. How would you take something in terms of student governance at universities, for example, and how would you compare that as a step forward, or in terms of its importance in perhaps as a stepping stone, perhaps as an equal part in terms of that promotion of diversity within politics?
Yeah, and I wasn't personally too involved in student politics. I was for a short while, but nothing too consequential. And but I had a lot of folks. I lived in residence. I lived in Lister Hall for 2 years, so I was from a small town, so a lot of us lived in residence, and saw a lot of my friends who were intimately involved in student politics, and some of those folks are more involved now. And so I think I think it's like I don't necessarily want to say it's like a stepping stone, because I think as well there are a lot of people who are involved in politics whether it's at the student level, the municipal level, federal, provincial, whatever, but aren't seeking office, right? I always remind people, especially folks who don't want to run for office, that like you can play a significant role in shaping politics and policy without holding elected office, right? And so I just think it's so important that I was a social studies teacher, so the social studies teacher in me would want to talk about active, engaged citizenship, and how it's never too early to start getting involved in politics. But I would put a caveat around that to say that it doesn't necessarily need to be partisan politics, because I can look around my neighborhood here. There are activists all around me who might not be card-carrying NDP members, but they're doing incredible political work at the ground level, if that makes sense. I don't know if I answered your question, Alden, but it was a good one.
No, that was perfect. Yeah, everyone jumps, I think, to municipal or provincial, and do you have membership? Who do you support? And I think there are a lot of other avenues for involvement in a lot of political affairs. So thanks for touching on that.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a big one. It's not just partisan politics. Politics is the fact of the matter of living in society. The fact that we have a governance structure that we live within, we're inherently part of politics, because politics is running through every second of our lives. I guess one thing that I'd like to ask is, I know a lot of discussions about diversity, equity, and inclusion are about making space, making room, and bringing more people to the table. I know a lot of that is about bringing them to the table, as well as making people feel comfortable at the table. But I also know a lot of discussions are about knowing when to take a step back and support other people. So I guess if you're somebody who's involved in governance, if you're somebody who's already in a role, how do you know it's a good time to step back and make space for other people if you're pushing for causes for equity, diversity, inclusion, if you're pushing for that type of movement, but you don't want to hog the line, you don't want to hog the space? How do you strike that balance of making space but still pushing forward progress? I know that's not a very easy question, sorry.
No, that's great, but I have to think about it. It's really thoughtful, and my hope would be that folks who are in elected positions have that thought, right? Because I think a lot wouldn't, and a lot of politicians wouldn't acknowledge their privilege. So I just think I'm trying to think of an example, but I know we've got municipal elections coming up. We've got an opportunity, especially here in Edmonton, to really shake things up, I want to say, and to bring more diversity to the table. That might mean, already we've seen at least a couple of incumbents step back or say that they're not running again, which I think is a positive sign. Whether or not they, will say that they did it because they want to make space for others, but either way, it's a good sign because, as you know, it's very hard to unseat an incumbent at the municipal level. So I think there's some opportunity here, but it's a complex thing because lately I've had a lot of people reaching out to me who are interested in running for city council, not just in my area but in various parts of the city, and it would be very hard for me to ever discourage anybody from running, because I don't want to be seen as discouraging political engagement. But that being said, I would, and I had a conversation recently with a candidate who is a white middle-aged male, and just said, you have to be prepared for the question of diversity and the question of how are you helping to elect underrepresented folks into office. And so I don't have a clear answer on that. I think it's really thoughtful, and I think it's really important that folks be thinking about that and making space. I can give, I guess, an example from my own life is that yes, I'm a member of what you might, you'd call an underrepresented group, a marginalized group, perhaps the LGBTQ2S plus community, but I'm also very privileged, right? I am a white cisgender woman. And so, I can't possibly claim to speak for a racialized trans person, as an example, right? But what I can do is try to amplify their voices in the legislature. And so, that's an example for me where I'm like, I need to make space, right? I'm not surrounded by Indigenous colleagues. So I need to talk about Indigenous issues. I need to talk about the plight of missing and murdered Indigenous women, as an example, right? The list goes on where, those voices aren't represented in politics right now in Alberta. So you better believe myself and my colleagues in the NDP will try to amplify them.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, my next question for you would then be, in working to represent these groups against a government that is very, very, I don't know what words to use, but very stubborn and steadfast in its own beliefs. How do you balance trying to, I guess, work with them, to meet with them in the middle, even though you might disagree on very fundamental points? What advice would you give to student leaders who are also trying, involved in positions of leaderships where they might have to engage with their university, but I might disagree with them on many things, that the university might play a hardball, but they kind of have to work to get things done. It's a frustrating process, but what advice and experiences have you had with that?
Yeah, another great question. And absolutely, there's so many cases in our lives where we have to work with folks with whom we disagree, and on many, in some cases we disagree, absolutely, right? And so I get asked a lot, how do you and your colleagues kind of manage in the legislature when it has become very much a polarized institution right now, simply because we have two parties represented, and we also have the government in power, the party in power has divided a lot of people. And anyways, we won't talk about that. But to get to your question, like, I'll be asked like, how do you work with them? And I mean, I'll give an example of just working with pieces of legislation. We don't, it's not like we haven't supported every piece of legislation. There are a couple, in each session that we've supported. But there are many bills that this government has introduced and subsequently passed that we disagree with. And so we try to work with them using the legislative tools that we have, introducing amendments, right? Trying to make the bills that we disagree with a little less bad. Unfortunately, what we've seen is that this government has been mostly unwilling to accept our amendments. In the last session, we probably introduced, I don't have the exact number, but I would say hundreds of amendments because they had 36 plus bills, right? The number that were actually accepted by this government, maybe one. Truly. I remember in the previous session there was one, but it was a technical one where they had made an error, and so they agreed that they needed to fix it. So that being said, I mean, it's really tricky when you are in the opposition and you're a minority party in the legislature to feel like you can make a lot of progress on within the legislature on those bills. However, we have the opportunity and the power to really try to push and bring about change outside the legislature as well. And that's where, I spend a lot of time hearing from folks who feel like they're not being represented, who are, wanting hope and wanting to know how they can get involved. And, we've seen in various examples lately, we've seen this government backtrack on some of their decisions, some of the decisions that we found so hard to take in the legislature, where they backtrack. Parks is one example, right? The recent coal mining decision is one as well, although arguably it's a tiny step back, not far enough. But again, I'm rambling to answer your question, Christian. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I just had a lot of coffee, so you have to forgive me. But no, it's tricky, and I guess my advice for folks when they're trying to find common ground is that, I always try to be respectful to my UCP colleagues, even though I disagree. But admittedly, it can be challenging when you try the best you can, and you like I said, you use all the legislative tools you can, and yet you still don't make progress.
Thank you very much.
I think it's such an interesting spot to be, because it's hard sometimes to make the decisions on how to sacrifice perfect in order to make progress, because it's important to be able to take a step forward, even if it's something, because that's something more than there was. But sometimes you just want it to get, like, just do the thing that needs to happen rather than take the step to get there. And it's always interesting to be in those conversations where you might have to sacrifice perfect for progress, because sometimes something needs to change even incrementally. But I guess with this specific live stream, we're doing this in support of the U of A Campus Food Bank. So I guess to everybody watching, remember there's the link, I believe, in the live stream as well as in the description. But I kind of wanted to ask you a specific question about food insecurity, and how do you think food insecurity intersects with issues of equity, issues of marginalization? Oftentimes, who's accessing services might break down along a lot of equity-seeking lines, but also who might not be accessing services, or who might not see themselves reflected in the services that are present, or might not have their needs met. So I guess, how do you see the issue of food insecurity as an issue of equity, as an issue of identity?
Yeah, awesome question. Thanks to all of you for the work you're doing, because I know food insecurity is at a high right now, and we know food banks and other nonprofits on the ground are really struggling right now. You'd think that perhaps some of these issues would be minimized during a pandemic, but in fact, the pandemic has served to really highlight, in my opinion, the inequity that exists in society. So the riding I represent here, Edmonton Highlands Norwood, has some of the highest levels of poverty in particularly what some folks would call the inner city. Where I live, I'm a block south of 118th Avenue, and so we see the impacts of poverty every day, and we see it on predominantly marginalized communities. And so it's absolutely an issue. And I know, I talk a lot with a lot of the social service agencies that are trying to do trying to do amazing work, and they are doing amazing work despite struggling with funding. Kind of some of them are just working day to day to keep the lights on. And there's also been an increase in a number of grassroots organizations. You probably heard recently the work of Bear Clan Patrol and Water Warriors. These are groups that without government funding are going out on the streets. They're confronting head-on issues of food insecurity, right? Seeing folks who are unhoused, who don't ever know where their meal is going to come from. And so again, when you see it, when you're on the, when you're out talking to folks, when you're on the streets like I am a lot, you hear the stories, and you understand the relationship between food insecurity and intergenerational trauma. And it's very much a layered issue for a lot of folks. And until governments, all orders of government, start taking issues of poverty and housing seriously, I'm afraid we may not see a huge dent in the food insecurity issues that many folks are experiencing. And don't get me wrong, it's not just an issue that is in the unhoused community. There are a lot of people who invisibly are experiencing food insecurity issues, and we see that in the schools in my neighborhood. Schools where you hear reports of kids, that's the only meal that they're getting is that meal that they get at school, and they go home, they have a home, but they go home and there's not food there. So absolutely, I could talk about issues around poverty and food security for days. And so again, I'm grateful for the work that you all are doing to elevate this issue, because admittedly, I think it's one that hasn't gotten enough of a focus on, particularly recently with the pandemic.
Thank you for that answer. I definitely think you bring fun points. It's very much very difficult to know who is experiencing food insecurity and who's going through that. I know earlier today we had the executive director of the campus food bank on. He was mentioning somewhere along the lines of, I think it's 25% of their clientele are children, students whose parents using the campus food bank. That it's not just who you might think of the average everyday student going back and forth with a box of craft dinner or whatever it is, because there is no average everyday student. The concept of who that is manufactured. That's people going through this, experiencing the broader concept of life. But I guess just looking at the time, I do have one final question I'd love to ask you. Earlier on this year, I know just recently it's been in the news, there's been a bit of a survey done about brain drain in Alberta, coming out of the University of Alberta Students' Union. Specifically, there is discussions about how a lot of students in Alberta right now are more likely looking to move out elsewhere and looking to go out because they might not see a future in Alberta. I think it was somewhere along the lines of 47% of respondents said that their friends were unsure about staying in Alberta. And then when they started university, 24% of people imagined themselves probably or definitely moving outside, and now that's about a third of all students. But one of the interesting things that I found in that survey report was specifically some demographic breakdowns of that, with low-income people being more likely to move out, but specifically 54% of gender minority students that identified themselves with that survey said they were looking at moving probably or definitely outside of Alberta. So if you would have any specific advice, or if you'd have something you could say to LGBTQ2S plus students in Alberta to try and convince them to stay, to try and to tell them why they should make their future here, what would that be?
Thank you for that. And to be honest, I hadn't seen the breakdown of demographic information there. So, wow, it doesn't. I hate to say that it doesn't surprise me a whole heck of a lot. I can tell you, I've probably had, maybe a dozen emails, Instagram messages from young queer people who have either left or are thinking about leaving, and not just that community. I mean, I've heard from many Albertans who aren't sure if they're going to stay. Many young Albertans, and I get it, and it's really hard for me to, again, I have to acknowledge my privilege, because it's easy for me to say, just stick around, let's fight back. We need you here. That's easy for me to say, especially if you are feeling unsafe or unwelcome in Alberta, or in the community that you live in Alberta. And so, I can't if someone has come to that place where they actually are planning to leave the province, I try my best to support them, but I can't fully tell them to stick around because I'm not in their shoes. But it should be a dire warning to our government that the decisions they're making every day are having an impact on the lives of their citizens, and so much so that they're choosing to leave the province that they call home. And so, if I were the governing party right now, I'd certainly be looking at that, because if the moral argument of driving away, let's say LGBTQ2S plus folks, racialized folks, isn't enough for you to make a change, what about the economic argument, right? What about the impact on local economies when artists leave, when doctors leave, when nurses leave, when teachers leave, all groups from whom I've heard have left this province, right? And so, like I said, I've had many conversations. With some folks who are kind of like, oh, I just want to leave the province, and more sort of joking, I say, let's try to stay, right? We need you to be here to fight back. And part of what I see my job is to listen, but also to try to instill a sense of hope that change is possible and that we will get to build a province that we know and we love.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for all these questions and all these answers, and for coming out today. I know you said you're looking forward to enjoying the weather, so I won't keep you from that any longer. With how much and how fast it changes, I know we could expect a cold snap or a snowstorm or a bright summer day any second now. So get out, enjoy the weather, have a fantastic day, and thank you so much for coming out today. It was a lot of fun to have you here.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much. We appreciate it.
Thanks to all of you for the great work that you're doing, and if I can ever support you again in any way, just let me know. So thanks again. Take care, and hope to see you again soon.
Take care.
Thanks so much. Have a great day. Bye.
Take care.
Take care. Awesome.
That was good.
Next we got environment and energy.
Dave Conrad.
I'm just gonna quickly run to the washroom. I will be right back.
Fair enough.
We get a 20-minute break after this one. Be able to actually get food into me.
I might actually get some lunch after that.
I definitely need to eat because I'm starting to fade a little.
Just drink more beer.
Yeah.
Surely you can go wrong.
Are we having a break in front? Are we having a break in front of the camera? Are we eating together and just talking, or like, I don't know.
I don't know. What do you guys want to do?
We could probably just do a 20-minute off screen and then join back, or maybe like a 15 and then join for that 5.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Dave is here. I will wait for. Actually, no, Dave's a pal. We can
let Dave
let him in.
Dave's a
Dave's a. It's the bog rep.
Dave Conrad, how are you?
We're doing it. It's Saturday. The election's just around the corner. I'm incredibly stressed. How are you all?
I'm good. Yeah. Thanks for joining us on a Saturday afternoon. We really, really appreciate it. I guess, why don't I just start? We'll introduce ourselves again.
We can just wait a bit for David, eh?
We'll get on with the questions. How does that sound?
Sure.
So, my name again, I'm Kyle Daniel. I'm a third-year political science major. That's all you guys need to know about me. Join with me today is our co-host, Christian Fotang, Alden Maj, and David Draper. He's not around right now, but he will be around soon. You'll get to see his pretty face. And join with us today for the topic of the environment and energy in Alberta. We are joined with David Conrad. David Conrad, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
For sure. So I am a university student at the University of Alberta. That's how I know all these fine folks. Actually, I was in a class with Alden and Kyle, which was a good time, an agriculture and resource economics class. Hello, David. Yeah, third year student, majoring in human dimensions of environmental management in the Faculty of AILS, Agricultural Life and Environmental Sciences. It's a really cool degree. It's a mixture of some of your numeric courses, right? Thinking like science of water, science of soils, kind of stuff. Doing some math, which I don't enjoy, and then looking at the sociological aspects of how society intersects with environmental issues, how they respond, what solutions are, what problems are. So it's just thrilling for me because I love that systems level thinking. As was mentioned before as well, I'm the current undergraduate Board of Governors representative at the University of Alberta. That is one of three undergraduate and graduate students that sit on the Board of Governors at U Alberta. So those are some things about me.
Awesome. So without further ado, we're just going to dive straight into the deep end of these questions. Sure. And our first question is, what are the largest environmental issues facing us right now? And you have a little leeway there. By us, we could mean, provincially, federally, globally, completely.
Absolutely. So first thing here, just because there's only one of me, I definitely welcome you all to jump in and give your thoughts as well, because I'm sure you have some very interesting ideas as well. So yeah, just from some thinking and learning I've done. Several things. I think one would be societal apathy, and we see that, I would say, predominantly in developed countries. For example, Ipsos, it's a global advisor, a market research company. They did a study just last March 2020, and then they found that for sure 64% of Canadians think long-term climate change is as serious as COVID, which was a good realization, right? Especially you have this very immediate threat that's really shutting our lives down, and then for people to equate that to something that's obviously much larger, and I think much more serious over the long term. That was good to see. That compared to 71% belief globally, right? That climate change to COVID comparison. And then within Canada as well, 44% of Canadians felt that climate change was a top environmental issue, right? So moving away from that COVID, which is good to see as well, compared to actually at 37% globally, which is interesting to see. But then I feel where we see the apathy piece, and I feel the struggle myself as well, is this kind of this personal engagement piece, and personal engagement itself, just a side note, is not the be all end all, right, of a solution to environmental change. We understand there's a very complex interplay between many different systems, right, political systems, corporations, and for sure individuals, communities. But in terms of personal engagement, roughly half, when asked, were willing to avoid excessive packaging or choose to deliberately buy secondhand. So we had a 50% buy-in there. Then slightly less were willing to save energy, reduce water use, and then deliberately recycle. And then we saw even less, 37% willing to change daily travel plans, right? So that would be things like your daily commute, going to the store, going to the movie, right? Or using a bike, a bus, or using a car. And then 28% were willing to eat less meat, which is a very low margin, right? And then the last and lowest statistic was 24% were willing to avoid flying. And so just very interesting to think about kind of personal practice and how that plays into infrastructural problems, right? And so I guess we could also say that as there's social apathy, potentially there's yeah, for sure, political and corporate apathy as well. But that plays, and we see that play into our infrastructural system, where we for example, I think our cars are auto-centric, right? There's some good documentaries and that kind of stuff about we compare it to maybe European cities, and of course the climate's different, and weather and different, maybe resource extraction and economic foundation, but even so, we have a very deliberate design here in cities in Alberta, and that plays into this. So I think that's part of the issue as well. When we talk about an environmental issue, although that's infrastructure is not necessarily the environment, I think it's very closely related in terms of impact. Looking as well, the Eat Lancet report, which is a report done by the Eat Group, which is a European activist group. Maybe you all read about that stuff in terms of these questions, but and they did a cooperation with Lancet, which is a leading journal, a scientific journal, and they produced this report. Oh yes, of course, Alden and Kyle, the three of us, we read through this report for our class. I think it was last year, and So anyways, one of the key takeaways there was that food is the single strongest lever to optimize human health and environmental sustainability on Earth. So that food security piece, as indicated by the Lancet report, is also fundamental to our well-being, and threatening that is one of our top environmental issues. So ultimately, healthy diets, healthy planets, which is such a cool interplay. Like, don't you love that being healthy is good for so much beyond yourself? Because it's a struggle for me sometimes. Then lastly, I just did some reading into some UN reports, one specifically by the UN Environment Program. They had a Global Environment Outlook, number 6 report. And first off, I love UN reports. They are incredible. They are so, it's just data on the globe, data on things that matter. It's just incredible. I mean, it's also in many places very hard to read, but they're also very good at putting a positive outlook on very big problems, like, oh, we have this massive issue, but we're being solutions oriented, and I find that very comforting in my reading. But so I think they summarized it well in saying that the issues that we're pushing the ecological limits of the planet, right? And we can talk about climate change, absolutely, but climate change, and so when I read about ecological limits, I thought of the Stockholm Resilience Center's planetary boundaries, right? And we think of things like climate change, biosphere integrity, land system change, freshwater use, and so on. And so it's understanding that the climate change is definitely a buzz concept, right? And all the derivative terms from that, but along with that, it's ultimately the challenge of many facets of our ecosystem, and that's that's big. I think another environmental challenge we face is developing the capacity for 10 billion people by 2050. That was a prediction that the report made, and I've heard those numbers elsewhere as well. I think the last thing here is an environmental issue we have is our interplay, our relationship between the economy and the environment, where I understand there to be a dichotomy, but potentially a false dichotomy, where either we can have a positive fiscal situation, or we can have a negative one, but a healthy environment, and it's just not necessarily true, right? It doesn't have to be, and so the interesting interplay is, the economy damages the environment, but then as the environment is damaged, that damages the economy, because our economies are resource based. So those are all some thoughts I have around that question.
Thanks, Dave. I guess one thing you touched on a bunch there was the ideas of apathy and the ideas of personal engagement, staying engaged, keeping engaged. And I guess one question I have is, it can be very difficult to stay engaged, especially with how negative things can be sometimes. Oftentimes, it's very mentally taxing to check the news, because you already know there's so much going wrong. So how do you keep up to date with it? So I guess my question for you is, how do you stay engaged? How do you kind of keep up motivation to maintain engagement when there is so much that might not be positive? How do you maintain a positive attitude while still acknowledging issues and working towards solving them? How do you do that?
Yeah. I think just a few things here. First and foremost, I think it's regular exposure to the issues directly related to these, not the issues, but the consequences of the issues, right? So making sure I'm reading about vulnerable communities. I'm looking at the global news. I'm for sure reading the UN reports. I'm in regular conversation, especially as a political leader, but even just as an individual who cares about these issues, in regular conversation with people that aren't white and aren't male, as I am, right? Because communities that are indigenous or of immigrant ethnicities, they have unique perspectives, valuable perspectives that I can definitely be very deliberate about putting myself in their shoes to the best of my ability. But ultimately, that's just part of something that I don't have to struggle with, and I obviously recognize that, and so being in close relationships with people who have unique and challenging experiences besides myself keeps that fresh in me, realizing that these are issues. And then I would say to a large extent, that capacity in that sense it is a pull towards my emotion and my care for other human beings. And for sure, I understand that some people can become numb to those things, whether it's trained or it's actually just the disasters of life that they've endured. But for me personally, there is a certain emotional pull that when I expose myself to other people's suffering, it is very hard to look the other way. I would also say having a community that is like-minded is very important. And so for myself, in the past, that's been activism groups, right? People who are willing to think radically, and it's refreshing and it's comforting when you look at big issues. Right now would be less activism based, but definitely Students Council is a place where I hear many forward-thinking students, students willing to challenge the status quo and think outside the box, even within the student caucus on the board. One of the members is he really loves the idea of no tuition, right? And then looking at the European models and things like that. And I just love that. And that's inspired me too to like, okay, like what does that mean? And it's not something I'm going to run on. Don't get too excited about that. But it's that regular exposure to like-minded people who push your comfort zones is something I really value. And then I think lastly, and possibly most fundamental would be a belief construct about existence. And I think in many cases that could be a faith construct, right? But it doesn't have to be a faith construct, I don't think. I think it can be, an understanding of, actually, there's a book called a Short History of Progress by Ronald Wright, and he asked 3 questions. He asked, let's see if I get these right. Where do we come from? What are we doing, and where are we going? Someone correct me if I got those wrong, but it's definitely right, these fundamental questions about who am I as a person, and what's my role here, if there is role. Yes, there we go. Where do we come from? Cotton Eye Joe. But that I think is fundamental too, especially when the going gets hard and you hit walls of advocacy, or you hit walls of or you experience the hopelessness of big corporations abusing little people, like that kind of thing. You have to be reminded by yourself, by your community, or by a belief construct that may have a manifesto attached or something like that, that you're here doing something for a reason.
Awesome. Earlier, you'd mentioned something, Dave, about issues around like packaging, excessive packaging, and that just reminded me of something that I find very annoying about how our consumer culture works. In that, not only is there excessive packaging on stuff, I think it's very ironic that in order you buy a pair of scissors, and in order to get all the packaging off of it, you need a pair of scissors. But outside of that, one thing that I find very inefficient about the way our consumer society is set up is that we produce things to be consumed and then immediately disposed of. And my reasoning for that, or the reason why I find that so annoying, is surely these resources we've extracted to put towards these things that we're consuming, surely some of those resources that end up as waste can actually be used and recycled further, instead of contributing to landfills. And to me, giant landfills, I think, are some of the worst stuff that we do, especially as Westerners. And I find that, as you said, like buying secondhand and trying to cut down even on your energy consumption is very, very important, and something that you as an individual need to be cognizant of. One thing that it also brought to mind is just yesterday I was sent a survey by the city of Edmonton regarding food waste. Help me out here. Organization. So instead of having 2 streams of waste, so you have your landfill waste and then your recyclables, they're now adding a 3rd stream that involves food waste. And I just think that, again, this is coming from my idealistic point of view, but it's very, very important to become more cognizant of ways in which we can become more efficient with, as you said, we are resource based. And if we're going to be using these resources, maybe we should look towards either proper disposal or recycling of said resources. Anyways, that's my complete soapbox point. If anyone else has anything else they want to say, go
Yeah,
ahead.
jumping in on that, I think you hit a really interesting topic of like the commodification of sustainability. We're always taught reduce, reuse, recycle, but we're not really taught that it's a hierarchy. If you reduce first, and then you reuse, and then the third and last option is recycle, because it still costs energy, it still costs resources to recycle. And one of the things I always see is people ask, how can I be more sustainable? How can I be more environmentally friendly? And they see the solution as buying a new car that's more environmentally friendly, upgrading their dishwasher, that kind of stuff. But that's still buying something new. That's still getting something new and creating more items. And sometimes using what you have to the fullest extent. And this isn't always in every single situation. If you have a fridge that's literally just launching freon into the atmosphere, that's probably not good for the environment. But if you have a working car that's relatively fuel efficient, at one point or another, it's probably more efficient for the environment to stay in that specific car than it is to upgrade to a new one, just because of the cost of making a new car. I think that's a really interesting point you got around, like, we need to figure out our waste systems because waste is happening. But we also need to figure out that sometimes it's not about upgrading what you have, it's about using what you have to the fullest extent so that you don't need to upgrade it, so you don't have to throw something out.
Yeah, just to add to David's points there, because yeah, you brought up a really good point, David, about you know, the way they make it seem that to be sustainable, you have to keep buying more stuff, but it all comes down to the framing. And I think if you like go back and listen to like our previous episodes, my views on this has changed because being a lowly first year who's kind of learning these topics, I was very defensive about the whole like trying to live more sustainably because I did feel like I had that view that, oh, you had to buy more things to be more sustainable. You had to buy the energy efficient dishwasher, and you had to buy the Tesla, and you had to have that solar panel installation. And I just saw those things as very, like, well, there's a large class of people in our province and in our country that can't afford that, right? You're just basically, it made me, the way it was framed, it made it seem to me like living sustainably like was a thing for wealthy middle class, upper middle class individuals. But you're absolutely right. You tend to read more on these things and like you engage in conversations like this and talk to peers. Yes, it's absolutely more about just not necessarily just having a very high consumerist behavior and just being content with like what it is you have. And of course, you can not saying it's necessarily bad to buy the energy efficient machine, but yeah. Framing goes a long way, I think, and I also think that that's a problem in our province, right? That the mayors and the city councilors are talking about, that if we can only frame the way we approach um, being sustainable and green energy in our province, it can go a long way, because that bad framing is actually hurting like Edmonton and hurting the possibility of people coming to develop green industry in Edmonton. So yeah, thank you for that point. I liked it.
With that, Dave, we have just said some stuff that may or may not be accurate. So right now, I would just like to ask if there's anything you'd like to refute, because we are here to learn. If there's anything like, if you've read anything that could possibly change our way of thinking of this. I know just for me, like I hate packaging, and looking at a landfill makes me depressed. So, I just hope it's possible that we can make landfills not as big as they are. That's just my thing. But if you want to refute anything we've just talked about, please do.
For sure, thanks. Yeah, I'm also here to learn, because there's so much nuance to these issues, and I found really buying into a side often leaves me missing critical pieces from the other side, and that often puts me in a weak spot in terms of personal action or collective action. Yeah, great thoughts here. Just looking through it. I agree. Packaging needs to be, and
So I think part of what's been said here, and yes, lower purchase, 100%. Let's do that every time. And actually, one example for me is like Kijiji, right? Like buying that secondhand, like even if it's not Goodwill, because for a while for me, I kind of felt like buying secondhand was Goodwill, and there's something about Goodwill that sometimes can seem dirty to me, or like, oh, I won't really find the thing I want, right? But buying used is also totally what that is. And one example for me was I got these Logitech speakers. They're like a regular $200, and I bought them for $30 on Kijiji. And right, it's wild. And that subwoofer, it's prime. So that was a really cool opportunity. But I would say as well, when you think about packaging, it's not that packaging is bad. It's that the kind of packaging we have is bad. It's that our packaging is made with a petroleum product, and that takes a really long time to break down. A compostable packaging, like for example, I remember in Sub, in the Students' Union building, that is Students' Union building, Daily Grind, right there, they're like compostable coffee cup with the lid and all that. And it kind of seems plasticky. It obviously holds liquid in, but it's sustainable. And so that, even though, for sure, I would say still, I would agree with you both that using the reusable coffee mug is good. Although, I mean, if we, what are the energy comparisons between running hot water in my sink to wash my thermos compared to the production, the energy production cost of producing a bunch of single use cups? But then, right, if we think about kind of that I forget what it's called. We learned it in AREC 173, the class the three of us had. But about that kind of that process of a product, that the product's lifespan, it's composting, and then what value does that compost contribute to future generation, or even the heat released in the compost, and how is that being harvested? So there's lots of detail around there. But either way, a more sustainable packaging is better than a less sustainable packaging if we need to still stay with packaging, right? And there's some arguments for that here and there. Yeah, really great thought, David, on the commodification of sustainability and greenwashing, and how that can kind of let us put a green stamp on stuff without actually doing anything different. Yeah, and I also really like what you said, Christian. I've heard that as well before, about kind of the privilege that can be inserted into sustainability through the buying of new things.
Go ahead, David.
I guess just quickly on that, you're talking about like compostable products, talking about sustainable and like alternative packaging. One of the things I remember is back in my first year as a sociology course, it was environmental sociology, and we watched a documentary about packaging products, and there was literally this guy who went through the packaging museum that he had, and it was such an interesting concept because what had happened was back in that like kind of time area, what they did was you'd have something wrapped in like a fabric, and the fabric would be a pattern that you cut out and sew into your clothes, or something like that, where the packaging itself was directly used for an additional product after the fact. One of the best examples is cookie tins. Old style cookie tins that you see nowadays are almost exclusively sewing containers.
Yeah.
And that's because it was built in a way that would last and built in a way that had multiple uses. So I guess that's like, not even, I wouldn't say it's a dichotomy within sustainable packaging, but it's like the two main branches of, do you go in a way that disposes of itself well, or do you deliberately make your packaging into a secondary product that can be used? And is there one of those options that better together? That's not like that's just a question.
No.
Yeah. But Alden, I think you had some stuff.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing so much about the different environmental issues, Dave. I'm gonna shift it because you've talked a lot about that and brought up some really good issues, and now shifting that over to energy in Alberta. For Alberta, there's definitely contention between the environmental movement and the oil and gas sector. And I know our government especially looks to the benefits of the oil and gas sector and how natural gas can be better for energy in certain countries, how pipeline infrastructure can be better for transport than rails. And I think with this considered, and then contrasting that with various environmental groups, wherever they may be, you can have three opinions, being that yes, we should listen to the government and hear these benefits out. No, we should totally reject this and be more critical, or maybe we should meet in the middle. So my question to you, considering all the environmental issues you brought up and the status of energy and the importance of this sector in Alberta, do you see any of those opinions as being more important than the other? And with that in mind, how do you see the future of energy in Alberta and energy infrastructure going past the borders of Alberta and more so in federal politics and even international politics?
Yeah. I would say just generally as an approach, I try to take would be an approach of compromise. And in this case too, and the approach of compromise in this context may actually be in complete agreement with something that's very harmful. And so that would be an issue, and we need to be very aware of that. But I would say in that compromise, a big part of transition here, because I'm of the mind that compromise helps us transition. So ultimately, deep down inside myself, I'm rejecting what they're saying. But then through actual action, and so I guess that would be the idealistic self, and then in a sense, the pragmatic self says that compromise is probably where we want to go. We want to always try to be pushing our agenda while working with the people in power because they're in power. And also their ideas may not be completely bad, right? Like, but I would say. The problem with fully rejecting and maybe pushing something that's I think been very popular is the idea of a transition, right? Energy transition, and we know that to some extent this is already happening. But if we do this too aggressively, it will cost people jobs, and it will like in the short term, right? Because yes, long term, hopefully we redesign and there's a better way. But in the short term, we're polarizing people because no one likes quick change. Everyone's comfortable with status quo, and people will be out of work, and that's it is important. And I'm not saying that that's important for necessarily the well-being of a country, but I'm saying more at a personal level that. People need to be able to eat, and forcing people to line up in food lines or go to the food bank or something like that's not kind. Although, of course, there's lots of kind and not kind in lots of different contexts already. So looking at the future of energy infrastructure, it's honestly not something I've spent a lot of time in. I'm definitely looking more at the infrastructure piece, but I'm also right, especially in my courses, I'm looking more at more at the societal response to issues. But then even at the board, there's definitely a conversation around the government and where their money is going. And what kind of priorities that signals, and even what that means for the university. So some things that I think will happen in I would say the Alberta context. So I'm idealistic. Long term, whatever that is, I might be dead. I would expect, I guess, two outcomes, and maybe I'm sure you've heard of these ideas, but right, either it works out, we get this longer transition, there's still mistakes, but we're alive, or far less of us are alive, and the rich have absconded to Mars, and the majority of people are dying in this post-apocalyptic world. And I don't live my life believing, like, I think you know what I mean. It's a very careful line of like, this might happen because there is science here and there is concern. There's reason to be concerned, but it may be far slower than we think it is, and there's lots of nuance. So inevitably there will be division, short term, right? Some will die hard in the petroleum industry, and others will transition. Right? I think of the even as we have these talks about environmental issues and solutions, we have a government that put 1.5 billion into the Keystone pipeline, and then they promised another 6 billion in loanable money. And then there's 1.1 billion to smaller companies who either went bankrupt or went to the States, right? So it's like this is an issue, and I would say, though, I'm not here to be partisan at all, but to maybe in a way balance the scale. The interesting thing is, right, I think a lot of people instantly go to a different government. But the funny thing is, when we look at the actual money, and I've had conversations with some people about this too. But let's say NDP gets in next term. Or like some people are hopeful that this means good things for Alberta, and I'm sure in some ways it does. And I know that the UCP for some people groups in Alberta, that's been a good thing too, right? Of course, I think there are different metrics there, and I'm cognizant of that. But let's say NDP gets in and they inherit a deficit, because they probably will, and then there's non-renewable resource as per the 2019-2020 budget, that non-renewable resource revenue, which includes what's that called, royalties, that kind of thing, right? Like that depends on a positive relationship between the government and those oil companies to be there, right? As we saw that some that just left the States, but that's 13% of the revenue. It's roughly $5 billion, and so if for example, like an NDP electorate can argue with their deputy officer and say, we can't do this. I was elected to oppose these people, but the reality is, where else are you getting that $5 billion? And who's going to suffer if that $5 billion is just radically pulled, right? And then how people respond to that in a democratic system. There's so much complexity there. That doesn't mean we don't transition. It just means there's complexity and there's hardship, there's obstacles, and there's a dependency that does cripple us, I think, in terms of environmental action. Something else I think that will happen in the future of energy infrastructure here is we'll see companies leaving as companies are leaving now, dependent on the continued practice of our current government and not just our government, but the continued practice and support of constituents in Alberta to see petroleum industry as a primary solution in the short and long term to economic viability. So, for example, there was a tech company that left Alberta specifically due to UCP's financial devotion to oil, and then the UCP also removed a 30% tax credit to investors paying for clean tech and digital animation right along that tech company line. So, right, definitely there's also been a slow progress away from incentives towards the idea of clean energy, which again, right, priority signal. And I mean, as we've seen with the war room as well, we'll have a continued aggravation with those environmental groups. I would say to some extent as well. Again, the Alberta context, and I think a lot of this stuff can be broadened to the Canadian context as well. Although I'd like to think that there is maybe a little bit more of a bent towards environmental conservatism or conservation countrywide compared to Alberta, especially because we, even when you look at jobs in Canada for the industry, it's like we have roughly 150,000 of those industry jobs in Alberta, of the just under 200,000 jobs in Canada, right? So the proportion of people will also reflect an ideological approach. So one piece, what was it? Yeah, I've shared some thoughts here. Right, the current aggravation, the current polarization, although it exists within this government and the culture they bring, I do worry that the culture will remain in a lot of ways, and I think that culture is part of what got a government that was very interested in this industry specifically elected in the first place. And so I do see that as something going forward that we'll have to be careful about too. And it's not just the priority to have jobs in industry, but it's also the emotional polarization around these issues and the lack of ability to have dialogue around these things. So that's that. At a national level, I think I've said something similar. Right, we look at import and as a similar thing. I think we'll have to. It is inevitable to, as we transition to take some kind of loss because it's a longer term investment in a better good. at an international level, again, I feel it kind of it goes either way, right? It's either this kind of works out, or we have exacerbated power imbalances, and that takes shape in the form of something like dependency theory, right? Something taught in sociology context, where you have core countries, you have periphery countries, and then you have countries in between, semi-periphery, and those core countries are essentially your developed countries, and periphery countries are your developing countries, and an example of that imbalance is economic dependency of a developing country on the global market, because of, like, for example, this company needs to devote their entire let's say agricultural infrastructure to developing a single commodity to sell in the global market, and they have to do it that way to achieve the economies of scale for that resource, and that leaves them dependent completely on imports for all their essentially living needs, right? And that puts them in a financially precarious spot, and then that leads to them asking for loans from larger economic organizations like the International Monetary Fund or the World Bank, and all of a sudden they are indebted to this global system that is already built to disadvantage them, right? So I see things like that probably going, probably increasing, although, right, we do also see there are people on the other side of that, like, for example, the United Nations, and of course there's lots of criticism around them, and as I think there's criticism around any organization, but I think some of the data and the information put out there is really hopeful in a sense, if we can get direct action on that. I do have more points. Yes, Christian, would you like to?
Yeah. So you touched on a lot of points there, and I think one of them.
You're still muted.
I'm still muted. Oh,
Definitely
right.
muted, Chris.
Sorry.
There you are.
No. So yeah, you touched on a lot of points there, and I wanted to bring it back to something when you talked about healthy eating means like healthy, like very, I forget the expression you used. It was very nice and very witty. But I was wondering what role the university or universities could play in like increasing more like urban agricultural systems, like the university owns like a sizable amount of land, and sometimes they're always looking for ways to and diversify the revenue. Basically, I'm not saying we should get into farming, but like what role could you see them playing in that, and especially with like linking that to food insecurity on campus with university students.
Absolutely. So I think there are answers at several levels, as I think generally there should be, in regards to big issues. So I imagine you're referring to land trust. I don't actually know much about the land trust itself, but it's land we have, and so. For sure, communicating priority, right? In terms of advocacy, that would be me raising issues with. I'm not quite sure who oversees the land trust right now, but I know the vice president, facilities and operations, would probably be one of the people, Andrew Sharman. Touch base with him, have a conversation around what's that land being used for. Could we put towards, healthy diets, healthy people, healthy diets, healthy world, healthy land, something. But I think it would also require collaboration with several groups, right? So definitely touching base with the Sustainability Council, bring them in. And generally, I've seen that the university is pretty good at consulting a lot of groups. Of course, I think consultation, and not only consultation, but also implementation from consultation can always be better. But the Sustainability Council, right, U Alberta is kind of official department of sustainable development. Or research, or kind of pushing that mission statement in different areas. There's definitely something there, right? Bring them into that conversation. The Sustainability and Capital Fund, and actually the Sustainability and Capital Fund, which is a students' union fund put forward to encourage students to develop environmental initiatives, and then they can apply for money, and then it's kind of an incubator in that sense. And so that Sustainability Capital Fund, I would say, is very similar to the campus what's it called? A campus sustainability grant, which is, I believe, achieves a similar purpose. And so I would love to see student partnership there. And actually, that is something I'm looking at in the next term, about, how do we connect these people more effectively, because I think students have brilliant ideas that many people just don't think of. Pre-existing Alberta gardens. I think maybe to some extent, industrializing is the wrong word, but maybe streamlining or strengthening production capacity in some pre-existing infrastructure could be a solution. I also think of our investments, like where do we put our money? Not only potentially in the where we invest in different companies to generate revenue, and who are we supporting? I think that could potentially play into maybe some community members, right? Building donor relationships, or some kind of feedback relationship between the University of Alberta and then some organizations that are specifically concerned about improving food accessibility. But then even some internal groups like the food bank, what kind of pre-existing relationship does the university have with them, and are they leveraging that effectively? Are they supporting the food bank as a student-run initiative to reach as many students as possible? I think as well, right, we have Submart as examples too, and I don't think Submart could necessarily be classified as a supermarket, but what does it look like for maybe the university to have a supermarket on campus or something? Like even just to lease the space to an actual grocer, why not? And those are phenomenal conversations, and those are definitely something I can bring up at the board as well.
Thank you.
Just a bit off topic, I wanted to people at home, people watching from their own place, a little update on where we're at donation wise. As we've said before, this is a stream for the campus food bank. We're trying to raise money in donation there. Our goal is $1,000, and right now we are at $285.9. So thank you to everybody who has donated. We're at about 29% of the way to our goal, and it's really, really fantastic to see that we're getting there. We're chipping away. But there's still a decent way to go. So if you can, if it's at all feasible, please do click the link. Send as much as you can. If it's $10, if it's $5, if it's $200, whatever you can do, it's very much so going to a good cause. So that's kind of our donation update right now. We're sitting at $285.9 according to the donation page. So thank you to everybody who's donated.
Dave, I have a very important question for you. What is your favorite tree, if you had to pick one?
Sure. I think for most of my life, I've really enjoyed birch trees. I really enjoy the flaky nature. It's the bark is so delicate, but then the color, the contrast is also beautiful, right? Those dark patches with the light skin, and it just I think it's very picturesque. It looks really good in a stand, like a stand of trees, and it also looks good in paintings.
I'm an aspen guy, Alden, if you're going to ask me. Really like aspens. Anyways, what else do we got? Anybody have any more questions to ask?
I guess just quickly on my end, Dave, you mentioned, I guess you kind of touched on a bit of a concept earlier of trying to make progress, trying to take a step towards something and figuring out what's worth progress towards, even if it's not a full solution. So I guess a question I'd asked earlier in one of our earlier panels about equity and diversity was how do you find the balance between perfect and progress, and how do you see that balance existing in topics of sustainability?
Yeah, I think organization around goals or our personal goal setting is critical. We have to be very clear with what do I want, and what does my community want. Not necessarily we can work out details for sure, and details I think are important as well, especially when we're doing very low level, very low level application of ideas. But what do we want as different stakeholder groups, right? So for sure, me. What do I want? What does my friend want? What does my community want? What does my city want? So identifying those things, accepting
that progress will take time, and that maybe a cliche, but taking a few steps back to take a step forward isn't necessarily a failure. And I'm sure we've heard this before. And then I guess in another sense as well, and these are all context specific, but I guess 51% is still a step forward, right? That 1% is still so. Acknowledging that things can be very small. It's a hard journey for me too, because I definitely I guess fluctuate between not bought in, but hopeful and not hopeful, or very concerned about an issue and then less concerned about an issue. Just as my life goes different ways, and I'm in a very fluid space, as I'm sure many students are. Life is changing. We're looking at different initiatives. We're trying out things for the first time. We're thinking about an ominous career that's looming overhead, or an exciting career, right? But like this responsibility of becoming someone in society. So all of that plays into my making progress. But I generally hold hope. And I, as I said before, right, I bring myself back to what are the needs and who are the people that need them and why do they need them? Because that keeps me going.
Perfect.
Awesome. Well, I think with that, we've run out of time. We better wrap it up. But thanks again, David, for joining us today. We really appreciate it. And with that, have a good Saturday afternoon.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks so much.
See you.
Thanks, dude. Have a good one.
Ho, 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 ho.
Okay.
All right.
So we are at almost 3 p.m. my time, so I'm guessing it's almost 2 p.m. Edmonton time. It's
Yeah. You're 5 hours in. Only 7 more to go.
Only 7 more to go.
Man. All right. So what are we gonna do now?
I believe we have Ben Steak Brewery, or is that for later?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. No. I might. Oh, I misread that.
I think we have to. I think 2:10 is when we have the optimism in politics, but I think we have some time for a break until then.
Okay.
Get some food to us.
Yeah, it's probably a good time to get some food.
Okay.
Maybe get another beer. I finished off the raspberry blonde. It was a good one. So
yeah, I finished mine too. It was really good actually. I don't even really like fruity beer, but this one's decent.
Wait, are you in the second beer, Alden?
What?
Are you on?
Yeah, 2 down.
Really? What? Oh my god, I'm behind.
I was just back my seconds.
I'll grab one for the next panel. It'll be great. Anyways, I'm gonna go shove some food in my face. Take a little break. Are we gonna come back here and hang out, or
yeah? I mean,
do a food
to honor. I mean, are people going to take food and come back here to eat, or just eat away?
I think so. Yeah, just to keep it going.
Exactly.
It's a 12-hour.
It's a 12-hour stream. Yeah, I was like, we have to honor the 12-hour stream. So I will let everyone go get their food, and then I can just hold the fort. And then whenever you come back out, I'll go get my own food, and I'll just entertain people with Lunchables ASMR.
Shakespearean soliloquy and Lunchables ASMR.
Okay. Okay. Hi guys, welcome to my TED Talk. Today we're talking about Lunchables ASMR. So if anyone's watching, this is Lunchables. This show is not sponsored by Lunchables. Over-the-counter Oreo. It's very creamy. I like the texture of the chocolate. I will say this though. I have never understood the philosophy behind putting Oreo in milk. We have one person commenting. Is this the same package or a different one? It's the same. Okay. I'm out of Oreos, so now I have to make do with just the Ritz. I actually had prepared one already. David's back for some more Lunchables. Also, yeah, we haven't had time to acknowledge this because there's been a flurry of guests. But thank you for your patience with all the sound issues. It's a new software. None of us are tech guys, and the only person close to being a tech guy is David. But the man has been working overtime lately. We won't get into it, but he's keeping busy, so we just had to adapt and improve in different ways. But yeah, just keep the feedback constant. If you're getting any issues, I'm more than happy to improve. This is our first time doing this, but it's always nice to be innovative. Innovative. How do you say that word, David? Innovative? Innovative. There you go. Here's another crack at it. If you told me 3 years ago, that I would be making ASMR content and telling the mayor of Edmonton to sum his points up in less than 2 minutes, I'd say get out of here. But such is the nature of life. Let us enjoy its spontaneity. And one more for the road.
Salt if you feel like it.
A little bit too spicy.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Ugh.
Have
you guys ever? Oh, go ahead, David.
I was just gonna share my my lunch today. I got some leftover deep dish pizza from Camp Ruin downtown Edmonton.
Nice.
This one's the Sydney to Halifax, I think it's called. Basically, they took a deep dish pizza and then covered it in donair meat and turned it into garlic fingers. So it's sliced up tiny. It came with some like garlic, like donair sauce dip.
Yeah,
that was real good. Did not make it through the first round of this pizza, but a little bit left. It's a good leftover pizza. So if you're looking for a good deep dish in Edmonton, I highly suggest Campio.
You know what? I'm on my way over. I'll see you guys at like 2 p.m. Or not even 2 p.m. Oh my god, it's 2 p.m. already. I'll see you guys at like 4 p.m. Oh my god. The day's melting away.
You're going?
Whew. No, I'm not. I'm joking. I'd never leave you, Chris.
I generally fear people who come up with some crazy stuff. Sorry, I shouldn't talk with food in my mouth, but I'm really hungry. But what drives a person to decide to use donair meat as the base of a pizza? You know what I mean? I must say I'm not offended by the idea. I think it would probably be great, but like, where were you in life? What rough patch did you hit that idea came to your mind? If you have the answers,
tasty. It works.
please tell me.
But like, it's not a food pairing that I see as very like out of the park, out of the ball. Because like, it's good. It's meat on pizza, you know. that's something that works. What is something that genuinely mind boggles me how somebody came up with it, but I truly, deeply love? La Poutine on 109th Street has a PB&J poutine.
A PB&J poutine?
Like fries, cheese curds, peanut butter, jam, gravy, peanuts, and bacon. And like, it's really good. But who looks at a poutine and goes, yes,
This needs peanut butter.
peanut butter?
Who looks at Vladimir Putin and says, this needs peanut butter? I got no idea. No idea. Wait,
I have to
where
say-
is it, David?
La Poutine.
By what? By where? What?
La Poutine. On 109.
Oh yeah, I've never been there.
They're pretty good. They sell their cheese curds in bulk, so that's pretty nice.
Nice.
I always want to find cheese curds. I can never find them, so I have to get them through them. How's that massage chair, Christian?
You ever turned it on?
Yeah, man. I'm about to do that now.
Hey, have you guys ever been to the botanical gardens at the UK?
Yeah.
Should I take my mom there? I've been thinking of taking my mom there. Not a good idea. Tomorrow? Are they? Do you guys know if they're open tomorrow?
No.
I mean, I could Google it.
But they're super nice. Way back in the summer, they had like a picnic thing that you could do.
Yeah.
It was like a date night out. It was a lot of fun. Me and my partner did it, dinner and drinks in the park, and then walked around at night. It was a lot of fun. It was all COVID safe. Like everything was packaged up separately. Masks on everywhere. But it's really pretty. I definitely give it a shout out if you're looking for something to do. You and just your household going out, having a mask on, walk at the botanical gardens. It is a bit of a drive, so keep that in mind. But it's nice.
Right. Isn't it on the west side of town?
Well, it's pretty far south.
Oh, it's south. Okay. Oh, fair enough.
It's
Fair
not.
enough. Yeah.
While we're here, I'll just explain to viewers just an advanced explanation of what the key terms presentation is. I understand that's pretty vague, but we have a set idea for that. Basically, we'll get a political slogan generator, and we'll each have 10 minutes, 5 minutes to give a speech based on what we get as a slogan, and another 5 minutes to accept questions from each other and on our whatever the speech we deliver. And you and the audience can comment on who is the winner of that case comp.
And notably, 0 of those minutes are to prepare. You have the slogans read out,
Slogans read out.
and then you start.
Exactly.
5 minutes.
No
like 5
more,
minutes
no
starts
less. Yeah.
So that would be an interesting one.
Yeah, there were some good ones there when I was using it last night. So, do you guys like carbonated water?
I don't like carbonated water.
It's all I ever
Same.
drink
It's
now.
weird.
Move to Europe if you like it. I don't get the effect. Like, why do you? What's like drink pop if it's carbonated? Why do you need water to be like? I don't know.
It's water with a weird texture and tastes weirdly bitter. 'Cause, like, if I wanted bitter water, I'd have tonic water. But sparkling water is just not good tasting in any shape, way, or form.
So someone described it as angry water. Didn't know water could be angry. But it is. Also, if you're engaging in the live chat, put down what you've learned so far. What's a topic you like? Who was your favorite guest so far? We'd love to get all that feedback. Get some audience participation in this. After all, why not?
Also, to drum up some excitement with the key term presentations, I just opened up the political slogan generator. The one I just got right now, and this is pretty representative of what we're going to be getting, the slogan is transparent on Australia. So you have to go right then and there, 5-minute speech on why you're transparent on Australia. Or the next one I got was nurture the Brexit, cooler on kale, keen on playgrounds, banks, and hospitals. There's a lot of interesting ones. It should be a pretty fun time.
What's been huge in the kitchen game recently? My grandma wasn't using it, so she just gave it to my family. Like really easy panini press. I've been making paninis every single day. I don't know why I haven't been before, but it's really life changing to get a panini press.
Good to know. I snagged an espresso maker on Facebook Marketplace, and honestly life changing to be able to make lattes and stuff at home. I realized that I'm a coffee snob, and apparently everybody around me did that already, but I had never come to terms with that. So now that I can have espresso, it's just really fun. Just make really good coffee. Also, are you thinking of saving this crack at the next segment, or should I open right now?
Oh, I have the same one.
Hey. I'll make crack it now then, just to wash down. Ooh, citrusy. I'm not usually a big IPA person. It could be dry and bitter. That's good.
We should all road trip down to Sylvan Lake for that brewery tour. I'm really intrigued now.
It'd be interesting to see that place. I had no idea they built everything themselves. That's really cool.
It was interesting hearing how they're all like tradesmen turned businessmen. I thought that was really, really, really cool and inspiring. You know, maybe when I fail at whatever it is I do with my degree, if anything, I can always just turn around and. Of course, it's not that easy. You know what? Maybe I should not hedge my bet on being a brewer.
Yeah, I mean beer from powder. I'm pretty much a brewer.
Yeah.
My backup plans are, after I realize I can't get a job with my degree, it's brewing or opening up a bar. I really want to open up a queer speakeasy and call it the Closet Club.
Nice.
Hidden behind an actual closet that you have to walk into, and all the drinks would be weird themed stuff the Lavender Panic or the Sappho Sour, stuff like that. It'd be a pretty fun one.
Important question: can you incorporate R. Kelly into this closet scenario with this very well-known rap opera, Trapped in the Closet?
For legal reasons, I do not know who this R. Kelly man is.
But, a surprise for sure, and not a welcome one in any way. So, I've been started listening to country music again, and I realized, good Lord, does country music suck? It's pander. It's like that Bo Burnham. He does a country song. I don't know if you guys have heard it, but it's just pandering, and that's all it is. Every song is the same, and you can tell exactly who their audience is, who they're trying to attract with that specific song. It's bad, really bad.
I was listening to the radio a couple days ago, and there's a country song that came on, and literally some of the lyrics were, "This one's out for the truck drivers, firefighters, volunteers, police officers, and don't you dare forget about our troops." As that was a direct lyric from that song, and You're not wrong there, Kyle.
Was it Toby Keith?
I have no idea. It was on my turn on the radio.
I like turn of the century, a little bit of country from that era, because it gets weird. Like when the Iraq War happened, then it's like you're either on the side of Toby Keith or the Dixie Chicks. Like that's it. That's the battlefield. Either you're anti-war Dixie Chicks, they're now called the Chicks, or you're pro-war or pro-troops maybe, Toby Keith. Regardless, country music sucks. For the most part, some of it's okay. Some of it's good. If like Corb Lund is listening, I don't know if he's out there. I'm definitely not. You're good. But some of the stuff out of Nashville, pretty bad. And that's my bit. I can now retire as a podcaster. I've peaked, and I don't know how high I made it, but this is where we're at. Cheers. Oh, I also got a beer. I grabbed a beer because I heard you guys opening. But I don't know.
In a similar genre as the music talk, Christian parodies of already existing songs. I recently found a Christian parody of the Electric Slide, and like, I genuinely can't hate those parodies if they're done in just such bad like style. Like if they're actually trying, I don't like the parodies. But when they're so clearly like a bunch of random people who thought it would be a fun way to get hit with the youths, like that's when you need the Prey of Faith Electric Slide parody.
It definitely seems like we're against a specific demographic right now. And I just want to say that if you enjoy country music, specifically country music, good for you. You know,
we're not here to please your tastes. If you enjoy it, that's awesome. Enjoy it to your extent. Love it. Be true to your music tastes.
I guess that's what I'll say. I guess.
Yeah. Just do your thing.
Doubling down on the country music hate. And I'll say this: I grew up in a rural area. All we listened to was country and like classic rock. And I like the early country music that I grew up with, but I was also a kid. Some of it I go back and listen to now, and I'm like, we're pandering here. Anyways. Oh, sorry guys, that was my rant.
That concludes our minute of hate for country music.
Like on that though, like listening back to punk rock music that's aimed at elementary school students.
Yeah,
that really stands. Like, you know, like it's the like punk rock, like not too, like it's still weird that you're like a punk rocker for like junior high kids or like elementary school kids, but like there was some deep cuts for grade 6 me, and like they stand.
%. Oh my god. Where's Chris? Chris, we're starting soon.
Minute till go time.
Minute till go time.
I'm back.
Do you think
I will be the fastest gun in the West.
Do you think our next guest tuned in like, oh no? What have we gotten ourselves?
Never mind, I am not back. MP McPherson is here. Okay, ready to go?
Hello, welcome. Hello, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hey, Joel.
Hey, Joel.
Welcome.
Hey, folks, how are you all doing?
We're doing well. I think
pretty good.
Thanks. I've been tuning in and out for the past couple hours and hearing some conversations, and I said I would be happily able to sponsor the Lunchables.
Yes, please sponsor our Lunchables campaign. Hi, MP McPherson. Can you hear us well?
Hello.
you guys hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you perfectly.
How are you doing today?
Awesome. Good. It's beautiful out there, hey?
God, it's after the cold snap weekend. It's been rough, but I'm happy to see some like snow, some sunshine. It's fun.
It's nice to go out when it doesn't hurt your skin to be outside for like seconds.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's one of these very, very Canadian things where it becomes like -5 and we're all in shorts and excited and delighted by the weather.
Yeah, I was able to go for a walk for the first time in a while and actually enjoy it, so that was nice.
I have a yellow lab, and it's not. She needs a lot of exercise, and she has not been getting it. I am not a -47 dog walker.
That's fair. I feel like you probably wouldn't deal with the cold very well either. Just knowing, I have a dog at my parents' place, and he's not a fan of boobies, and he's not a fan of cold paws. So it's 3 steps and then. But I guess I can introduce myself. My name is David. I am a political science student here at the U of A. The rest of the panel we have here today, we got Christian, Kyle, Alden. We're all students at the U of A from a bunch of different backgrounds, and we're here today trying to raise money for the campus food bank. We're talking about food insecurity, talking about municipal politics, future, and we thought it'd be really good to have a conversation about optimism and what's going right in the world, because it can be so easy to get a little pessimistic and lose sight of the good that's happened in the world. So I guess just to start us off, Heather, if you could introduce yourself, and then Joel, what's gone well for you since the start of COVID-19? What's something positive that's happened? What's a good thing that's happened to you?
Can I start? Yeah. So you said to introduce myself. My name is Heather McPherson. I'm the Member of Parliament for Edmonton Strathcona, and I was actually elected in 2019, about 6 months before the pandemic started. So I've actually been a Member of Parliament for longer during the pandemic than I have before it was a pandemic. So I sort of feel like this is a bit of my new norm, and knowing that we were going to be talking about optimism today, I had lots of thoughts about this, and lots of, you're right. It's very easy for us to get very negative about 2020, about even as we go in, we're in the first quarter of 2021, and we're not out of the woods yet by any stretch of the imagination. So in terms of things that we can think about that have gone good for people and good for us, I mean, when you actually sit down and think about it, there's actually quite a lot. And I think the big thing that I'd start with, and I can dig down into what this means if you're interested, but the big thing for me is this overwhelming sense of a restart. That what we got from this is this opportunity to sort of reset a whole bunch of things. The pandemic made it really clear where there were cracks in the system, where the system wasn't working for everybody equally. It made it really clear that in fact, when there is political will, it is possible to turn this ship on a dime, that there can be massive global response to massive global problems, which we'd kind of been told prior wasn't possible. When we looked at the climate crisis, we were always given this narrative that, well, there's no way to turn the ship. Well, there is, and this has shown us that we actually can do that really, really well, and we can do it really, really fast. So it opens up this potential, the silver lining of COVID-19, and I don't want to soften it. I mean, people have lost their lives, people have lost their loved ones, people have lost their livelihoods. It has been really hard for a lot of people, but it does give us this opportunity, this pause to reflect on all the things that we can put back better, all the things that could be different as we move forward to recover and in the coming months. That's a really long political response. Sorry, I'll try to talk less.
Thank you so much. That was a very good response. I definitely love to hear more about what you're talking about when you're thinking about like critically analyzing where we're in society and kind of finding a new starting point. But just before we dive into that, I just passed the same question along to Joel. If you could quickly introduce yourself and say what's gone good in your life? What's a positive that's happened to you?
Yeah. So first off, thanks for having us on this podcast. I think this is really awesome opportunity to raise awareness about some student issues, but engaging in different conversations. So my name is Joel Agrawal. I'm the current president of the University of Alberta Students' Union, and actually prior to this, last year I was the VP academic, and as a science student, I didn't really have any real political inclination. So me coming into student governance and getting sort of immersed into politics it's been a very steep learning curve over the past couple of years. But I think this year in particular has been very challenging, of course, with the pandemic. And there's a lot of different challenges. There's a lot of things that have really been difficult for so many different people. And from the student perspective, many students have really struggled this year. But I think as you mentioned, Heather, I think there are a lot of positives as well. And I tend to think I'm a pretty optimistic person. So this is the perfect podcast to talk about. But I think that just being able to see the flexibility, people really coming together and solving some of the joint problems and the joint challenges that we're facing as students, as a province, as a country as well. I think that has been really heartening to me. And I think that the piece about flexibility is super important because, as an organization that represents students, it's sometimes easy to, think about ways in the ways we've done them before, and they've worked and they've been tried and tested. But when you're thrown with a pandemic, there are just so many new challenges that you really have to be flexible. You really have to be, having an ear to the ground and listening to what are the new and upcoming issues. What are students actually feeling and thinking, and how are they affected by this pandemic? So I've been really grateful for the opportunity. And I think it's been a very tough year, but I think there's a lot that's been going well on the student front of things. So I'm excited to see what the next couple months are going to be offering, but I think there's a lot to be grateful for.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Heather, you said you were looking to expand a little bit more on one of the comments you made earlier. I'd love to hear a bit more about it.
Sure. Well, I mean, one of the things that was hard when we first came down, when the pandemic was announced about a year ago, is that we saw really quickly that people in Edmonton, Strathcona didn't have enough. They didn't have enough to meet their basic needs. We saw very quickly that the inequalities in the system really did rear their ugly heads. We saw seniors. We know that seniors in long-term care homes have been disproportionately hit by this. Students have been disproportionately hit by this. And so all of those things that came to the forefront, I guess the positive is that we actually can rebuild those. And the conversations that we're having about some of these issues aren't the same conversations we were having before March 13th, 2020. The childcare is a perfect example. It used to be considered sort of this sort of left-wing idea. It's a nice to have, not a need to have. It is now something that the Royal Bank is talking about. It is now something that chambers of commerce are talking about as fundamental to our economic recovery. It used to be that you couldn't even talk about free post-secondary education. It's now a mainstream idea. It's now a thought that people are actually talking about. Basic income. Guaranteed basic income programs. That's something that where a legitimate political discourse is happening right now about the potential for that. Whereas these used to be way out there on the side, and they're just not there anymore. The long-term care home thing, taking profit out of long-term care. We've been calling for that for years, but now we've seen why it's vital. Like it's really interesting to see that shift. And one of the ones for me, I think is really fascinating, really important for Albertans, is it does feel like Albertans are finally willing to engage in a conversation, a meaningful conversation about climate change. We're willing to engage in a conversation about diversifying our economy. For the longest time in Alberta, it had to be you're either all in for oil and gas or you're against us. And I think there needs to be a really reasonable discussion about both how our oil and gas sector can be supported, but also how we can start to diversify and transition into the economy of the future. And, post-secondary institutions play one of the fundamental keystone roles in what that conversation needs to look like. So I think we have all this opportunity for a whole bunch of things like that. I mean, I could go on. Even our pharmacare vote in the House of Commons next week, I think, is going to be a big shift. We've been waiting for pharmacare for 60 years. It was supposed to be part of our Canada healthcare plan, and it's been promised for 23 years from the Liberals. So we might get it this year. Like, if you want to see a silver lining, it's the fact that Canadians may actually get pharmacare and may stop being the only country in the world with a healthcare program that doesn't include pharmacare.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that definitely seems like things to be optimistic about. Being able to see motion in the political machine, being able to see people achieving the goals that they set out to do, and to see ideas that might have been on the periphery move more tangible, more central. I know this is the optimistic one, so I'll try not to dwell on this point, but I also know that alongside the move of certain ideas from the periphery, there's been a few more negative ideas that's moved in the periphery as well. I guess it's important to notice or to acknowledge the context in which this podcast is happening with the COVID-19 pandemic, and it's happening on Saturday, February 20th. I'm living right downtown, right across from the legislature, and I know there's a massive protest planned later today about public health measures. So I guess knowing that positive things have also moved to the periphery is fantastic. But it's also important to know that it's not all been without its roses. But this is the optimism panel, so I should stop dwelling on the negatives. So I guess,
David, it's an excellent point. Like, the other thing to keep in mind, we've seen this huge uprising of othering, of racial discrimination. Edmonton, Strathcona, this riding where the University of Alberta has some of the highest racial discrimination incidents, hate crimes in the country right now. Like, there's work to be done here. So I don't want to mitigate or minimize some of the other things that are happening that we need to be aware of.
But I also think there has been a lot of work towards fixing a lot of these structural issues that you were talking before. That kind of ties into the next question we have set up, which is what sort of larger scale trends have started moving to be more optimistic? I know looking over the past year, there's been a massive refocusing on equity, diversity, and inclusion, and seeing a major shift towards positive action there. And that's definitely something I look at to see as a positive trend. But what are a few other areas in society as a whole that you see some positive trends, both in what's being talked about, solutions appearing, or even just progress being made on a mission? Joel, if you want to start on this one, and then Heather.
Yeah, sure thing. I think one of the words that, I guess, phrases that Heather, you said, and it stood out to me, is political discourse. And I think that we're really seeing a lot of discussions happening, around Canada. And I think, one of the things I've always been sort of, struggling with is how polarized sometimes we can tend to be in politics. And I think that's something that's been concerning to me for a while. But I think that one of the things this pandemic has done is it's a common issue that so many people are struggling with, and I think we're starting to see people come together to fight for, as you mentioned, David, equity and inclusivity and diversity, EDI, all over, not just in our campuses, but across Canada. And I think one of the things that I love to see is, thoughtful and respectful political discussions, and I think that's really happening. It's always politics is such a diverse field. It's so different in different parts of the country, and I think it's one of the things I always say on our students' council is fight the idea, not necessarily the person. And I think that we're seeing people coming together, and specifically on campus, this year has been really monumental. And David, you'll know as the VP academic, you've done a lot of work in ensuring that students are at the table, whether it's at the General Faculties Council or it's at Students Council. And this year we have a full GFC caucus, full council, and a lot of the work has been done by you, David, and that's really, really important, is getting that representation. It's really understanding that we can come together and push for common problems and common issues and find solutions. So that's been really exciting. I've seen a lot of conversations happen where there's two different groups that completely disagree with each other, but there's that opportunity to have a respectful dialogue, and I think that's really heartening, and that's really important in a political context.
Yeah, I really like that point about not having that same polarization that was evident there before, and I think that also really relates to what Heather was saying earlier there with that concept of rebuilding. How many local, national, or subnational governments have adopted the slogan "Build Back Better"? There's really no rhyme or reason to ideology for this standard, but I think there is a very united front across the world to build things back in a way, regardless of party or however they view the world, to build it better for the people they represent. So I think that's been a really big positive that we've seen across the board. And I guess having all those broad concepts, to shift it a bit more locally, I guess. In terms of the local writing or things on campus, and I know you've touched on it a little, but are there any really big positive changes that you two have seen either on campus or in your local writing that just really exhibited more positivity during these recent times?
Joel, do you want to start on that one and I'll jump in, or do you want me to start?
Sure, yeah, I can jump in. I think there's a number of different things. I can probably talk about it for longer than the time we have, but I think right off the bat, one of the things that we as an executive team this year have been really pushing for is proper policies and proper measures put in place to pretty good step in the right direction to address some of the issues that have been raised for a number of years, whether they're issues on residences or fraternities or whatever it may be. And I think there's not painting a broad picture, because I know there's a lot of really good things going on, but I think something like this is I think it's a step in the right direction. And apart from that, David as well, you've been really pushing for online learning. This year has been very challenging for students, of course, with attending all the classes online, and especially for international students. We've seen a lot of concern for the over 7,000 students at the U of A. Many students having to wake up at 3 a.m. to attend lectures with some of the synchronous components. So I think one of the optimism points around that is seeing the greater student community come together and push in unison on this point, that there are issues, there are struggles, and raising that voice together, I think, has been really helpful in the university responding in creating a working group to actually address these issues, creating certain changes. And of course, there's always more that we need to push for. There's always things that we need to get done, and that pressure won't stop from our part. But I think it's exciting to see the community come together to fight on these issues.
Would you like me to jump in next?
Our apologies, Heather. I think we missed your response on the large scale optimism. So if you would also like to circle back to that and answer that in any way, or if you just want to answer this question, it is completely up to you.
Sure, and
it's
no, that's no problem. It's actually it's good for me to talk about some of the large scale stuff too, just because, of course, as a federal representative, who is the international development critic, the deputy foreign affairs critic, a lot of my work focuses on some of the bigger pictures. And for me, that's been a big part of this, is this idea of the global response to COVID and how you sort of boil that down to the Canadian response. So what I think we've seen is that people are recognizing that this was a global pandemic, that we are part of a global community. There is often an ability for Canadians to sort of start to look internally and forget that we also have this role within the global community. And I think a pandemic, for all the terrible that comes with it, does give us that recognition that we are part of a greater whole, that we do have a role to play. And I think people are seeing that. It's very fascinating to me to watch. And I guess this is just one of those things that we always see, is that politicians seem to need to be dragged by their constituents. So I see some real positivity in the way that people recognize the role of Canada in the world, the bigger piece of our economic prosperity that's tied to global markets, our health prosperity that's tied to, the ability for all countries to recover from this, not just wealthy countries, not just Canadians. And I think we now need to move that to ensure that political discourse includes that as well, that we're acknowledging that in the political discourse. That's one of the big large scale things, I guess, that I saw. Another one in terms of the global or the bigger piece is in terms of climate change. And I do think that this is something that I'm not so sure we can tie 100% to the pandemic, but part of it we can. The fact that this week we heard that Biden is bringing the U.S. back into the Paris Agreement, the fact that this recognition that the vast majority of serious challenges facing humanity are global in scope, and of course the biggest of all of those is going to be the climate crisis. The fact that we are recognizing that global piece, I think, is going to mean that citizens are going to demand some real action from our governments on climate change, meaningful, urgent action on climate change. And I think that's a positive that's come out of this, because, like I said at the very beginning, at the very outset, nobody's going to believe a government that says it can't be done, because we've seen how fast things can change, how fast things can happen when there is political will there. So I think that's something. In terms of locally, I mean, I might push back a little bit on that discourse, that polite discourse piece, only in that one of the things I saw as being really positive this year is Albertans, people from Edmonton, Strathcona, people actually standing up for their rights, standing up when they didn't like what their government was doing. I've worked in the nonprofit sector for most of my career, and so I've never been able to be partisan. I was telling Joel this a little earlier, but I'm allowed to be partisan now, and so I'm not going to be very partisan. But I will say that the UCP's made some really crummy decisions, and I think it's pretty great to watch Albertans call them out on it. I think it's pretty great to watch students at the University of Alberta stand up and call out a government for unacceptable cuts to post-secondary education, to call out a government for unacceptable cuts to the Campus Saint-Jean. These are local issues that are going to deeply impact young people, deeply impact students, deeply impact our constituency, and people aren't having any of it. The parks discussion where there was a plan to cut Alberta parks, and Albertans basically just put their foot down, and the government wasn't able to go forward with it. Coal is another perfect example. Nobody wants the tops of our mountains taken off so that we can get some coal out to some Australia and make an Australian billionaire wealthy. Nobody wants that. And I think there was a time where Albertans would have not had would not have worked together to have the power that they've worked together to have now. The sheer uprising across party lines. This isn't a right or a left issue. This is an Alberta issue, and people from all parties, from all sort of spectrums, are coming into these issues and demanding that their voices be heard. And I think that gives us this opportunity, really opportunity, to say, if we're heading into a new, modern global economy, if we're diversifying our economy, if we're doing all of these things in the world, we don't accept cuts to post-secondary institutions. We don't accept that at this moment in time where we need innovation, we need research, we need, a commitment to a stronger, more prepared workforce. We're not accepting these unbelievably destructive cuts to post-secondary education, and people are saying it, and penguins are saying it. So in addition, they're also saying it. So I guess that would be, I think it's really important that we work together and that we try to find ways to paddle in the same direction. But I think it's also absolutely necessary in a democracy for citizens to call out their leaders when they are not doing that.
One thing that you brought up, Heather, that resonated with me was specifically people standing up across party lines. And then you also brought up the issue with coal on the eastern slopes. It's funny that you mentioned that. Just before you guys came on, I was talking about country music, and I mentioned a person named Cor Blunt. I don't know if anyone here knows who he is.
I love him.
Oh, yeah, me too. And he came out on Facebook against everything they were doing. And he mentioned he doesn't really believe in, or he's never really poked his head out before. He's always, just stayed to play music and that's it. But he honestly believed that what they were doing was wrong. He did do his research. I know he met with Miss Savage specifically. There's some other people he met with, and then started to put action towards what he actually believed in. And he made a good argument that, why are we sacrificing everybody downriver, specifically rural folk and farmers, which definitely cuts across, I think, party lines. Because when I think of rural people in Alberta, most of the time they're going to vote for the UCP, and all of a sudden they're coming out against someone that they might be more likely to vote in favor of. And the example you gave just really reminded me of that specific case. Really,
yeah, and I think it's fascinating. Paul Brandt is somebody. He's another singer that actually, in fact, has worked with the UCP on some of the human trafficking work that they were doing, and has been a spokesperson for the party. And he came out against them. I sat and had a meeting with some ranchers in southern Alberta, which, I was elected to be a representative for an incredibly urban riding in a northern community that is not on the eastern slopes, but yet my constituents want me to be very deeply engaged in this issue. And so I know more about selenium poisoning and the West Slope cutthroat trout than I ever thought I would know.
And it's interesting. All of a sudden, we're questioning why we prioritize some resources over another. Specifically, that coal agriculture divide. That was one thing that stood out to me. How do we reconcile that?
And water's the big one.
Water specifically. That's for agriculture. That's where it comes from. Is water, which affects more than just agriculture. But very, very interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to bring it back to the campus sort of university experience. I think one of the narratives that I hear sometimes is that students are not engaged and students don't really care. But what we're seeing this year and in the recent past few months is that students are very engaged. Even just the fact that the council, general faculty's councils are full and students want to have their voices heard. They are, I think, now starting to feel the effects of tuition increases, for example. We know that last year, this year, and the next year as well, tuition is increasing about 25% at the U of A, which is a considerable amount. And, for students who are already struggling, for students who are working two jobs, who maybe have dependents, it can be a very difficult time. But the fact that we're seeing, I think, so many different voices on campus that may not have been speaking up in the past, actually speaking up and having their voice heard, it's really warming to know that people are getting engaged and they have been engaged. I think one of the key messages is that cuts to post-secondary do have impacts. And, at the University of Alberta, we are such a great institution with so much amazing research, so much amazing teaching, and we saw that recently with the Nobel Prize winner, and that's incredible. But I think we really need to be pushing the importance of post-secondary, pushing the importance PSCs, on the lives of students, even the impact on the economy. It's a huge contributor. I think U of A alumni contribute like billions to Alberta's economy alone, and so I'm seeing that engagement. I'm really seeing faculty associations, stepping up, residents associations, students from all across, the political spectrum, whether it's left or right. I think everyone is really getting engaged, which is really, really awesome to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If I might, sorry.
So go ahead, Christian.
No, I was gonna say, one thing because you mentioned, Heather, that you only really spent the first year of your time as an MP in that, like, back what we call normalcy, and then the rest of it has been in a very COVID environment. And I'm sure when you were developing your platform, you had very ambitious goals and for your constituents. And the same way with you, Joel, as well. That when you were running for to become the president of the SU, you had certain strategies in mind, and obviously now you had to be malleable to those changes because of the circumstances. So, what advice would you give for students and other leaders out there that are who are very passionate about a certain cause and maybe they can't control the things within their environment, but they just kind of have to learn to adapt? Like, what skills did you learn that you took out of that to help you adapt to the circumstances? And you can start with Joel too, or yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll be very honest. Like, this year has been probably the most amount of growth I've had, just being in this position. And I think a large part of it is, the team that I've been able to work with. Having my VPs, David, Katie, Alana, and Rowan, has been, I've learned so much from them. And I would say that when you're in a position like this, and of course I'd love to hear your views, Heather, because you've been in this a lot longer, and I'm sort of just starting out in this. But I think it's really important to stick to your values, whatever they may be, and really push for what you believe in. Because I think what I've experienced this year is that there's so many different opinions, there's so many different views, and of course you're as a leader, you're looking for people's views. You're looking to represent your constituents as best as you can. But those values, like for example, one of the students' union values is do what's right, not what's easy. And I think that's been really sort of a guiding principle for me and for the entire team this year, because there have been so many decisions that we have had to make that are difficult decisions, that are not easy in the slightest of the term. And I think oftentimes, people may not necessarily see that the decision you're making is so nuanced, and there's so many different things pulling you in different directions. But if you stick to your values and if you stick to what is actually the right decision, I think that really takes you a long way, and it's easier to say than to actually do. The second thing I'd say is, and I said this earlier, is really being flexible. I think in a time of change and a time of uncertainty, it's I don't know who said it before, but there's a huge opportunity to sort of shift the direction of the ship, for lack of better words. And I think to do that, you really have to jump on new opportunities. You have to be able to really have a long-term vision and be able to adapt and overcome some of those challenges. So I think that's been something we've had to deal with from the student perspective. I would say probably 80% of what I ran on was sort of put on the side because there were so many new challenges that came up this year that took our attention. But that's okay. I think, in a situation, you really have to be willing to set aside sometimes what you thought you were going to do and focus on what comes up and be adaptive to those changes.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, some of the things that Joel said are exactly spot on. Like, that flexibility piece, I think, is vital. Like, we have seen those members of parliament, those members of provincial governments that are able to be flexible, able to move, and we've seen those that haven't been, and that haven't been successful at doing that. And it's a real skill to be able to do it. And like Joel said, it's not easy, but I think that's that's the key thing. This wasn't the path that we all had planned for the last 12 months, but it's not about, it's not about finding your way back to the original path or trying to still walk that same path. It's about adapting to where you're at. And some of it hasn't really changed where I wanted to go with my first term in Parliament anyway. Like when we look at Edmonton in particular, but Alberta in general, our economy was in free fall in February last year. The price of oil and gas was under zero in February last year. So we already had an economic crisis facing Albertans. We already had some of those pieces in play. And so when COVID was announced, in fact, it kind of gave us a little bit of buffer because all of a sudden massive amounts of federal funds were available to people in Edmonton, Strathcona. Small businesses were able to get some of those supports. We were calling for those supports, those COVID-like supports before COVID for Alberta because we had some of the highest unemployment, particularly, I know who I'm speaking to, but particularly for young men in Edmonton, Strathcona, in the country. It was already a lot of that was happening. So I think that our response, we needed to switch it. We needed to change the direction. We needed to make sure people were getting taken care of. And in fact, some of those things that we were able to do instead will open the door for further conversations. Like Edmonton, Strathcona is an arts community. We have all of the festivals. We have so much great stuff that's happening in Edmonton, Strathcona. Who's suffering unbelievably under COVID-19? Artists and creative people, because there are no venues, it's very, it's going to be a really long tail for them on the recovery. So maybe those conversations about basic income that we weren't having before COVID that we can have now provide the potential for us to actually make changes in the way that our economy works, that we could actually support our creative community. Maybe some of the supports that we got through the federal programs that were implemented, the wage subsidy program, the rent subsidy program, the programs that we have in place for small business loans, some of those may make it so that those businesses can survive and develop as we come out of the pandemic. But the other thing too, I think, is what Joel said in terms of values. Like, you look at what your goals are. So I'm sure that Joel's goals were to make sure that the University of Alberta became a thriving community. Joel can speak to this better than me, but for me, it was making sure that my constituents were being taken care of, that they were being supported, that they were able to thrive. And I have that weird role of being a New Democrat in the only non-conservative member of Parliament in 2 provinces. And so I often feel like, well, I'm the representative for Edmonton Strathcona, I have to sort of keep my eyes out on the prairies. And so my goals didn't change. That's still what I want to do. It's just now, what's the best way to get that help out to people during a pandemic?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think, I don't think my goals really changed in the sense that I was elected to represent, undergraduate students, and we're still doing that as a team. It just looks a little bit different, and that's okay. And then that's part of this whole roller coaster, I guess, of what's been happening over the past couple of months. But yeah, I completely agree.
Speaking of creative people in the Edmonton Strathcona riding, one small point of positivity I had, like a lot of politicians send out their yearly constituency calendar, and it's just filled with like the same talking points. Like if you support a party who's giving you these things, you already know their talking points. And I saw at someone's house the Heather McPherson 2021 calendar, and filled with some of the cutest animals I've seen, like for their Instagram. I have so many cute animals to follow now, and that one calendar, a huge ray of positivity in terms of political calendars go, because I'm like, wow, this is actually a calendar that I am enjoying to look at instead of just pictures of same politicians with their talking points. So
thanks.
All things like that have, I think, made a lot of people optimistic during these lockdown times and pandemic times too.
I have to tell you, like, we got so many people that submitted their photos of their pets. It was, I think that was like the highlight of my staff's year. But we were so worried about a politician actually picking 12 of their favorite pets and leaving the rest behind, that we had to get the grade 6 students at Forest Heights Elementary School. We gave them the job. So we gave them all the photos. They picked their 12 favorite. And so I couldn't be blamed if I didn't get your cat or your dog. Or, I mean, they even chose chickens. We even have chickens in there, which is awesome.
That is
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
That is the decentralization of government that Albertans love. Anyways.
So I guess just tying it back a little bit more to campus, I know we are a bit of a student-focused podcast. One thing I'd love to kind of hear a bit about optimistically is the brain drain phenomenon that's happening in Alberta right now. I know recently the SU released a survey talking about brain drain, somewhere along the lines of 33% of students right now are looking to move somewhere else after they graduate. 47% of people who respond to the survey said they're unsure if their friends are going to stay in Alberta. And it's definitely a big issue, because when qualified students leave, that's a loss to the whole community. And I think part of it is people might not be seeing a future here in Alberta. People might not be seeing an optimistic part of future in Alberta. So if you were to reach out to any students, if you could talk to them and try and convince them to stay, what kind of optimism would you pass along about a future in Alberta, an Alberta that can suit them and to fit their needs? And what can they be optimistic about for their future here in Alberta? I can start with Heather and then pass it off to Joel.
Thanks, David. Well, I mean, I think there's it kind of goes back to that silver lining of the opportunity that COVID opens up for us. And I think there are so many opportunities. We are one of the youngest provinces in the country. We have such incredible potential in this province. And I see why people are discouraged. We don't have a provincial government that seems interested in tackling or invigorating that. We see a provincial government that's doubling down on oil and gas, and nobody wants to get into an industry like that is, certainly not gone, and certainly a big part of our economy and a big part of our Canadian economy. And don't get me wrong, I'm incredibly proud of what Alberta Oil and Gas has done for the country over the past decades. But nobody wants to get involved in an industry that is clearly, sunsetting to some degree, at least shrinking, nor an industry that is automating. I mean, it's just not an interesting place to be in a lot of ways. So I think one of the things to say is that there is a lot of potential, and once we start taking advantage of that, once we start looking at the potential in terms of our AI, in terms of hydrogen, in terms of alternative energies, I'm working right now. I'm on the Heritage Committee, and just in terms of film development in Alberta, like Alberta is there's massive potential for us to be involved in that. There's really cool things that are happening in Alberta that could be continuing to happen in Alberta, and we just need to be brave enough to be prepared for them. For so long, I talked about this earlier, but for so long, the conversation had to be this. You had to be talking about oil and gas. You couldn't talk about tourism and agriculture and, film and technology and all of these other things. Because if you weren't talking about this, it means you weren't with us. You were against us. And I think now we're able to talk about all those things. And I mean, once again, I'm NDP, so no one will be surprised when I say I think we're going to get a different government in 2023, and then it's all going to be better. I mean, we'll see, but that would be one of the things I would say in terms of getting people engaged. There are really exciting opportunities for Albertans right now. There is a real opportunity for Alberta to play an important role in the world stage. Peter Lougheed made Alberta the very first province to have an international development presence in 1972. And every province followed behind that. We have always been innovators. We have always been leaders in terms of playing on the world stage, and I think we can do that again. I think the opportunity is pretty unlimited at the moment. I'll pass it to you, Joel.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of those points are I definitely resonate with. I think opportunity is definitely a word that has come up a lot. When you look at universities and colleges, I think there's so much potential and there's so much great work we're already doing, and I think there's so much more great work that we can be doing to be impacting our society, be impacting our province and our country. And I think looking at the U of A, we have such diverse opportunities for experiential learning. Whether it's work integrated learning, whether it's a co-op position, or a research position, and I think those are areas that that students often myself, I can give my example. I only really took part in an experiential learning later on in my degree, and I think that was where I learned so much more than I learned in a classroom, and I think those are the opportunities that really lead to opening doors, leading to careers or completely different trajectory in your undergraduate career and what you want to do afterwards. And you mentioned the incredible AI, the machine learning, and health sciences research, and there's so many other areas of expertise. And I think what we need to be doing is creating an environment here in Alberta where recent graduates want to stay in Alberta and keep that talent and foster an environment where they're actually encouraged to pursue their interests and be creative and be innovative, and so I think attracting that talent and keeping them in Alberta is something that is of top priority. We've talked about it a lot. We put out that survey, as you mentioned, David, and it's interesting to see the results, but I think we really got to be pushing forward on these issues.
Thank you so much for your answers. I want to thank you both for coming out to talk today. It's been fantastic having you here. We've been talking all day so far. We're continuing on until about 9 p.m. This evening, all before the campus food bank at the U of A. We're trying to raise at least $1,000. So this is just a shout out to everybody watching at home. There are links in the chat as well as in our Instagram bio to donate to the campus food bank. There's also a lot of great other things to read about and learn about from that link as well. I think last time we checked, we were about $289 for $85. We're currently $306. So we're making progress. We're getting there. So please, to everybody watching, if you can, if it's financially feasible, please do toss in as much as you can towards the campus food bank. They're a fantastic organization that really does serve a lot of people who really truly need it. And I know talking with them earlier today was really interesting to hear how diverse and how wide-reaching their demographics are. 25% of the people who access the food bank are children, because students who parent desperately need this. They're hurting right now. The amount of diverse food needs there too, around halal food or having diverse dietary needs. So definitely check out the campus food bank, and if you can, please donate. And to Heather and Joel, thank you so much for coming out. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you. And I know for myself, for sure, I'm definitely feeling a little bit more optimistic looking around outside. The sun's out. I think that has a to do with it. And I think there's a positive outlook that I have on the world around me after this talk.
That's great. Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Fantastic day.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good afternoon, everybody.
Bye.
You too.
Bye.
I was just thinking in on the topic of optimism, and remembering what the food bank said about how like a good portion of their donors are also people who relied on the food bank in the past, right? So that karmic effect of people who are going through tough times and have come out of tough times are also giving back to the community. So yeah, it's a big thing. It's always important to look at the bright side. Always.
I think that's a good point too, is that so often it's the people who've lived through it who are there to help solve it and help deal with it. So tough times create good people, I think the saying is. So it's good to see if there's good people out there.
Tough times never last. Only tough people last.
That's the one.
This might be pretty potent. Is it like potent for you, David?
just like 6.2%. It's pretty strong.
I didn't want to open my beer during that because I thought like just we're either disrespectful or like who are you? In front of them. So I'll open it now. One thing, I've mentioned Core Blunt 2 times already. Do you think if I mention him a 3rd time, I get a hat trick?
I'm pretty sure if you say his name a 3rd time, then he shows up. He actually is then legally obliged to come on the podcast.
So if Core Blunt's out there, if I say your name, I'm thinking let's do a Core Blunt special. It'll be a fireside chat when we can meet each other again. I don't know. Anyways, let me open this beer.
I'll be back. I'll go get a drink.
Okay. I'm drinking the coconut border dark ale. The Hawaiian coconut.
Interesting.
Support local Hawaii.
Absolutely.
Ooh, it's dark. I mean, it's a dark ale, but
I'm gonna grab another myself.
oh, watch me. I'm not going to show the folks at home me pouring this because it's just going to be hate mail.
Just nothing but head.
Nothing. It is actually. I'm not going to show it, but it is nothing but head. I'm ashamed.
I think honestly, that's maybe gonna be the only one I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not a big coconut guy, so
Yeah.
we should be waiting to hear if it actually is super coconutty. Because if it is, I might have to just forego it.
No, we'll find out. It smells very dark, very very dark. But I don't mind dark ales if it's like a cold winter day. You know, you're sat down in a pub somewhere, like an Irish pub, drinking a Guinness.
Yeah, they can warm you up.
Yeah, and like you're with people. That's the only context I'll probably ever drink a dark ale. But I'm big into blonde ales and pilsners. Pilsners. I got to get that. What do you call it? 5 of Diamonds.
5 of Diamonds. Yeah.
I'll have to go out and get that. Not today.
Blind or
Blind Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it around actually. Just never tried it.
I've actually saw it before. I saw it last night when I went out. But
oh, nice. I'm definitely more of a sours guy. I like a good sour beer, like a good fruit. Yeah.
I like sour beers. Like sour beers and fruit beers are the opposite of dark ales. I like them in the summertime when it's hot and like you're outside sweating, maybe on a beach or something. Then I find it's good.
Yeah. Like a good, like sour, fruity beer on a hot summer day. Like just put up a chair on your deck and just people watch. It's a fun time.
This is definitely more drinkable than a Guinness. I will say that much. I'm not a big fan of dark ales, but is this better than Guinness? Is that a crazy thing to be saying? A connoisseur of beer? But hey, David, let's start a brewery.
Let's do it. 100%. Start a brewery right now.
And a speakeasy. As you said, brewery, speakeasy.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Maybe distillery in there too. Make some grain alcohol.
Yeah. You know, throw in a vineyard and a winery.
Oh yeah.
Mead.
Ooh. There are a couple of vineyards in Alberta, which is wild to think about because you don't think of Alberta as like wine country.
Yeah.
But like just outside of Edmonton, there's a couple of them, which is wild.
Really? Outside Edmonton.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Right? Like, I think it's like 30 minutes east of Edmonton. There's a winery.
That's crazy. Wait, east of Edmonton?
Yeah.
Whereabouts? Like, what town would it be close to?
Honestly, it's been a little while since I've heard about it.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah.
I've driven by it before.
Yeah. But it's just like, that's pretty neat. But also, like, just hearing how tight-knit the community is, like, that just sounds fun, you know?
Yeah,
like, not it's a beer, so that's cool, but it's just like, it's fun. Ooh, 2 Lunchables.
Your cousin needs to eat too, Chris.
The young shall grow.
Did you get the cracker, ham, and cheese Lunchables?
It is, yes. Yeah. Did I not describe it to you?
Hot take, best Lunchable, always the personal pizza ones. I know the dough was terrible. There was no crust. The cheese was like piece of crap, and the pepperoni was horrendous. But like something about taking a slab of dough, some processed tomato sauce, and like pepperoni and cheese in the middle of an unsanitary gym class is just like.
You're bringing back really bad memories.
Hey, before we head any more, by the way, big shout out to Daniel Youngsu Kim for helping us with those amazing graphics that have been on Instagram and other formats. Daniel is the all-time expert for anything graphic design and has been a huge help for this fundraiser. So big shout out to him.
Exactly. And another shout out to a friend Eli Ziff. He helped just teach us the ropes with just using this operating system or software that we're using to stream this podcast right now. So thank you to Eli if you're out there.
It's a very much so a group effort, and a lot of fantastic people got into this to help get working. So everybody who helped us get here along the way, thank you, and to all of our guests too, thank you for taking part.
Yeah. You know what are we at for viewers right now? Is it like one person? Like probably.
It's your the entire town of Sylvan Lake. That's where you're from, right?
100%. That's where I'm from. Sylvan Lake.
They probably think you're a big city boy now since you're on a podcast.
Actually. Anyway, that joke fell flat. My apologies, folks. I'm a political science student. Okay, I'm not a comedian. Leave me alone. Yeah, how many viewers do we have? How many viewers did I just make that crappy joke in front of? That's my question. 10? Do we have 10?
11 now.
11? Oh no.
That's pretty cool. So all 11 of you, welcome. That's like, you know, if this was happening in person, we'd be breaking the law. That's pretty cool. I think what we have coming up right next is that key term presentation. It's where y'all ready to give unsolicited campaign speeches.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
I gotta go stretch my legs a little bit. I gotta go to the washroom.
Okay, well you have like 12 minutes. I don't know.
12 minutes. Okay, I'll be back.
I'll leave Christian and Alden on the call then too. I have to quickly run to the washroom as well.
What's been your most insightful moment of this stream so far, Alden?
Kathy Heron giving us a plug with Endeavor Brewing, definitely.
I would like whatever Kathy Heron was having in her brew this morning. Lots of energy.
Oh, it's been good. I mean, everything we talk about has kind of related to similar themes with food insecurity and issues Alberta's facing that affects reasons for food insecurity in terms of brain drain and just the ongoing effects of COVID. So even though there's a lot of different things we're talking about, a lot of it relates a lot more than you would think. So
I agree. Yeah. And I would also say this is we can say this is our catch up for all the guests we said we probably have like per month that we forgot that we didn't manage to recruit in the last couple of years. So
yeah, now it's like we've made up for it. We've had more than a guest for every month.
Yeah.
Look at us.
gonna take me a week to work off all these beers I've had. You know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. How many viewers did we just lose? That bit.
You can't come out. You can't come out of the optimism panel with such negative statements.
My apologies. How many viewers did we get?
-2.
No, -2.
I'm excited for this key term presentation.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I think honestly, okay, I can just start sharing this, my screen.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. Was Mayor Don Iveson drinking in his office? Drinking on the job?
That was like, well, it's the weekend, and I'm pretty sure that was the home office. So like, no begrudging there.
If he has that many flags in his home office, it's impressive.
And sometimes they stage the home office. Like, I feel that might have also been Heather's home office. That's like a pretty well manicured home office.
100%. 100%.
It's all.
Okay, I'll try to do a.
Tough on families. I got this one. Look, we all have daddy issues. Right? I'm here to stay. I got nothing, guys.
Okay.
Today, my jokes have all fallen flat.
So.
What order is it?
So what did you say, David?
What?
Where are we gonna go in? Like alphabetical?
Sure, we can go. It would be Kyle, then David, then me, then.
Let's go first name. First name first.
No.
I'll just pick. I say Kyle. Kyle's going first. I'm moderating this.
We could do coin flip. We could do 3 coin flips. It's
Tough on families, folks.
Sorry, what'd you say? A coin flip? I don't have any coins on me.
I just asked Siri to flip a coin.
I've gone crypto.
All right, ready for the coin flip bracket?
Mm-hmm.
Kyle versus Alden. Winner is the one that advances, and then the ultimate winner is the one who starts. So, Kyle, what's your call?
Tails.
Alden, you good with heads?
You better.
All right. Is heads.
So what does that mean?
That means me and Christian flip, and then the winner of that bracket flips against Alden.
Yeah.
And then the winner of that bracket goes first, the loser goes second, and then me and you, or whoever loses on mine and Christian's side, and you, Kyle, flip a third time to go third, fourth.
Okay.
Okay, Christian, heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads? It is tails. You are safe, my friend.
Okay.
Alden, heads or tails?
Heads.
Heads? Sorry, that was a terrible toss. Heads. So the order is going to be Alden, and then me, and then I guess Kyle, heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails. Tails. So,
crap.
Alden, Kyle, and then Christian is the order we're going for on this this slogan generator.
I hate this Talk-A-Thon. What's the format for this again?
Okay, so this is the format to all our viewers and to our contestants. I will click on a new slogan. That will be your prompt. You will have 10 minutes. You'll have 5 minutes to make an impromptu speech and another 5 minutes to receive questions from that speech. Are you ready? 3, 2.
Just one thing. apparently the audio is a little bit quiet now.
Yes.
Not sure if that's a centralized. If you could turn it up a little bit.
I fixed it. Yeah, I got a comment from that, and they said it's better now. Perfect. 3, 2, 1. So, Alden, your slogan is encourage the refugees. If you would like a new one, I can also do that.
I'm gonna go with the new one.
Reduce the surplus.
All right, you ready? Go.
My fellow Canadians, there is a surplus on our hands, and I, for one, am appalled. Shit. What do we have too much of in Canada?
Land? We have too much land.
We do have too much land. You see, my friend, a hard-working man from the small town of Sylvan Lake, Alberta, as he has previously shared with us. When you're trying to go somewhere from Sylvan Lake, what's the problem? How many kilometers?
Too many.
Exactly. Too damn many. There is a surplus of land in this country, and you know what I suggest? We just start selling it. We just do away with crown land, get rid of it. Who needs it? I don't think it's important. Provincial land? No. Privatize every square hectare of this country and just start selling it to anyone. For pennies even. Like, we have too much land. Reduce the land. Think of how close, things will be to drive. Just get rid of it. Parcel it out and move it somewhere else. Like, we sell our, trash to different countries, right? Why don't we just do that, but with, dirt and soil? We have too much of it. Put it on a boat, get it somewhere else, get rid of all that excess land. Look at all of the infrastructure projects in the Netherlands. They need land. They are building out further and further into the sea with new and improved engineering and architectural feats, while we have good old Canadian boys like Kyle here, too much issue. In the Netherlands, what's a Dutch equivalent of Kyle? Many Dutch names, but pretend you knew one. They would do so much for that land. So we have an opportunity here to make our lives easier, make their lives easier, reduce our surplus of land, and everyone's life will be improved. I don't really have much to go on about it.
Okay.
I think.
Was that 2 minutes?
3.
That was 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Okay. You know what? If we keep it to 2 minutes and then 2 minutes questions, we could actually do more of these because I actually like it.
Idea.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Okay. So, yes, sir.
Mr. Madge. Mr. Madge, I've got a question. So you talk about just digging up parcels of land and moving them elsewhere. Have you ever thought about maybe picking up Sylvan Lake and just moving it closer to Edmonton? Instead of selling off this land to other nations that are going to benefit, more so than we are, we're really just benefiting them, giving them the advantage over us. More land equals more, potatoes? Yeah, okay, that's my question. It fell flat at the end there. My apologies, everybody. But that's my question, Mr. Madge.
Good question, Kyle. Thanks for asking it. When I go for walks in the Edmonton-Strathcona area, I look around, and you know what I think this area could use more of? Just water. If we move Sylvan Lake and just dump it in the middle of Edmonton, think of the property value for having a lakefront city now. It would go through the roof. I think we have enough lakes in this country that there's more than enough to move some of those lakes into municipal areas and to sell them abroad as well. I think we have more than enough, and that's definitely something we should encourage. I mean, think of the housing crisis. There's money to be made here. Why would we want to miss out on it?
1 more minute.
Question here. Mr. Maj, what would you say to the allegations that you're only in it for the small island lobby who are trying to steal the land for themselves? What would you say about that allegation?
Well, first I would be a little confused to why there are small island lobbyists in Canada. I didn't realize we had many small islands, but I guess for them I would tell them that, hey, we're privatizing everything. You want a small island, you can buy it. We're selling land here. We're reducing the surplus. That's the whole point of it. So stop complaining and put some green forward is what I would tell them.
Here, here. Is there 2 minutes? Chris.
That's 2 minutes.
That's 2 minutes. Okay, so who's next?
Chris is, I think, fixing the podcast.
Okay.
Oh, is it broken again?
No, it's just the sound.
Also muted.
Who's next?
That's me.
Okay. Mr. Draper, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Lies and hospitals.
Lies, and hospitals. That is what is being sold to you. Lies and hospitals. You know why?
Why?
Have you ever walked down the street and shook hands with a hospital? No. Because they're not real people. Hospitals aren't alive. People are telling you these lies that we have to meet and serve hospitals. But have you ever met a hospital? There's no way to know. And you know what they also sell in hospitals? Healthcare. See, if nobody's sick, would you ever need to go to the hospital? Have you ever thought about how the hospital industry is based off of our own need to go to hospitals? So the question is, where's the lies? Where are the lies in the hospital? Because you know what they use in hospitals to disinfect things? Lye with a Y instead of an I. Many different layers. You know what patients do in hospital beds? Because they're always asking for more hospital beds. They lie down in the hospital bed. How deep does this really go? There's the lies, there's the hospitals, there's the more lies. It goes way deeper into our political sphere than you ever think. Because somewhere, hidden away, there is the big hospital, El Hospital Grande. The one that's really pulling the string. Have you ever seen the Deep Hospital? There's talks of the Deep State. But have you visited the Deep Hospital? Do you know who's really pulling the strings here? I don't. Because it's all lies.
Okay, 30 seconds remaining.
30 seconds remaining?
Yeah.
Well, what else do you have here? You know what else they have in hospitals?
What?
Disease.
Yep.
Have you ever thought about, like, hospitals, the place that you go to get healthy? They surround you by other people who are sick, right? So does it make sense? If you're sick, should you just, like, stay... Actually, you should stay at home because you don't infect people. Like, that's awesome. Support hospitals. Thank you, healthcare workers. All lied. I don't support the misinformation about hospitals. Hospitals are not lies. Lies directly hurt our hospitals. So please stay healthy.
2 minutes. It's over. The timer has spoken.
I think it's you, Alden.
Yes, question for you, sir. You mentioned the deep hospitals or big hospitals. Is the deep hospital state behind COVID-19?
I think the deep hospital state isn't behind COVID-19. It's in front of it. What do you think of it? COVID-19 happened, right? And what happened there? People went to hospitals because they needed it. Here we have the deep hospital state out here actually helping people getting better with a disease. Like, if you think about it, they're not behind the disease, but they sure are in front of it, and they're doing something about it.
Okay.
Questions?
Do you have a question, Kyle? Not yet, or?
I don't have one yet. I'm working on it, though.
My question then is, how do we work to spread misinformation about a hospital and reveal the real truth beneath the big lie hospitals?
You fight the lies with more hospitals. It's lies and hospitals, right? But it's an equal balance. There's only a finite amount of lies and there's only a finite amount of hospitals. So if you tip the scales and you have more hospitals, there's not nearly enough room for the lies. So fight the misinformation, you fight the lies, you fight all that through more hospitals.
Thank you. Any other questions?
You know what? This is a sound theory, and I support it. That's all I have. No
Perfect.
questions.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, you're up next. Are you ready?
I guess.
3, 2, 1. Bill the smugglers. You have the option to also switch, but
You know what? Let's re-roll. I can't do the smuggler thing. It's going to go in a weird direction.
connected vision.
Hey, give me one more. Give me one more. These are too abstract for me.
Catastrophic Brexit.
My name's Kyle Ditfield, and I'm a Western separatist. Well, we're going to take our farm trucks. We're going to take our oil tankers. We're going to take our whatever they drive in the city, Tesla 3s, and we're going to drive. We're going to build a convoy. We're going to go straight out across the prairies to Ottawa. We're going to sit our butts outside of Parliament Hill, and we are going to leave Confederation. Not as Albertans, but as Edmontonians. That's right. Edmonton itself is going to become a city-state. And why I think Edmonton needs to become a city-state? Very, very simple. In Alberta, there's an urban-rural... Oh, wait, hang on. That doesn't make sense. Never mind. Rewind here. No urban and rural divide. Anyways, the Edmonton is going to become a city-state. The reasons why is I grew up in Sylvan Lake, and I am so sick. Sylvan Lake, places like Lloydminster, Wainwright, even Red Deer, and of all places, Calgary. I'm so sick of Albertans telling me, an Edmontonian, what to do. And that's why I, Kyle Daniel, the Western separatist, supports Edmonton leaving Canada as a country. Have I hit 2 minutes yet? We're also going to dam the North Saskatchewan River on both ends, and it's just going to be a giant. We're going to pour concrete. It's going to be a giant skate park. We're going to bring skating back. I'm talking Tony Hawk, Van Margarin, Travis Barker from Blink 182. But they're all going to be here. It's going to be skateboard heaven. Next, California, right here in Edmonton.
Awesome. That's 2 minutes. Any questions?
Wow.
Alden's hand went up first.
Yeah, so with Edmonton being in the Confederation here, there have been talks about a monorail or high-speed rail between Edmonton and Calgary. So if Edmonton is independent, could we use this for potential military operations against Calgary if things came to be that way?
100%. What we're going to do is we're going to build a monorail to Calgary, and we're just going to put Travis Barker playing the drums on that train, and it's just going to go around Calgary with giant speakers. Travis Barker, because he never gets tired. You know, he's obviously not tired of Blink 182's crappy music. I'm sorry to say, Tom DeLonge or the bassist, if you're watching, Blink 182 is not very good. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. It's all part of the proxy war psyops. That's my answer. Anyways, Mr. Draper, you seem to have a question.
Notably, your slogan is a catastrophic Brexit. What role does the British government play in the administration of the independent city-state of Edmonton?
So, you know how way back in the day Britain helped set up Canada? We're actually going to ally with Britain to invade Canada. I'm talking from the east. They're going to land in like Fredericton, New Brunswick, and maybe Cape Breton. And they're just going to invade. Also, Newfoundland and Labrador. Sorry, they got to get at the northern front there as well. And they're just going to invade.
Your 2 minutes is up.
What? All right.
Here you go. Okay, I guess I'm next. 3. I just have to click myself. Someone has a timer ready. 3, 2, 1. Encourage Brexit. I mean, like, has this one still lost? Does it still have its irony? I'll just go for another roll. Another roll. A radical era. Nah, that's too vague. Improve the future. Okay. Hello, and I'm here to bring to your attention a problem that is facing most of American society. The fact that rapper Future is not producing enough good content. And as such, I vow that if you vote for me to be your next president of the United States of America, I will improve the Future's discography. Why? Because it will help bridge the LA-New York divide. The rap battles between the coast of the East and the coast of the West. The New England elites and the Californian also coastal elites. Because improving the future means that Quavo, among other rappers in his posse, can also develop their own discography. And we know what happens when rappers, that's a different alarm, are active in politics. They make good rap songs. And yeah, improving the future also means that we are not improving the past, but improving future children who will also benefit from a better father and a better role model. Am I at 2 minutes? I don't know where I'm going with this. How many? Okay.
15 seconds left.
And lastly, I vow to you that if you vote for me, to improve the future, that Future will get more cheesecake because he really likes cheesecake. I'll be taking questions.
And that is time. Questions. 2 minutes is starting now.
Yeah.
I have a question there. Okay.
Yeah.
Some would say, by virtue of claiming you're improving the discography of Future, that said discography was good to begin with. Can you truly improve something that isn't actually good?
Percocet. Molly Percocet. Chasing stuff. Always chasing stuff. Mask off. F it, mask off. Now, if that doesn't sound like generation-defining lyrics to you, I don't know what is. And you think you can't build more on that, but you can, if you improve the future. Simple as that. Thank you.
I take that point to heart. I rescind my previous comments.
Alden, I'll be taking questions too.
Yeah, so as you're an obviously big Future fan, you're probably inspired by a lot of his lines and discography. And I want to ask what this one Future quote meant to you when he said it. F around, pull out my D, and I pee on her. How did this inspire your platform towards increasing the Future discography to better improve relations?
Well, the hip-hop community is facing an image crisis. Kim Kardashian has divorced or fell for a divorce with Kanye. And we understand that Kanye needs the best help and assistance he can. And people are turning to other role models, and there's a lack of it. So we can either be sustainable and reform what we have, or spend an unnecessary amount of money to buy stuff that could possibly just be as wasteless in the end. So yes, I disavow those comments that Future's past music made, but there's room for growth if we improve the future. That's what this is all about. Improving the future improves our future role models. Thank you.
I think we now loop back to Alden.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Benign. Do you want another one or?
Oh no, this one's good. You know what's okay? A bit much of a drive to Slave Lake. That's a problem, but it's not the problem. You know what our problem is? There are too many damn bureaucrats in this world. It takes all the excitement out of everything. Oh, you want to build an unsafe third floor of your building? No, you can't have it. You want to turn your like a bulldozer into a killdozer machine? No, you can't do that. All of these things just blocked by bureaucratic red tape after bureaucratic red tape. That's what's making our world benign. And I don't know if that's the exact right definition of benign, but I think bureaucrats can be held to be blamed for any problem facing us. So I, for one, am advocating that we just get rid of every bureaucrat and we just become a hyper anarcho-capitalist society. We stop funding things like roads. We stop giving these bureaucrats any means to work with, so we can actually put some individual humanity back into this world to take our passion back from these pencil pushing desk jockeys. Gentle and kindly, that's what benign means. Do I just have no idea what benign means?
I think you're thinking of like a benign tumor. Where your definition comes from?
Benign, not harmful in effect.
Really? I guess that's actually still applicable to bureaucracy. They're not really harmful, but they're not really helpful. They're just there, and that's why you should still get rid of them. So I stand by my original point in saying they're just there. If I didn't have to pay as much taxes, I obviously pay a lot. But if I didn't, maybe I could, I don't know, buy a motorcycle that I wouldn't know how to ride, or something cool. Maybe I'd buy like a big cat. I don't know. Think of the opportunities. Think of how each of your lives could be improved if we didn't have bureaucrats anymore. So I rest my case with that.
Thank you.
Just a quick pause. Imagine if a politician was giving a speech, didn't know what a word meant, and then like halfway through his speech, someone told him and he questioned it on stage. Just imagine how funny that would be. Anyways.
Okay.
Right.
David is up next. 3, 2, 1.
No?
We can spice it up a bit.
It was good. You know what? I approve it. So.
Bureaucrats are a benign tumor on our world. You can quote me on that.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna go for a new one.
They're sure the onesies.
You know what? I'll take that one. Things in this world take time. They take growth. When you think of a onesie, it's a single garment that you put over your entire body. That takes time to achieve. I've owned the same pair of pants since I was in 4th grade. They don't fit me anymore. They're really ratty old jeans. But they have not once ever been able to grow fully into a onesie because it takes time and it requires nurturing. As a society, we need to be the type of society that looks around, looks at our old ratty clothes, and gives them the materials they need to survive so they can grow into a large, cozy onesie. So that we can sit around in our apartments. Nobody would be really sure if we're still wearing underwear because it's just a single garment that's covering our entire body. We have to get entirely naked to use the washroom. Wouldn't that be a better society? When you think about it, if it takes you 15 extra minutes to fully strip down, use the washroom, get back dressed, imagine how much less productive we'd be as a world. And that would just be so much nicer. Because if nothing gets done, then nothing happens. And if nothing happens, you can just sit around in your onesie. So we need, as a society, to nurture these onesies so our old clothes can grow into them, and that as a society we can gradually fall into a total and complete standstill and completely stop doing anything of value for anybody ever. Because if nothing happens, then nothing's happening. And if nothing's happening, then nothing's happening. And if nothing's happening, then we're good. So that's why we need to nurture the onesies, because if it takes us 15 extra minutes to go to the washroom,
Got
the society grinds to a halt.
3,
Thank you.
2, 1. There you go. Questions?
That was 2 minutes. Question time.
Yeah, Mr. Draper, what would you say to people who don't necessarily believe in wearing clothes?
Then I would ask them, what is air other than nature's onesie? A single piece of non-existent, invisible fabric that wraps you up from top to bottom. It is all-encompassing. Air doesn't just wrap up your bottom half, your top half, your feet, your hands. No, it is nature's custom-made onesie, and it always fits. Just because you're naked doesn't mean you can't wear a onesie.
I have a question. What do you say to the people that say we should be spending our time instead nurturing kilts instead of onesies? After all, maybe they do accomplish the same efficiency.
If you're trying to be efficient in the clothes you wear, you're clearly not doing it enough. Clothes should be Clothes should not be comfortable to wear. They should directly and exclusively inconvenience you throughout your day. When I think of wearing a kilt, I think of the winds on a hot summer day just cooling me off a little bit. I think of like just having just more freedom to move. When I think inconvenience. I think overly bulky. I think very, very, very difficult to move in. And that's the kind of society I want to live in. The type of society where it's literally physically impossible to get anything done because you're wearing onesies, they're way too bulky.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Onesies. Great fun. And then Kyle.
Hey, I'll be right back. Been drinking lots of beer. I gotta use a washroom.
Okay, we'll give you a 1-minute break.
1 minute? What am I?
He's wearing a onesie, guys.
Am I by towel? What's going on here?
Hey, speaking of kilts, do you guys remember that one picture that the Queen took with that group of I think it was military people from Scotland, and they were all just sitting on that bench, and you could just see the Queen, and then full image of everyone's because they don't wear underwear in the kilts, and it was just a really god awful photo op that had the Queen sitting in the middle.
That does not ring a bell. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the photo planners for any event that involves kilts have to be really careful, especially if sitting's involved, because that really ruins what you're going for in a photo if you're not being careful.
That's fair. That's very fair.
Yeah.
Also, for all the viewers at home, all of these on-the-fly speeches are not actually our true beliefs in our own society, nor are they actually anything that we truly believe. This is just an attempt to have some fun. Personally, I have no strong opinions on onesies or hospitals, other than I think hospitals are important.
I actually think we should have a lake in Edmonton and move Sylvan Lake over. I think that'd be...
Isn't the river just a really long lake?
This one's weird. I'll just change it.
Have your fun. All right. Where do I begin?
Your time starts now.
Okay. So, does everyone remember a time before COVID where they were sitting in Dewey's about this time drinking a Dewey's Red? I know I remember Hello, Kyle Daniel here with the Wexit Party. And I'm here to say that we just need to open everything back up again. All right? I personally need to go back to Dewey's and drink a Dewey's Red. And you know what? I don't really care about anybody else. And that's my idea of a happier time. Back when I didn't have to care. I could just go into Dewey's, drink a Dewey's Red, and forget about all my problems, everyone else's problems. And that's what I'm campaigning on. I'm campaigning on building time machines, in fact, to go to before COVID and actually stop COVID. I'm actually, at the beginning, you probably thought, well, this guy is an antagonist. But I'm Kyle Daniel. I am, in fact, the hero of this story. And you know, some days you might go into an existential crisis about, like, what does the universe mean? What do I mean in the universe? But at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is Kyle Daniel. Yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got.
I have a question.
Sure.
What do you say to all the Christopher Nolan fans who say that if you took a time machine to go back and stop COVID, it would have never happened, hence you not have needed a reason to go back in time to stop COVID, hence you never went back in time, hence you're still the antagonist?
I would just say to that, like, Christopher Nolan is a part of big cinema, big Hollywood, and it's all just fake news. You don't need to listen to Christopher Nolan. You make one movie. What is that movie called? Dunkirk, told in a nonlinear format. I'm sorry, but nonlinear formats in movies genuinely suck. Not a good movie because it's told in a nonlinear format. Who wants to think that hard about where they are in a movie? You know, it's cool when you watch a scene and it links up with a past scene. But honestly, who cares? Quentin Tarantino, you can do better. You know, if you're watching, you can do better. And that's what I have to say to that.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Mage.
Yeah, question for you. Talking about going into the past, it sounds difficult, but what if you just went to the past and brought past Dewey's into the future? So Dewey's operates like past Dewey's, but it's in the future.
What I would say to that is, you know what? Let's do it. There's nothing wrong. There's definitely not going to be any COVID transmissions if we were to just open up Dewey's. Mainly because there's no one on campus. And you know what? Like, that's what I'm sick of is people have these very short-term, easy answers to things. But you really need to think about the larger picture, right? There's no one on campus, no one to go to Dewey's. So if we were to bring back pre-Dewey's to current Dewey's, there'd be no one there to go, right? That's my answer to that. You got to think big picture, Mr. Mage. Yeah, you got another question?
Could we also see if we could get John Travolta involved in this, just to do with various Pulp Fiction related references?
John Travolta, he's also part of big Hollywood, also part of big avionic industry. And I don't think we can have him a part of this. So, yeah, that's my thing. Quentin Tarantino, I'm calling you out.
Okay.
Please don't sue me.
We will wrap it up there. Thank you for those key term presentations. And those who are still active in the comment section, say whose platform or vision you like the most. If you believed in a catastrophic Brexit that would bring us to a happier time, then Kyle's your man. If you believe that hospitalized will only bring us to wearing more onesies, then vote Draper. And if you hate bureaucrats, then you know where to go. And if you believe in the future, then Fotang's the name. And our next guest will be, as we transition into the topic of integrity in politics after enough satire, will be the former leader of the Alberta Liberal Party, David Kahn, and the active leader of the Alberta Party, Jackie Fensky. Acting leader, not active leader.
And that's going to start in about 10 minutes. It's 4 o'clock here. Just another reminder, please do support the Campus Food Bank. This is all here for charity. We're having fun, we're making fools of ourselves, but it's really here for a good cause. So if you are watching, if you can't spare a couple of dollars, it goes to a really good cause, and it'll be something that could really help a lot of people. So please do remember to support the Campus Food Bank.
We're about 1/3 of the way there now to our goal, so we are getting there.
And we got, I think it's about, 4 o'clock now.
5 more hours.
We're getting there, boys.
Yeah.
Make sure to eat something right now or drink some water or a beer.
Yeah, remember to drink lots of water. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Is there anyone left? Anyone left after that, or
did anybody stick around for the entirety of the key terms? That was a ride for sure.
Still got 8 watchers, I think. So
really.
How many more guests do we have? 2?
4.
Like 2.
We have David Kahn, Jackie Fensky, and then at 7 o'clock here we'll be having Dr. Andy Nice and Sheriff Mayo talking about Biden's first month in office. And then to get off, we will have a political consultant, Zachary Olston, who will be leading us in a variety of activities.
Alden, you said you had to just temporarily exit for a while?
Yeah, I'm going to have to step away for a couple hours due to another commitment from 4:30 to 6:30, but then I will be back for our final stretch here.
Perfect.
What are we at for donations?
$302-ish, I think. It's just over $300.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, going pretty well.
306.66. Yeah, 31% of our goal. We're on our way. Still a ways to go. About $700 more worth of the raise, but $300 is still enough to make a decent difference.
That's right.
When I think about run, that's food for somebody for 2 grocery runs almost. Like that's a meaningful difference in somebody's life.
I mean, heck, with $75, take me to No Frills, and I've got grocery for a week.
Yeah. So every dollar here is something that's gonna really help somebody.
Ring those phones, folks. I get to say that unironically.
We've been totally neglecting our call center this whole time.
Wow.
It's a talk-a-thon, but we're the only ones that can talk. Thank you.
Finally, the perfect format.
Finally, the big telecommunications agenda.
Welcome to my talk-a-thon. You're not allowed to speak. No words allowed.
Oh. Do 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 do. We should do karaoke later.
I suggested sea shanties.
Oh no, we're not doing sea shanties. That is cringe. Are we still saying cringe? Is that a thing? I don't know.
That is cringe.
Is that cringe?
Yeah.
Asking, saying cringe is
cringe.
Saying cringe. Wow, we're a bit stuck, guys. Really good. Peak on me. More Lunchables? Wow.
Should we do like Lunchables ASMR like full time?
I think this thing now. 100%.
I think there's the money in it. Big Lunchables got some backing.
Big Lunchables.
Why is Big Lunchables in chat?
Oh.
And I'm looking forward to talk to these two leaders. I mean, two-party provincial legislatures is, it is what it is, but it's been a bit boring. I'd like to see some spice from the third parties and the smaller parties or even independents. But it'd be nice to hear from them.
I got a question for you guys. You guys heard about the Maverick Party?
I have, yeah. I think they're just a rebranding of the Wexit Party.
Yeah.
I think.
Did they name themselves after the guy in Top Gun?
I think they named themselves after Logan Paul.
Could be. That'd be a big scandal. No one likes Logan Paul. I can't get behind a movement that, the face of it is Logan Paul. Folks at home, if you're a journalist, you heard it here first. Logan Paul supports the Maverick.
If Logan Paul is your cult of personality, I don't know, man.
Logan Paul?
Your problems are beneath the government.
Wow. Crazy.
I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier.
The last of Barrett's privateers.
I absolutely hate that song.
Why? You're from New Brunswick?
Because when you're there and you have like the one East Coast guy who loves singing that song, he pulls out his guitar, plays you a tune. He can't really sing, but he's just belting it across the bar. And you kind of know this guy, and you're like, you're my friend, like we're acquaintances, but I'm not having a good time, man. You guys have ever been in that situation before?
It's Halifax Wonderland.
You know what? That is a very accurate description of that tune.
Also, to those watching at home, we got up next David Kahn and Jackie Fensky. And then after that, we'll be doing some rankings of gerrymandered congressional districts and ranking political ads. So that should be pretty fun.
I was gonna say, for some reason, I'm surprised by my endurance of this live stream so far. Then I remembered I've been 12-hour live streaming since fall semester, so.
Yeah, this is just a work day. It seems like, except a work day, but I'm not here.
Mm-hmm.
Just sit in front of the Zoom screen all day.
Hey, Alden, what are you drinking? Is that pop?
No, it's just Pilsner brand Pilsner.
Yeah. Nice.
Have a
Bring
few
back the cheap brews.
Yes.
Wait, I
Always
forget.
kind of fun reaching out to like a sponsor because it's like, hey, we're called like Cheap Brews, and we're not saying you're a cheap brewer.
Yeah.
Kyle, I forget. Are you an Old Mill or a Pilsner man?
I'm a Pilsner man.
It's okay to have. We can't all be perfect.
Wow. This is the real divide. Forget urban.
I love how you draw the line in politics of the urban-rural divide.
Pilsner and Old Mill.
Okay, Mr. Khan is here. I will finish my Lunchables.
Hello and welcome. Oh, there we go. Hello.
How are you both doing today?
Hello.
I think I'm here. Can you see me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, we got thumbs. We're good. We're good.
How about me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. See me? Excellent.
How are you both doing today?
Good.
I want to go outside and play in the snow.
It's really nice here.
Stay out there.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's like in Edmonton, but it's really nice in Calgary here.
It's probably not as nice as in Calgary, but we can make snowballs and snowmen, and I can run outside without the air hurting my face.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you guys taking time out of your day to come on, and especially, you know, as much as we all want to be outside, we greatly appreciate this.
Yeah, it's really great to have you two on here. Our very first podcast episode that we ever did was actually having some beers watching the first provincial debates. That was our kind of first, like, hey, do you guys want to have some beer and watch some politics? So that was way back when, and now we're back here to talk about topics in integrity in politics, which I think is really relevant these days, especially with having only two parties in our legislature right now, a lot of sometimes nasty political discourse going around. So we're really excited to have you on and talk about this. Just to introduce us, my name is Alden, and also here we have Kyle, Christian, and David. So just for starters, if you two want to introduce yourself, that would be great. We could maybe just go alphabetical here and start with David and then go on.
Which David?
I did reintroduce myself. I'm David. I'm a political science student here at the U of A. But I would actually love if David, you could start off, and then Jack, you could introduce yourself.
Okay, I guess that's me then. I'm the former leader of the Alberta Liberal Party, and I'm a lawyer at Eco-Justice's Calgary office now. And I've been involved in politics quite heavily since 2015, and perhaps less now, but still very engaged with the issues, especially with respect to the environment and First Nations and Indigenous rights. And I'm happy to join all of you here, and great to see you, Jackie.
Hi, David. Yes, usually we're on phone calls and we're not on video.
Yeah.
It was the past. Anyway, thank you for having me. My name is Jackie Fensky. I am a former MLA and also a municipal councillor for probably far too many years, but that is my background. Professionally, I'm trained as a teacher, and I was asked to serve in this position with the Alberta Party as the acting leader almost exactly 1 year ago. And my interest, of course, has been, because of where I live, is to ensure that the rural and urban divide has been is not a divide, and that we can certainly understand each other, and to ensure that the community's voices, I mean, that's always been my love and my direction. That's how I got involved in politics, was through community groups and associations, and so I believe that their voices are important. And we have a great deal of opportunity to work with our municipal partners, with other levels of government, and with other associations, because no one group holds the entire answer to some of the issues that we're dealing with right now.
Great. Thanks so much for introducing yourselves. I guess the first question from that set that we want to ask is just, I guess, the broad question of, what does political integrity mean to you?
I'm going to pick straws. Well, let me go. Certainly, exercising political power consistently is certainly important. And I guess a big thing would be independent of trying to further your private interests. To me, that's vitally important. And that's probably the reason why there are some reasons why people choose not to enter politics. first of all, they don't like what's happening, and they don't see the integrity. And other times they're busy in their own careers, and so there are people that we are missing to have represent us because they know that they don't want to use that position inappropriately, and they themselves displayed integrity by choosing not to be a part of it and find another way to make their voices known. Anyway, that's I think a big thing is that we certainly should not be doing that for our personal, private advancement.
Yeah, I really echo what Jackie has to say about integrity and financial and pecuniary and integrity with respect to conflicts of interest and private profit. And I think that's been a long-standing problem in Alberta for many decades, if not the entire history of our province. So I really echo that. I think it's really important to have really a forward-thinking vision for the province, and to engage with the issues and develop policy that's really forward-thinking and looking at where Alberta's got to be and not where Alberta is or Alberta was in the 1970s, and then develop those policies and then really run with them, whether or not they're politically advantageous. Because I think in the long run, if you've got good ideas and you really stand by those values and those underpinning values, that then you've that's most of the way there, and then you build your policy on top of that, and so to me that's sort of a really important aspect of political integrity, is to really pursue what is good for the province in the future, and not perhaps what's short-term politically advantageous.
I think that would take us a long way in improving what we are currently seeing. And the other is to also, elected officials are subject to scrutiny, and there should be consequences if they don't sort of follow what the expectation of Albertans are, and choose not to be to demonstrate integrity. So,
and also, Jackie, we don't want to pull a Cheryl Gallant and join our university student friends here and talk about conspiracy theories either, do we? I'm just reminded that, wasn't that a Zoom call where she was speaking with University of Queens, actually, wasn't it? And yesterday, and
oh, was that yesterday? Okay.
Yeah, or last week in COVID terms.
COVID terms, that's right. It would be time stat still.
Huh. Yeah, it's interesting about not looking back in the past, because I think that's been a recurring theme today about just all of these circumstances around COVID and the opportunities that have presented that, with all the unfortunate ways of having to cope. There have also been some opportunities in how we can better as a province, locally, and just as a with everyone in the world, to move forward in a different, more positive way, and how that also goes past partisan politics. And I guess integrity has a big part in that, and getting past some biases people have, be it their own personal politics, to really see that future better. So that's a really interesting point about that.
I think people have been looking for ways to get involved in COVID because we've all been basically isolated. We've had to rely on technology. The advancement of technology in getting people's opinions and ideas has risen exponentially with every month that we've been in the working through the pandemic. And so we've come up with some great ways, podcasts, Zoom calls, to engage people from all across the province. And I think that that's important, and I think we'll continue to utilize that to be able to set the agenda.
Great. I guess one question for the two of you to take a look at Alberta specifically. Right now we find ourselves in a two-party legislature, and the dynamics of that can often get non-ideal for people who don't agree with one party or the other, and it can be a lot of decisiveness. So I guess in how things are going on that legislature level, do you think that the dynamic we find ourselves in, or those parties, exhibit integrity politically?
I'll let you go, David, first. Those awkward moments.
I feel that last bit is a bit loaded, and you know, even though I wasn't actually elected to the legislature, I participated in a caucus, and we were very involved in legislative issues, and I was up in Edmonton all the time, and sort of involved in all the decisions that we made for the couple of years that I was leader, that we had a caucus. And so there's certainly examples of what I would say were lack of integrity on certain issues from both of the major parties right now. And so, that was equally, or probably much more positively, but there were some negative aspects of partisanship and a lack of integrity in terms of, I think, decision making for the long term of Alberta. But I think going forward, I'm a big fan of proportional representation and multiple parties and different parties that promote different policies and attract a different base of supporters. So generally, I'm in favor of diversity and proportional representation and having more voices in the legislature, because I think, especially with our leader-centric party system, it's really drowned out into sort of one message from one side and one message from the other, and they're yelling at each other and very focused on the here and now of politics and political cut and thrust, and they're not sufficiently looking forward, or they're not given that space perhaps to take some risks and look forward to where we need to be as a province in Alberta. So I think less parties are involved in the legislature and in the official legislative debate, the worse off we are. But I suppose I'm a little bit biased in that regard, but I welcome MLAs from a number of parties. And again, I think Alberta would be a great place to experiment with proportional representation, and I had a plan to do that with implementing it with a sunset clause, and then having a referendum after a couple of terms to try it out and make sure. And I can't claim credit for that. John Ralston Saul gave me that idea one time when I ran into him, and he's got some great ideas on that issue. And so I think we've got to move to a fair electoral system, but and with the first past the post system, we can end up with these polarized two-party legislatures.
Right. I don't think it's doing us any good just to have, as I said at the beginning, the two parties, well, I didn't say it in those words. I've said it many times, similar to what David has said, that it's just one party trying to be louder than the other party, and we're not getting that nuanced, reasoned debate. As a matter of fact, we're not getting any amendments on the floor that are acceptable, and not one group holds all of the answers. Alberta is a large province, and the issues and the solutions from one end of the province to the other are different, and we have to take that into account. I'm all for looking at a way to, I guess, again, because we're not sitting in the legislature, so, people could say, oh, well, you're just upset about that. But we are missing other voices at the table, and I would love to be able to see a way that we can do politics and representation differently in Alberta in this day and age. Again, going back to technology, we have so many opportunities in front of us. The one thing that, of course, I'm going to put on my hat about rural representation is that maybe it's not a true proportional representation. Maybe it's a mixed member type of situation where some of the positions are actually first past the post types of position, and the remainder is based on proportional votes that are obtained. Just something that's a bit nuanced, but I think it's time. We didn't think we'd be here and now in this, if you look back 2 years ago, no one would have anticipated what was going to happen in Alberta at this point. So I think we're at a cusp at the point, and it's okay to look at things differently.
And I think that was demonstrated in the last election with the incredible divisiveness between the two parties. And yeah, I can't really blame them for it because it was advantageous to both of them, but it really squeezed us out and our I think good ideas, and so it was disappointing.
Well, and both parties at the end of the last term, when the NDs were in government, moved forward to reduce the number of voices. They reduced the budget for additional parties. They increased the number to be able to members to be able to be considered a party and to receive the right type of funding for research. So they both worked towards squashing any additional voices at the table. I mean, they were in it for themselves. And again, if we're talking about integrity, we need to be talking about what's best for all of Alberta and not just for two particular parties.
And that feeds in, I'm going to make a shameless plug for my political action committee bill that we drafted very carefully to be constitutionally valid and to properly regulate political action committees. And we tabled that in the House, and then within the period that the NDP can, the ruling party can table a bill that covers the field, they amended their electoral their elections bill that had nothing to do with finance and added some weak political action committee provisions into that, which automatically killed our bill, and they left political action committees mostly wide open to operate, and that in the end hurt them, I think, because Conservatives and big business have a lot more money to spend in an unregulated political action committee environment, and so I think it was not a good long-term choice for them. But their partisanship didn't want an Alberta Liberal bill to be discussed even in the legislature, so it was booted out before even first reading. So.
Yeah, I was going to ask, because you mentioned that it's advantageous for those two parties to use divisive rhetoric, and I was going to mention, like, how would you what solutions do you have to, for moving away from that kind of culture of politics? And I know in terms of policy you've proposed that bill, but in terms of just other actions, do you have any suggestions to that, or?
Mr. Khan, if you want to go ahead.
Well, I think if we have electoral representation, it will be there'll be more of a basis for smaller voices to be elected into the legislature and contribute to that discussion. I think minority governments can be very a very good way of governing at points in time, and they force compromise and it increases that diversity and reduces the power that's contained in the PMO's office or the Premier's office, and diffuses that power and gets more voices involved, especially diverse voices that don't normally have power. Indigenous, people of color, women, they're all massively underrepresented in politics, and I think that's a product of first past the post in this monolithic electoral system. And I was as disappointed as everyone or anyone that supports proportional representation on Mr. Trudeau's failing to fulfill that campaign promise. But the NDP was well involved in, Nathan Cullen was well involved in killing that too for political reasons. So I think it's there's a number of tools to reduce the incentive to be divisive and be shocking and not build bridges. In a two-party system, the first past the post is quite incentivizes that kind of action rhetoric.
And I think we need to go back and relook at some of the legislation that's been put forward with PACs and third-party influence in our elections, and that's now being moved to the municipal level. And you certainly hear that municipal politicians do not want that. There's an independence of representing your area municipally, and there's a huge push with the current government to change that. But through funding of PACs and the opportunity to influence elections with dollars. And so we need to take a good look at that and pull that out or be more transparent. I mean, we don't know who's donating to who, though we've had promises from the current premier that he was even going to go back and let us know who funded his leadership campaign. We still, to this day, haven't heard that. I mean,
pure lies.
So
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jackie. I was incensed with that topic.
Well, I mean, it goes back to consequences too. So what are the consequences? And we've seen them. I had an MLA representing me who put in a claim that she couldn't justify and promised that she was going to make it very clear and never did. And just thought, well, let's just, I mean, to me, it sounds like if we don't do anything about it, the public will forget and we won't be held accountable.
Sorry, Jackie.
No, it's fine.
Anything else on that thought, Mr. Khan?
No, I can ramble for as long as you want me to.
Right on. Well, with accountability in mind, my question is, without having a seat in legislature, what alternative methods have your parties, either in the present or in the past, utilized to kind of hold either government or specific MLAs to account? I know you mentioned the bill you put in earlier, David. Is there anything else, specifically you can think of?
Well, we, again, when we had some legislative presence, we filed a motion for an emergency debate on the perhaps $260 billion in oil field liabilities that is unfunded at this point, according to an Alberta Energy Regulator report that was leaked and then subsequently disavowed by both the NDP and the regulator. And that was voted down by all parties, including the Alberta Party, I think that's a critical issue that we needed to discuss, and that again we were stopped from having that discussion in the legislature, and I think most of the blame obviously goes to the NDP for being the governing party and not wanting to shed any light and any transparency on the issue that our children and grandchildren are going to be grappling with for hundreds of years, perhaps, and it's so that kind of conduct is shameful, and so you employ tactics like that when you're not in the legislature. You have to speak out and be active on social media and try to entice the mainstream media into being interested in what you have to say. It's a lot more work, but it depends on if you're asking me what we should do as a political party strategically. We should focus on our base, I think, and focus on rebuilding and getting ready for the next election. But you also want to be present on the issues and talk about the issues and take a position and communicate your values and your policies in contrast to the ruling party and the official opposition, and really demonstrate that there's another alternative.
And I think we've been doing some of that, of course, no seats. So social media has been a friend in some ways in getting out the message. And it is difficult to break into the mainstream media. You've got to find, it has to be something that is either so different from where the ruling government is going, your position, or that it's in the heat of controversy. But I mean, I have to say, we've created a shadow cabinet. So we have, we meet on a regular basis, and we have individuals who are knowledgeable and passionate about certain areas. And so they've been putting forward op-eds, ideas. I mean, we want to propose, not just oppose. So we use that. Those are all posted on our website, but some of and when they do make it into mainstream media, we use social media to repost and to let people know about that. Some of our constituencies, of course, have been active. Most recently, it makes me smile, in Aloha Gate, and certainly garnered some attention. But but really push to have their local MLA, step up to the plate and not just give platitudes and regurgitate key messages from the premier's office. And these are people who have to live in their communities, and so that's another way. It's harder in the larger metropolitan areas because you can somehow be invisible, but in smaller areas, even in I call it the donut areas around Edmonton and Calgary, whether that be Airdrie or Strathcona County, people know who their MLAs are and know when. I used to, if there was a contentious issue, I would like to go grocery shopping in Edmonton instead of in Fort Saskatchewan when I was the MLA, because you never got out of the grocery store because people are not afraid to tell you what their feelings are. So there's that. We do a regular shadow budget. We've got one coming up next week again that we'll be releasing on Wednesday, and so trying to find ways to get our message. And just like as David said, if we're talking about parties, we're working at ensuring that we're going to have 87 constituencies registered, so that our leader who will be elected in October isn't sort of having to do that kind of organizational work, can concentrate on the personalities and the people who will represent us and the policies.
And a shameless plug for op-eds. I've got an op-ed in the Edmonton Journal today on the Impact Assessment Act hearings that we're in all week next week in Alberta Court of Appeal, opposing Mr. Kenney's attack on the bill he calls the No Pipelines Bill, which is, childish, another childish moniker he likes to use. But I encourage you to read that today. And I'm no longer a politician, but I'm still. But that's a very political issue, because everything that Mr. Kenney touches is political or turns to coal. So I encourage you to read that today. Let me know what you think. Certainly, I think my current friend list on LinkedIn is not going to be impressed.
But there will be other venues of social media that would be impressed.
Yeah. Well, hopefully.
That's an interesting comment that you made. That you're not a politician anymore, but that doesn't mean things aren't political. I think that ties in with a bit of a conversation we had earlier. Is that getting involved in politics does not necessarily have to just be partisan. There's a lot of other interesting ways to get involved, and a lot of interesting venues that are issues-based, that are constituency-based, that are identity-based, that are really involved. I guess one thing that's a bit of a pivot that I have a question about, just before this session, I peeked out of my window, actually living downtown Edmonton, and I noticed that there's been quite a few people showing up. I know there is a protest planned at the Alberta Legislature today about COVID-19 precautions. Now, there's been some critiques that there hasn't necessarily been enough done to combat misinformation about in various parts of the world, be that Alberta, be that the United States, be that the world as a whole. So I guess my question to the both of you would be, how as individual citizens can we help to combat misinformation about public health issues to ensure that we can strive to be a safe society? I know that's a bit of a pivot, but I poked my head out, and it just I thought it'd be important to talk about.
Well, you have to speak up, but it's frightening for some people to have to speak up, right? You lose your anonymity, and you become sometimes the target of others. So perhaps it's through an organization is a way that would allow people to feel a little more safe in bringing forward ideas. But it's frightening, and when you're a politician, it's your name. It's not. You don't get to hide. And so that's, I think, one of the reasons people avoid politics. So and it's still frightening, even if they're outside of a political system, to be able to make their voice heard. We live in a society that bullies and ostracizes, and it can be very cruel. And so it takes courage, and we need to be there to support those people who do step up and take the courage to make their voices known and not belittle them. But if we're talking about misinformation, yeah, I think we need one of those huge organizations that keep spitting out the correct information, but we don't have one of those right now. So,
well, and I got to say, this isn't directly on point with your question about what ordinary citizens can do about this, but one thing they can do is hold their political leaders account. Mr. Kenney has been flirting with mask deniers, COVID deniers for the last year, and similarly to Trump, who played footsie with white supremacists for his entire term, and we see what comes to roost from that kind of subtle or even blatant racism. And similarly with Mr. Kenney, he's played footsie and talked early on about how COVID's no worse than the flu, and we're taking away people's charter rights without any understanding of the Section 1 justification test, and the fact that no one can have unlimited rights because they will impinge on other people's rights, and that's where the government comes in to ensure the collective public good. So I think we need to hold our leaders account, people like Mr. Ford, Mr. Kenney, who flirt with those elements, and then it comes back to haunt them when they have to actually institute good public policy, and they've undermined it for their entire careers / last year. So that kind of thing makes me angry when this kind of thing comes back to this kind of backlash, and that they've tacitly or directly encouraged.
Yeah, they. You're right. It comes back to haunt them. I mean, they used it to. They've used people and used issues to expedite their rise to power, and then it's sort of it's backfired in many instances. You even look, as you were talking about Mr. Kenney, and how he's almost had an about face around Christmas time, talking about COVID and masks and such. It's really hard to stop that train once you've started it, and he is unable.
He's led that match.
Yeah.
And now he's pretending to be the firefighter, or he maybe perhaps wants to be the firefighter, but it's a I think disingenuous is too weak a term.
Yeah, another like on the topic of playing footsies with very dangerous groups. The U of A School of Public Health Student Association recently came out with an open letter to the premier on basically his comments in regards to members of the South Asian community, and those kind of the impacts that has from a sitting premier. And I wanted to get your perspective on that, as well as leaders in the province, and the impacts of words coming from basically the highest office in our province, and basically how we as students can in addition to providing these statements, can help combat that, because you already kind of feel powerless when they're the ones in charge of your education, the future of your education. But what role can we play in just changing that tone of politics? And yet, Leader Fensky or Mr. Khan.
Well, certainly, words hurt, and words have strength, and you have to weigh them properly in what you say. And when you do what Mr. Kenney did, and then he tries to backtrack, you are creating divides in our communities, in our province. And there are organizations that certainly have I would say sprung up since that, because they are concerned. And like anything right now, it's strength in numbers, and we need to get a way to tell the opposite story, right? I mean, it's got to be said, because it's got to become common among all Albertans to stand up again. It goes back to strength. Sometimes it's difficult to do that, and when the premier says that, he has all of the tools at hand, media, etc. You really are fighting an uphill battle, but it's going to take strength in numbers.
And I think it's pure scapegoating. He's scapegoating ethnic communities in Northeast Calgary and Southeast Edmonton for outbreaks when there's massive outbreaks, the biggest in North America, at meatpacking plants in our province. Very little is done, and ministers actually obfuscate investigations and lie about what's going on in those outbreaks. So it's again disingenuous. It just doesn't cut it, and it's unacceptable for someone with those resources to serve to divide people and to blame immigrants. But unfortunately, that's Jason Kenney's modus operandi. He's done that throughout his political career at the federal level, especially as immigration minister. He's courted ethnic communities while discriminating against them in terms of immigration policy or whatever policy he gets his hands on. So I think you reap what you sow, I suppose. But I think it is dishonorable for any leader of a G7 subnational provincial government to be talking that way.
He uses it's a technique of almost diversion, right? So if he can get someone else to shine the light on something else, then whatever the other issue is fades into the background, and we see that a great deal with
everything's Trudeau's fault at this point.
Oh yes.
Our apologies. Alden just had to run really quick. He has a family event going on, so he's with them now. You have a question, David?
Yeah, I was gonna just pivot slightly. We are primarily a student-facing and focused podcast, so I wanted to ask you a quick question about universities in Alberta and that kind of stuff. Recently, I've seen in the news there's a survey that was published about brain drain in Alberta, specifically undergraduate students planning on leaving the province after they graduate, because they might not see themselves reflected in the province or might not see a future in the province. I think it was somewhere along the lines of 47% of respondents said their friends are unsure about staying in Alberta after they graduate. When starting university, 24% of people imagine themselves probably or definitely leaving, but that number's increased to 33% on average right now. So it's growing pretty steadily. So I guess my question would be, how much of a problem do you see this for Alberta as a long-term issue with people leaving? And what would you say to students who might be thinking about leaving, who might not see themselves reflected in the province, to try and convince them to stay?
Well, it truly is happening. It's not only happening to students. I was speaking to a business person just this week who said they're in the process of selling their business, and though they should be moving to Calgary, that's where their family is, they're not staying in Alberta. So this is one of the biggest issues, because if we lose the young minds and the brilliant minds of people who are going through our university system, how do we position ourselves in the future? Education is more than just getting a job. I've said that many times, and education sets those people who are going through our education system and through our post-secondary, they're looking to the future, and they're providing the vision as well as the opportunities. And so, it's just, as I said, it's the biggest issue that we are facing in the future. And so, what can we do to keep students here, to let them see that there's hope and opportunity?
Yeah, I left Calgary when I was a teenager because of the lack of diversity and LGBTQ community really here in Calgary, and we moved to Vancouver and Toronto and moved back here, and things have gotten so much better since my youth. But this province seems to be hell-bent on turning back the clock and reducing the diversity and reducing the forward-looking entrepreneurial nature of Albertans, and relying on legacy industries that quite rightly need to be need to move to a different future. And so it's disappointing to see, and it's hard not to think that that the Premier, because of his background, perhaps doesn't value post-secondary education. It doesn't value a liberal arts education. You know, I went into chemistry at UBC because my dad, because I did well in it. My dad's an engineer and thought I should do that instead of liberal arts, even though he'd done a year of liberal arts at UBC when I was a kid, for the very reason that it's such a great experience. And so, but looking back on it now, I would have done a liberal arts degree, and I think I would have been as far ahead as I am now. I mean, I didn't go into working in a lab and getting a PhD anyway. So I think it's really critical that we have post-secondary education and systems and universities that are focused on science and liberal arts and not just and there's definitely a place for vocational and technical institutes and trades, and we need to have a mix, but we need to really support our higher education system in general, and especially not try to gut those larger institutions that provide that more wide-ranging education. And the University of Alberta is a gem in the entire world, and we should be proud of that, and we should be encouraging that and not trying to undermine it or tear it down, really.
And certainly needs the support, whether it's through dollars or, I mean, totally removing funding from research, from the research aspect of it, or really substantially reducing that budget. That doesn't bode us well. We need to actually be looking at what else can we do to support those innovators who are coming up with new systems and new ideas. And, you know, we need a first adopters policy so that we find a way to continue to encourage students to be a part of the future.
This is from a premier who's ragging on the federal government for not investing in vaccines. So, you know, next time you see him, ask him what his government has invested in higher education, in scientific research at the U of A, in vaccines, in the company in Calgary that's developing the vaccine. You know, turn the question around on him. What have you done, Premier, for diversifying our economy and moving into knowledge-based economy and investing in our future and our youth?
I mean, I even think back to when I was teaching in the K-12 system, and at that point in time, we were telling students, you know, whatever it is you're going to go into, don't expect that your first job is going to be the same as your last job. We have to continually be learning and changing and adapting. And so to even if you choose to get your red seal or your certification in a trade, that's going to change. I mean, look at our oil and gas. We have some opportunities to transition into a hydrogen economy because there are some similarities. But those people are going to have to go back and get retraining, and we constantly need to be upgrading and to have to. It's almost as if the current government is trying to I don't know. It's a feeling, so I don't have any stats to really base that on. But if we reduce your education, maybe we reduce you pushing back at us. You know, it's just that kind of feeling.
Thank you.
And it's critically important to have those educational opportunities available, and that's why I'm a steadfast believer in guaranteed basic income, as Andrew Yang is, as many other forward-thinking politicians are in North America and around the world. And it's why our bill won in the first of Mr. Kenney's legislatures after the 2019 election. Our bill won, in our Shadow Throne speech, was for a bill that comprehensively invested in tax credits and in funding for people to go back to school and retrain, because we have to support people in that process, and that's why guaranteed basic income is so important, so that people aren't worrying about how to house or feed their families when they need to go back to school. And there's so much work in our society that's not paid that should be, because it contributes to GDP, it contributes to the advancement of our society and our productivity, and So caregivers, be they for old people or young people, they should be paid. They should have a basic level of income commensurate with the work that they're giving to society as a whole.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And so, just to bring that conversation together, you've identified a lot of places where this current government and sometimes its official opposition are lacking in integrity in the ways that our premier is engaging in bad faith, not only with the province but with the federal government. But the hope is that with all these kind of behaviors, there's going to be a new generation of leaders that will hopefully come in and change that, which is student leaders in university and around our province. So what advice would you give to them that on how they engage in politics and having had that experience yourselves and being at the negotiating table, like what would be your like one sentence piece of advice, I would say.
One sentence.
Maybe not one sentence. Yeah, sorry. I don't want to limit you.
I don't ever answer things in one sentence. Or maybe it's one rambling sentence. Go ahead, Jackie.
Okay. Well, certainly stay involved and make sure your presence is known. It's really important. I actually was at a business today where the owner had said to the mayor of the community that he said, well, we've never seen our MLA. And so the mayor, because he's very proactive, made sure that he dragged the MLA out to that business, because you need to have that face-to-face, or you need to have that opportunity to have them know that you're a person. And it's really harder. I always said at council, if you have an issue, make sure you're sitting there in the front row, because it's really hard to say no when you see those, the whites of somebody's eyes glaring at you. So it's that person to person, face to face, however you can do that type of contact. But things are changing in how we actually see solutions and issues brought forward. It used to be whoever had the biggest wallet, still is in this current government, I'm afraid, is getting the attention and getting the movement. But what I'm seeing now is that there are groups, that have organized, that the tables are turning somewhat. It's not just how big your wallet is. It's this force of a group trying to bring forward raise the issue or bring forward solutions. I think of Hold My Hand Alberta, which is a group of moms and dads and actually supporters that have organized to be able to raise the profile of children that are living with disabilities, and what disabled children need to be able to support them to go forward. So it's that group. It is changing, and I think we need to be cognizant of that. And that was a very long sentence. I'll be quiet.
Was that one sentence, Jackie?
Yes.
Lots of semicolons and M dashes, right? Well, I want to echo a lot of what you said. You need to stay involved. And I was involved in student politics at UBC, and we ran a slate for student government, and the vice president external was the only one who got elected, because she was actually the only one serious in running. Even though I was running actually, I think I was running for vice president, because I didn't want to run for president, but I made my friend do it. Anyway, we got one of us elected, but you got to stay involved and not let it wane once you're out of university, and get involved in your local constituency and riding associations, or your community groups, or your CAs, or I guess you call them community leagues in Edmonton. It sounds a little communist to me, but you got to get involved. What's a community league? So I think I've lost my train of thought here, but yeah, you got to get involved, and the groundswell of opposition to the rescission of the coal policy and the opposition by Albertans to coal mining in general is really motivated me, and I'm sleeping, dreaming, eating, and drink and breathing coal in my new job right now. And shameless plug, I hope to have another editorial out next week about some of these coal issues, and what we can do to improve things. So so there's lots of bright lights in Alberta. There's people from all walks of life, Corp One, all sorts of country singers, ranchers, First Nations, urban dwellers that Kenny hates, that apparently just hate rural people and want to stop coal, hikers, ATVers, farmers, uniting in opposition to 18th century, 19th century economic plan from this premier, and his and because he's from away, and many of his staffers are too, he doesn't understand how important the Rocky Mountains are. I mean, we seem to have ceded the prairies, and especially northeastern Alberta, to industrial development, but he doesn't understand that at the very least, Albertans care about the Rockies, and it's kind of like don't mess with Texas, I think, and he's messing with the Rockies. And so, whether this is his Waterloo or just a bump along the road for him, I hope it's the former, but we'll see.
He's moved the Rockies to Edmonton for his media. What was that? I can't. That was the hockey for the NHL.
It was the hockey one, yeah. Thank you so much. I know we're getting close to the time we had for this segment. I just had two final things to say. One, just quickly looping back to the comment you made earlier, David, about leaving Calgary when you were younger due to a lack of overall LGBTQ2S plus community. Looking at that survey I mentioned earlier, there's actually a bit of demographic breakdown. And I think it might be of interest to you to hear that 54% of all gender minority or LGBTQ2S plus students said they were considering leaving Alberta academically. So it might be some form of cyclone, so I thought that might be something of interest. But just wrapping us up, I would want to say thank you both for coming out. This is a live stream in support of the University of Alberta Campus Food Bank. So to everybody here watching at home, please, if you have anything to spare, donate some to the Campus Food Bank. It's a fantastic cause that really goes and does a lot for a lot of people. We have the goal today of raising $1,000. I'll just quickly double check our amount right now. It's looking like we are sitting at just over 300, but I'll quickly double check.
Real quick, sorry to cut in, David. Thank you very much, David Kahn and Jackie Fensky, for showing up today, taking time off of your nice Saturday afternoon and joining us.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Yeah.
We really appreciate it.
Yeah, truthfully. Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, it was my pleasure. I think I can speak for Jackie. It was our pleasure to join you here, and it's it was a great conversation. I actually forgot that we might have a audience watching us, so I hope I haven't been too inopportune with my comments. But this format makes it look like it's just the five of us. But I forgot about that feed. But thank you for having us.
Okay.
Yes, I do appreciate that, and all the best.
And what's the link to donate?
Yes.
In the live stream as well as in the Instagram page, but I can send that quickly over.
You two also will be getting an email later just regarding this, and there should also be a donation link in it as well.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Take care and enjoy the lack of polar vortex now.
Take care.
Get outside.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Bye.
Bye, Jackie.
See you again, David.
Well, there you have it. Corbelon mentioned a third time. Here we go, baby.
What is happening? Who is this person? Who is this person?
You might just completely reject this, but so be it. So be it.
So
We've got about 2 hours until our next panel of guests come on.
Yeah,
So
we
what
have
do
to
we
talk about gerrymandering and political ad rankings.
Yes, I think really quick, why don't we take a break? If you two want to go use the washroom, go grab something to eat, go grab some water, go grab some beer. I'll hang out here till you guys get back.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I will be back in probably about 5-ish minutes.
Yep.
Me too.
Just hold down the fork out.
Can do. You know what? Can do. Oh, man.
I don't know if anyone is watching, but if they are, thank you for tuning in. It's very nice outside. You could be outside right now, but you're here with us. So we really appreciate it.
Are you flirting with no one?
I might be checking myself on the camera. I don't know. Leave me alone. Go grab your food.
How you doing, Kyle?
I'm doing good. You know, I was talking to the camera a little bit, and then Christian caught me flirting with the camera. So, you know, I just kind of sat here awkwardly and clicked my pen. Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
No, that's sometimes you just gotta stare awkwardly directly at a camera and click your pen.
100%. That's where we're at. I like to do the rocket ship with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a fun one. It's a fun one.
Really good political discourse.
I am on to my third beer.
Are you okay? I'm going to grab mine. I don't know. I'm going to eat a little bit and drink some more water and then drink some coffee. And
that's fair. I want to grab a snack so I can just keep going for the afternoon.
Yeah, we got 2 more hours till our next guest. So, oh man, oh man. I'll wait till Christian gets back and then I'll go do my own thing.
Fair enough. I can also vibe on the camera too if you're need to go off. I'm more than happy to hold down 4.
All right. Well, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll go. I'll do that.
Fair enough. All right. I guess it's just me then. Howdy, everybody chilling on the stream. Up next, we got gerrymandering and political ad rankings. That should be interesting. It should be fun. My cat's in the background's just being a bit of a dingus, so if you hear some scratching or some meowing, that's just her doing her thing. But I hope you've all had fun. Like, it's been an interesting day so far. Lots of different voices, lots of different topics, lots of different opinions, and I think it's been relatively positive discussion-wise. We're getting near to the end of the day so far. I think we got about 4 hours-ish left. We have gerrymandering, political ad rankings. That should go on for a little while. Our next guests will be at 7 o'clock. Those will be Andy Knight and Sharon Romeo. They're professors at the University of Alberta. They'll be talking Biden's first month as President of the United States of America. After that, we'll wrap up with some more lighthearted stuff. But it's getting more and more chill for the day. So I really hope you've enjoyed so far. And if you have enjoyed, please do take that link in the bio, donate to the campus food bank. Every dollar helps. It is truly something that would be a great benefit for everybody there. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. I guess I can give a bit of a review for the beers I've had so far. As of yet today, I've tried the River City Raspberry Ale, the Blonde Ale. There's the Honest Paul IPA, the India Pale Ale, and then I just cracked the Hammerhead Red Ale, which, as the name implies, is a red ale. So I'm going to just give that a quick sip and let you know what my thoughts on all 3 of them are. It's pretty good. All right. I'm not usually a massive red ale guy. I like a good one, but I don't seek them out. That's a pretty good one, though. I'd say, ranking them, probably the River City is probably my favorite for the day. I'm more of a fruity beer kind of guy. I like some fruit. I like some sour. It's nice. It's tasty. It's refreshing. The IPA was definitely good. It was a bit of a sipper. Definitely a bit of a sipper. So I worked on that for a little while. And I'm excited for the Hammerhead. It should be interesting. But I'd definitely say right now my top is the River City. It's a good one. It's fruity. And I'm a more fruity beer type of guy. Yeah. I was gonna ask if anybody wants anything specific to talk about, but then I realized I don't actually have the stream pulled up, so I can't actually see the comments if they're coming through. So I'll pull that up right now if anybody has anything they want to talk about, because I'm happy to chill and vibe with whatever anybody wants to hear me just randomly pop off about. Let's check this stream. I got a couple people people still on here. That's pretty cool. 7 hours live. Yeah, we've been going for a while now. I guess it's gone pretty fast. We started here at 9 a.m. and we're gonna still be going for right up until 9 p.m. So we'll be sticking around. Definitely the longest continuous live stream I've ever been a part of. Also one of the only live streams I've ever been a part of. So it's interesting. But it's a fun way to spend our Saturday and a good, decent way to benefit a very organization. We started off today with a discussion with the campus food bank. That was very, very, very interesting. As well as discussion with the Leftovers Foundation and Fresh Roots. So that was pretty cool. They are a bunch of really good organizations. And we have some links to them in our bio if you want to learn anything more. I learned quite a lot from them, to be honest. I did not know that so much of the people who use the campus food bank were children. And that makes sense. Students, there is no one identity for students. Students are not a hegemonic group. There's no single identity. There's no hive mind. And every student is different. So it makes sense that students who aren't those who fit within that kind of preconceived cultural notion of what a student is might need to use those services as well. Yeah. Now, Kyle was popping off about Corb Lund. No, does anybody here know who that is? Like, is that the Corb? Like Corb Lund? I've never heard of them. I think it's a country artist. Is there any thoughts on like who they are, what they do? I genuinely just like don't know. How's the day then? I've been looking outside my window every so often, and it's been a pretty nice, bright, beautiful day. That cold snap was rough. It was really rough. I mean, I barely leave the house because COVID, but like it's still rough with a cold snap because being cold isn't fun. I'm lucky because I have my apartment, but yeah, it's definitely nice when it warms up and you can like do things outside, like go for a walk or like I guess go for a longer walk or a more scenic walk. It's really most of what you can and should do nowadays. So that's my vibe. Just kind of going for walks. It's fun. It keeps you busy, right? Could give you all a desk tour if you want. Here. This is like, I basically have two things on my desk other than my actual desk setup. This is half of them. This is my Mechagodzilla figurine, because every desk needs a Mechagodzilla. Fun fact, my dad actually has corresponding Godzilla figurine on his desk. It's just a fun little thing, because we're both big fans of the movies. Watched them a bunch when I was growing up, and it's just like a fun like reminder, you know? It's always good to have this little tiny mementos just to kind of keep you thinking, keep you in touch, and remind you of those people who you love. Because especially now with COVID, it's weird. You rarely see anybody, you rarely touch and like hug or see anybody. Like, I remember I ordered pizza once, and I lightly brushed hands with the pizza delivery guy by accident. And that was the first time I touched somebody other than my partner in like 6 months. And it's just like the weirdest thing. Like COVID got you wild in that, you know? And I have somebody else to talk to, thank God. Hey, Christian.
Brushing hands with my pizza delivery guy got me acting unwise. How's it going? Are we talking about the Zilla versus King Kong? Zilla versus Kong?
Godzilla. I am excited for that. My many people have a variety of benchmarks for when they like emotionally need COVID to be over. My emotional benchmark is it needs to be over in time for me to see Godzilla versus Kong in theaters.
There you go.
I will not compromise. If COVID is not done by that point in time, I will personally finish COVID myself.
I will personally finish. There you go. COVID, it is on. Your turn to reply. Are you fighting back strong? Or are you going to buckle under the pressure of David Draper? Stay tuned on next episode of Man versus Nature. Sorry, folks. We're at that point in the live stream where, like, I'm not even. I'm just like I'm tired drunk. I'm not actually drunk. I'm just like, yeah, it's good. The energy,
Yeah.
politics.
We're trying to keep it up. It's a lot of work to be going for I guess 7 hours straight now.
Yeah. And if it looks like we're sleeping, we're not. I'm not. I just have like the what's the word here? I'm engaging, but it's like my muscles have just given up on me. So it's just like I'm just like I can't just like keep happy after like 6 hours. It's just like nope. You just keep a straight face, but listen. Yeah. You lose it. So.
You know what? Here's the time. People in the chat, if you would like to engage, I have a very important question for all of you, and I need some tips. Recently, I came into ownership of a gumball machine. My partner's brother moved and did not take said gumball machine with him, so we got it. We have no idea what to put in it, like no idea. So does anybody have any fun ideas of what to put inside a gumball machine in their apartment? Because we're trying to find stuff. We're taking suggestions.
A gumball machine?
Mm-hmm.
What does that do?
Like the one that's filled with gumballs, and you put a quarter in it and you turn it.
What's a gumball? Let me Google this. Gumball.
Are you messing with
No, okay. You have to know. You have to give me the benefit of the immigrant because, like, there's some things that I might not know the name, but like, if you show me the object, like, I just see a cartoon character.
Huh.
Oh.
Like a ball of like gum.
Yeah, that's all I see.
No. Did you like candy coated?
Oh.
Google ball of gum.
Gumball machine. Oh, these. I see what you mean. You getting one of those? That's pretty cool.
We have one.
Oh, you have one. Where did you get it from?
My partner's brother moved, and he had one. And he didn't take it when he moved, so he gave it to us.
How big is it? Is it like a big one? Like a big red one? Or?
It's like, I guess I'll stand up and kind of measure myself against it. It's like, it kind of goes up to like my hip, like my stomach here. I think it's about as tall as that lamp.
Oh, okay. So like a decent. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's cool.
It's like, it's metal and stuff. Like it's pretty sturdy.
Yeah. Does it have the old-fashioned like you put a quarter in and turn it, or that's cool? You should go put it outside your building and it'll get broken into.
I keep giving myself false hope because I'll check the time and I'll forget that I'm an hour ahead. And I'll be like, oh my gosh, only 3 hours. But no, there's more.
No, yeah, we still got some time. I guess my question for y'all is, we have that gerrymandering political advocate stuff coming up soon. When are we getting started with that?
Yeah, let me pull up my schedule. I should know what we had in the top, but I'm just Googling up some political ads to just read. Sorry, just pulling up a link.
Did I tell y'all that there's a new SpongeBob movie?
What?
You what?
There's a new SpongeBob.
I missed that again because I literally talked when you talked. What did you say?
Sorry. Here, I can turn myself up a little bit. Did I tell y'all that there's a new SpongeBob movie?
Yeah, you did. It has Keanu Reeves.
And Snoop Dogg, yeah.
And Snoop Dogg, the ultimate brand, Snoop Dogg. Have you seen his bottle of wine or his brand of wine? Apparently, if you hold a camera or something up to it, the label moves, like in the camera or something. I don't know. I've seen it once. Could be a hoax. Who knows?
That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah, good for Snoop Dogg. Good old
man's really diversified his portfolio.
Started with Trailer Park Boys, I swear.
Between Snoop Dogg, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Kevin Hart, and like every other WWE star, I need to hire their agent, man, because the rebranding these guys go through, like almost like Dwayne The Rock Johnson went from like making 6 movies a year to like making tequila now. I'm like, what's he doing making tequila?
Apparently, it's a good tequila too.
Is it? Yeah, like Terramana, right? Yeah.
I saw a review for it. They genuinely liked it. So like, hey, that's pretty solid, you know.
This isn't a tequila talk show, but if it were, I still wouldn't have much to provide because I don't drink tequila. Except when my good friend Caesar's around. Shout out to Caesar if he's watching this. You know.
I kind of doubt he's watching. God, I met tequila.
Fancy liquor bottles. There was a special Game of Thrones bottle of Johnny Walker that they made. That was Johnny Walker White Walker, and it had a thermosensitive like case, so you put it in the freezer, and like the regular Johnny Walker guy would turn into a White Walker from Game of Thrones. That's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool. I brought up that. Oh my god, that thing. That Washington Post article you sent me.
Yes, the gerrymandered districts. We can go through them and rank what we like.
Amazing.
All right, here we go. You guys can see this?
Yeah.
You guys are going to see my sweet targeted ads. Yeah, I'm looking for a new backpack. If anyone can, send me a good backpack to buy, let me know. But moving on, America's most gerrymandered congressional districts. We have this long boy. It looks like ancient Greek city-states spread out on islands in the ocean.
I like how the caption's called "Crimes Against Geography."
Who wrote this? Christopher Ingram. Very funny, Chris. Let's get Chris on the podcast.
Boy's named Chris.
It must be a Christian thing, or Christopher thing. Sorry, my bad. Do you want me to read this stuff? Or?
No, there's just there's a map. If you keep scrolling down.
This map?
No, go down again. You'll see oh, maybe it is on the interactive map that you'll find it.
Ooh,
there it is.
Look at that. Where's this?
So
North Carolina's district.
So
wow.
Do they draw these based on so weird. I don't know, what would the rationale be, man? That's so interesting way to pull votes. I guess that's the rationale, but yeah.
It's a Rorschach test, He's not a. It's literally. He's a butterfly.
I was
Let's.
gonna say they put up a map on like an angle or like a kind of a morphed map, and then they just drop water onto it.
Like,
And wherever the water like drops down, that's it.
like, tell us how you feel.
You know, like if you took that, made it bigger, and like cleaned up a little bit, that could be a pretty nice looking like islandscape. That could be a nice like
The Sylvan Lake that Kyle dreamed of.
The Sylvan Lake I dreamed of, 100%. There you have it, folks. We figured it out. What? This is from 2014. Has this been changed since?
what's your rank for the that's the North Carolina 12th? What's
Are
your
we doing like an SA? What are those called? SA?
Yeah.
Whatever.
It's tier list.
The tier list.
It's...
I wish we had like a physical tier list we could throw up.
You can find some virtual ones, like going online and.
Can we?
No, I don't know. If you have time, we can just say it. We can just collectively agree, consensus.
Sure.
I don't know. This feels like I don't know, like a B, like some good gerrymandering. Like it's what I expect from gerrymandering. You know what I mean? Like nothing too ridiculous. It's ridiculous enough, but
It's ridiculous enough to make itself on this list, but like it's not a fun shape, you know?
Mhm.
Like looking at it, I get like an abstract expressionism, you know? You got that weird 90-degree angle. You got the thing on the bottom that almost looks like the tip of an axe. And you got this thing that looks like a chicken partway through. It's like the shapes aren't doing it for me.
Yeah.
I gotta see.
I think this is B tier. I think North Carolina can do better in their gerrymandering. You know, I think if they were to add a little bit of offshoots, then it might go up to an A tier. And if it was even longer and
it stretched the whole state.
Yeah, like across, exactly. I think it could be S tier. So that's my North Carolina, like, again, impressive gerrymandering, but I think you can do better. Moving on from that, Maryland's 3rd district, the praying mantis.
I like this.
I don't see how it looks like a praying mantis.
I almost see like a seagull, like on its side. Like the thing in the middle is kind of like a seagull body, and the other parts are its wing that's like mid-flap.
I don't see anything.
I see like a broken sand timer, but like the sand fell out of the part where the glass broke. I don't know how to explain it.
I think this one has a good use of negative space, you know? Because you got like that middle bit between the two arms. You got that little hook on the south side. There's a good amount of negative space that leaves me wondering what the rest of the congressional districts around this look like, you know?
100%. Even if you look, it almost touches each other in the middle there.
But
and it's almost completely enveloped whatever this other place is. And that's why I really like this. I like how it sprawls out, and I like how it almost completely envelops another district. So I'm going to give it an A. I don't know about you guys. What do you guys think?
I'm going to say B+, because, like, it's got something. It's clearly trying to do something, but I'm not sure it communicates it well enough. There's a bit of artistic integrity there. There's, like, a bit of shapes. There's a bit of, like, something that you can see from it. But it doesn't quite take it all the way.
Chris, what do you think?
yeah, I have to agree. It's got I like I see like a little boot. I like that boot part, like towards the north south or southwest.
The north. Yeah.
The south north southwest. Yeah, but yeah, B plus B in that range.
B plus. I think we go for B plus.
That's
well
a B plus.
Well done, Maryland.
Florida 5th. Ooh, Florida.
Ooh, this one stretches like a river.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a river there, but Also, it's got that elbow.
Yeah.
I love
Look
the
how
I
thin-
love the confidence. You know what? This exudes confidence because it's not only just long, it's big. Like the first one was like long, but it's thin, as if it was like just trying to just get enough. But this one's like, no, we're gerrymandering this shit out of this, and we don't care.
And you have this little thin patch right
hmm
here by the river. I'd like to imagine that's like, a bunch of rich people living along the coast
hmm
that they just wanted to be involved in this particular district. Maybe they know the guy, and there's some rich people like getting together.
I wonder if it's like a rich Republican donor who's just like, I want to be in the Senate without the effort.
Yeah, 100%. This district.
I like the very, very thin part. Like, I just really hope there's like 5 people who live in that small area. There's literally like 1 or 2 houses. That would be ideal. Honestly, like, it follows the river a bit too much for me. Like, yeah, you got that jut, you got that elbow. But when I think gerrymandering, I think like aggressive gerrymandering. I think like shapes that make no sense, random islands popping up in like different areas of the district, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It has a bit of logic to it, just not enough.
So what do we say? B? Still a B?
Are we just giving these all B's?
I'm gonna say B minus.
Oh wow. Okay.
Not a fan of the 4 to 5th. Sorry.
I'm gonna give it an A, because it's thick in some parts and really thin in others. It's also very long. I'm not gonna give it an S because, as you said, David, it is around like that river there, so it's an easy kind of like natural boundary.
Yeah.
I'm giving it an A.
I will say A minus. It's got
A minus.
confidence, but some areas are lacking.
All right. We'll move on here to Pennsylvania's 7th district. Goofy kicking Donald Duck.
Oh wow.
I like that. I like
This is
that.
something. I like that. You see the faces, they're expressive, they got body shapes. I see the foot, I see the kick, I see an almost complete separation from the 2 parts. It looks like a piece of art. I could see this in a museum. This, to me, can't be anything but S.
It looks like Goofy kicking Donald Duck.
I see the Goofy, but I don't really see the Donald Duck. Is the problem? This is Goofy kicking.
Yeah.
This is Donald Duck, but I don't see where Donald Duck is.
He's there.
See the bottom,
You can
the
see.
tail bit, and it flippers, and then like it kind of curves up, and then the long bit jutting out is the face, and he's got a little hat.
Wait, is this the face?
Yeah, that's the face.
Okay, this is the neck.
Yeah, that's the body.
You know what? I think whoever put the name to this is just trying a bit too hard. Yes, it looks like Goofy, but it doesn't really look like Donald Duck.
It looks like some sort of character. I'm not sure if Donald Duck's the best one, but I can't think into a better one.
I also do enjoy how, obviously it's cut off by state lines here, but there's just a giant black hole.
Yeah.
Nothing. This is all straight, and then it's just an abyss.
Yeah.
So that's positive. What do you guys think?
I say.
like how Goofy's in a actual state of screaming.
Yeah, I also like that too. I think I'm gonna get B.
It's an A for me.
Is it?
It's an A.
You know what?
It's an S for me. I love this one.
Seriously.
I said B, but I'm giving it a C. I think it's trying too hard to be something. It's like looking at a cloud and really doing mental gymnastics to make it something that it's not. And I say don't force it.
But here's the thing for me, Kyle. Not that I'm trying to convince you, but at the end of the day, paid professionals have been commissioned to draw these lines. Imagine drawing that and then showing up to the elector's office and being like, "Here you go. Here's your district map."
You
Oh.
know what? For that, I'll give it an A.
And then imagine campaigning for the poor. Is it like state congressman or congressperson and or counselor? Like, come on.
The pure audacity of handing in just like a random.
Like that enough for me is like, and it's in Pennsylvania too.
You know what? You're right. I'll give it an A. That's very good. Moving on. North Carolina is back with its first district.
Oh.
All right. What do you guys? This one it's interesting.
Is this a state or is it like a part of a city?
This is North Carolina, so.
It's got an interesting use of negative space. It mirrors the waterways kind of similarly, and I like that for it. Like it kind of is a good inverse of all the waterways.
Now I gotta look up a map because I'm wondering what body of water that is. It's not.
Maybe it's just the fact that it's red, but it also looks kind of like a crab to me, you know? It's got the claw in that southern spot. All the legs.
Claw. All right, here we go. I'm on Google Maps. Looking. Oh my god, is it actually the ocean? It's in fact the ocean.
North Carolina borders the ocean?
Yeah, it does.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a coastal state, right? Yeah. Well, that's what borders the ocean means, Christian. Come on.
I like how it's cut by water. So there's a part of it that's just like, you know, like out on its own. But also there's this here. So again, it's kind of smushing these people that live here up against the ocean and itself. I think that's very interesting, and I'd like to see if this area exists as its own district, or if like part of this is included, or even part of this is included. I think that'd be very interesting to see, and it would make this particular one even better.
Fair. I think that follows up with the good use of negative space here. Like I really like it leaves you with questions, you know? It's not a bunch of questions, it's not the best questions, but like it leaves you with some questions.
Yeah. Agreed.
So what do you think we'd mark it?
I think it's a B for me because like it's nice. It's got that kind of bit of a crab shape, and it's got a good like inverse, but it's very blocky, you know.
Okay,
Yeah,
it kind of looks like if you turn your head this way, it looks like a crab holding a sword and yelling, "Ah!"
You know what? It kind of does.
Yeah.
It does. For that, I'm giving it an S. This is an S tier district, North Carolina. You've been on this list twice. You're really knocking it out of the park.
Who's next?
Ooh, Texas 33rd.
Texas.
33rd district, baby.
Oh yeah.
This kind of looks like the continent of Africa down here.
Yeah.
A little.
I can see it.
A little bit.
I think this was the
It looks like a different stuff on the other side too.
I think this was the San Antonio Houston reach. But
No,
my
it's all yeah.
this one's
Well,
B, maybe C. I don't know.
I'm gonna give it. It's just like it's not big in some spots and little in others. It's just kind of like two areas with a land bridge.
Yeah.
That's kind of boring.
Yeah, it's like it's like beginner gerrymandering. It's like here's a class project gerrymander.
Yeah.
It's very like gerrymander 101, like gerrymandering.
Yeah.
But I like the fact that the spot in the middle looks like a stump. Something about that's doing it to me. So I'm gonna say C+.
Okay. Fair enough. Moving on. North Carolina's back, baby. Fourth district.
They've got quite the record, huh?
North Carolina. We need to look into what's going on.
It looks like genie playing the saxophone.
And do they change these things every year? Like, what's... I see that. I see the saxophone thing.
Yeah, I see the saxophone and the genie, and like this is the genie, and he's got his arm up like this or something, and then this is the saxophone.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what this is. Maybe like the smoke from the lamp or the lamp itself.
Yeah, that's the smoke from the lamp, and like the tail body part.
I like this one.
I'm gonna do some jumping jacks, and I'll be back.
Okay. But it's got some expression to it, you know? It's got like, it has some like influence. It's got some Picasso to it, you know?
I like this one. I'm gonna give it an S.
I'm gonna give it an S too, actually. Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah?
Do your jumping camera. Move the camera. Show us your jumping jack skills. 1, 2, 3. Come on, quicker. Come on, Chris. Get him on, Brock. Count them out. Count them out. Let's go.
3 hops this time. 2 hops. Right foot. Let's stop. Let's stop. Sorry, the breath.
There you go. That's the energy I needed. It also looks like a... If you look hard enough, it looks like a man wearing a hat with a... something coming out of it.
What do you mean something?
I don't know, like, I wish I had my cursor. Yeah, if you see the face, you've got the nose.
Hang on. Which part's the hat?
I don't know, like, it's all, like, think of the hat as being cut off. Like, this is the top part, and then this is the bottom part. I don't know how to describe it.
You know what?
It has like a very, very small, like, birthday hat. So I definitely see the arm going up like that behind the head.
Yeah.
But then you see that that looks like a birthday hat.
Yeah, I agree.
Or like a World War I like Prussian soldier helmet, just with the random spike. I don't know why they have spikes on their heads, but could be a random Prussian soldier playing a saxophone. You know, lamenting.
Yeah.
Who knows? Anyways, I'm giving this one an S, just because I immediately saw the genie playing the saxophone, and so did Chris.
Yeah, I think that's it's an S tier for me.
S
North
tier.
Carolina's good.
You know what? I'm really impressed by North Carolina. Big fan.
North Carolina, keep up marginalizing your voters.
North Carolina, if you want to come on the podcast, just let us know. We'd love to chat about this. Well, I was also looking for boots. None of these I like.
Isn't North Carolina the state Nikki Haley was governor for a while?
Who? Haley?
Nikki Haley, she was the former U.S. ambassador to the UN.
Oh, I got no idea. Do you think I'm aware of things?
I thought you study the science of politics.
I told you before, I don't. Really. Show up. Show up and look good. That's my thing. Moving on. Illinois' 4th district.
Oh, this is good.
This one looks like a claw. Looks like a claw to me.
Looks like a nice pair of tongs, you know?
Yeah.
How do you get away with drawing something like that?
You just walked up to a map and just drew a C. It was like, all right, this is it.
Literally, you've actually gone into the middle of the state, and then come out on like a totally completely different. Oh my goodness!
I like to imagine they just, when you play Risk, and you roll to find out like which territories you own, even though like it makes no sense that a team would own territory in South Africa and Asia, and like all over the world. It's kind of like that. And like I just like to imagine they got together and was like, okay, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine, and that was it.
Have any of you ever been to Illinois?
I have not.
I don't know if I have.
Me either. I don't know. I always hear good things. I don't know. Actually, I only know Chicago, but I don't know. I've also heard it's a kind of a nice area. So
No, I've never.
Do y'all see the negative space horse?
the negative
I
space.
There's like the head and then the leg, and then the back hoof is kind of like the back.
Is this the back hoof?
That's the back hoof.
This is the front leg.
Yeah.
This is the head. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's like a croc.
There's some interesting negative space here.
Yeah.
Lots of very thin lines. I like that. I also like that southern side on the top of the very east. You got that like single dip into it. You wonder what's going on there.
Okay.
What would you guys vote this one? I think this is C tier. It's just not. There's not enough going on. You know.
I can see things in it, but it's work to try and get any of it.
Mm. It looks like a little girl flying a kite. It looks like a Pokemon. No, yeah, because if the girl's the one at the bottom, and then her hands are reaching out.
Yeah. That's the kite string.
Yeah.
This is the kite. This is the kite. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna like come back and hit her in the head. Long in the head.
I miss when all my education was just going to school to make a kite and then coming home and trying to make it work, and it didn't. Sorry.
I'm gonna give this a C for claw because that's what it looks like to me.
Claw.
I'm also on a C tier for this one.
Same.
C tier, claw tier. Anyways, moving on. Oh, Texas 35th, the upside down
elephants.
Okay, I see it. I see the upside down elephant.
Oh yeah, that's the long trunk.
This is the trunk, long trunk boy. I like it. I like how it's just like really stretching out here, like really, really hard. It's a stretch, is what I'll say.
Yeah, it's got like little rhyme or reason to it. I don't see any like major landmarks that it's following. I also have no frame of reference for where it is in the States, and I kind of like that. It's got some mystery to it. Like I want to know more about it.
What do you think, Chris? Do you live there? Are you in this state, in this district right now? Go outside and look.
Let me check. What area is it in?
It's the 35th. Yeah. The upside down elephant.
Yep, I am.
Actually?
San Antonio, Austin. This is literally two cities. This is like a combined population of like over like it's for sure 2 million population of San Antonio.
So what is the stretch? Is it highway?
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually really interesting. Huh.
You know what? Just for the fact that Christian's currently in this district, I have to give it an S.
Yeah, I will too.
Thank you.
I was thinking C tier for Chris, or F tier for Fote. So we'll go with S. How about that?
I did not know Austin. The size of Austin is only like 900,000. That's interesting.
It's about to get bigger.
There you go.
Bigger. Next one. I'm also not in the market for a forever spin. Louisiana, 2nd District.
That's a D for me.
It's a what?
It's a D.
Yeah, I'm not impressed either, you know?
There's not much going on.
No. I think we can move on. Oh, is that
you know?
Christopher Ingram. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher Ingram.
Okay.
All right.
Now I shall find some of the best ad and worst ad campaigns out there that are hopefully viewer friendly.
Oh, remember earlier today when I yelled, "I'm Kyle Daniel and I'm a Western separatist"?
That was today?
Really good soundbite for this podcast. Just throw that up online somewhere. I can't wait to be ruined politically sometime in the future.
Is it dark there for you yet?
It's getting there.
It's getting close. Yeah, sun is definitely setting.
Man, we've been doing this since 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
Props to people who make a living out of live streaming.
Props to everybody who's tuned in.
And that too, yes. If you're a loyal watcher and you're still going strong, viva you, man. Viva you.
And to everybody who's donated, we are still sitting at about $306.66. So that's still really good. We still have a ways to go to hit our goal. So if you can donate, please do. It goes to a very, very good cause.
Yes.
Bank is a fantastic organization, so please do donate if you can. It really does help out some people.
This is making a huge difference for students who rely on food banks and affordable sources of meal planning. So yes, please give what you can, but also give with your heart. And on the topic of hearts, it's gonna make a really bad segue into saying what's your your reaction to some hot celeb gossip in the world of politics. You know, I was telling myself the other day, we should just have the fearful conversation, but you know, I was telling myself the other day that I look down upon people who get entertained by keeping things like as superficial as keeping up with the Kardashians. And I realize politics is more or less the same thing with just more stakes because my my livelihood is involved. Like it's just reality TV show with just more drama. And if you're, boring enough to care about policies and look at other things, it's the same. The spice is there, so I get that. Once you're invested in a certain thing, I see how you can be dedicated to following up on it. So I apologize profusely to all the fans of reality TV, the 90 Day Fiancé watchers, and the Kim K keeping uppers. I will keep up too, but this time with the I don't know, the Michael Coopers. Really struggled with that punchline, but
I would also like to take the time to just I'm kind of this is a cheap brews and student dues exclusive, but I'm actually running for students union president.
Are you?
100%.
He's not.
100%. I'm doing it. You're gonna see me up there on a podium, maybe. I don't know. Is the due date?
That my cat started yelling, so I don't think she supports you.
Wait, who doesn't support me?
My cat, she started yelling the second you said that.
That might be a pretty good omen. But also, when do I need to have my name in by?
You missed the deadline, buddy.
Oh. Well, if I miss a deadline, then I'm rescinding that. I'm no longer running for SU president. Good luck to everybody running. I hope you have a great time.
I'm gonna go run and grab myself a cardigan because I'm getting a little chilly, so I'll be right back.
Sure thing.
I will go run and grab myself. How you doing, Kyle?
My political career is over.
Why?
Not even because I missed the deadline to become the president. I'm just kidding. I would never run for SU president. I do not have what it takes. I just don't. What do you think, Chris?
I think that we should talk about why the Maritimes is the Maritimes. What's happening down there? Or why the Maritimes excludes Newfoundland and Labrador. I really want to know what's going down there. Why do they kick Newfoundland and Labrador out of the Maritimes clubs? Is it not like
Do they actually?
what constitutes the Maritimes? Is when you type in the Maritime provinces. I don't know. When I talk to some Maritimers, they don't.
Actually, I don't believe you. The Maritimes region in Canada. Oh yeah, it's definitely left out. I did not know that.
What's the bad blood there?
I definitely thought Atlantic and Maritime was synonymous, and it is not.
If you're
I learned.
If you're from Newfoundland or you're from the Maritimes, that excludes Newfoundland. Explain this situation to me, because we in the West want to know the hot goss. We don't like to get left out. This is a big country, so.
Yeah, we in the West, we don't like to be left out.
Except when we are left out. Yeah. Other than that,
we are getting pretty close to our last kind of stretch.
Yeah.
There's about 2 hours left. We have done about three quarters of this live stream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we have the beer in brewers in Alberta. I think Alden should be back in 5 minutes as well. And, who do we have for that one? Like, are we just talking to each other again about beer, or?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, perfect.
The only guests we have left are
Andy Knight and Sharon Romeo.
Andy Knight, Sharon Romeo. That'll be it.
Is it Romeo?
Romeo?
Or Romeo?
I don't know.
I'm excited for that one. That should be an interesting discussion about how the first little bit in the US has been, because it's been it's weird to think that's already been a month. It already still feels like relatively new,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's been. I mean, maybe because I've just been so busy, I haven't been keeping up with stuff. But he's been awful. He has a very, very quiet administration. Like, or maybe that was just how tumultuous the previous administration was. But like, you'd always hear something coming out of the White House every day. But I don't check anything. Like when I was doing some like readings on this, we'll talk about it later. Like there's a lot of stuff coming out, on like the Biden's administration, the Biden's administration plan for food insecurity. So it's like, wow. I mean, unless you go out of your way to read up on them, you don't really hear about those things in your Facebook page anymore.
Also, just the like not hearing anything anymore, because with Trump it was like a daily, like, oh, look what he said today type deal, and now that's gone. Things are less dramatic. I find. I don't know if you guys are the same way, but
it's reduced a bit, yeah, but I still don't feel like there's been enough room to breathe.
Yeah, and he is still active too. With things going on, the impeachment and other things. So
yeah, and his lawsuits in the state of New York.
Sorry, is what?
Lawsuits. Isn't he getting sued?
Is he getting sued now? I didn't know that.
Oh, not sued. Sorry, I don't know, like charged or prosecuted. I don't know what the term is. By the state, or investigated / prosecuted by the state of New York. Don't quote me on it though. Allegedly. I don't know what the rules are. After I turn 18, I don't know. I just say things now, but I forget that they can actually hold me like contempt for things I say, because I can't just use the excuse that I'm a child.
Have you boys been getting up to much in your free time recently?
I mean, it has been reading week, so for me, I did a little bit on like Monday, Tuesday for school, and I think a little bit Wednesday, and other than that, I've just been reading Blood Meridian by Cormac McCarthy.
Ooh, how was it?
I don't know if you guys have ever read it before, but I was looking for a Western where there's like a good guy and a bad guy, and I did not get it in this book. So no. Anyways, how about you, Chris? How's your week been going?
My reading week has been okay. It was marred by the fact that I didn't have running water for
Right.
like almost a week because of the weather down here. So that was nice. I was in survivalist mode for like a couple of days, and today I had my actual proper shower that didn't require me to like boil water on the stove for it to be warm. But yeah, I told Kyle that it felt like I was baptized by the waters of Shangri-La. So it's what my reading week has been. Surviving.
Well, you made it through. You survived. You got one water again.
Victory.
Is there a time for when your water gets better?
They said Monday, so we'll see. Like the shower works, but some sinks don't. Like some sinks will come out and just some. What am I even saying? Some sinks will come out. Yeah, to all the sinks out there. Love yourself. No, like some the. The tap water in the sinks just like well like dirt will I don't know. Yeah, it's dirty water, so I don't know what's happening with the plumbing, but I'm sure they'll fix it. It's just
How are people there, like in your community? Are people going nuts like when everyone was running out of toilet paper here?
yeah,
Like that?
the stores were closed. I initially ordered a second monitor that would make this whole delivery of this stream better, so that the guests won't have to see the interface that I use to uh, show the stream. But
Yeah.
that delivery got delayed because of just the whole bunch of everything. And so yeah,
Right.
now we're stuck with this. But yeah, everyone panicked. Everyone took the water. Everyone took the food. Everyone, it was some stuff left, but it was tough.
Hmm. That's interesting. Are there some? Is it like just a Texas thing?
What do you mean?
Or
I think no. Yeah, I think it's just a Texas thing. Maybe I don't know. Actually, I haven't really. It might be like other parts. Like I don't know what borders, northeast, southwest, west of Texas, but there it might be there too. But Oklahoma, I heard some parts of Oklahoma might have
yeah,
experienced not necessarily water, not necessarily power outages, but just like having a hard time dealing with the snow because yeah, everyone's infrastructure capabilities are different. But
right.
uh, definitely people I think people came around like there was a sense of community and people helped each other out after they helped themselves in true American fashion, so yeah.
Very, very interesting.
But the internet was working at some points for the most part, which is what at least for a student like me.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that for it, internet was more valuable than water? But for a glimpse, small part of my like hour of my life, yeah, I was like, the internet better work than any running water, which makes for an interesting push. I wonder what your guys' thoughts on this. Should we have a I want to call it universal internet. It's dumb, but like a government, I don't know, own like wireless internet provider or something like that. Or like should internet should the internet be recognized as like almost a basic right in this age of information where like if you actually want to do anything like you need like it's up there, one could argue, right, at least in our society.
Yeah, I think honestly, like, yeah, having access to the internet, no matter what, like free municipal or free provincial or free federal or free international, just like continual access to internet. Just thinking about it, that's the entirety of where society's at right now. Like our society's run purely through the internet right now because there's no other way to do it. So without access, you're just kind of left out right
Hasn't the UN or certain NGOs already pushed for making internet access more universal? I think it is important, but like with internet, you also need energy infrastructure. And if you're talking about like a kind of a linear path of development, I don't necessarily think energy is at the start of that. And there's probably areas where other things are more important. That's of course kind of a non-answer, right? To your question, but I definitely think it's more beneficial than not, as long as other needs are met. How's that for a political science answer?
It's like that. I think we should have it all too. Like you should have access to the internet, but you shouldn't be forced to have the internet.
Yeah. I gotta go turn a light on. I'm looking awfully spooky.
Welcome back, Alden.
Welcome back, Alden. You have to do 10 jumping jacks.
Yeah, please, not physical exercise. I'll do anything.
The audiences demand it. It's the commentary people.
Ew. Count them out.
This is tough. Yeah. I don't know if I told all of you, but my brother's birthday tonight, and I would have been in for it if I was not there for dinner. So
I was gonna ask, could you just ask him to postpone it another day?
Right?
What? You madman.
On the live stream.
Yeah. Mad family birthday party gone live stream.
Happy birthday. Yeah, so now we're all back. We can talk about beer in Alberta. So if you're tuning in, we'll introduce ourselves again. It is what time it is? Yeah, so it's 6 p.m. here. We're getting 6:06 to be specific. Thank you. And we're doing this to raise money for the campus food bank. My name is Christian. I'm a third year Bachelor of Science students majoring in biology. I'm joined by, I'll go just what's on my screen at the top to bottom, Kyle Daniel, David Draper, and Alden Maj. And I'll just go from that order. You all can introduce yourselves more specifically again.
All
The
right,
program.
my name is Kyle Daniel. I'm a third year political science major, and that's really all I got.
So you do study political science.
What? Sorry?
You always said I'm not a political scientist.
I'm majoring in political science. I show up, but that's about it.
I'm David Draper. I am a fourth-year Bachelor of Arts student majoring in political science, minoring in sociology, pursuing a certificate in community engagement and service learning, a certificate in sustainability, and a certificate in applied social science research. So that's kind of my academic background. I also use he, him pronouns, sometimes other ones if I'm feeling really fun that day to try something else, because why not? Yeah.
I am Alden. I am a fourth-year political science and history double major. If I don't get a job at the political science factory, I can get a job at the history store. So I have double job security.
Did you take that from Iveson?
No, he only said political science factory.
Okay.
I have to joke about the double job security. I've used that one before.
That's fair.
I got a phone. Have you guys ever played like the original Clue, like the board game?
Yeah. I think.
Do you remember the characters in that board game?
Oh, like Colonel Mustard in the game?
Colonel Mustard, Professor Plum, Reverend Green, Miss Scarlet, Miss White.
Yeah, they're all.
There's a blue one. The blue one? I don't know. You guys remember them?
Good folks, all of them.
I was always a big fan of Professor Plum.
Me too. I was talking about this with a friend the other day. 100% Professor Plum. What about you, Alden? Who would you be?
I'm a Colonel Mustard kind of guy.
You look like a mustard guy.
Yeah.
I actually hate ketchup, so.
Yeah, good. I do too.
Nice. It's just a dumb condiment. I'll stand by this. It's like
just sugar.
Sugar.
Yeah, 100%. It's gross.
I mean,
what do you think? And the ketchup mustard debate. Where'd he go? Is he doing?
I'm a big fan of honey mustard.
Yeah, honey mustard. 100%.
I would say though, like ketchup, I still go for it. When I was living in Japan, my host families would always make like ketchup fried rice omelets, and like you just fry rice with like ketchup, and it sounds weird, but it was honestly really good. Toss it in an omelet; it's a good to go like breakfast dish, and like honestly, it's pretty versatile if you don't just like use it to dip stuff.
You know what's weird? Like for condiments, and Christian, you can probably comment on this right now, but why don't people in the U.S. like mayo? It's like you gotta ask for it to be added in. Like at Chick-fil-A, for example, it's like they don't put mayo in a chicken sandwich. You have to ask for mayo packets. Like they ask you for it. It's like, would you like mayo packets with this? But it's because so many people in the U.S. hate mayo that it's like their default is not putting it on.
Damn, I didn't know that actually. I didn't know there was a war against mayo. There's a war against mayo?
Yeah.
Wow.
Chris, explain yourself. What is up with the hate of mayo?
I'll tell you what's crazy though. So, I'm at Whataburger. and I want some extra dip for the nice chips that I'm about to eat. And they offer barbecue sauce. I'm like, hey, can I have some barbecue sauce? I'm like, what do you want? What sauce do you want? I'm like, I want barbecue sauce. And they're like, that'll be $3.89. $3.89 for like a Domino's pizza tub of barbecue sauce, and it doesn't even come for free. Like, you know how like maybe in McDonald's like you'll have the first one for free, and then maybe like the rest of like you have to pay for this. No, it's like you have to pay for it. I don't understand this capitalism. So
Like $3.
$3
$3 is a lot. Like,
Yeah.
and you're talking about
for sauce.
yeah.
You can get like a full burger for $3 some places.
Yeah,
America has a lot
am-
of condiments. Honestly,
Hot take. Relish,
I get the thing.
the absolute worst.
I don't think that's that hot. It's actually, I think, very common. I don't like relish.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
What even is it? Like it's just shredded pickles that are sweet.
Do you like Marmite?
Gross.
The British like Marmite.
Oh, speaking of mayo, if you guys if you're ever making a grilled cheese, instead of putting butter on the outside, put mayo. Because the proteins in the egg crisp up on the outside, like with the heat, and it makes for like a more golden brown grilled cheese. That's my cooking tip.
You heard it here first.
The live stream. Yeah, I heard it here first. I actually heard it from Claire Saffitz. She used to be on Bon Appetit.
Shout out to her.
Shout out to Claire. You know, if you're watching,
If you're watching,
grilled cheese on your show.
can you make a gourmet makes coffee crisp?
Yeah, yes. Ooh, that'd be good. That'd get the Canadian viewers. That's smart.
It's wild to me that coffee crisp isn't a thing in the States. Like it's the best chocolate bar by far.
I agree. Let's make a list of chocolate bars.
Oh, you know what else isn't in the States that's like severely lacking is like Hawkins cheesies.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's the deal with that?
That's a Canadian staple.
I know you can buy it on eBay and stuff there because like there's a demand for it, but they just don't have them there.
Yeah, cheesy black
virtual conference back in like November, and Cheesies and Cheetos they were a big thing. Like everybody was always like trying to figure out if you're like crunchy or puffed Cheetos, and like there's just a couple Canadians who are repping Hawkins Cheesies like super hard, and nobody understood what we're doing.
Because like cheesies can be both puffy and crispy, right? It depends on like the size of cheesy.
Yeah,
that's still good. It bridges that divide,
Is Christian sleeping like sitting up? Doesn't look like it.
Man's passed out in the massage chair.
I tell you, I don't know. I feel like I've been robbed with my. I don't understand how a massage chair that I was like, oh, this is great. All these suckers are gonna like sit in a normal office chair, and I'll be one step ahead of the game in the massage chair for 12 hours. But my back actually hurts. Like I actually need to go to the chiropractor after this, man. Like, ouch. I've cracked it a couple times. No, sorry. I was just checking the donation links and the YouTube to see if anyone's made a comment, so we can see who our best pitch winners were to get an update on that. But I can't seem to access the comment section.
It's like my phone's about to die, so I just grab a charger.
Kyle, someone says hello to you.
Who is it?
We also had a question. Oh man, how do we not see this? Is duopoly not the worst possible economy? Would that also be true in the legislative sense? I mean, I think that might have been aimed at that was posted at 5:11, so that was around the Alberta Party leaders. But if we have anyone here Does anyone have one for that? The question again is, is a duopoly not the worst possible economy? Would that also be true in a legislative sense? So I guess it's going towards the fact that we have both only the UCP and NDP in power right now. And I'll let you poli-sci nerds answer that because I don't know anything about the economy or legislations.
I feel like a monopoly would be worse in like a lot of like human-centric senses. Like a lot of countries with one-party rule don't exactly have a stellar record on human rights and actually listening to people. And a duopoly doesn't necessarily mean that there's a majority in each case. I guess in that sense it would be a bit different. But I would say it's bad, but it's not quite a monopoly because that would be the very worst you can get.
Yeah.
I think like in that case with a duopoly, like what Alden said, like having majorities within these parties. Like if you look at the federal Conservative Party, it can be made up of the East, and then for the most part, it always seems to be the West is like somewhat incorporated in that party. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Western constituencies will always be represented within that party. They might fall to the wayside in order to kind of cater to more of the Eastern seats, is my rough take. I'm not a political scientist in any ways, so what do you guys think?
I don't know, man. If we're talking board games, Monopoly's like not really that great.
Just waiting for that.
Yeah, I know.
To me.
A person called Maya Bell or Mia Bell. Are you aware of that person, Kyle?
I got no idea.
And Peter denied Jesus 3 times. Yeah, so good.
Oh God. Yeah, it's not really at all. Anyways.
Yeah. Going back to beer talk though, let's bring it back. I did not know that level of collaboration happens at the brewery level. I was like really, that's like one thing I really enjoyed the beer talk with Snake Lake with Adam. This was it morning or afternoon? Yeah, that was very informative. Almost made me want to open my own brewery place.
Me and David were talking about that earlier today. Do you guys think we should do it? Apparently, it takes like $2 million.
Yeah, I don't have $2 million stashed.
We'll do another Cbsd fundraiser, like $1,000 to $2 million, easy jump, easy.
Bigger jumps have happened in politics, so.
Yep.
What are you guys' thoughts on the beers you drank so far today? I've tried the raspberry, the IPA, and now the red ale. Which ones have you all done?
I've had the raspberry blonde ale and the coconut dark ale, and now I have the red ale here. I'm just gonna wait a bit. I'm gonna have my cup of coffee and then start chugging that. But so far I like the blonde ale a lot. What about you, Alden?
Yeah, the blonde ale was really good. For a fruitier beer, which I usually don't like, but it was pretty good considering. I'm drinking the Hawaiian one right now, actually, and it's quite good.
Yeah.
I'm not a big stout guy either. I like my lagers, my pilsners, wheat ale. Big fan of. Really good stouts. I like coconut in pretty much anything, so it's a nice little twist on that. Not a combo I would expect, but it's a combo that I like.
Coconut. I oh, go ahead, Adam.
Go ahead.
I had two options today. I started with a nice original taste of Coke because it never hurts to try and get sponsored by Coke too. Followed by a succulent, fizzy taste of strawberry Perrier. The reason I did not consume alcohol today is as to not break sections D-7 of the United States criminal uh, uh, law, immigration laws on breaking their laws and not being able to come back. And I'm actually scared of that. You know the story of this is a segue, but you're familiar with this movie Molly's Game or whatever, right? Yeah, like apparently like she's not allowed to travel to Canada because like she had a DUI or something like that, right? So yeah, if like you break a law while in a different like I don't know, break a law here, you can't, you're not allowed to come back. So I I've been drunk in joy.
If you die in Canada, do you die in real life?
You respawn in Texas.
Alden, you missed when former leader David Kahn he said that he was talking about like joining different like aspects of like organizations at different levels of government and you can in the municipal level you can join the community leagues and he said I don't like saying that sounds like it's communist. That was a very funny statement. So yeah.
And
But
the rest of that segment, was it interesting?
yeah, we had some good discussions again surrounding just the just behaviors of the provincial government and with their language and how they flirt with some auspicious groups, and we also kind of ventured into the realm of post-secondary education. I don't know, they kind of took the conversation that way, and it was nice to hear support from them. Nothing, never seen no to a good conversation about helping students out. But nice to get their perspectives there, and then we just kind of brought it back to what advice they had for students just trying to approach this government and also hold them to account the way they do. So yeah. I did not know though that David Kahn is playing a very big role apparently in the whole coal situation that's happening down with between the government and those areas. But Kyle was very happy.
No, I'm looking at the comment section. I have no idea who Mia Bell is. She said something or they said something about TikTok. I don't know. Anyways, my apologies, Chris.
I think David Kahn also brought up Fort Blunt again.
He did. Yeah, he did.
So I'm gonna need somebody to explain to me who that guy is. Like, I've never heard of the guy.
So he's an Alberta like country music artist. And in the past, he had one album that had a couple like hits. I think this was the early 2000s. Some of them are centered around oil. Some of them just farming. And I've listened to him since I was a very little kid, so that's why I like him. I think his music's still good, but that's where he comes from. So I was surprised to hear that Heather liked him. I just like out of the blue. Not that that's weird or anything. I was just surprised, pleasantly surprised, I'd say. But
I'd also like to say we have a good update on our fundraising. We have just raised another $20, so thank you whoever tossed in that donation. We're now sitting at $326. So thank you so much for that donation there.
Nice. Wait, I have a question. So this country singer, you know how in the first episodes we had like a musical intro?
Yeah.
You following where I'm going with this?
We get Corblan to compose a musical intro. I don't know. Where are you going?
Or Cbsd, like for episodes, like our opening, like
we could
musical intro. Like, wouldn't that be cool?
Would be. It'd just be a banjo. way off tone. I'd be down.
My favorite
when
thing.
I think of politics, I think of the banjo.
David, do you play the banjo? You give up vibes as one who plays the banjo. Please tell me you play the banjo.
You guys see that?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't quite catch the start. I tried to play the banjo and I've wanted to play the banjo, but I have yet to own a banjo. But I've always wanted to.
Yeah. If I saw people in a crowd and I saw you in like 500, I'd be like, no, that guy's the guy who plays the banjo. So then I'm gonna play the banjo.
I think that's where I need to go in my life. Open a brewery, start playing the banjo, and like just go from there. Beers, banjos, and something else to start.
Beers, banjos, and politics.
We give up anything about politics, and now we just focus on banjo musicians to interview exclusively. Just a total 180 here.
Niche partitioning, baby. Yeah.
You gotta find yourself your very specific viewer base and connect with them. Banjo's specific enough, we can hit that.
Like I'm sure we could carve ourselves out as the banjo podcast. Like
what would we call ourselves? Like Cheap Brews and Banjo Blues or something?
Cheap banjos and student gambles. Cheap banjos and student banjos.
Is there, so we haven't cornered the market, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's called the Picky Fingers Banjo Podcast, and it has 61 videos.
Oh, so it's pretty popular too.
Imagine doing a 12-hour live stream on banjos.
Anyways, this is the G chord.
A second note.
Yeah. You guys ever seen Deliverance?
What?
Deliverance. Ever seen Dueling Banjo? Deliverance? Oh, you don't know Corblan, you don't know Deliverance. Oh my god. You guys need to get educated. Anyways, I gotta shut my curtains because it's getting dark out.
It is getting pretty dark out.
Sun up to sundown, baby.
Yeah.
Cheap brews, student dues. Ah. Wow.
Anyone have any good local beers lately? I guess kind of talking about beers.
I just recently signed up for the Highlands liquor. They have a beer of the month club. I got my first shipment last month. It was pretty solid. Good variety of beers. It was like a set of darker beers, and it was nice. But honestly, favorite beer I got recently, Cambio Brewing. They have a watermelon sour or like a watermelon ghost, but it's good. It's like refreshing. It's light. It's fruity. It's a little tart, a little sour. It's a solid, good summer beer.
Isn't it February?
Shut up.
Why should I care? It's a good beer. If you put lemonade in it, it tastes like sour watermelon candy.
That sounds really good. Really, really good. I had a week ago. I had a Pilsner from Bent Stick. I can't remember what it was called, but it was also really, really good. Big fan. I know we've had their products on before, but I don't know. They're a very, very good brewery here in town.
Their wheat ale is so good.
Yeah, I like all of them are good. I think.
I think actually one of the Snake Lake beers was part of the beer that Bunch Bunch this week.
Was it?
Yeah, that's how I tried it. It was part of the beer of the month.
I missed that expo we went to. It was like 2 years ago, or the beer expo. That was so fantastic. Oh man,
That was fun.
COVID should come and go, man.
Yeah, it's overstayed.
That beer conference was, to me, the whole reason about what, like that segment about hating bureaucrats, how like AGLC rules work with like washrooms, the fact that you have so many people in that hall and that they have to make it so you can't leave the hall, so they have to rope you off to one tiny bathroom and you have a line for 15 minutes, makes me just like, there's a hatred for the AGLC red tape that burns like deep within me, and I think that was like never more pronounced at this like beer expo.
I'm gonna say it makes zero sense to me, like absolutely no sense at all, that I could go outside and smoke a joint but not drink a beer. Like I could walk into a park and smoke some weed but not drink a beer. Like it doesn't make sense to me. It's basically the same like psychological or like sociological pact. It does the same thing. It serves the same purpose. Why is one okay but the other not?
I think of all the criticism that they get, I think some of the best things that the Ford and Kenney governments have done is introduce laws letting people drink outside more. Like, what was it, Bill 1 that let people drink in parks now? Kind of forget.
But that was like I saw 4.
Full disclosure, I went to bed pretty late. I said I did it not to get my energy back. But full disclosure, I went to bed at 6 a.m. My circadian rhythm has been ruined this reading week.
You went to bed at 6 a.m.?
Yeah.
Oh my god. So you're running on like no sleep right now.
I'm running on 2 hours of sleep.
Nice.
That is insanity.
That is insanity. I went to bed early.
Important projects are being had, which I can't talk about, but that's
sounds very interesting.
How was
So I was up late celebrating that too.
So what did you say, David? Sorry, we talked at the same time.
It was my partner's birthday last night, so I was also up late celebrating.
How was?
I feel you there.
How was that? How was the celebration? What did you do?
It was good. It was just the two of us. Can't really do much more, but we just kind of vibed by ourselves and had a good time.
What more do you need? Just to have a good time. Let's see what are people saying in the comments section. Who's Bam Margarine? Bam Margarine.
He was one of the guys I said should come up and skateboard. Bam Margera is his name. I said Mark during the bit, but he was he's in Jackass. I was called a dumbass. But yeah, he's in Jackass.
Do we want to do another round of political slogans?
I think we can.
Yeah, we could. That was fun too.
I think we're at the point of enough alcohol and tiredness in our systems that it'll be probably even more.
Did you guys do both the gerrymandering and the political ads?
Yep.
Nice.
Did we really do political ads?
Really, it was hard to find. It was hard to find like ads. I mean, like we could find the Brazilian like political ad videos, but I don't know. Like we didn't scan it. We didn't scan any of them ahead of time to like cut out offensive ones. But Banks
I
and
think this is fun. The slogans are fun. So.
I think Alden, he left. You ready?
Oh, who's starting? Are we doing it in the same order?
I feel like you can start us off, Alden, because you left. Let me know if you
Have you ever been driving down the I actually just saw a video this morning where it was the caption like can't have shit in Australia, and that was a dash cam of someone driving down the road and a kangaroo comes out of nowhere and just jumps on the hood, huge dent, and then he just jumps off like an asshole. So my question is, has this happened to you? And I think it's happened to way too many people. So we need to be practical on kangaroos. What does that mean? There is a lot of lean meat in a kangaroo. You can eat them. There just isn't really much farming going on of kangaroos. And I think it is a huge missed industry, especially how dangerous they are. I mean, hey, have you guys seen Kangaroo Jack? He's a mean kangaroo. Like, they're just these animals. They filled with hatred. They hop around like they own the place. They're violent. They ruin cars. I think it's time that we get practical on kangaroos.
Oh, I got a question for you there, Mr. Don.
He might have been assassinated by kangaroos.
It's the emu war all over again.
Sorry. I'm telling you, this is why it's needed. Sorry. Okay. Questions about this action plan to stop the the hopping menace.
I got a question for you.
Yes.
Have you floated the idea of, after you've farmed and domesticated these kangaroos, to start training them to be able to carry humans in their pouches, so we can domesticate them and use them as steeds for battle, like riding a bunch of kangaroos into modern warfare?
It's a good idea, and I definitely thought about it. It was in some initial plans of how to get practical on kangaroos, but then I realized I just hate them too much to actually make them carry young children, and that they're stupid. So that was pretty much where I came from. I mean, we flirted with the idea of it, but at the end of the day, I don't like kangaroos. I think we should just eat them.
I have no questions. That was very, very insightful.
I have no questions too.
No, I think if we're depending on it, if we can't eat them all, I say we just drain Sylvan Lake and we just throw all the kangaroos in there. I think that would be a good solution.
All right, who's up next?
Chris.
All right, you ready? Vegetables and kale. You like it or reroll?
Can I get a reroll, please?
You're muted first.
Can I get a reroll, please?
Sure thing. Working on hipsters.
I'll take that. Every day, 2 in 5 Edmontonians suffer from a serious problem called hipster phase disease during the summer of the Edmonton Festivals season. Now, this is a problem for many reasons, and I'll outline those reasons here. 1. Being hipster, it's not cool. I don't get the point of hipsters. You're trying to be something you're not from everyone else, but you just end up being the same. What is a hipster? Is it a hippie? It's time to define what a hipster and a hippie is. And once we have those clarifications, we can have progress. The second, it's the ratio of truck lovers to hipsters in this city. It's insane for any other metropolitan city of this size in this region. And so, because of that, I believe we need to create an environment that separates us from the coastal hipsters and the Ottawa like hipsters. And we need to make our own classification of Alberta hipsters and call them Albipsters. And we'll take Albipsters and we can market this and present it to the world as a new form of identity. I mean, we've had e-boys and we've had e-girls, all these different trends have happened and they've been marketed and sent to the world, and now young people are wearing them and putting them on TikTok. So I think if we have Albipsters, we can make some serious profit of this stuff, and we no longer need to rely on oil because we'll have Albipsters leading the way of economic diversification in our province. So yeah, I intend to work on this Albipsters project, and I'm happy to accept questions. Mr. Maj.
Yeah, a question for you. You talk about the coastal hipsters and the Ottawa hipsters, but I'd like to know your stance on, I think, the real problem for us Alberta fellows, the Laurentian hipster elite. So what are you going to do to make sure that maybe we get some fair, hipster Senate reform, or, talk about hipster equalization payments going out east?
Well, I'm glad you touched on the most important point there, and it's the hipster equalization payments. For too long have we been paying too many bitcoins to Ottawa, thinking it was trendy back then, and now they've taken all our bitcoins, and they've bought Ethereum and Dogecoin with it, and they've made their profits, and when Bitcoin is no longer trendy, they're telling us to be self-sufficient. I think it's time we tell these Laurentian bipsters that give us our fair share of Bitcoin back, and we can have some talking. But yeah, for now, they're the worst. I don't want to see any Laurentian hipsters. Can't stand them. That's my take. Thank you.
I got no questions, Mr. President.
I'd ask my question via the chat, but I think it deserves repeating. Who is Al Hipster?
Well, we've had many Als over our time. We've had my massage chair is not coming off. Oh, that's for the foot. Stop. Oh God. How do I turn this off? I just unplugged it. Al Franklin, Al Pacino, Al Schlemadison, which is a website where people go to cheat on their spouse. There are all kinds of Als there. But the most significant Al of them all is Al Bipster. And you should be aware of Al Bipster. You'll often find Al Bipster hanging out in Hollark Park with a book, thinking it's some kind of, new style, or in an Edmonton Remedy Cafe, pretending to do work, but really everyone can see they're a poser. So Al Bipsters come in different shapes and sizes, and we accept that, and we love them, but we love to hate them, but they're Al Bipster. But if anyone else hates on Al Bipsters, we hate them back. But only we get to hate our Al Bipsters. Thank you.
I have no question, but just a comment. I have no idea what you just said.
Me too.
You sound like a 60-year-old man who just figured out YouTube. Scrambling through the first video, and then your massage chair just doesn't stop. Anyways, I'm ready to go.
You ready to go?
Yeah.
All right. exuberant on vegetables.
So, exuberant on vegetables. This is my position, and the reason why this is my position is I grew up in southern Alberta by the Big McCain potato factory. And one thing I have to say is that oil is a dead end. I think the future is in potatoes. And the reason for this is, Big Potato in Alberta here, or McCain, they have the potential to really, really employ us. Like, for example, one time I met this potato scientist, and he was telling me all about these potatoes. They have blue potatoes, purple potatoes, white potatoes, probably green potatoes. I mean, there are green potatoes. Maybe red potatoes. We'll go with that. And I think that Alberta needs to transition its economy away from oil, and we need to be exuberant on vegetables, specifically the potato. And that's really all I have. This isn't a big Bam Margera thing. Okay, Mr. Draper, go ahead.
Do you think it is economically viable to switch our city's grid entirely to powered by potato batteries by 2027, as you said in your platform?
Yeah, I definitely think we can make, think of potato clocks, right? We can power clocks with potatoes. So what else can we do with potatoes, right? We got people down in Leduc mining lithium from oil brine, and they're thinking they're going to make, Tesla batteries with lithium. Like, give me a break. Why don't we just give Elon Musk potatoes? Mr. Madge, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Would you be worried about the big yam lobby trying to shut down your aspirations to the potato area?
I'm not too worried about big yam, because the way I see it is if we start selling Mr. Musk potatoes to send us to Mars, there might be a large shortage of potatoes to eat. And that's why I think we need to transition our food agriculture into just yam fries. I really like yam fries. I don't really like yam fries in anything, or yams in anything else, but I do like yam fries. And that's why I think Alberta, as our food culture, it really needs to transition away from every other food and just really hone in on yam fries. Yeah, that's my stance. Exuberant on vegetables.
Amazing. Any questions?
I'm good.
Yeah, you need highways and stadiums? I'll take it. I'll take highways and stadiums. Are you ever driving down a back alleyway or a side street and think, this would be so much more fun if there's literally no traffic lights and I could go like 100K? Why can't we go 100K everywhere? We should transition every single municipal local road to be a highway. Take away all of the lights. Take away all of the turns. You have off-ramps. If you want to get into your house, you have to jump out of your car. You hop into your car again the next day. You know where you park that car?
How?
Stadium Car Park. That is where we invest, because you know where Stadium Car Park is? It's right in the middle of the city, right downtown on campus. So what we need to do is we don't invest in Bitcoin. We don't invest in Dogecoin, in yams, in potatoes. No, we take the entirety of every cent that we make selling our stoplights and our traffic signs on the black market, and we invest that money into the Stadium Car Park. Because then we grow it, and we buy out the other car parks, and then we demolish them. And literally the only spot left for in this entire city is the Stadium Car Park. So then we can charge a massive premium on it. Because A, there's no stop signs, there's no driver. So you hop in your car, you need to stop somewhere. There's literally nowhere else you can stop in this entire city. It's just all highways. You cannot stop. You cannot pull over. except stadium car. Highways and stadiums. That is our new economy. That is my municipal action plan for the next 20 years. Mr. Molly.
Would you be open, in terms of this profit being made, to allocating some of it into one of those Mad Max style vehicles with the dude playing the guitar on the front of it as like parking enforcer? That would be cool, I think.
I would not be open to allocating some of the profit to do that. I think exclusively the profit should be going to not just building one, but building a whole fleet of fully sustainable Mad Max guitar cars. Because you can't just have one guitar car. You need to have multiple guitar cars. And if you're a Mad Max guitar guy, you need to support your family. You need health, dental benefits. It has to be a sustainable area to work in. People are going to university, people are going to colleges, polytechnics to learn how to be a Mad Max guitar guy. So they need to get paid a decent bang for their buck. So I think we should donate all of our money to suspend and to inflate the Mad Max guitar guy car. I think it's Kyle and Christian.
Many critics are saying that this project is just a plagiarism, a copy of the China's Belts and Roads project. Can you tell me how this is any different? Thank you.
It's different because there's no roads, just highways. So it's just highways, and there's no belts. You can't slow down. That's it. There's no roads, no belts. It's just highways and stadium car park.
Okay. Thank you.
I am just going to run to the washroom real quick before their next guest comes on. I would encourage everyone else to do the same. I'll be back.
Okay, I think I'm unhuman. I've only gone to the washroom once. Something's wrong with me.
Your kidneys good? Are your kidneys good?
Best they've been in years.
Oh, hey, just like a technical question. Are we going to be saving this live stream onto the YouTube channel?
Yeah, we can do that if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you want it gone from the face of the earth. I don't know.
I don't think we've incriminated ourselves.
Oh.
Have we? I hope
At least nothing too criminally serious.
No.
Right, I too, I'm gonna go to the washroom and return.
So how's the weather down in Texas? Is it heating up? Is it heating up?
It's better now. It's so sunny. It was so sunny today. Sun was out, sunshine. You wouldn't even know that there was snow here, to 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago. So yeah, I don't know. The weather just seems to just be its own person and have its own mind. So that's kind of crazy, but I could honestly get used to that. But I do miss Edmonton. But yeah, the weather is it's mostly sunny, but it has its moments, I would say. It doesn't rain a lot, which I don't like. I like places. I mean, Edmonton rains a lot too, but I like places that rain. I like the rain. I feel like the rain is underrated.
I like the rain at night. I don't like rain during the day. It's super rainy or rainy.
I like 6.
You know?
It's a very specific thing, but I like 6 a.m. rain. I don't know how to explain it, but the morning rain where it's not too busy before you go anywhere, but you can just kind of have a coffee and read, listen to the news and get ready for your day and all that kind of jazz. So yeah.
It's the rain you wake up to and you kind of hear the light crackling at the start, and then as you go about your day, by the time you approach, the rain's gone.
Perfect. I believe Professor Romeo's here, so we can probably stop the screen sharing now and.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot I had that going.
It's all good.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
How's your evening going?
Oh, it's going well. It's going well. It's a pandemic, and we have an infant and a toddler. So.
Oh. Well, we appreciate you joining us, despite your busyness.
Oh, no problem. No, this will be fun. I think to talk about. How are you all doing?
Very good. Very good.
Pretty good.
It's been a long day so far, but it's been, I'd say, pretty productive. I think last time I checked, we were sitting at about 320-ish dollars that we've raised for the campus food bank so far. So it's been good to see the progress.
We're actually at
That's great.
$429 now.
Oh wow! Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh.
That's really fantastic. So I'm technologically illiterate. Should I have my camera off for this?
It's completely up to you.
Great.
Whatever you're comfortable with, but
is it? I mean, is the visual going on YouTube or?
Yeah, there's
my it'll go on YouTube because my toddler might run in. That's why.
That's all. Yeah.
I'll keep it off if okay. So it's not just the the voice, or it's not just the podcast voice going on. It's the visual. Okay, yeah. I'll leave it off in case she runs in.
All good. Yes, I think we're just waiting on Professor Knight. I think.
Great.
We're getting to the tail end here. We started up at 9 a.m. and we're going until 9 p.m. So it's been a busy day of talking everything from food insecurity to EDI to municipal politics to the environment and energy. It's been a very fun day so far.
Luckily, it's been fueled by beer donations, so that's been keeping us going.
Well, I think it's wonderful that you all are doing this, and that's a long time to talk about different things. Is there any conversation that sparked more discussion than other conversations, or?
I'd say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a particular conversation at like 10 a.m. this morning with Mayor Herron and Mayor Iveson, and two others, and it was just very, very interesting to interact with them. They had a lot to say as well. So that conversation, I think, could have gone on for hours.
Wow. Yeah. No, there's a lot going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely been some ones that could have gone on for a lot longer. Like I know the discussion on university inclusion with Tunde, Ray, and Janice. Yeah. I thought it could keep going for a long time. It's really interesting to hear.
That would have.
Not to devalue any of the other conversations we've had.
Yeah.
Right.
Those ones stuck out to me. So.
Right. Yeah. Oh.
We've also been.
Go ahead, David. Go ahead.
We've also been trying to keep it pretty light as well. We played a couple rounds of randomly generated slogans. So we go up to a website as the Guardian has a random slogan generator, and then we basically write a campaign speech for 2 minutes and take questions on the slogan that it came up for us.
Oh, that's fun.
There's some interesting ones.
No, that's a lot of fun. Yeah, no. In the U.S. right now, there's a lot of news. I don't know if you all saw this, but Texas got weather that they're not used to. But Alberta gets all the time. But they're not used to it, and their electrical grid wasn't winterized. And so, yeah. But also over the weekend, we all had some amusement when Ted Cruz, did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Senator Ted Cruz went to Cancun, and so people had fun dunking on him essentially all weekend.
Yeah.
Or the internet did.
Yeah, I'm currently in Texas right now. We didn't have any running water for like the last 4 days, so it's been interesting.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Do you have water now, or
we have we have I mean the shower works, but like some the tap water in certain places of the house doesn't. So it's
Oh no, I am so sorry. Where are you in Texas?
around like San Antonio, so it's nice. But like I'm originally from Edmonton, but we just moved down here for personal family reasons that came up, and
Great.
so at least we knew what this is nothing. This is spring weather to us,
Yeah.
but you know, never thought I'd ever have to like not have running water because of like -2 degrees Celsius. But so it was interesting.
No, so sorry. One time I got near Seattle, they're the same way with weather. We got hit, and for about 5 days, we didn't have water. Like my parents' house on a pump, and we didn't have heat or water. It was not a good. It was fine in terms of it was about 3 degrees Celsius weather in terms of that, but it got very unpleasant after a while. So yeah. Hopefully the water will be running again soon.
Yeah.
How do you like San Antonio? Oh, there's somebody else on.
No,
I'm just gonna ignite a quick message on
Yes.
then hopefully he'll join in soon. But
Yeah, we can get started, and then if Professor Knight comes in, you know, we'll just introduce ourselves and pick up. But I don't think we ever gave you or introduced ourselves to you. So my name is Christian. I'm a third year biosci student, majoring in biology, minoring in psychology, and I use he/him pronouns.
Great. Thank you.
My name is Kyle Daniel, and I'm a third year political science major, and I also use he, him.
Great. Nice to meet you too.
I'm David Draper. I'm a fourth year political science major, sociology minor, pursuing certificate in community engagement service learning, certificate in sustainability, and certificate in applied social science research. I predominantly use he, him, but I also like to play around with other ones just because gender has always been a construct, so why not try and find a label that fits better if one of them isn't fitting the best a certain way.
Great. Nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Alden. I was in your 250 class a couple years ago, and it was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed having you as a prof then.
Oh, great. Oh, good to see you again, Alden.
Yeah.
I'm Sharon Romeo. I'm a professor at University of Alberta, and I teach the U.S. History Survey. And history and African American history.
Awesome. I think you might have cut out slightly in the middle there. Was that just?
My internet might be a little bit choppy on this. I haven't gotten a notice on my computer, but this has happened in some Zoom calls since the pandemic has happened, so that might be what's happening.
Yeah. That's fair. It happens.
Yeah, please just let me know if there's anything that you don't hear, or if there's anything I could say.
Sure. You're pretty clear now, so I was thinking maybe we'll move ahead with a couple questions about Biden's first month specifically. First off, we did have a list of questions we wanted to go through, but really quick, I would just like to ask you if there's anything in particular about Biden's first month that really interests you or intrigues you that you'd like to let us know about specifically.
I mean, it's extremely interesting to me how fast the change has happened between Trump and Biden. Just the switch and the tone on so many different levels has been intriguing to me. And how that obviously right before he came in with the certification of the election, was extremely dramatic, and then Biden coming in and the change in tone. I think the second thing that's interesting me that I'm interested in is what is happening with the Democrats. The Democrats are surprisingly unified, which is not normal. for them, it's sort of like herding cats. So the fact that there's such a high level of unity is interesting. And then the third thing that's interesting to me is that it looks like the Biden administration and the Democrats are interested in using reconciliation to pass legislation. So Biden and Bernie Sanders look like they're working very closely together to do things like pass a minimum wage through reconciliation. And reconciliation is, you don't have to go through normal parliamentary procedure. You don't need a supermajority to pass a bill. You just need a bare majority. So Democrats have that with the vice president voting in the Senate as the tiebreaker.
Right.
Finally, I'm interested in the COVID bill because we're all interested in this pandemic ending, and so it's interesting to see what they're doing in terms of the War Production Act to hurry things along. And I'm just interested in that, just in terms of comparisons with World War II, using the War Production Act and how Biden's implementing that.
So
I think,
awesome. With that last remark you made segues perfectly into another question I had. The question is, how do recent events compare to other periods of strife in the U.S.? And I think you've already kind of answered that.
Well, it depends how far back you go, because something, there's a good article by a professor at University of Wisconsin called "One Man's Mob is Another Man's Militia." And this is, I believe the book's in the library at University of Alberta. But this was about the 1898 riot coup that happened in Wilmington, North Carolina. And that coup brings in white supremacy, Jim Crow, and legal racial discrimination. For North Carolina, racial discrimination in the legal sense, in the Jim Crow sense,
Shoot.
Holders. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut out a little bit there.
Yeah.
You just said Jim Crow in the legal sense.
Right. Basically, there's a fusion interracial government that had been elected to North Carolina state government. White cotton farmers had allied with Black Republicans and to win the election. So essentially, there was a violent racist coup in 1898 in Wilmington, which caused a massacre and my 4-year-old, which caused a massacre, and people had to flee from Wilmington. But essentially, Black office holders were chased out of office. So what happened with the Capitol situation seemed to me to be something of the measure of where you have a violent riot that is attempting to overturn an election. And this happens in Wilmington. This happens in South Carolina during Reconstruction, in 1870, in 1887, the 1886 election. And Alden, I don't know if we showed in class, but Chris Rock, the comedian, there's a clip with him talking about one of his ancestors who was a state representative in South Carolina. He was chased out of office in that coup. So, these sort of riots that one man's riot is another man's militia, these sort of riots that are attempting to overturn an election have happened before. And so this seemed like an ineffective version of a riot that was some people's militia attempting to stop certification of the election. So I'd say that's the closest comparison. I guess the other would be in terms of threats on the internet that have been happening. There have been periods in U.S. history where people conspired to do violent things, such as the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995. In terms of discussion of violent discussion on Parler or other places that internet companies have been concerned about. There's something of that, but fortunately we haven't seen anything like that actually occur.
I think you bring up a really interesting point about a lot of the discussions happening around the attacks on the Capitol, a lot of the social media presence and stuff like that. And one thing that really comes to mind for myself is the QAnon phenomenon. I guess I'm not sure if it's a phenomenon, a movement. It's definitely a conspiracy, but I'm not sure how to really phrase it. One of the things I heard and kind of discussed about it is what happened in and around the beginning of July was QAnon was almost a doomsday cult that then self-radicalized itself enough to then think it was their duty to bring about what they were hoping to do. So I was just curious kind of what you thought about the full QAnon phenomenon in that context of the militia and that, but also in the broader international context. I know today at the Alberta legislature there's a protest about COVID regulations, and one of the things I saw when I looked out my window was Trump flags, was QAnon flags, and it seems like it's very much so become a signifier for a broader sect of people. So I'm really curious if you have any thoughts on this QAnon event.
I think it's incredibly intriguing from a perspective of psychology, just in terms of what is happening on the internet that is pulling some people into, and a large amount of people into the conspiratorial thinking. What is there something happening with the pandemic that people aren't in person anymore, and so are some people more susceptible to go down these rabbit holes and fall into conspiratorial thinking? And so there's something really intriguing going on with mass psychology and the pandemic and isolation and the internet that seems to be fueling this kind of conspiratorial thinking. There's been some really interesting articles, come out. I think there was one in the New York Times or Washington Post the other day that was profiling one particular man who had been one of the first to go through one of the entrances in the Capitol. And he had been talking about how angry he was getting on Facebook. And he had talked to his pastor, and his pastor had encouraged him to get off of Facebook. This was back in the summer. And he resolved to get off of Facebook, and he didn't. And it sounds like he just got deeper and deeper into this kind of conspiratorial, angry thinking, and ended up, going. And now he's, been arrested, and he has twins. Apparently, it's just very sad what has happened to people who've gotten pulled into this.
One thing,
but I think that's one of the major things. How do cults happen? I guess.
One thing that I wonder, something that you brought up was people are kind of stuck inside with COVID, and I've definitely experienced some people in my life who all they do is kind of repeat their thoughts on Facebook, and I kind of wonder if maybe they don't have people to talk to about their political beliefs and really bounce off their ideas, and have people be actually critical of these ideas. And in that way, there's no testing of these. In some cases, like crazy conspiratorial theories. But pivoting away from that, earlier you had mentioned how the Democratic Party is very unified right now. They're working together pretty well. And I would just like to ask, how's the Republican Party doing with Trump and everybody else?
Well, the Republicans are Mitch McConnell and Trump are now at war. So Mitch McConnell, the Republican minority leader of the Senate, who's probably the most powerful Republican in Washington, D.C., he has gone to war with Trump, giving that speech where he voted, he did not vote to impeach Trump, but he said, essentially, he gave a speech that gave the green light to any attorney general, district attorney, to go after and investigate Trump, making it clear that there wouldn't be any political repercussions as far as he was concerned, and essentially said that was morally responsible for the riot, and said that the only reason he didn't vote to impeach was that that he was out of office. Of course, he also was the one that suspended the trial in the Senate. He had the ability to move that forward if he wanted to. But his wife, who was transferred almost immediately after the after the riot, and it looked like the reason she didn't resign immediately was it sounds like McConnell and his people were calling people in the administration in defense to try to make sure that important key people did not resign before the changeover for defense, for security reasons. So,
right.
So it looks like Republicans are trying to resolve this, what they want to do with the Trump situation.
So is McConnell trying to oust Trump and kind of get rid of that brand of Republican politics? Or am I...
From what I can tell, yes. He thinks Trump and Trumpism, he sees as damaging to the 2022 election in the Senate. And his goal is going to be to win back the majority in the Senate and become majority leader again. And so anything that would hurt that, he sees as a problem. And my guess is that he would see Trumpism as causing primaries for people in the Senate that might, he might not be happy about, or might be encouraging people who are too Trumpy to win the primary, who are not going to win the general election. So he's going to want candidates who are more likely to win the general election. Democrats, but he's worried it's going to go too much, to the right wing, and he'll have another situation with, we had that situation where in Missouri with Claire McCaskill, she got very lucky in a candidate who was farther to the right, and that's the only reason she won re-election one year from Missouri. There was another situation in Delaware with a woman who, was just not a terribly good candidate. At one point, she said, "I am not a witch." He doesn't want fringe candidates who are going to say unfortunate things and lose the general because of their political incompetence, essentially.
And that's interesting about Trumpism and his own brand of populism. And I'm wondering, just looking at historical examples, do you think Trump's populism is comparable to other demagogues? And my mind immediately jumps to Huey Long as the biggest example for populist-style politicians in the U.S. So do you think his populism is comparable to examples in the past like Huey Long? And do you think that can provide any clues of what the next few years might look like?
I mean, I think some people who come to mind would be Father Conklin. Have you all ever heard of him? Mm-hmm. So kind of a radio personality demagogue in the 30s. Also, you had the Limburg America First, part of the reason people were disturbed a little bit about Trump at the beginning was his phrase "America First" harkens back to this period of history, sort of tap danced around playing with Nazism in the United States. And there was the second rising of the Ku Klux Klan in the 1920s. And so this slogan, America First, suggests a nativism that comes out of that time period. It's not inevitable that the U.S. sides with the Allies, right? I mean, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's election is an extremely important election. There's not ultimately an isolationism that occurs. There's not ultimately an America First, harking back to that 1920s nativism that's coming out when the Ku Klux Klan becomes even kind of mainstream, in the second rising of the. So I think that's actually who Trump reminds me of a split between that strand and also the Southern Democrats, of the Jim Crow era. He also reminds me a lot of that sort of brand of being sort of a merger of those two strands.
Thank you. Yeah. So going back, you brought up the election of Claire McCaskill, but obviously we know that she lost her re-election to Josh Hawley. I wanted to get your thoughts on Senator Hawley and where you kind of see him fitting into this whole conflict that's kind of happening in the Republican Party, and he's, I guess, trying to brand himself as stealing that base of Trump voters. And I find it very interesting for someone who's had a very, very privileged and very educated background, Ivy League school, taught at Oxford, trying to act or present himself as the hero of the working class in the Midwest. And it's a very odd kind of thing that's happening there for me. I'd just love to hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, I think my primary thought is that McConnell is not going to be happy with him, that he wasn't happy with him. I don't know if you all had read about, there was a discussion, they had a phone discussion leading up to the certification where McConnell was trying to figure out who was going to vote against certification, and Hawley was, I think not even on that phone call. And so I think he was fairly disturbed about that. It sounds like people have been quite surprised. Some people who had mentored Hawley are pretty surprised that he came out with this. It's clear that he thinks this is a good way to position himself going into, for running for president for 2024. That would be my guess on why he's doing this. He must feel pretty safe in Missouri, and he might be making must feel pretty safe that this is going to be something that will work for his constituents. And Missouri has gone further, more Republican, certainly since Claire McCaskill has won her first election. And I'm not sure that Kansas City and St. Louis and Columbia have enough voters to overcome the rural vote, which the suburban vote has gone increasingly Democratic in around cities, but the vote in rural areas has gone increasingly Republican. So where we used to have splits more like 60-40, now we're getting 70-30 splits. And so I think he's probably going to be pretty safe for Missouri. I think he's making an accurate calculation about that. And I think he's trying to, there's going to be a race to see who can be the most Trumpy, for the next presidential election. There's a bet being made by certain candidates that the most Trumpy one will win, that nomination. So I think that's what he's doing. And in terms of him being Ivy League, etc., I completely agree with you. And it's clear that certain politicians, are fine with method acting and, coming into the character of trying to be the most populist character that they can be through cultural, gestures, words, and performance, essentially. That's my take on Holly. Is there what about Holly was interesting to you in particular?
I don't know. Yeah, it was just very weird. I think what was particularly strange was him doubling down even during there was that one particular picture of him, throwing a fist bump in the air towards the uh, uh the the rioters. So, it was just all strange. And I think like you said, it just seems like for someone who was just set up to have that very predictable um political like climb that's thought of in Washington, like from his mentor, get a couple committees and keep quiet and listen and do your job and vote accordingly, and you'd have you'll be rewarded by the party. But he just seems to have his own like belief of how he intends to have his career trajected into either the White House or somewhere else. And unless anyone has any other questions, I was going to ask a follow up. No? Okay. Yeah, so I'm still on the topic of Holly. I mean, the biggest thing we've seen also coming out of that event was, the whole divide between the power of big tech in America and the ability to basically ban the president then the president of the United States from massive technically forums to being able to broadcast to the world and to their constituents. So I wanted to get your thoughts on that. I didn't have any like specific questions, but like where do you just kind of see the relationship between big tech and the government going on, because as we've seen in Australia's also making pushbacks against Google. China's always had a very harsh stance with all these American tech companies. So yeah, wanted to.
I mean, there's so many intriguing things that happened in the last, say, 2.5 months. And Trump being kicked off of Twitter is one of them. Of course, this was Twitter and Facebook is one of the main ways he's been able to reach his base. So him being kicked off of Twitter was a big shock to the system, and he also doesn't appear to be very accustomed to use other forms of communication to reach people, which is interesting because he was still the president of the United States of America and could have had a press briefing to get quite a bit of attention. He could still do that. It seems like he's learned how to do a press release recently. So I think it's intriguing in terms of the power of tech. Clearly, holding an extremely powerful position, in society, because they are able to essentially act as monopolies, because we're all on one specific type of communication, and trying to get everybody onto a different platform, would be very difficult. So all of our networking, various platforms. So it's very difficult to say, I'm not going to, be on one of these platforms anymore. In terms of Trump specifically, I think Twitter had, I think Twitter was trying to calm down the situation, and they seem to have effectively done that. Actually, it actually seems to have been a successful attempt. Personally, I was happy about it because I've been worried since the start of this that we would get a repeat of something like 1995 with the federal building, and after Governor Whitmore, that conspiracy was found with the attempt to, I don't know if you'd heard about this, to kidnap her.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd been kind of worried that that it could be stirring up something, or encouraging something, particularly with the pandemic. Like we talked about, there's certain people who are I think really badly affected by the social isolation. So I was personally happy about it because I think that it is decreasing the chance of violence. And so that's good. But I obviously it's a problem that we have, instead of a federal commission or the FCC, we have these large corporations that are making these decisions instead of, say, an FCC making those decisions. And it's just another aspect of the internet. And what do how do we deal with these new forms of communication that humans have never dealt with before? Phones, there was a debate about phones being intrusive when phones became more widely used. Just putting one phone in your house, it's a question of, if I call people, could that be intrusive? And now we are really changing human communication in a way that I'm not sure, there's a lot of downstream repercussions of how people are interacting over the internet. In some ways, I want to bring back the 19th century calling cards. There was a reason that people had, there was much more of a sense of privacy, and intrusion, more, and now there's so much communication, which in some ways can be very valuable, but in other ways, humans are maybe not meant to interact with each other when they're not interacting. What can happen in terms of social dysregulation as a result of it. So not giving a judgment one way or the other. There's wonderful things about the internet, but there's also of it.
Perfect. Just moving away from Trump now, pivoting back to Biden. I just wanted to ask a question that specifically pertains to Canada-U.S. relations, and that is specifically in regards to Keystone XL and Enbridge Line 5, those two specific pipelines. And just what exactly it means for Canada, what it means for the East, and what it means for the West.
Right. Well, I think Biden doesn't have a political reason to support something that his left flank is going to be against, particularly if it gets a lot of publicity. So Keystone gets a lot of publicity. So I think this is pretty easy for him to come out against it. Now, Enbridge Line 5 doesn't seem to be getting much publicity. So I don't think to move on it unless it becomes advantageous for him for keeping his coalition together. He'll probably follow Whitmore's lead on it, and I think he'll leave it alone unless it gets brought up to him in some ways. Sure, right now, my guess would be this is pretty far down on his list in terms of what he wants to deal with, in terms of what's on his plate. I think it's unfortunate because Canada is a very close ally of the U.S. On the other hand, I think domestic politics are going to trump, that word Trump is going to trump international politics in this area, because just in terms of the transaction of it, his eyes are going to be on 2022 and 2024. He's not going to want to fracture his coalition. He's not going to want to do anything that diminishes the enthusiasm of his coalition. For Keystone in particular, you have Nebraska too involved. Now in Nebraska, you have a group of ranchers and farmers that don't want to sign over the easements to Keystone XL. And eminent domain, they're coming up against eminent domain, and they have a lawyer and they've been fighting this. And I imagine that right now, obviously, Biden has said he's not going to give the permit. So as long as Biden's in office, they don't have to worry. But the lawyer has said that he thinks he'll be involved in fighting it 20 years from now. Now, the politics of that is that Nebraska splits its electoral votes. So Alaska has one, or not Alaska, I'm sorry, Nebraska. So Omaha, the city, and the suburbs of Omaha, they have one electoral vote. And in this last election, this electoral vote went to Biden. So he, or more importantly, anybody in the future, if they're looking to win that electoral vote, is going to be looking at the politics specifically of Nebraska and seeing, is there anti-pipeline sentiment? They're not going to want to alienate that. The reason that one electoral vote is important, because that electoral vote plus Arizona's electoral votes is as much as Wisconsin. So that means you can lose Wisconsin, and still, if you get, say Pennsylvania, if you get all the Hillary states plus Pennsylvania and Michigan, then Arizona plus Nebraska equals a win. So that one electoral vote becomes surprisingly important. So Nebraska, I think, in the future will play a part in Keystone. Now, I think the corporation will hold on to those easements. They're very valuable. So even though Nebraska is not resolved, if they don't do Keystone in the future, they'll sell it to somebody else. So, maybe we could be 30, 50 years from now, they might do Keystone. So I don't think Keystone's dead, but who knows what the politics look like 30 to 50 years from now too. And Nebraska, as long as we have this electoral a calculation, I'd say look at Nebraska 1 in terms of this will be a factor also. So that's my thoughts. What do you all think about Enbridge and Keystone?
For me specifically, I wanted to bring up Line 5, just because, as I understand it, it's bringing in refined petroleum products from the eastern seaboard of the United States into Ontario and Quebec. And if they decide to kibosh Line 5, then that puts Quebec and Ontario in a little bit of a predicament with their own energy infrastructure. And I would be interested to see if all of a sudden a Trans-Canada pipeline or some form of energy corridor gains a little bit more traction. But that's just why I figured I'd bring it up.
Well, I would think that putting a corridor that's not going through the U.S. then makes Canada not vulnerable to U.S. domestic politics.
Yeah.
And so when I was looking at these things, I was thinking, why did they do this with these lines? Why are they going down into the U.S.?
Yeah. I theorized that it comes from World War II, like war production.
Right.
And that the U.S. could crank out like a lot more refined petroleum products for the war effort than we could. And we integrated our oil infrastructure together in order to increase like efficiencies and output, specifically to fight a big war. I think that's where it comes from, but I could be wrong.
Right. No, I would imagine there must be something like that, and that would make logical sense.
Mm-hmm.
Why these decisions were made.
Yeah, and a reason why our oil is so valuable is on the western seaboard. It is the cheapest to extract.
Right.
And I think in my limited research.
I think something else has changed too about Keystone. When in 08, 09, oil, natural gas is a lot more expensive. And you have the recession happening. but since that point, you've had the fracking revolution, and the U.S. Gets a lot of oil and natural gas from fracking. If they want to, if the price goes up enough. So Keystone has a completely different domestic political, tone to it than it did 10 years ago. So I think there's a change with how Keystone is going over domestic in the U.S.
Yeah.
And Biden's talking about an infrastructure bill too. So the union jobs that were lost with Keystone, they're seen as that if this infrastructure bill goes through, which they should be able to get it through reconciliation,
right.
Would make up for that.
David, do you have a question? You want to go ahead?
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a pivot. Definitely not pipeline or oil stuff, but looking back at the election, it really seems to me that a lot of equity-seeking groups mobilized in a lot of meaningful ways, specifically against Trump, especially with the rise of things like Black Lives Matter, really pushing itself to the front of the cultural consciousness. Do you think in the first 100 days for Biden, tangible, meaningful change around like race issues, around gender issues, around LGBTQ2S+ issues are going to be sought after, or is it going to be something that's going to be left along the side now that he's in office? Was it kind of a train to ride to the office, or is it going to be an actual change around all of these equity issues that have been pushed to the forefront?
Yeah, I think that equity is going to be very much in the forefront, and I think it's one of the reasons that you're seeing the Democrats so unified is that the type of issues that Biden is talking about melds, across the board with other people in the coalition, other groups in the coalition. So, for example, the $15 minimum wage. This is an equity issue that appeals to quite a few groups in the coalition. The infrastructure bill and union jobs. He's opened Medicaid up, again, for people to sign up for it. Student loan forgiveness, which, he's talking about that up to $10,000. The child, the child allowance that he's talking about. This, this is going that if it goes through, so that would be a monthly allowance, which, it's common in Canada, but that in terms of an automatic monthly deposit, they haven't had that in the U.S. That would reduce child poverty. So, and if you look at who Biden is bringing in and working with, kind of the word on the street is that people who are involved in civil rights have been brought into the administration, have been hired into the administration, quite a few people. And so that's, it looks like in terms of the people they're hiring good people. We'll see what Merrick Garland as Attorney General does in terms of reforming police, etc. The Attorney General and his office, would try to work, do what could be done on the federal level. And Obama's administration, after Ferguson, was trying to do, some things in that area. So it'll be interesting to see what happens, but I do think it is quite on the forefront. And like I said, luckily his issues are really playing in a way that has surprisingly unified Democrats. I think when he came in, there was quite a few people who were worried that the Democrats were going to fracture, and instead the opposite seems to be happening. But we'll see. What are your all thoughts about this?
I'm cautiously optimistic, because I do worry about possible legal challenges making its way to a court system that might not be as open to certain things around, say, on the LGBTQS plus side. You might not have the ability to legislate something like gay marriage across the states and then not have it be struck at the courts. So that's the kind of thing where I see could be a decent stumbling block for a lot of more tangible changes if they're specifically around rights.
Right. Oh, did you all see that in terms of the military, he's reversed Trump's banning of so you saw that. Yeah. So I do think it'll be interesting to see what happens. But the reason he won the the nomination was South Carolina and Clyburn coming in supporting him, and so I think that alliance is very firmly in place, and I don't think that it's going anywhere. Interesting to look. If we want to look at historical parallels, something that sort of brings to mind is Lyndon Johnson. You've got the glamorous Kennedyan, right? But Lyndon Johnson comes in, the expert of the Senate, etc. He's the one who's able to move these bills through and actually becomes much more significant in terms of the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act, social welfare. But Lyndon Johnson, comes across as a personality, right? As a lot more boring, right? So we might have the same thing happen here, where we have Biden, an expert of the Senate, more boring. And it'll be interesting. Does he end up being more consequential than, say, Obama, ultimately? In terms of the public option, because of reconciliation, there's been a proposal for a public option that they're working with the parliamentarian. And so could they get a public option for healthcare through? So, obviously what Obama was able to do with Obamacare was, tremendous. Getting it through was an epic situation. And now with the U.S., the idea that you would be tossed off of healthcare for preconditions, this has changed. But it was a tremendous effort for him to get through the relief effort, to get through, and he had to compromise in so many ways. Now reconciliation enables Biden to do things that Obama couldn't do.
Yeah, I was just gonna add. Oh, David, if you're gonna follow up. Yeah, I was just gonna add that I think it's a really good timing where both roles meet, where you have Biden's experience and know how to deal with Senate and Republicans, and just that years of experience in the Senate, and then this young energy that I guess comes from the Justice Democrats that I guess are that caucus of the Democratic Party that are hungry to get change done. But I guess the coalition is that Biden has told them, well, slow down, we can get it done, but you just have to follow my leadership. It's kind of resonates with that statement he made in the debate that I am the Democratic Party, right? So I think that's why there's that more whipped party that's more disciplined now than it was. I think maybe even after the midterms where we saw more tension between Nancy Pelosi and other members like Ilhan Omar and Ocasio-Cortez. So that's always been my take on it. That maybe that's why they've probably made some agreements that things can get done, but who knows? I'm not there in the backroom dealings. But.
Right. Yeah, they all seem like right now they're on the same page. And we'll see what happens. But for right now, everybody seems like they're excited to get, these bills through. Biden put the $15 minimum, minimum wage, and that's $19 Canadian right now. So people, seem happy. People on the left side, the left wing, seem happy with what he's doing so far. I mean, certainly they want him to go farther. Like with student loan debt forgiveness, they want him to write off $50,000 for each person, and he says he'll go up to $10,000. But I mean, in terms of where we are on the Overton scale, I mean, we're farther left than Obama was able to do in many ways, just in terms of who now is in the Senate and, not having to compromise as much, I think. And it'll be interesting to see if Joe Manchin ultimately goes along with things or not.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're just about out of time here. It's been really great chatting. I know none of us are even close to being even knowledgeable with U.S. knowledge in any of that sense, so I think we've all learned a lot. It's really interesting to talk about this stuff and just try and speculate our best on the very uncertain future with so much happening in the U.S. So thank you so much for joining us here this evening. It was really great.
Oh, well, thank you so much. And thank you so much for doing the Talk-A-Thon and raising money for charity. It's such a good cause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we have...
Bye, Professor.
Oh, great. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that.
Yeah, we have a quick update on the donation. We're now sitting at $430, 43% there. So we are well on our way to meeting that goal.
Oh, that's wonderful. Wonderful.
To everybody who donated, thank you so much. Definitely a very good cause, and almost $500 towards a campus food bank is fantastic. It's going to be a really good boom directly for this campus community. It's going to help a lot of people who need it, especially now.
Great. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, thank you all so much, and I really enjoyed coming and talking with you all about this.
Thank you so much for coming out. It was a lot of fun to have you here.
Great. Thanks so much.
Take care.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
See ya.
Okay, I'm technologically illiterate. Okay, I think I've got it.
All right.
Wow, and we're almost there at the last hour.
Right.
How are we feeling?
Last stretch.
All right.
If you've said anything that you maybe misspoke on today, go ahead and apologize. I'd like to apologize for saying country music sucks. Obviously, not all country music sucks, but some of it is terrible. Anyways, where are we at now, fellas?
I'm gonna run to the washroom and also grab another beer because I feel like now it is more important than ever to have a beer in my hands.
100%.
I can't believe Andy Knight forgot to join, or maybe he just didn't want to. I don't know.
Or maybe something's going on.
Do you think do you think he wanted to just let me just see what this stream is about before I join, and then just cut to us looking at gerrymandering? He's like, nope.
Could be. Do you need a break, Chris? I'll stick around.
Sure, if you have to pee, go pee, man. But
no, I'm asking you if you gotta go.
actually, I might. Yeah, actually.
Okay, I'll stick around. I'll entertain the folks. Don't worry. The viewer count will not sway. Good evening, folks. Thank you very much for tuning in. We've raised some money today, which I'm very happy to see. Keep them coming and tell your friends. Again, this is for the campus food bank, a very important cause to us, specifically as students, but just for the kind of campus community itself. And with that, I hope you've enjoyed all of the panel guests we've had on today. That was the last segment itself. And in the sort of last hour here, we're going to be bringing on a political consultant that the four of us know very well, and he's going to run us through a little game. It should be a lot of fun.
And when everyone gets back, I'm going to grab a beer, and it's going to be a great time. There's David. Oh, and he's gone. Oh, no.
Kyle Daniel.
Alton? Yeah. What's up?
Nothing much. I have some beers. I have a couple of Pilsners, and my last beer from Brewster's, another red ale, which I very much like. So
I just had the red ale, and it was actually. I know we've been talking about Dewey's Red today. This is way better.
yeah, easy.
But
Joe, man, that was a funny comment, by the way.
yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoyed it. To me, that's the ultimate like anti-joke.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Anyways, I'm gonna go. I gotta go use the washroom again. Of course, I'm an old man, and grab a beer. So I'll be back.
All right, I am back.
Hello.
How you doing?
I am. Well, I'm ready for this segment. I'm really excited for what Zach has set up for us.
Yeah, I'm pumped. I also found out that my partner made some pasta and made me a bowl, so I'm like super happy because I was getting hungry.
Free pasta is always the best.
But I grabbed another beer.
Oh.
This guy is Babe, a blueberry vanilla ale from, where are you? It just says proudly partnership brewed Alberta.
No, I've seen that before. I've seen that like logo, but I guess yeah, it's just like a certain brewery has Alberta. That's like the actual like association, isn't it? Isn't that their like logo?
I think it's a partnership. I think it's a partnership between Last Best, Campio, and a couple ones, like I think Jasper Park is in there. So it's like a partnership between a couple of ones. I honestly have had a few of the Alberta ones before, and they're pretty good. It's a good one. Yeah. But it's like not too fruity, but like good amount of alcohol. It's pretty crushable, I'd say. Like it's not one. I know the IPA I was drinking earlier was a sipper. This guy's one that you can pound a few back and you'll be good.
Which one are you drinking, David?
I just grabbed myself Babe.
Oh, look at that! Look at that pour.
Beautiful.
Ooh, baby. I must say, fellas, it's been a absolute blast doing this with y'all today. We are in the last stretch. Let's make it a good one.
Yeah, we just got 1 hour left, and it has been a day. It has been a good one. Lots of talking.
That's why we call it a Talk-A-Thon.
That's the word. When's the thon happen? Like we've just talked, but where's the thon?
That's a very good question.
That ton.
Oh, Chris is out of nap. He's good to go. He's energetic. How many jumping jacks did you do in the break?
I don't know, but I took some naps. Not.
Oh no. What's going on?
This isn't good.
Hey.
Oi. We have our political consultant.
Mr. Olson, our resident political consultant. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Happy to be here.
if you'd like to introduce yourself to the guests, go ahead.
Absolutely. So my name is Zach Olson. I'm a fourth-year international business student with a deep interest in politics. So I guess we'll end this night with a bang and throw some surprises, some interesting challenges, and see how much these guys can drink.
Okay, wait, we need drink? Okay, hold up. Let me go get. I can bring. Nothing. I'm gonna get water. For legal reasons.
I will forewarn everyone, I've never actually ran a Kahoot before, so this might be an utter failure, but so far, so good, so we'll see how it goes.
Thanks for joining us tonight. We really, really appreciate it. Oh.
So I have to ask you guys, how have you fared through all this? I know it's the mouths keep moving. This is many hours of talking. What was the hardest part through it all?
Oh man,
there's a lot, but I think like there's a couple parts here and there where it was like one of us holding down the fort while the rest of us went to the washroom to grab a snack. That was a little weird, like sitting by yourself, just like staring at your webcam, trying to figure out what to talk about.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
In the late afternoon, I realized I'd been on a live stream for a very long time, and I started to dip. But now I'm like, after the last panel guest, like I'm on the upswing again. So this should be good. We'll end strong. We'll end at an apex. Everything will be all right.
1 hour to go, and go up from here.
Yeah, 100%.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, I guess it came in handy. You guys have had the training of online school to prep you for sitting in front of a computer screen for this long.
Honestly, yeah.
I think David, you made a comment today about like this is just a regular day. I think it was you know. So, yeah. Anyways, you were saying?
I've had work days just like this. Start at 9, you're in a meeting back to back to back until 8 or 9 the next that afternoon. It's weird. This at least feels like it's we can check that donation link every so often and know like, hey, this is having a pretty cool thing and kind of get that energy back up,
Sorry, I'm in the fine beer or die trying state, so.
This guy mentions he's looking for water, returns with beer.
It's just mineral water.
Yeah.
There you go.
They bottle it down there. It's really weird.
Well, let me know when. Do you guys all have your drinks ready to go?
Yes, sir.
I'm good to go.
Phenomenal. Okay, so essentially, I believe it should state who was correct and who wasn't correct. We'll go by question. If it doesn't reveal who's correct and who's not, then at the end, either we'll run on a policy of honesty, or at the end, you may punish yourself and take however many one gets wrong. So anyway, I'll get my screen shared and we'll get to going on this.
All right.
Okay, how's this looking for everyone right
now? There we are.
I think it'll work.
Okay, beautiful. So, and we'll have some lovely background music in a minute.
The Kahoot music never gets old. If you're talking about improved future, this would be the great backing track for the next round of discography.
wonder.
Okay, let's jump into it.
Hang on, who is Sup?
Oh, do we have somebody at home playing
I think
this?
we have a home viewer.
Oh, nice.
Fair enough, you know.
Welcome to the party.
Oh God, I don't even know.
There will be some that are more obvious and some that even surprised myself.
So do we drink if we get it wrong? Is that how this is gonna work, or?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay. Oh well.
Hey.
I'm happy I got this wrong. This is a position of morals.
Okay. I can't see you guys, so I'll just assume all that have gotten it wrong will have taken their drink, and we'll move on to the next round.
Yeah.
Congratulations up with the quick win right there in the lead. Wow.
Who is SUP? Sup?
The deep state is joined.
Big hospitalizes.
The big cahoot. Oh, I know who this is. 100%.
My phone kicked me out of it.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh, no.
How? What?
Oh man.
What?
Surprisingly so. I'm not sure. You know what? If we would like to, since we're barely into this, we could reset so David could jump back in.
Yes, please.
I definitely got that one wrong when I was trying to go for it. Like I was probably gonna get that one wrong. I'm loaded back in now though. Time's up. I'm good.
Go.
You can share your screen again. You don't have to start. Okay.
You're back into the quiz?
Yeah.
I'm back.
Oh, phenomenal. I'm every day impressed with the ability of Kahoot. Okay, is everyone ready to go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Excellent.
Wait a minute. What? Okay.
That sounds like a Trump saying, "Oh God." I don't even know.
Here's the malarkey.
That has to, like I remember. I was mocking a disabled person, not about.
I like the last one I swore was Trump.
Really?
Oh, look at me go.
Okay, so this is the first one. I think we've seen a positive number, the majority.
Wait, how are there 7 people on this thing now?
Apparently so.
Folks are tuning in.
I didn't allow for multiple votes, so there are most definitely 7 people here. And Alden in the lead now.
Oh, I suck at Kahoot.
Which one told a woman?
Easy. I know who it is. Yeah.
There we are. Back on the left side.
Oh,
person that thought I was pretty tricky.
Here I come. On my way to the top. Oh, I know this.
Wow. Christian on a tear.
Take that, centrists.
Okay. Alden maintains the lead, and we go into the next question.
I'm coming for you, Alden.
What?
I think the answer will surprise you. Oh!
Very well done.
Wait, there's 8 people. There's 8 people now.
Let's see.
I just got kicked out of the top 5.
Oh, who's in 5th place?
David, you said you got kicked out again?
I know I got kicked out of the top 5 by Skate Fast Eat Ass.
Okay. We have some competitors, honestly. I'm impressed. They know their stuff.
We hold this talk-a-thon to show our political skills, and then we just get yeeted by people randomly joining.
Oh, what? What? Come on! Did I lose my spot?
Wow, son.
If I lose to Skate Ass, or Skate if I lose to Skate Fast Eat Ass, I'm quitting. Oh, God.
I don't think I've ever seen Trump get in a physical altercation.
I picked the wrong one. Oh, no, never mind, I didn't. Look at me go.
So there will be a mix of, as you guys have seen, of quotes and actions, both of which contain quite heinous things. David, you're coming up in the ranks now, back in top 5.
Too easy.
I had to give a few softballs once in a while.
Appreciate it. Ah, come on. What?
You know, before this, I had not heard of this instance. I was shocked. I thought it would get more deep. I'm impressed. You guys know.
Oh my God.
I got that wrong. I've never.
Wow.
Ah, the centrists are taking over.
It's just like real life.
This game is now a centrist theocracy.
I'm probably wrong. I have no idea. Yep. Gosh darn it.
Wow, it's getting quite competitive, I have to say.
Yeah.
It's anyone's game at this point.
Stop. We're losing to a random viewer.
I remember that one.
Didn't you like put like the caption too, just like "I love Mexicans" or something?
It was like Howard for best taco bowls. I love Mexico.
Okay.
This is where it all comes down to. Last 2 questions.
All right.
Oh, crap.
No, it's not letting me put a thing. No! This game is rigged! It's rigged, I tell ya! Rigged! The Russian hacked me!
Okay, well, we see some big plays. This is the last chance to shine. And currently subs decently up in the lead.
We got another person joined as well.
Yeah, I'm not doing very well, folks. I probably got this wrong. I suck at Kahoot. It's all big tech, you know? I'm here to... Oh, I got it right. Never mind.
Okay, well, let's see where the chips have fallen.
Sup won. We let Sup win, didn't we?
That's right. Centrist gets 3rd place. Darn right.
Wow.
Damn, David with the underdog story.
The comeback king. That's impressive.
To the top.
Hey, Sup, who are you? Can you comment your name in the section? In the comment section? We'll holla at you. We'll give you a prize.
We'll give you a shout out, whoever you are.
3rd place gets a shout out. Yeah.
our chat?
David, you must have had lightning fingers on that last one. That was impressive.
I think it might have been the streak. I was getting in the groove near the end. I think I had like 10 in a row. It was that.
Yeah, 11 out of 14. That's not bad. There was a few that definitely shocked me, and I had to word them in specific ways. Like the Dunkin' Donuts comment, definitely threw me. Biden was actually discussing Delaware, so I was like, okay, maybe I'll generalize here. We'll just say East Coast because it might be too easy. But if you would have shown that to me and not told me Delaware, I would have never guessed.
Yeah,
there was a few, like I had to give that last one, the Taco Bowl one. That's that one will live in my mind for many years.
Such an iconic photo of that.
The man is just so happy looking at it too. Like it's a big smile and 2 thumbs up just looking at this like regular ass taco bowl.
Are we starting a second round of Kahoot, or you have another game prepared?
So I'm actually shocked at your guys' quickness with it. I added 30 seconds because I thought there might be deliberation, but you guys were pretty lightning fast with your choices. So I have to hand it to you guys. So that was all I could find. Surprisingly, in this search for heinous and obscene quotes, I realized something that is very tragic to know, but there's a lot of overlap in disgusting remarks by both Trump and Biden. I was not expecting that, but then I would read an article that would break down, I can't believe Trump said this, and then I'd be reading top 10 famous gaffes of Biden, and I'd be like, wait, half of these Trump did already. or honestly, a lot of them Biden was doing back in the 80s. And Trump just decided to do now in the 2010s.
Heinous. Absolutely heinous.
Biden won so Trump could run.
Anyways, thanks for that, Jack.
Thank you guys for inviting me on. It was an eye-opening experience, and so it taught me a lot. I'm actually the most impressed. Sorry, guys, but I have to say I'm most impressed with the viewers. That was... First of all, quick thinking on their part, they were ready for that, and then and they surprisingly cleaned up. So I have to say, kudos to them.
Well, Zach, I'm thinking if we have some time now, we might be able to turn back to one of our most popular segments today, which could be the political slogan generator. Partaking?
Pardon?
Are you interested in partaking in some political slogan generation?
Absolutely.
All right. So basically how it works is generate a random slogan. You get 2 minutes. You have to give your campaign speech on that slogan. And then there's a 2-minute question period after that. Basically, you get time you write it, start. You can call for a new one if the one you get is pretty bad.
Okay, we'll see. I love this idea. This is perfect.
All right. You ready for your first one?
Let's hear it.
Vegetables and trains. You can call for a recount if you need.
Vegetables or trains or on trains?
And trains.
Vegetables and trains. And I begin my speech immediately, correct?
Immediately.
Phenomenal. Well, I think it's pretty evident in this day and age, especially in North America, we are lacking in 2 fundamental aspects. Our agricultural industry is in ruin, absolute shambles, being completely under efficient and unable to keep up with the production of other states around the world. Additionally, our infrastructure for transportation is abysmal. Now, never mind highways, people can learn not to drive, but what we need to focus on is the trains. The trains have always been there for us. The trains have built America. Without trains, we would have no manifest destiny. So, I implore all the people that are debating voting right now to consider the campaign that will uphold these 2 fundamental aspects of North American politics, American politics, whatever you will have, a train that is built is opportunities made. And the train that is built is vegetables from California being eaten in New York. That is what my campaign will run on. That is what America and all of its allies will run on. For too long, we've focused on the individual needs of drivers and highways. And I think it's about time we start to update that infrastructure. Now I don't mean building bigger and better highways. What I mean is turning highways into railroads. That is the future for North America. That is the future we need. That is the future I will bring. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was 2 minutes. Question period is now going to begin.
Yeah, Mr. Olson, I have a question regarding your citation of vegetables. What vegetables do you mean, and what is your favorite vegetable?
Well, I understand that corn is an integral part to the success of our nation. I must focus upon, and I'll admit it is not a vegetable, tomatoes. My favorite fruit, which I will call a vegetable, because it is so important, it can be labeled as both. That is the backbone of our country, and it is imperative that we start to uphold the importance of the tomatoes in both our economy and our diets.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Mr. Olson, you said that in your speech, America runs on vegetables and trains. Now, there's been rumors going through Twitter, through the rumor mill, that is not actually correct. I've heard multiple sources claim that America actually runs on Dunkin'. So what would you say to naysayers? Does America run on vegetables and trains, or is this a subversion and smear campaign by Dunkin' Donuts?
What I would say is that Twitter can tweet all they want about how vegetables, fruits, legumes, whatever they may be, aren't imperative. But I've been saying for years now that Twitter has no understanding of what it means to get your hands dirty and put some seeds in some soil. Now, if the people could move their fingers quickly to plant as they do to tweet, maybe we would get some appreciation for what has built and will continue to build this great nation.
Mr. Olson, thank you for your nice pitch there, and trying to convince me to vote for this motion. But all I have to say are 7 words for you: the vegetable and train prices are too damn high. And what do you intend to do to fix it?
Here's the thing. First of all, I appreciate the attempt at spelling there. You know, as someone who is very ingrained in the agricultural industry, I know how to count, and I hope by putting a little more focus on vegetables, we can also teach everyone in this country how to count. And on top of that, I've never once in my life, okay, this is hard to say with a straight face, but I've never once in my life heard of anyone ever being hurt by a good old subsidy. We'll just subsidize. All I see is the numbers going up. All I see is people happy, more vegetables consumed, more money spent on more vegetables, and more trains to get them to where they need to be. I've never heard of America having to repay its national debt, so.
Thank you very much. That is good. Who do you want to go next?
Ooh. Oh, so many choices, but I'll have to say there's a man who's been looking very eager. He's been a little quiet, but I think he's been plotting. So I would like to welcome Alden to the stage, please.
I've gotten shoehorned in to go first for this every single time we've done it.
It's always
All right.
it's always something about bureaucrats too.
I hate them. You know who's probably preventing excessive trains and vegetables? Probably bureaucrats.
Okay. And your slogan is
Politicians in school.
your 2 minutes begin. 3, 2, 1, now.
I'd like everyone to ask themselves how much money they would like to spend on beer in a month. And then I would also like to ask everyone, do we give schools too much money every month? I, for one, think that we do. Teachers, infrastructure, maintenance, the actual material requirements in terms of textbooks, janitorial staff. Don't even get me started on frivolous expenditures like field trips. The list goes on and on and on. Where does it stop? No politician is brave enough to actually say, I don't care about our children. So let me stop you right there and say, I'm putting my foot down and I'm going to be that politician. I don't care about your children. I say we gut the budget of our education system and we look to a close hero of mine, Doug Ford, and look about creating our own version of the beer store, make it publicly funded, and just give it buck of beer. Basically, gut the education system, convert that into buck of beer. You will see so much happiness throughout this province as we can enjoy cheaper beers. Students can learn to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. I think it's a much better way of education anyways. And I think overall, this will really just build stronger leaders for the future, and it'll make sure that everyone else doesn't have to be as sober as they are. Thank you. Right, Mr. Draper, you have a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mosh. Some would say that your ambitious plan to defund schools and to fund a buck of beer might look past a few easy alliances. You see, children have very small hands, makes them very good workers, especially in terms of crushing grapes for various beers. Do you think a full defunding of the education system might not be fully effective? Because if you have effective schools, you can easily transition those schools towards creation of beer.
Yes, I appreciate the question. When I said one of the things I didn't appreciate about spending, I said frivolous field trips. I did not say field trips. I think a lot of field trips can actually contribute positively to the economy, and I think child labor is one of those things. I think very precise planned field trips to help this new idea that we put forward could give students hands-on experience, less time in the classrooms that we aren't funding, and it'll actually get them hands-on experience for the real world, which we are obviously building back better.
Okay, Mr. Maj, some people say that while you're pretending to be bold, this bucket beer program of yours is actually really surface level and doesn't even go deeper into the issues, where we could actually not even fund a bucket beer, we could just fund beer. We could just have a room full of beer and hard liquor and all sorts of other assortments for citizens of our great nation to enjoy. What do you say to those critics?
Well, I hate bureaucrats. However, I think essentially running the government as a BYOB party to just leave all your assets on the table. I don't know exactly if that's the best way. I love beer, but I love my beer, and I wouldn't want some socialist beer program per se. I would like fuck a beer. I think it's very fair, and I think it provides a lot of opportunity for hardworking Canadians and children looking for work experience. Who knows? Maybe there can even be some child discount here. I don't know. Early steps, but I would refrain from any communal beer because I think that would set our country on a very, very dangerous position. And I think it would be a worse future for our children. So I would refrain from that, and I think buck a beer, I think that's what we want to strive for.
Thank you.
Mr. Todd, who would you like? Oh, I see another question.
Yes, Mr. President, I have a question regarding your usage of the term beer, buck a beer. Obviously, there's other types of alcohol, and I'm just wondering how you'd reconcile, maybe including mead or wine or anything else, rye whiskey, into your program of lowering costs on alcohol. If you could just comment on that.
Yeah, well, the original slogan here, politicians in schools, definitely the focus was for the Buck a Beer program was specifically for primary schooling. I think you mentioned some interesting ideas there because I think there are other avenues for funding we can explore for that. Take, for example, the huge amount of overfunding given to our post-secondary institutions. Think of all the departments that could be axed for, say, the production of spirits, the production of wine, technical colleges. Like, who needs to learn how to weld, right? I'd rather have people making mead, and buy it for cheaper. So I think we should, in terms of going past the Buck a Beer program, I think there are many other educational institutions we can look at instead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, and who would you select to be the next candidate?
I'll be back. I gotta grab another beer.
I think it is Christian's time to shine here.
All right, Christian. Are you ready?
Ready as I can be. Ready as I can be.
All right. And your slogan is prisons and jobs. You begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In expanding this Buck a Beer program, there are other institutions that we can look to axe. I mean, let's already look at our prison institutions. They use and exploit human beings who, yes, may have committed crimes, but it's supposed to be a rehabilitation purpose. We're giving too much money to prisons and not enough money to Buck a Beer programs. So under my platform, what I'm running for is to reform our prison institutions so that we can take these convicts and help them and transition them from being caged in terrible facilities into creating community orientated spaces that also just happen to have alcohol around them, where they'll be working to volunteer to pour the Buck a Beer beers. So it's not as bad as you think, because you might be thinking, well, what's the difference between this and prison labor? Well, this is volunteership, and volunteership, obviously, it's community orientated, which is different from paying them measly wages. Second thing, it's also interaction with the community rather than being locked away and not being able to integrate with the society, which is what, if prisons are supposed to be rehabilitation. I believe that with this program, we can have a potential to just integrate two ideas that are grand and big for our country and move them forward away from these things. And if your memory all serves you right, at the onset of this pandemic, what was one industry that was still considered an essential service? Yes, that's right, your liquor stores. And with this Buck a Beer programs and with volunteers, prisoners being able to help serve these alcohols, they will be placed as essential workers, able to get vaccines. Unlike some of my opponents believe that prisoners should be put at the bottom list and not be treated like human beings for vaccines. So yes, prisons and jobs is basically what I'm running on. It sounds weird, but prisons and jobs need reforms. I can dismantle prisons and create jobs. Thank you.
It's time for the question period.
I see Zach's hand went up first.
Well, thank you very much for your speech. I think the slogan I found particularly interesting. You mentioned prison and jobs. However, at least the way it came across the eye was that you were taking the jobs from the prisoners and instead of allowing them to make money, giving them volunteer opportunities. Now, I'm sure they would love to bolster their resume with a few volunteer opportunities here and there. But what do you say about taking money away from these prisoners?
I think we need to start moving away from these neoconservative Western ideals of materialism that we view. So, money, what is money? It's just a piece of paper. I am taking away a piece of paper and giving them the ability to interact with society. That's more than any piece. You know, they're taking. Yeah, they got paid in the prisons, but what did they do with it? Absolutely nothing. They just stood there and probably traded a couple things or two. But what I'm advocating for here is the ability to integrate and build a better mindset, improve their health and wellness, and looking to more Eastern methods of looking at society and integration that don't involve all these archaic ways of dealing with society. I mean, what is money? You can just print more, print less. That stuff fluctuates. Look at the recent activities of a bunch of people on the internet being able to inflate the price of a product that's basically worthless, and I definitely did lose $1,000 on it. I mean, that's money for you. That's money for you. Okay, the United States is sick and tired of money. That's all I'm saying. I see Kyle also had his hand up next.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you very much for all your comments. It's been very insightful. I would just like to really question and be critical of your idea of prisoners volunteering.
Yeah.
In this way, yes, they are bolstering their resumes and showing that they are good citizens. But if they're also serving people, shouldn't they also share in the wealth that is buck a beer? And of course, that's coming from a perspective of these people. They just want to unwind a little bit. And my question is, why not, Mr. President?
Now let me get into the specifics of bucket beer. I mean, I hate to bore my voters with the minutiae of policy because who cares about what the candidate stands for, right? But if you look into that program, a bucket beer is absolutely just a buck for citizens. But no one ever said anything about it being a buck for tourists to the country and people who are on temporary, different immigration statuses in the country. A bucket beer is there to serve its people, but the revenue we get from this huge tourist attractions that people will come in and provide to this bucket beer and services, we will use that money and in return be able to build all these community-oriented facilities where the prisoners will be housed. And I want to stray away from the term prisons. I mean, I understand it's an institutional thing, and we tend to use that word a lot, but they're people. We call them people. They're people. But the prisons are what's wrong. We'll get rid of the prisons and put back the sons and the prisoners. We'll put back their sons. They're our sons. So that's what I'm just. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that. They'll be fine. I see Mr. Maj has his hands up.
I'm just going to quickly interject. I know we're having a lot of fun here, but I do think now's a great time to also remind everybody who are watching, this is for a really great reason. We are raising money for the campus food bank today. It's been a 12-hour live stream from 9 to 9 to the last 20 minutes here. So far, you've been able to raise $429.52. So thank you so much to everybody who donated. But if you're watching along, if you're having fun as well, please click the link. Donate as much as you can. It really goes to a fantastic cause to help a lot of people here at the U of A. So if you have any ability to donate, please do so. The link is in both our Instagram bio as well as in the live stream. But with that, I'll pass it off to all of you.
Really quick, make sure to donate, but also tell your friends. Spread the word. Sorry, Alden, go ahead.
Thank you, too, for being beacons of sensibility in the sea of madness at this point of the night. Anyways, my question, I'm obviously big on experiential learning, given my last pitch. Would you be interested there aren't always opportunities for prisoners to get that work experience outside of prisons, right? So would you maybe be interested in helping teach these incarcerated folk important skills to be reintegrated back into a buck a beer economy? Example, potentially an experiential prison wine program where they could learn how to brew, so then once they are released, they can then enter the buck a beer economy and be much more knowledgeable about the field.
I think that's a fantastic idea. Yeah, and I would not only start. I mean, you know what? Now you've actually made me amend. You've actually made me amend my my belief. Rather than just take them away from these prisons and leave these prisons to rot, we can actually be sustainable and transform these prisons into distilleries. Actually, so yeah, I think that's a good starting plan. Yeah, I agree with that. Thank you.
Have we created a new economic theory?
I sure hope not.
This is how Marxism started. Let's pick up a
I
con
think
book.
currency should just change to beer.
Anyway, I mean, I would pick, but David is just the naturally last person and to be only choice.
I think Kyle's left it too.
Oh, Kyle's there? Okay.
David.
Okay, we'll let David go before Kyle.
All right. Who's gonna keep track of time?
Have we been keeping track?
Yeah,
of time?
there's a timer on the top of the right hand corner.
Okay.
I've been loosely looking at the clock. All right. A compassionate morning. You know, have you ever woken up and just thought to yourself, no, I'm not gonna wake up. I'm gonna go back to sleep. I'm gonna stay in bed. I'm gonna sleep in again. Now, have you also done the same thing, but at like 2 in the afternoon? Obviously, because that is self-love. Here at the Compassionate Morning Party, I am not saying that we should do anything outside of loving ourselves, and by loving ourselves, I mean refusing to get out of bed, refusing to do anything, and having every single one of our people give to us without raising a muscle. Everybody loves the idea of breakfast in bed. It's nice, it's warm, it's filling, but why don't we all just get them right away? So as the Compassionate Morning Party leader, I will be instituting immediately, with all of the surplus money from our buck a beer economy, I will be transitioning our various prison graduates to become breakfast in bed, and bed and breakfast attendees. So every single one of them will be able to have a full, rewarding job catering to every one of us as we refuse to get up. Because really, the only real compassionate morning is the morning that never comes. When you're out having a drink with your friends before the pandemic, it gets to 3 a.m., it gets to 4 a.m., it gets to 6 a.m., and then the morning hits, and then you have to go to bed because you realize you have to work the next day, and it's a Tuesday. That's not cool. That's not compassion. What we're asking is basically everybody to not do a single thing. The morning never comes. You sleep in, start again. You can drink until 6 a.m. You can wake up at 2 p.m. But the concept of morning is gone outside of the ideas of brunch, breakfast beers, shower beers, and breakfast at bed. Those become statewide mandatory programs wherein you cannot leave your bed in the morning without breakfast.
Thank you.
Mr. Olson.
First off, I have to say, phenomenal speech, very captivating. From the moment you said the first statement, your slogan, I felt like it really impacted my life, and I think many others who have also lived lives in the confines of their own home for a long time now. And one thing I've definitely noticed, and speaking to others, this somewhat holds true, is the concept of time and how that's changed given our lifestyles. Now, your advocation for bedriddenness and the adoption of the cozy covers as opposed to actual workplaces and whatnot make me wonder, would you support the abolition of the weeks, the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, no more, simply brunch and lunch and dinner and of course bed?
I would 100% support any such initiative to fully abolish the week. Looking at the ideal society, the images of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, not this young child lost in a capitalist hellscape looking to find meaning within a chocolate factory, but the true, heartfelt joy you see in the eyes of his uncle before he gets out of bed. See, that uncle gets out of bed for the first time to tour this chocolate factory. You know he hated every single second, that his bones ached. It's not fun. But when you saw every single one of those people sharing that bed, refusing to leave, not giving up, having no additional value to their society, that is true joy. That is happiness. So I fully support a complete abolition of every single week. Mr. Booker.
Thank you. I think Mr. Maj had his hand up first, but I can go if he's okay with that. I like what you're saying, but I've had previous candidates that have also promised me of a happier time. So I was wondering where there could be room for collaboration between a happier time and a compassionate morning. Because a happier time had thought of bringing, I believe it was a fast food chain from the past back to the future, and then I was wondering, can that be integrated into like making a more compassionate morning if we take those things that we missed and brought them back in there?
I honestly think those ideas truly do go hand in hand. When I think back to that happier time, I think back specifically to breakfast foods. Why cannot it be a collaboration for that breakfast food to be brought by that same wonderful organization that we're looking back from the past to exist in its own time warp of bubble to support our society? They would exist in a time before now, outside of our bubble, which means, and hear me out, there's going to be some economics here. We have bucket beer. It exists before the institution of the bucket beer program in their time bucket, which means we could purchase bucket beer, return to the time warp bubble, sell it at additional cost in order to pay for renewable breakfast foods to power our society and solve the energy crisis.
All right, I have a question here. Tougher question for you. I want to talk about an issue that I don't think isn't being talked enough about with this, but I think it's the sad lack of breakfast food that Americans and the world has access to. I mean, look at when COVID-19 happened. You know the first things the globalists, the liberals came for? It was to shut down our breakfast buffets. There is a lack of breakfast buffet and breakfast food availability across the world right now, and I want to know how you think that your plan can be feasible if this isn't addressed in some meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing up that very valid concern. Because I know it is a well-documented scientific fact that breakfast food tastes better the longer it's sitting in front of a heat lamp at a buffet. It is well known, well documented. So, as part of this initiative, we will be buying all of our breakfast foods in bulk, en masse, and storing it in massive greenhouse warehouses with heat lamp infrastructure. So that every second that your food isn't eaten by you, it is being warmed. It is being treated underneath these heat lamps to give it that authentic hotel hangover breakfast buffet experience. The toast, ever so slightly too burnt. The bacon, it kind of shatters a little bit in your mouth. And the sausages have this weird wrinkly skin on it, just the way that every single person truly knows they like them. But, sadly, we're out of oranges, so I'm sorry.
All right. I just want to say really quick on a serious note, we are in the last less than 10 minutes of the Cheap Brews and Student Dues 12-hour Talk-A-Thon. And on behalf of the podcast, I'd really like to thank anybody who's still tuned in, anyone who's tuned in throughout the day, and more importantly, anyone who has specifically donated to the Campus Food Bank. As some of you may know, we've been running this podcast today in order to raise money for the Campus Food Bank itself. And in this less than 10 minutes, I'd just like to remind everybody to not only donate, the link should be in our YouTube chat, but also on Instagram, not only to donate, but also tell your friends and spread the word. That is another important thing to do with this specific charity. Without further ado, do we want to do one more, or do you guys have anything else you need to say?
I just want for clarification. This donation, will it stay open after this the end of this group?
We can keep it open till Sunday, eh? Yeah.
I think we'll have it over the weekend and maybe even on Monday, just to give everyone a final chance to donate any money that they can, and just for us to reach out to everyone once again and say thanks so much, and to just go over the cause once more that they help support. So we'll probably keep it open for a little bit longer.
Exactly. So yeah, we'd like to take this time to first thank Daniel Kim again, who helped us with the graphics for these we shared out over the past couple of days. Eli, or he is out there for helping me with the software, and to our guests. I hope I can remember all of you, but try and name you personally. Councillor Henson, Mayor Iveson, Mayor Heron, Councillor Knack. That's the first panel. The second panel, actually, my memory's already gone. Never mind, I won't try that. But everyone else as well that came after that, we're so grateful for your insight, and we learned a lot today. And also, most importantly, Corey from the Campus Food Bank, who helped facilitate a lot of this and allowed us to create this partnership, as well as Kyra and Morgan, there you go. Who both part of the food insecurity panel, which taught us a lot. I mean, I thought I knew a lot in terms of food insecurity from just working on trying to work on that SU policy, but apparently not. There's much more to that issue than I thought, and I hope you all who are watching learned as a lot too, and to you viewers who are watching throughout the technical difficulties. Thank you for your patience. It was a rocky start, but it became much cleaner and much smoother throughout the day. And if this was something we're getting our feet dipped in the water, we can come back. I'm sure another time we'll just 10 times bigger and better. So yes, and obviously thank you to Alden, Kyle, David, and Zach for their tremendous effort and work and dedication to just helping out, and they're making this Cheap Brews and Student Dues podcast become a thing. Sometimes it feels like we're talking to ourselves. We love hearing the sound of our own voices, but nothing better than just drinking beer and talking to friends, especially in this period when we need friends now more than ever. So yeah, I'll hand it off to the four of you to make your own statements. You can start with
really
David.
Quick. Zach, thank you very much for stopping by and also helping out with the podcast. I understand you haven't been around before 8 o'clock, but we really appreciate you showing up in this last hour and supporting us in this way. Thank you for that.
Hey, thank you so much, guys, for bringing me on. I really appreciate it. This was an unreal event. I'm constantly blown away with what you guys achieved what you guys talked about and how much you've raised so far. So it's really cool to be able to call all you guys my friends and peers that you constantly impress me with what you're able to put together here today. So I'm glad we got to have a little fun in the end, get a little more drinks in you guys before we finally parted ways. But yeah, I'd just like to hand it off to the rest of you guys to give your remarks. It was awesome what you were able to do here today.
Thanks, Zach. David or Alden, do you guys have anything? Any parting words? We got 4 minutes.
I can dive into that. It's been a long day. Thank you for everybody who's tuned in. I know there's been a couple people who just kind of had it running in the background for the rest of their day, working on other things. And I hope you really truly know that does mean a lot to all of us here. This was a lot of fun for us, but it's also very much so for a good cause. So if you have the chance to donate, please do. And if you just came around to listen and learn more and to engage with this, I really hope it was valuable for you as well. And that's if you're not in a spot to be able to donate to this cause, that maybe you could pass along to somebody else you know who might be. The Campus Food Bank is a very, very important organization. I know when you're talking at 9 a.m. with the Food Insecurity panel, a lot of the things I learned was that it's an important organization for a lot of people that you might not think it is. The demographics they serve are very broad, and the needs they have are pretty broad. But also what they try and do with what they actually put on is more than just a food bank. There's grocery programs, there's the food classes, there's cooking classes. The services they provide to the university community as a whole, be they undergraduate students, graduate students, professors, is really fundamental to campus. And it really goes far and does a lot to make sure that the campus we're living on, as we're learning on, is better for all of us, and one that kind of reflects the place that we want to be going forward. So please do know that if you can donate, it's going to be a very, very valuable thing.
And last thing, shameless plug here. I don't know what I'm plugging for exactly, but if you're watching throughout the day, every time we got the chance to speak to particularly someone in the realm of politics, David would cite a brain drain and food insecurity survey that is on the SU website. And if you go to their governance and policy research, please, if you have the time, look at that, read that. It's also important to getting more data if you're interested in that kind of like information kind of reading. Really insightful on talking about the issues facing our province, and in particular to students. Like, we're a student-focused podcast. We want to always talk about issues facing students, and we prioritize taking back all the topics we talk about back to students. And that paper or report does a really good job of just outlining the issues that we're seeing so far in our university community. So yeah. Just there.
Yeah, and
take it away.
Yeah, and one other thing I wanted to say, like a huge thanks to all our guests and to my fellow hosts here. It's been a lot of fun, and we've been doing this for 12 hours, which was really cool that we could do it for this long to raise some awareness for food insecurity, raise some money. However, I'd like everyone to keep in mind too, and to keep in mind moving forward, that we've done this for 12 hours, yes, but folks like those in the food bank panel this morning, they do that every day in terms of making sure that food insecurity isn't forgotten about, and in making sure that it's addressed on an ongoing basis. And even more so, there are people living every day who have to deal with food insecurity themselves, and that's always on their forefront. So I think it's important that it's been really amazing to talk about this, and going forward to always keep in mind that